Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Chapter 1. Dudley Demented. The fiercest heat of the summer had finally begun to fade as evening crept over Privet Drive. A heavy, sleepy stillness hung above the neat row of broad, square houses, pressing down on the silent street. Cars that normally sparkled under careful hands now sat dulled beneath a layer of dust, and the once perfect lawns had turned brittle and pale beneath the relentless sun. Because of the drought, hosepipes had been forbidden, and with no lawns to trim or cars to polish, the residents of Privet Drive had withdrawn indoors. Their curtains were drawn back and windows flung open, all in a hopeless attempt to lure in a breeze that refused to come. Outside, only one figure remained, a teenage boy stretched flat among the flowers outside number 4. He was thin and awkward-looking, with untidy black hair and round glasses slipping down his nose. There was a strained, worn look about him, the kind that came from growing too quickly and sleeping too little. His clothes looked as though they had seen better days. Ripped jeans streaked with dirt, a loose old t-shirt faded by too many washes, and trainers so worn that the soles were beginning to come apart. Harry Potter's appearance was not the sort the neighbours admired. Privet Drive was full of people who considered untidiness nearly criminal. But tonight, tucked behind the thick branches of a hydrangea bush, Harry was hidden from sight. Unless Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia leaned out of the sitting-room window and peered directly into the flower bed, nobody would know he was there. Harry considered his hiding place a clever solution. The earth beneath him was dry, hard, and still warm from the day's heat, making comfort impossible, but it was worth it. Out here. No one was staring at him with narrowed eyes. No one was muttering under their breath or snapping at him with sharp, suspicious questions. Most importantly, he could hear the evening news without interruption. Something that never happened when he tried to sit in the living room with his aunt and uncle. As though summoned by Harry's thoughts, Uncle Vernon's booming voice suddenly burst from the open window above him. Nice to know the boys finally stopped hanging around. Where's he gone?
No idea, said Aunt Petunia carelessly. He's not inside.
Vernon gave a grunt of satisfaction. Probably lurking somewhere. Listening to the news again, he said with disgust. Honestly, what normal teenager cares about the news? Dudley wouldn't know what day it is, let alone who the Prime Minister is. And it's not like there'd be anything about his kind on there.
Vernon! Aunt Petunia hissed sharply. The window's open!
A brief pause followed. Right, sorry. Petunia. Silence settled over the house once more. From inside came the cheerful tune of an advertisement for fruit and bran cereal. Harry lay still, listening carefully, while his eyes followed Mrs. Figg shuffling past the front of number 4. The elderly woman from Wisteria Walk moved slowly, surrounded as always by an air of confusion and irritation, muttering to herself as she went. Harry was relieved she couldn't see him. Lately, Mrs. Figg had taken to inviting him in for tea every time they crossed paths, and Harry had no wish to spend the evening surrounded by the smell of cabbage and cats. He watched until she disappeared around the corner, and only then did Uncle Vernon's voice drift out of the window once more. Is Dudley out having tea again? He's at the Polkisses, said Aunt Petunia proudly. He's such a sociable boy, always surrounded by friends. Harry had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself laughing aloud. The Dursleys' blindness when it came to Dudley was almost unbelievable. They accepted every foolish excuse he fed them, happily believing he spent each evening of the summer holidays sipping tea at one friend's house after another. Harry knew the truth. Dudley wasn't drinking tea anywhere. Every night he roamed Little Whinging with his gang, wrecking swings in the playground, loitering on street corners with cigarettes and hurling stones at passing cars or smaller children. Harry had seen it often enough on his evening walks. In fact, he had spent much of the summer wandering the streets himself, picking old newspapers from rubbish bins as he went. Then the familiar opening music of the 7 o'clock news drifted through the open window. Harry's stomach tightened instantly. Maybe tonight would be different. Maybe, after weeks of waiting, something would finally happen. Thousands of stranded travelers crowd airports tonight as the Spanish baggage handlers' strike enters its second week. "They can stay there forever for all I care," growled Uncle Vernon, cutting across the newsreader. But Harry barely heard him. His stomach slowly loosened. If anything serious had happened, anything truly important, it would have led the headlines. Disaster always came first. Death, destruction, chaos. Those things mattered more than delayed holidays. He breathed out slowly and stared into the cloudless blue sky overhead. Every day had followed the same miserable pattern that summer.
Hope. Fear. Relief.
Then more waiting.
And always, hanging over him heavier with each passing day, the same question. Why hadn't anything happened yet?
He kept listening anyway. There might be some hidden clue buried in ordinary news, something Muggles wouldn't understand for what it really was. Someone vanished without explanation, perhaps, or some bizarre accident with no obvious cause. But the strike report ended and replaced by news of the drought in the southeast.
"Hope our neighbour hears that," roared Uncle Vernon, running his sprinklers at 3 in the morning.
Then came a story about a helicopter forced down in a field in Surrey. Then the scandalous divorce of a famous actress and her equally famous husband.
"As though decent people care about that nonsense," said Aunt Petunia sharply, despite having followed every detail in magazines all week.
Harry shut his eyes against the fierce evening light as the newsreader continued.
"And finally, Bungie the Budgie has discovered an unusual way to beat the summer heat. Bungie, who lives at the 5 Feathers in Barnsley, has learned to water ski," Mary Dawkins reports.
Harry opened his eyes again.
That was it.
If the news had reached water-skiing budgies, there was no point listening any longer. Carefully, he rolled onto his stomach and began to push himself up onto his elbows and knees, preparing to crawl out from beneath the window. He had barely moved a couple of inches when everything happened at once. A deafening crack shattered the still evening air like a gunshot. A cat shot out from beneath a nearby car and vanished into the darkness. Inside the house came Aunt Petunia's piercing scream, Uncle Vernon's furious shout, and the unmistakable smash of broken china. Harry reacted instantly.
As though his body had been waiting for exactly this moment. He leapt upright, yanking his wand from the waistband of his jeans in one swift movement, like drawing a blade.
But before he could fully stand, the top of his head slammed hard into the open window frame. The impact sent a burst of pain through his skull.
Aunt Petunia screamed even louder.
Harry's vision blurred with tears as he staggered, clutching at the air, trying to see through the pain and find where the sound had come from. But before he could recover, 2 enormous purple hands lunged through the window and clamped around his throat.
"Put that away!" Uncle Vernon hissed furiously into Harry's ear. "Now! Before anyone sees!" "Let go of me," Harry choked. the words barely escaping as he clawed desperately at Uncle Vernon's thick, sausage-like fingers with one hand, while keeping his wand clutched tightly in the other. For a few frantic seconds, they wrestled there in the flower bed beneath the open window, Harry twisting and struggling for breath. Uncle Vernon grunting with effort as he tightened his grip, but then a violent pulse of pain shot through the top of Harry's head where he had struck the window frame, sharp and sudden enough to make his vision flash white. At that exact moment, Uncle Vernon let out a howl and jerked backward as though he had touched a live wire. It was as if some unseen power had burst from Harry's body, forcing his uncle to release him at once.
Gasping for air, Harry stumbled forward over the hydrangea bush, branches snapping beneath him, then straightened and looked wildly around the street. Nothing. No sign of whoever or whatever had caused the loud cracking sound. Yet now faces were appearing in windows all along Privet Drive, pale and curious behind twitching curtains, breathing hard. Harry shoved his wand back into the waistband of his jeans and tried to arrange his face into an expression of complete innocence. "Beautiful evening," Uncle Vernon boomed suddenly, turning toward the neighbours with a strained, unnatural laugh and waving far too enthusiastically at the woman in number 7, who was peering suspiciously through her net curtains. "Hear that car backfire just now? Startled Petunia and me half to death." He kept grinning, a wild, ghastly grin stretched across his purple face until one by one the neighbours withdrew and curtains fluttered shut. The instant the last face vanished, the smile dropped from his face like a mask, twisting instead into an ugly look of fury as he crooked a thick finger at Harry. Harry approached cautiously, taking only a few steps and making sure to remain just outside the reach of Uncle Vernon's hands. "What in blazes do you think you're playing at, boy?" Uncle Vernon croaked, his voice shaking with rage. "What are you talking about?" Harry said coldly, though his eyes continued darting up and down the street, still searching for the source of the noise. "That racket sounding off like a gun right outside our—"
"I didn't do it," Harry said flatly. Aunt Petunia's long, bony face suddenly appeared beside Vernon's broad purple one, her expression pinched with fury. "And what exactly were you doing hiding under our window?"
"Yes," barked Uncle Vernon. "Good question. What were you doing skulking there?" "Listening to the news," Harry said wearily. His aunt and uncle stared at him as though he had confessed to a crime.
"The news," Aunt Petunia repeated shrilly. "Again!"
Well, it's different every day," Harry said.
Uncle Vernon's face darkened dangerously.
"Don't get smart with me, boy. I know you're up to something, and don't start with that nonsense about listening to the news. You know perfectly well your sort." "Vernon," hissed Aunt Petunia urgently. Uncle Vernon lowered his voice so much Harry had to strain to hear. "Your sort don't appear on our news." Harry gave him a hard look.
"That's what you think."
The Dursleys gaped at him. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Aunt Petunia leaned closer, her thin face tight with suspicion. "You horrible little liar," she whispered, lowering her voice so much Harry had to read her lips for the last word. "Then what are those owls doing?"
"Aha!" Uncle Vernon whispered triumphantly, stabbing a finger at Harry. "Answer that! You think we don't know those filthy birds are bringing you messages?"
Harry hesitated. This time, telling the truth cost him more than lying would have. The words felt heavy in his mouth.
"The owls," he said dully, "aren't bringing me anything." "I don't believe you," snapped Aunt Petunia immediately. "Neither do I," growled Uncle Vernon.
"You're planning something," Aunt Petunia said, eyes narrowed. "We're not you know," Uncle Vernon added, glaring as though daring Harry to deny it. Well, "That's a surprise to me," Harry shot back, anger flaring so suddenly and fiercely that it drowned out all caution. And before either Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon could recover enough to shout after him, he spun on his heel, strode across the neatly clipped front lawn, stepped over the low garden wall, and marched away up Privet Drive without another glance behind him. He knew perfectly well he had made things worse. Later, when he returned, there would be consequences. There always were. His aunt and uncle would not forget his tone, nor the fact that he had walked away while they were still speaking. There would be shouting, accusations, perhaps punishment of some kind. But Harry could not bring himself to care just then. His mind was occupied by something far more urgent. He was almost certain the cracking sound had been made by someone apparating or disapparating. It had been unmistakably similar to the sharp, explosive crack Dobby the house elf made whenever he vanished into thin air. The thought came so suddenly that Harry stopped dead in the middle of the pavement. Could Dobby be here? In Little Whinging? In Privet Drive? Was it possible the elf had been watching him, following him even at this very moment? Harry turned sharply and stared back down the street. Privet Drive lay still and empty beneath the fading evening light. No movement. No sign of anyone. And Harry knew Dobby could not turn invisible. He began walking again, though he barely noticed where he was going. He had wandered these streets so often over the past few weeks that he no longer needed to think. His feet carried him automatically along familiar paths and around familiar corners. Every few steps he glanced back over his shoulder, his heart giving a small leap each time at the slightest movement of shadow or flicker of light. Someone magical had been there. He was sure of it. Someone magical had been close to him as he lay hidden among Aunt Petunia's dying begonias. So why hadn't they spoken?
Why hadn't they revealed themselves? Why hadn't they told him anything? Why were they hiding?
His frustration swelled hotter and hotter as he walked, until it seemed to burn inside him.
And then, just as suddenly, the certainty began to fade.
Maybe it hadn't been magic at all. Maybe he had imagined it. Maybe he had become so desperate, so hungry for the smallest sign from the world he truly belonged to, that he was hearing magic in ordinary sounds. Could it simply have been a car backfiring?
A door slamming? Something breaking in a neighbor's kitchen?
The thought hit him like a weight. A dull, hollow feeling spread through his stomach, and with it came that familiar hopelessness that had haunted him all summer, rolling over him once again like a cold wave. Tomorrow morning the alarm would drag him awake at 5, so he could pay the owl that delivered the daily profit. But what was the point anymore? These days Harry barely looked at the front page before tossing the paper aside in disgust. The fools who ran it were blind, or worse, pretending to be blind. The day they finally admitted that Voldemort had returned, it would be splashed across every headline in huge black letters. That was the only news Harry cared about. If he was lucky, there might also be letters. Letters from Ron. Letters from Hermione. But even that thought no longer brought much comfort. At first, he had snatched up every envelope with desperate hope, certain there would be answers inside.
There never were.
We can't say much about you-know-who, obviously. We've been told not to mention anything important in case our letters are intercepted. Things are busy here, but I can't explain in writing. There's loads happening. We'll tell you when we see you. When we see you. Harry clenched his jaw.
When exactly was that supposed to be? No one ever said.
Hermione had written, "I expect we'll be seeing you quite soon" in his birthday card, but quite soon meant nothing. A few days, a few weeks, a month. As far as Harry could gather from their maddeningly vague hints, Ron and Hermione were together somewhere, probably at the Burrow. The thought made his chest tighten. He could picture it too clearly. The two of them laughing together in Ron's cluttered kitchen, talking in low voices about everything they refused to tell him, surrounded by warmth and noise and magic, while he was trapped here in Privet Drive under the blazing sun and the Dursleys' watchful eyes. The unfairness of it made anger rise inside him all over again. In fact, he had been so furious on his birthday that he had thrown away the 2 unopened boxes of Honeyduke's chocolates they had sent him. He had regretted it later, of course, especially after Aunt Petunia had placed a limp, wilted salad in front of him for dinner that night.
What? Harry wondered bitterly. Could Ron and Hermione possibly be so busy doing? And why? Out of everyone? Was he the one left behind with nothing to do but wait? Why wasn't he included? Hadn't he already proved over and over again that he was capable of handling more than either of them? Had everyone simply forgotten everything he had been through? Forgotten that it was he who had stood in that graveyard and watched Cedric Diggory die? He who had been bound to a cold stone tombstone while Voldemort rose again before his eyes? He who had come within inches of death and somehow escaped?
Don't think about it. Harry had ordered himself the same thing countless times that summer. Don't think about the graveyard. Don't think about Cedric.
Don't think about Voldemort.
It was bad enough that the memories came for him at night without invitation, dragging him back into the darkness in his dreams. He did not need them invading his waking hours as well. He turned into Magnolia Crescent, his footsteps slowing for a moment as he passed the narrow alley beside a garage, the place where he had first seen Sirius after learning the truth about him. The memory tugged at him sharply. Sirius, at least, understood. Or seemed to. True. Sirius's letters were just as empty of real information as Ron's and Hermione's. They never contained proper explanations, never the answers Harry wanted, but at least Sirius wrote like he knew Harry was suffering. At least there was sympathy in his words instead of infuriating secrecy.
I know this is difficult for you.
Keep your head down and stay out of trouble. Be patient.
Don't do anything reckless.
Harry scowled as he crossed Magnolia Crescent, turned onto Magnolia Road, and headed toward the dark shape of the playground in the distance. By and large, he thought angrily. He had followed Sirius's advice. He had not done anything reckless. He had not lashed out. He had not tied his trunk to his broomstick and flown halfway across the country to the Burrow on his own, though he had thought about it
more than once.
In fact, considering how trapped, furious, and helpless he felt being stranded in Privet Drive for so long, reduced to hiding in flower beds just to overhear scraps of Muggle news, Harry thought he had behaved remarkably well. Still, it was difficult to accept lectures about caution from Sirius Black. Sirius Black, who had spent 12 years in Azkaban.
Sirius Black, who had escaped.
Sirius Black, who had then, apparently, set out to commit the very murder he had been imprisoned for in the first place. Sirius Black, who was now hiding from the Ministry while flying around on a stolen hippogriff. Harry gave a short, humourless laugh under his breath. Don't do anything rash, indeed. Reaching the park, Harry grabbed the top of the locked gate and vaulted over it easily, landing on the dry, yellowed grass beyond. The playground was deserted, silent beneath the darkening evening sky. It looked abandoned, just like the streets around it. He crossed toward the swings and dropped heavily onto the only one Dudley and his gang had somehow failed to destroy. Wrapping one arm around the cold metal chain, he pushed himself back slightly and stared down at the dusty ground beneath his trainers. He would not be able to use the flowerbed again.
Not after tonight.
Tomorrow he would have to find some new way to listen to the news without being caught.
Another hiding place.
Another miserable evening of waiting. In the meantime, there was nothing ahead of him but another sleepless night. Or worse,
Sleep.
if he was lucky, he would simply lie awake.
If he wasn't, the nightmares would come.
Sometimes they dragged him back to the graveyard, Cedric falling, Voldemort rising, the cold marble of the tombstone against his back.
Other nights were different, but no less disturbing.
He dreamed of long, endless corridors stretching into darkness. Doors,
Always doors. Locked doors.
corridors that twisted and twisted until they ended in blank walls. He supposed the dreams had something to do with the way he felt during the day, trapped, shut in, unable to move forward no matter how hard he tried.
As he sat there, his old scar prickled suddenly on his forehead.
Harry lifted a hand to touch it. The sensation was familiar now, sharp, hot, uncomfortable. But he no longer fooled himself into believing anyone would find it important.
Not Ron. Not Hermione.
Not even Sirius. There had been a time when his scar hurting meant something.
A warning.
A sign that Voldemort was near, or angry, or growing stronger. But Voldemort was back now. Back in the open. Back in the world. So if Harry wrote to tell them his scar was hurting again, they would probably answer with calm, practical words. It's only natural. Nothing to panic about. Probably to be expected.
Old news.
Harry's jaw tightened. He hated those words more than anything. A fierce sense of injustice rose inside Harry so suddenly and so powerfully that for a moment he thought he might actually shout aloud into the empty night. The unfairness of it all seemed almost too much to bear. If it had not been for him alone, no one would even know that Voldemort had returned. No one would have seen Cedric die. No one would have escaped that graveyard alive to bring back the truth. Harry had faced Voldemort, survived him, and carried the warning back to the wizarding world. And what had he received in return? 4 endless weeks trapped in little whinging, cut off from everything that mattered, abandoned in the middle of summer like an inconvenience nobody knew what to do with, while others whispered in secret and busied themselves with mysterious plans. Harry was left crouching beneath Aunt Petunia's dying begonias just to overhear nonsense about water-skiing budgerigars on the evening news. The humiliation of it burned almost as much as the anger. How could Dumbledore of all people have set him aside so easily? How could Ron and Hermione be together somewhere, sharing secrets and adventures without even asking him to come? And how much longer was he expected to endure Sirius's endless advice to stay put and be patient and keep out of trouble, as though Harry were a child to be managed instead of the one person who had seen Voldemort rise again? At times, the urge to write to the Daily Prophet himself became almost unbearable just to force the blind idiots who ran it to print the truth. The furious thoughts spun endlessly through his mind, one after another, feeding each other, growing hotter and more poisonous, until his insides seemed to twist with rage. Around him, the summer night deepened slowly and heavily, warm and velvety as dark cloth being pulled across the sky. The scent of dry grass and sun-baked earth filled the still air, and the only sound was the distant, steady murmur of traffic somewhere beyond the park railings. Harry had no idea how long he sat there on the swing, one hand wrapped around the cold metal chain, staring at the dusty ground and sinking deeper into his thoughts, before the sound of voices broke through them and made him look up sharply. The street lamps from the roads around the park cast pale, hazy pools of light across the darkness, enough to throw a group of approaching figures into silhouette as they crossed the grass. One of them was singing loudly badly, and with several crude words shouted for emphasis while the others laughed in that rough, careless way boys did when they were too pleased with themselves. Beneath the noise came another sound, the soft, steady ticking of bicycle wheels as several expensive racing bikes were wheeled along beside them. Harry recognized them instantly. The broad figure at the front could only be Dudley Dursley. His cousin was making his slow, swaggering way home across the park, surrounded by his loyal gang like some overfed king returning from battle. Dudley was still enormous. There was no disguising that, but the past year had changed him. Months of strict dieting, forced upon him after a school nurse's alarming report, and the discovery of boxing had altered the shape of him somewhat. He was less round now, though no less large, his bulk becoming heavier and harder. Uncle Vernon never missed a chance to brag to anyone who would listen that Dudley had recently become the junior heavyweight inter-school boxing champion of the Southeast. The noble sport, as Uncle Vernon liked to call it, had made Dudley more dangerous than ever. In primary school, Dudley had simply been big. Now he was big and trained to hit harder, faster, and more accurately. Harry no longer feared him, not really, but he did not see why anyone should celebrate Dudley learning to punch people better. The children in the neighborhood certainly didn't. They were terrified of Dudley and his gang. In fact, they were nearly as frightened of him as they were of that Potter boy, whom parents had warned was a violent delinquent attending St. Brutus's secure centre for incurably criminal boys. Harry watched the dark shapes moving closer through the grass and wondered idly who they had been tormenting tonight. Who had they shoved around? Who had they chased? Who had they hit? Without meaning to, he found himself thinking fiercely.
Turn around. Come on. Turn around and see me. I'm right here. All alone. Come and try it.
If Dudley's gang spotted him sitting there, they would come straight for him. Harry knew it. They would never resist the chance. And then what would Dudley do? He would not dare back down in front of his friends. Not now. Not when he had built himself up into some sort of champion. But at the same time, Dudley would be afraid of Harry, afraid of what Harry might do. The thought gave Harry a grim sort of pleasure. He could picture it already. Dudley torn between pride and fear, trying to save face wire hard. Don't you? Harry looked sideways at him.
What?
Carrying that thing. Harry's grin returned.
What thing?
Dudley glanced nervously at Harry's pocket.
That thing you've got hidden.
So you're not quite as stupid as you look after all, are you? Dud, Harry said, his voice thick with mockery as he pulled his wand from his pocket with deliberate slowness, watching with grim satisfaction as Dudley's eyes flickered nervously toward it at once. Though I suppose if you really were that stupid, you'd never manage to walk and talk at the same time. Dudley's heavy face tightened. You're not allowed to use that, he said quickly, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed him. I know you're not. You'd get kicked out of that freak school." Harry gave a short, humourless laugh and twirled the wand between his fingers. "And how do you know they haven't changed the rules?" Big D. "They haven't," Dudley muttered, though he no longer sounded sure of himself. Harry's grin widened, crueler now. "Haven't got the guts to take me on without it, have you?" Dudley snarled, his fists clenching at his sides. Harry's eyes hardened. Funny. Coming from someone who needs 4 mates behind him before he can beat up a 10-year-old. Tell me, that boxing title you keep bragging about, how old was your opponent? 7? 8? He was 16. Dudley snapped furiously, taking a step closer, and he was unconscious for 20 minutes after I was done with him. And he was twice your size. Harry raised his eyebrows in fake admiration. Wow! Terrifying. Dudley's face flushed dark red. Just wait till I tell Dad you had that thing out. Harry barked a laugh. Running to Daddy now. Is his brave little boxing champion scared of nasty Harry's wand? Dudley's lip curled. Not so brave at night, are you? Harry frowned, glancing around at the darkness of the alley. This is night. Diddykins. That's what we call it when it gets dark. I mean, when you're in bed. Dudley spat, and this time there was something ugly and triumphant in his voice that made Harry stop dead. For a second they simply stared at each other in the narrow darkness. "What do you mean?" Harry asked slowly. "What am I supposed to be scared of, pillows?" Dudley let out a harsh laugh. "I heard you last night," he said, breathing harder now with excitement. Talking in your sleep, whimpering, Harry felt something cold and heavy drop straight through him. "Last night, the graveyard, Cedric." Dudley's voice rose into a shrill, mocking falsetto. "Don't kill Cedric! Don't kill Cedric!" Harry froze. The walls of the alley seemed suddenly closer, the darkness deeper. "Who's Cedric?" Dudley jeered. "Your boyfriend." "You're lying," Harry said, automatically. But his mouth had gone dry because he knew at once Dudley wasn't lying. How else could he know that name? Dudley laughed again, louder this time, feeding on Harry's expression. "Dad, help me! Dad!" he squealed mockingly. "He's going to kill me! Dad, boo-hoo!" "Shut up," Harry said quietly. But there was something in his voice now that made the words sound dangerous. Dudley ignored him. "Mum! Help! He's killed Cedric! Dad, he's going to kill me!" "Shut up," Harry said again, louder, stepping closer. "Shut up! Dudley, I'm warning you." But Dudley only laughed harder. "Dad, help! He's killed Cedric. He's going to don't point that thing at me." Harry realized he had raised his wand without even meaning to. It was aimed straight at Dudley's chest. Dudley stumbled backward until his shoulders hit the cold brick wall of the alley. And then, for one blinding second, Harry felt every year of hatred for Dudley pounding through him like fire in his blood years of fists, laughter, locked cupboards, cruel jokes, fear, and humiliation all boiling up together until he wanted to strike, wanted to curse Dudley so badly he'd have to crawl home on his hands and knees like an insect, twitching and helpless. "Don't you ever talk about that again," Harry snarled through clenched teeth. Advancing another step, Dudley's eyes were wide now, his breath quick and shallow. "Point it away from me! Do you understand me?" Harry hissed. "Point it somewhere else!" "Do you understand me?" Harry shouted. "Get that thing away!" For Dudley suddenly gave a strange, choking gasp, a violent shudder passing through his whole body as though ice-cold water had been poured over him. And in that same instant, the air around them changed. Something had changed in the night so suddenly and so completely that for one disorienting instant Harry could not understand what he was seeing, or rather, what he was no longer seeing. The deep indigo sky, only moments before scattered with stars, had become a solid sheet of blackness, blank and empty as though the heavens themselves had been extinguished. The moon had vanished. The stars had vanished. Even the faint yellow glow of the street lamps at either end of the alley had disappeared as if swallowed whole. The distant growl of traffic from the road beyond the houses had died away. The soft rustle of leaves in the warm summer breeze had ceased. The heat of the evening vanished in a breath and was replaced by a freezing, unnatural cold so sharp it felt like knives against Harry's skin. Total darkness wrapped itself around them, thick, absolute. Suffocating darkness, silent and impenetrable. As though some enormous invisible hand had thrown an icy black cloak over the alley and sealed them inside it. For one wild, impossible second, Harry thought he had somehow done magic without meaning to. Despite all his effort to hold it back, despite the fact that he had been fighting every instinct not to use his wand, but his mind caught up with him almost at once. He couldn't have done this. He didn't have the power to snuff out the stars. He spun his head from side to side, his heart hammering violently against his ribs, trying to force his eyes to make sense of the blackness. But the darkness pressed against them like a blindfold, heavy and smothering. Then Dudley's voice broke through the silence, high and shaking with terror, so close to Harry's ear that it made him jump.
"What are you doing?" Dudley stammered. "Stop it." "I'm not doing anything," Harry snapped, his own voice sounding harsh and thin in the freezing dark. "Shut up and stay still." "I can't see," Dudley whimpered, panic rising in his voice. "I've gone blind. I said shut up."
Harry stood perfectly still, every muscle rigid, turning his useless eyes from side to side. The cold was unbearable now, creeping through his clothes and into his bones. He was shaking uncontrollably. Goosebumps prickled up his arms and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. He opened his eyes as wide as he could, straining for the slightest shape, the smallest movement, but there was nothing.
Nothing visible. It couldn't be. They couldn't be here. Not here.
Not in Little Whinging. Harry held his breath and listened. He would hear them first. He always heard them first.
"I'll tell Dad," Dudley wailed somewhere beside him. Where are you? What are you doing?" "Will you shut up?" Harry hissed furiously. "I'm trying to listen."
He stopped. Every part of him froze. He had heard it. The sound he had been dreading. There was something else in the alley. Something besides the two of them. A long, slow, rattling breath scraped through the darkness, wet, hoarse, and hungry. Harry felt a bolt of pure terror shoot through him so violently it made his knees weak.
Cut it out!" Dudley shouted hysterically. "Stop doing it! I'll hit you! I swear I will!" "Dudley, shut!"
Wham! Something smashed into the side of Harry's head so hard it lifted him clean off his feet. White sparks burst behind his eyes.
Pain exploded through his skull.
For the second time that night, it felt as though his head had been split in two. The next instant he hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs, and his wand flew from his hand into the darkness.
"You idiot, Dudley!" Harry yelled through tears of pain as he scrambled desperately onto his hands and knees, sweeping his hands over the filthy ground in blind panic.
He heard Dudley stumbling away in terror, crashing into the fence and bouncing off it.
"Dudley, come back!" Harry shouted. "You're running right at it!"
A terrible scream split the darkness a high squealing shriek of horror, and Dudley's footsteps stopped abruptly. At the exact same moment Harry felt it.
A wave of cold. Not in front of him.
Behind him,
A deeper cold. A living cold.
The kind of cold that sucked the warmth from the air and hope from your chest.
Harry's blood turned to ice.
There was more than one.
Dudley, Harry screamed into the darkness. Keep your mouth shut. Whatever you do, keep your mouth shut.
His hands scrabbled frantically across the ground like spiders, searching wildly among gravel and broken glass and damp earth.
Wand, he gasped. Where's my wand? Come on, come on.
His fingers closed on nothing.
Lumos, he shouted desperately into the dark. The spell burst from Harry's lips automatically, spoken more from blind desperation than thought, because he needed light to find his wand, light to see, light to fight, and to his utter disbelief and overwhelming relief. A bright white glow flared only inches from his right hand. The tip of his wand had ignited. Harry snatched it up so quickly his fingers almost slipped on the handle, scrambled to his feet, and spun around.
And his stomach lurched so violently it felt as though it had turned inside out. A towering, hooded figure was gliding toward him through the darkness, smooth and silent, floating inches above the ground as though it had no weight at all. No feet showed beneath the ragged hem of its robes. No face could be seen within the deep black hood. It seemed less like a creature and more like a hole torn in the night itself, drawing in light, warmth, and hope as it came.
Harry staggered backward and raised his wand with shaking hands.
Expecto Patronum. A thin silver wisp of vapour burst weakly from the tip of his wand and drifted through the air. The Dementor slowed, but only for a second. The spell had not worked. Harry tripped over his own feet and nearly fell as he scrambled backward again, panic flooding his mind so completely he could barely think. Concentrate. He had to concentrate. Grey hands slid slowly from the folds of the creature's robes.
Long fingers. Slimy fingers. Scabbed fingers.
They reached for him. A roaring sound filled Harry's ears. Expecto Patronum. His voice sounded far away.
Small. Weak.
Another thread of silver mist drifted feebly from his wand, thinner and fainter than before. It wasn't enough.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't cast it. Inside his head came laughter. High and cold and cruel. Shrill laughter. He knew that laughter.
He could smell the Dementor. Now its breath was rotting and freezing and foul, filling his lungs as though he were drowning in death itself. Think. Think of something happy.
Anything.
But there was no happiness.
Not now. Not here.
The icy fingers closed around his throat. The laughter inside his skull rose louder and louder and louder. And then a voice whispered through his mind. A cold voice.
A terrible voice.
Bow to death, Harry. It might even be painless. I would not know. I have never died. Harry's heart lurched.
Voldemort. He was going to die.
He was never going to see Ron again. Never going to see Hermione again.
And suddenly,
their faces flashed into his mind with startling clarity. Ron laughing. Hermione smiling.
Alive. Real. Waiting.
Harry sucked in a breath and screamed. Expecto Patronum. Something enormous erupted from the tip of his wand. A blazing silver stag burst into the darkness, radiant and shining like moonlight forged into life. Its great antlers struck the Dementor full in the chest where a heart should have been and hurled it backward as though it weighed nothing at all. The creature flew through the air like smoke caught in a gale, and as the stag charged forward with pounding hooves of silver light, the Dementor swept upward and away, bat-like and defeated.
"This way!" Harry shouted hoarsely.
He spun and sprinted down the alley, holding his glowing wand high above his head.
"Dudley!" he yelled. "Dudley!"
He had barely taken a dozen steps before he saw them. Dudley lay curled on the ground, his huge body twisted awkwardly, his hands clamped tightly over his face. And crouched over him,
"Another Dementor?"
its slimy grey hands gripped Dudley's wrists and were slowly, almost gently, prying them away from his face. Its hooded head was lowering,
as though to kiss him. "Get it!" Harry roared.
At once came the thunder of hooves. The silver stag charged past him in a blaze of light. The Dementor's hooded face was less than an inch from Dudley's when the stag's antlers caught it and flung it high into the air. It rose, screaming silently into the darkness, and vanished after its companion. The stag galloped to the end of the alleyway, paused for one shining second, and dissolved into silver mist. Everything came back at once. The moon, the stars, the yellow glow of the street lamps. Warmth rushed back into the air. A summer breeze swept through the alley. Leaves rustled in nearby gardens. The distant growl of cars on Magnolia Crescent filled the silence once more. Harry stood frozen, breathing hard, every nerve in his body still vibrating with shock. The sudden return to normal life felt unreal. His T-shirt clung to him. He was soaked in sweat. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the wand. He stared blankly ahead.
"Dementors. Here."
In little whinging. Dudley was still lying on the ground, curled into himself and whimpering softly, trembling all over. Harry bent down, meaning to see if he could move him.
But then he heard it. Footsteps. Fast. Running. Coming toward them.
Harry wheeled around instantly, raising his wand again. Out of the darkness came Mrs. Fig,
Panting.
wild-eyed. Her wiry grey hair was escaping from its hairnet in every direction. Her tartan carpet slippers were half off her feet, and a string shopping bag clanked wildly against her leg as she ran. Harry instinctively moved to hide his wand. But before he could,
"Don't put it away, you idiot boy!" Mrs. Fig shrieked, doubling over and gasping for breath. "What if there are more of them?" She straightened and glared furiously down the alley. "Oh, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher!"
Chapter 2, A Peck of Owls.
"What?" Harry said blankly, staring at her as though she had suddenly started speaking another language.
Mrs. Fig threw her hands into the air in despair.
"He left," she cried shrilly, wringing her bony fingers together so hard they looked as though they might snap. "Ran off to see someone about a batch of cauldrons that supposedly fell off the back of a broomstick. Cauldrons? At a time like this. I told him I'd skin him alive if he went. And now look what's happened. Dementors. Right here. Oh, I'll murder him."
She spun in a frantic circle, her tartan slippers slapping against the pavement, wild grey hairs escaping from her hairnet in every direction. It's only thanks to Mr. Tibbies I knew. Lucky I'd set him watching under that car. But there's no time standing about move. We've got to get you home before they come back. Oh, this is going to cause trouble. Terrible trouble. Harry barely heard the rest. His mind had snagged on something else entirely. He stared at her.
This odd old woman.
This cat-mad, cabbage-smelling old neighbour who always tried to feed him stale cake and show him photographs of her cats.
You know what Dementors are, he stammered. You're a witch.
Mrs. Fig rounded on him.
I'm a squib, she snapped furiously. As Mundungus knows perfectly well, so how exactly was I supposed to fight off Dementors, eh? Wave my handbag at them. He left you without protection after I specifically told him not to. Harry blinked. Mundungus, he repeated. He's been following me. Then suddenly it clicked.
His eyes widened.
Hang on, it was him? That cracking noise he apparated from outside my house? Yes, 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 Mrs. Fig said impatiently, flapping one hand. But luckily I'd stationed Mr. Tibbies nearby just in case, and he came tearing off to warn me, but by the time I got there you'd already gone. And now, oh heavens above, what's Dumbledore going to say?
She suddenly spotted Dudley lying on the alley floor.
Still pale, still trembling,
still curled in on himself.
You, she shrieked, get your great fat backside off the ground this instant.
Harry stared. You know Dumbledore? He asked incredulously. Mrs. Fig looked scandalized.
Of course I know Dumbledore. Who doesn't know Dumbledore? She snapped. Now move. If they come back, I'll be about as much use as a damp sponge. I've never successfully transfigured so much as a tea bag.
She bent down and seized Dudley's arm with both hands.
Up, she wheezed, tugging. Get up, you useless lump.
Dudley didn't move. Whether he couldn't or wouldn't, Harry couldn't tell. He lay there shaking violently, his face the colour of old paper, lips clamped shut so tightly they were white. His tiny eyes rolled in panic.
I'll do it, Harry muttered.
He grabbed Dudley under the arm and heaved. The effort nearly tore his shoulder out. With enormous strain, he managed to drag Dudley upright. Dudley wobbled dangerously the moment Harry let go. He looked ready to faint. Sweat gleamed on his face.
His knees buckled. Hurry up, Mrs. Fig squealed.
Harry slung Dudley's massive arm around his shoulders and staggered toward the street under the weight. Dudley sagged against him like a sack of wet cement. Mrs. Fig tottered ahead, peering anxiously around every corner.
Keep your wand out, she barked as they reached Wisteria Walk. Never mind the statute of secrecy. Now there'll be chaos anyway. Might as well be hanged for a dragon as an egg. This is exactly what Dumbledore feared. Underage magic restrictions be damned. What's that at the end of the street? Oh, just Mr. Prentice. She spun around again. Don't put your wand away, deep boy. How many times do I have to tell you I'm useless?
Harry clenched his wand in one hand and hauled Dudley with the other. It was nearly impossible.
Every step made his back scream.
Dudley's huge feet dragged uselessly across the pavement. Harry jabbed him irritably in the ribs.
Walk.
But Dudley barely reacted. He was limp with terror.
What I don't get, Harry panted, struggling beneath Dudley's weight, is why you never told me you were a squib.
Mrs. Fig gave a bitter little laugh. Dumbledore's orders, she said shortly. I was to watch you, keep an eye on you, but not tell you anything you were too young. She glanced sideways at him. And I'm sorry I made those visits so miserable. Harry blinked.
What?
She sniffed. The Dursleys would never have let you come if they thought you liked it there. I had to make it unpleasant. Harry stared.
All those years?
The stale cake, the cabbage smell, the endless cat photos. Mrs. Figg wrung her hands again. But oh dear, when Dumbledore hears about this. She groaned.
How could Mundungus leave? He was meant to stay until midnight. Where is that idiot now? And how am I supposed to tell Dumbledore what happened? I can't apparate.
Harry shifted Dudley higher onto his shoulder with a grunt.
I've got an owl, he gasped. You can borrow her.
His spine felt like it was about to snap clean in half.
Harry, you don't understand, Mrs. Figg cried in a voice shrill with panic as she hurried ahead of them, wringing her knotted old hands so tightly it looked as though she might twist them apart. Dumbledore has to know at once this very second. The Ministry has ways of tracking underage magic. Don't you see? They'll know already. I'm telling you, they'll know. Harry stumbled along beneath Dudley's enormous weight, his shoulder aching and his back screaming with every dragging step. But I was driving off Dementors, he protested breathlessly. I had no choice, I had to use magic. Surely they'll care more about why Dementors were in Little Whinging than the fact I defended myself. Mrs. Figg let out a hopeless groan and threw up her hands. Oh, my dear boy, if only that were true Mundungus Fletcher. I am going to kill you, she suddenly shrieked. Stopping so abruptly, Harry nearly crashed into her. There was a deafening crack, and out of thin air appeared a short,
grubby-looking wizard with bandy legs and a tattered overcoat hanging off his squat frame. A powerful smell of stale tobacco and cheap drink filled the air around him. His greasy ginger hair hung in strings around a mournful, unshaven face, and his drooping, bloodshot eyes gave him the expression of a miserable old hound. In one dirty hand he clutched a shimmering silvery bundle that Harry recognized instantly as his invisibility cloak. Mundungus blinked at them stupidly. "What's going on, Figgy?" he asked thickly, peering from Mrs. Figg to Harry and Dudley. "Thought I was meant to stay undercover?" Mrs. Figg seemed to erupt like a volcano. "Undercover!" she screeched. "I'll show you undercover. You useless, sneaking, thieving waste of space. Dementors! Dementors attacking the boy while you were off stuffing your pockets." Mundungus's mouth dropped open. "Dementors!" he repeated weakly. "Here! Yes! Here!" Mrs. Figg bellowed, advancing on him. "Here! You worthless pile of bat droppings! On your watch!" Mundungus looked horrified now, his eyes darting to Harry's sweaty face and Dudley's limp body. "Blimey! And where were you?" screamed Mrs. Figg. "Off buying stolen cauldrons. Didn't I tell you not to go? Didn't I?" Mundungus shuffled backward nervously. "Oh, well, it were, a very good business opportunity," he muttered. Mrs. Figg let out an outraged howl and swung her string shopping bag at his head. It hit him with a loud metallic clang. "Ouch!" Mundungus yelped, throwing up his arms. Judging by the sound, the bag was packed with tins of cat food, but Mrs. Figg kept whacking him with it, every blow punctuating her furious words. "And you had better be the one to tell Dumbledore. Clang! And you can tell him why you weren't there to help. Clang! Get off!" Mundungus howled, crouching lower. "Keep your hairnet on. I'm going. With another loud crack, he vanished into thin air, leaving only the lingering smell of tobacco and alcohol behind. Mrs. Figg stood panting in the middle of the road, her hairnet crooked and her shopping bag swinging wildly from one wrist. "I hope Dumbledore kills him," she said furiously, then spun around to glare at Harry. "Well, what are you waiting for? Move!" Harry tightened his grip on Dudley's arm, shifted the dead weight higher on his shoulder with a groan, and staggered onward. Harry chose not to waste what little strength he had left, explaining that dragging Dudley's enormous weight was already close to impossible. Gritting his teeth, he hitched his cousin higher against his shoulder and lurched onward, each step uneven and painful as Dudley's limp body sagged heavier and heavier against him. Mrs. Figg hurried beside them as they turned into Privet Drive, her tartan slippers slapping against the pavement and her string bag clanking wildly at her side. She kept darting nervous glances into the shadows as though expecting another dark shape to slide from the night at any second.
"I'll see you right to the house," she muttered breathlessly, "just in case those horrors come back. Oh, mercy. What a disaster this is. And you had to defend yourself. You actually had to use magic. After all the warnings." Dumbledore said under no circumstances. She wrung her hands in agitation, almost tripping over her own feet. Well, no use crying over spilled potion now. The whole cauldron's exploded.
Harry shifted Dudley again and gasped between breaths. So, Dumbledore had people watching me. Mrs. Figg shot him an impatient look, as though the answer were obvious. Naturally he did. Did you think he'd leave you wandering around alone after everything that happened in June? Honestly? Boy, for someone people call clever. She stopped abruptly as they reached number 4 and jabbed a finger toward the front door. Inside. Stay there. I dare say someone will contact you very soon. Harry tightened his grip on Dudley and frowned. What about you? What are you doing? Going straight home, she said, shivering as she peered up and down the dark street. I'll wait for instructions. And you stay indoors. Good night. Wait, Harry called after her at once. I need to know. But she was already trotting away into the darkness. Slippers flapping and bag rattling, her figure shrinking until the night swallowed her whole. Harry stood there for half a second, furious and exhausted, 1,000 unanswered questions burning in his mind. Then Dudley groaned and nearly collapsed, forcing Harry to stagger forward once more. With aching legs and a throbbing back, he dragged his cousin up the short path toward number 4. The hallway light shone through the frosted glass of the front door. Harry shoved his wand back into the waistband of his jeans, rang the bell, and watched as Aunt Petunia's stretched, wavering silhouette approached through the rippled pane.
Diddykins! Honestly, where have Diddy? What's happened to my precious boy?
Harry glanced sideways just in time to duck away. Freed of Harry's support. Dudley teetered uncertainly, his face turning a sickly green. For one dreadful second, he seemed to freeze. Then he bent double and vomited violently all over the doorstep. Aunt Petunia shrieked so loudly the whole street must have heard.
Diddy, what's wrong?
Her scream brought Uncle Vernon charging out of the living room, his huge body shaking with alarm, his walrus moustache flapping wildly as he thundered down the hall.
What happened to my son?
Together, they seized Dudley and hauled him over the threshold, both of them hopping frantically to avoid stepping in the mess on the mat.
He's sick, Vernon. What is it? Son, tell Dad. What happened?
Did someone feed you something strange?
Why are you filthy, sweetheart? Were you attacked? Uncle Vernon's face darkened in sudden fury.
Were you mugged? Did someone jump you? Aunt Petunia gave another piercing scream. Call the police, Vernon. Call the police. Diddy, darling, speak to Mummy. Tell me who did this to you. The whole house erupted into chaos. Questions flew from every direction. Dudley whimpered. Aunt Petunia fluttered around him in hysterics. Uncle Vernon bellowed over everyone. And in the middle of it all, nobody noticed Harry, which was exactly how he wanted it. Keeping close to the wall, Harry slipped inside unnoticed just before Uncle Vernon slammed the door shut with a bang, while the Dursleys half-carried, half-dragged Dudley toward the kitchen in a storm of panic and shouting. Harry crept silently toward the staircase, every muscle aching, his head pounding, and his mind still racing with the cold memory of hooded figures in the dark. "Who did this to you, son? Just tell us who it was." Uncle Vernon boomed, his face swollen purple with outrage. "Give me names, I'll sort them out myself."
"Quiet! Vernon! Quiet!" Aunt Petunia cried shrilly, fluttering around Dudley with trembling hands. "He's trying to speak. Didikins, darling, what happened? Tell Mummy."
Harry had already placed one foot on the first stair when Dudley's weak, shaky voice croaked from the kitchen.
"Him." Harry stopped dead. Every muscle in his body tightened, his eyes squeezed shut for the briefest second as he braced himself.
Then it came. "Boy, get in here." Harry slowly lowered his foot back to the floor. A hot mixture of anger and dread twisted inside him as he turned and walked toward the kitchen. The bright, spotless room seemed almost unreal after the suffocating darkness of the alley. Every polished surface gleamed beneath the harsh lights. Aunt Petunia was fussing over Dudley, easing him into a chair while dabbing frantically at the front of his leather jacket with a dishcloth. Dudley still looked ghastly, his face pale green, his skin clammy and sweating. Uncle Vernon stood by the sink like a guard dog ready to attack. His tiny eyes narrowed into furious slits as they locked onto Harry.
"What?" he growled, each word heavy with menace. "Did you do to my son?" "Nothing," Harry said flatly. He knew it was pointless. Uncle Vernon had already decided otherwise.
Uncle Vernon took a threatening step forward.
"Don't lie to me."
Aunt Petunia leaned over Dudley, her voice quivering. "What did he do, sweetheart? Was it—" She glanced fearfully at Harry and lowered her voice to a whisper. "Was it, you know what? Did he use his thing?" Dudley, still shuddering, gave a slow, trembling nod.
"I didn't," Harry snapped.
Aunt Petunia wailed as though stabbed.
Uncle Vernon's fists clenched. "I didn't do anything to him," Harry shouted over them. "It wasn't me, it was."
But before he could finish, there came a sudden, sharp screech from above. A large owl shot through the open kitchen window like a feathery missile. It swooped so low it narrowly missed Uncle Vernon's head, sending him ducking with a yell. The owl swept across the kitchen in one clean arc and dropped a thick parchment envelope right at Harry's feet. Without pausing, it wheeled around in midair, its wingtip skimming the top of the refrigerator, then darted back out into the night. For one stunned second, nobody moved. Then Uncle Vernon roared,
"Owls!"
He slammed the kitchen window shut so hard the glass rattled.
"Owls again. I will not have owls coming in and out of my house."
But Harry barely heard him. His heart had leapt into his throat. He dropped to his knees, tore open the envelope with shaking fingers, and yanked out the letter inside. His eyes flew over the page. "Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the Patronus charm at 23 minutes past 9 this evening in a Muggle-inhabited area and in the presence of a Muggle." Harry's stomach dropped. The words blurred for a second before he forced himself to keep reading. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. Harry felt the blood drain from his face.
Expelled.
His fingers tightened around the parchment so hard it crumpled. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offence under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August. Harry stood frozen in the middle of the shining kitchen, the letter shaking in his hands. For a moment he forgot Dudley, forgot Uncle Vernon, forgot Aunt Petunia's panicked breathing. There was only one word echoing in his mind, over and over.
Expelled. At the bottom of the page, in neat official writing, it read, "Hoping you are well.
Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic." Harry read the letter again.
And then once more.
The words did not seem real. Around him, Uncle Vernon was still shouting. Aunt Petunia was shrieking over Dudley, who had begun retching again into the sink, but their voices sounded distant, muffled, as though coming through thick walls. Inside Harry's head there was only cold silence. One thought had struck him and frozen everything else. He had been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Expelled.
It was finished. There would be no more castle corridors, no more lessons, no more Quidditch, no more Gryffindor Tower, no more Ron and Hermione. He was never going back. Harry lifted his eyes. Uncle Vernon's face was blotchy purple with rage, his fists still raised threateningly. Aunt Petunia clung to Dudley, who was pale and sweating and gagging helplessly. Then, like a spark catching dry paper, Harry's thoughts suddenly snapped back into motion. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand.
His wand. Panic shot through him.
There was no time.
He had to leave immediately. He didn't know where he would go.
Didn't know what he would do. But one thing was clear. Whether he was inside Hogwarts or cast out of it forever, he needed his wand. Almost without thinking, moving as though in a dream, Harry pulled it from his jeans and turned toward the door. "Where do you think you're going?"
Uncle Vernon's roar shook the kitchen.
Harry kept walking.
Uncle Vernon stormed across the room and planted himself in the doorway, blocking Harry's path.
"I'm not finished with you, boy."
"Move," Harry said quietly. Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged. "You'll stay right here and explain what happened to my son."
Harry's hand tightened on his wand.
"Get out of the way!" "No."
Harry raised the wand.
"If you don't move," he said, his voice low and shaking with fury, "I'll jinx you." Uncle Vernon sneered, though Harry noticed a flicker of fear.
"You can't scare me with that stick. I know you're not allowed to use it outside that lunatic asylum you call a school." Harry's laugh was cold and bitter.
"That lunatic asylum just threw me out."
He pointed the wand directly at Uncle Vernon's chest. "So now I can do whatever I like."
Uncle Vernon flinched.
"You've got 3 seconds, Harry said.
1. Uncle Vernon's face twitched. 2.
Then
Crack!
The sound exploded through the kitchen.
Aunt Petunia screamed. Duck! Uncle Vernon yelled, throwing himself sideways. Harry spun around at once, heart hammering, searching wildly for the source. Again tonight. A noise he hadn't caused. He spotted it instantly.
A barn owl sat outside on the kitchen windowsill, dazed and ruffled, blinking in confusion after smashing into the closed glass.
Uncle Vernon let out a howl of fury. Owls!
Ignoring him completely, Harry dashed to the window and yanked it open. The owl thrust out one leg. A small scroll of parchment was tied to it. Harry snatched the note free. The owl shook itself indignantly and vanished into the night at once. Harry unrolled the message with trembling fingers. The writing was rushed and blotchy. Black ink smeared across the page.
Harry.
Albus Dumbledore has just arrived at the Ministry and is trying to sort it all out. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Arthur Weasley. Harry stared. Dumbledore was trying to sort it out.
What did that mean?
Was there still hope? Could Dumbledore stop the Ministry? Could he somehow reverse the expulsion? Could Harry still return to Hogwarts? A tiny spark of hope flared painfully in Harry's chest. Then panic crushed it. How was he supposed to refuse to surrender his wand without using magic? Would Ministry officials arrive and simply take it? Would he have to fight them? Would he have to duel Ministry wizards in the middle of Privet Drive?
And if he did? Azkaban?
The thought slammed into him like ice. If he fought Ministry official, an expulsion would be the least of his problems. He would be lucky to avoid Azkaban. Harry's thoughts were spinning so fast they almost made him dizzy.
He could run.
He could bolt out the back door right now, disappear into the night, and take his chances before the Ministry caught up with him. Or he could stay exactly where he was and wait for them to arrive. The idea of running tugged at him fiercely. But Arthur Weasley had warned him to stay put, and if anyone could untangle a disaster like this, it was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore had solved worse.
Much worse.
Harry drew a breath.
Right, he said suddenly. I've changed my mind. I'm staying.
He dropped heavily into a chair at the kitchen table and stared across it at Dudley and Aunt Petunia. The Dursleys blinked. Aunt Petunia looked helplessly toward Uncle Vernon.
Uncle Vernon's temple vein was bulging and pulsing so violently it looked as though it might burst.
Who, he snarled, are all these blasted owls from... Harry strained his ears toward the outside world, listening for footsteps, cracks, or anything that might signal approaching Ministry officials. It seemed easier to answer than to let Uncle Vernon start roaring again. The first one, Harry said flatly, was from the Ministry of Magic. They expelled me. The what? Bellowed Uncle Vernon. The second one, Harry continued, was from my friend Ron's dad. He works at the Ministry.
Uncle Vernon looked as though he might explode.
Ministry of Magic, he thundered. People like you in government.
He threw up his arms in outrage.
Well, that explains everything. Everything. No wonder the country's going to ruin. Harry ignored him.
Uncle Vernon glared, then demanded, "And why exactly have you been expelled?"
Harry answered without expression.
Because I did magic. Oh!
Uncle Vernon slammed his fist down on top of the refrigerator so hard It sprang open. Packets of Dudley's low-fat snacks spilled out and burst across the floor.
"So you admit it?" he roared. "What did you do to my son?" "Nothing," Harry snapped. "That wasn't me." "Was?" Everyone turned.
Dudley had spoken.
His voice was weak and hoarse.
At once Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon flapped their hands wildly at Harry to be quiet while they bent low over Dudley as though he were delivering his final words. "Go on, son," said Uncle Vernon gently.
"Tell Mummy," whispered Aunt Petunia, white-faced and trembling.
Dudley swallowed. He pointed his wand at me.
"Yeah, I did," Harry burst out, "but I didn't use—" "Shut up!" bellowed Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon together.
Harry clenched his jaw. "Go on. Dudders," Uncle Vernon said softly, though his moustache quivered with rage. "Then what happened?" Dudley shuddered. "All went dark," he muttered. His voice shook. "Everything went dark." He licked his lips.
"And then I heard things." Aunt Petunia gasped. Uncle Vernon's face drained slightly.
"Things," Aunt Petunia whispered.
In my head."
Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exchanged a look of absolute horror.
Magic they hated. Madness they feared almost as much.
Harry, despite the cold knot of dread in his own stomach, felt a flicker of curiosity. Dementors force people to relive their worst memories. Harry had heard screaming, seen the graveyard, felt the cold terror of his parents' deaths.
But Dudley!
What could Dudley possibly have heard? What memory could haunt a spoiled, pampered bully like him? What happened next? "Son?" Uncle Vernon asked in a hushed voice, the sort of tone one might use beside a hospital bed. Dudley's whole body trembled.
"I tripped," he stammered. "And then—" He broke off.
His eyes were wide and unfocused. His face shone with sweat. And for the first time in Harry's life, Dudley Dursley looked truly afraid. Harry understood at once. Dudley was remembering that dreadful sensation, the freezing, suffocating cold that seemed to seep straight into your lungs while every scrap of hope and happiness was torn away. "Horrible," Dudley croaked, his voice weak and shaky. "Cold. Really cold." Uncle Vernon drew himself up and tried to sound calm, though the strain in his voice was obvious, while Aunt Petunia pressed a trembling hand against Dudley's forehead, as if checking for fever. "Right," Uncle Vernon said stiffly. "And then what happened? Dudders?" Dudley swallowed hard, his huge body still quivering, felt as if you'd never be happy again, Harry said flatly, unable to stop himself. Dudley whispered, "Yes," and shuddered violently once more. At once Uncle Vernon's voice exploded back to its usual thunderous roar as he straightened to his full height. "So," he bellowed, "you put some crackpot spell on my son so he'd hear voices and think he was doomed to misery forever, did you?" Harry's temper flared instantly. "How many times do I have to tell you?" he shouted. "It wasn't me. It was a couple of dementors." Uncle Vernon blinked furiously. "A couple of what's this rubbish?" "Dementors," Harry said slowly and clearly, enunciating every syllable as though speaking to someone very stupid. "2 of them." Uncle Vernon stared. "And what in blazes are dementors?" Before Harry could answer, Aunt Petunia spoke in a small, tight voice that made everyone turn toward her in shock. "They guard the wizard prison. Azkaban." Silence slammed into the kitchen. For 2 long seconds nobody moved or breathed, Then Aunt Petunia clapped both hands over her mouth as though she'd uttered the foulest swear word imaginable. Uncle Vernon gaped at her. Harry's mind reeled. Mrs. Figg knowing about magic was one thing, but Aunt Petunia, how do you know that?
Harry demanded, staring at her in disbelief. Aunt Petunia looked horrified with herself. She darted a frightened glance at Uncle Vernon, then lowered her hand just enough to reveal her clenched teeth. "I heard that awful boy telling her about them years ago," she said jerkily. Harry's anger sharpened. "If you mean my mum and dad, why can't you use their names?" he snapped. But Aunt Petunia ignored him completely. She looked pale and rattled, as though the memory itself disgusted her. Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing, aside from the one furious outburst years ago, when Aunt Petunia had shrieked that his mother was a freak. She had never once mentioned Lily. Yet somehow she had kept this scrap of information hidden all these years, despite spending every waking moment pretending the magical world didn't exist. Uncle Vernon opened his mouth, shut it, opened it again, shut it once more. Then finally croaked, as though he'd forgotten how words worked.
So they, they actually exist then? These dementi whatsits? Aunt Petunia gave a stiff, frightened nod. Uncle Vernon's small eyes darted wildly from Aunt Petunia to Dudley and then to Harry, as though he were waiting for one of them to suddenly burst out laughing and yell, "April Fool." When nobody did, he opened his mouth once more, clearly struggling to produce words, but before he could manage it, the third owl of the evening arrived. It shot through the still open kitchen window like a feathery cannonball and crashed onto the table with a loud clatter, making all three Dursleys jump violently. Harry lunged forward, snatched the official-looking envelope from the owl's beak, and tore it open, while the bird immediately launched itself back into the night. Uncle Vernon stomped to the window and slammed it shut with unnecessary force. "Enough. Effing owls," he muttered darkly. Harry unfolded the parchment with shaking hands and read quickly. The ministry had changed its mind. They were no longer coming to destroy his wand immediately. He could keep it until the disciplinary hearing on the 12th of August, where his fate would be decided. Following talks with the headmaster of Hogwarts, the matter of his expulsion would also be reviewed there. For now, he was only suspended pending further inquiry. Harry read the letter once, twice, then a third time, hardly believing it. The terrible knot of dread in his chest loosened a little. He was not expelled, not yet. The crushing hopelessness eased, though only slightly, because now everything depended on that hearing. "Well," Uncle Vernon demanded, dragging Harry back to the kitchen. "What now? Have they sentenced you?" "Do your lot have the death penalty?" he added hopefully. "I've got to go to a hearing," Harry said shortly. "And they'll sentence you there." "I suppose so," Uncle Vernon sniffed. "I won't give up hope." Then Harry ignored him and pushed back his chair. Well, if that's all he wanted desperately to get away, to think in peace, maybe write to Ron.
Hermione or Sirius, but Uncle Vernon roared so loudly the kitchen seemed to shake. "No! It ruddy well is not all. Now sit back down." Harry spun around, his patience gone. "What now?" he snapped. Uncle Vernon jabbed a thick finger toward Dudley. "Dudley! I want to know exactly what happened to my son." "Fine!" Harry shouted. And in his fury, a spray of red and gold sparks burst from the tip of the wand he was still gripping. All three Dursleys recoiled in terror. Harry clenched his jaw and forced himself to speak quickly before his temper got worse. "Dudley and I were in the alley between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. Dudley started mouthing off to me. I pulled out my wand, but I didn't use it. Then two Dementors showed up. But what are Dementoids?" Uncle Vernon bellowed furiously. "What do they do?" Harry glared at him. "I told you they suck all the happiness out of you." he said, through gritted teeth. And if they get the chance, they kiss you. Kiss you? Uncle Vernon repeated, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Kiss you? It's what they call it when they suck the soul out of your mouth, Harry said flatly.
Aunt Petunia gave a thin, strangled scream. His soul. They didn't take he's still got his... She grabbed Dudley by the shoulders and shook him frantically, as though expecting to hear something rattling loose inside him. Of course they didn't take his soul. You'd know if they had, Harry said, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Uncle Vernon puffed himself up, trying to regain control of a situation that had clearly spiraled far beyond him. Fought 'em off, did you, son? He said loudly, forcing a tone of rough approval. Gave 'em the old one too. Did you? You can't give a Dementor the old one too, Harry snapped through gritted teeth. Then why's he all right? Uncle Vernon demanded, gesturing wildly at Dudley. Why isn't he empty? Then... Because I use the Patronus.
Whoosh! A fourth owl exploded out of the kitchen fireplace in a whirl of ash and feathers, scattering soot everywhere as it landed. For God's sake! Roared Uncle Vernon, clutching at his moustache and yanking out tufts of hair in sheer frustration. I will not have owls here. I will not tolerate this.
But Harry had already rushed forward, untying the parchment from the owl's leg. His heart leapt. This had to be from Dumbledore. Finally, explaining everything. The Dementors, Mrs. Figg, the Ministry. What was going to happen next? Instead, the handwriting made his stomach sink. It was serious.
Ignoring Uncle Vernon's continuing rant, Harry squinted through the drifting dust and read the short message. Arthur's just told us what's happened. Don't leave the house again. Whatever you do.
Harry flipped the parchment over, expecting some explanation, some reassurance. Anything, but there was nothing. His frustration surged back stronger than ever. That was it. No well done for fighting off 2 Dementors alone. No answers. Both Sirius and Mr. Weasley sounded as though he'd done something wrong. A peck-pack of owls flying in and out of my house. I won't have it. Boy, I won't. Uncle Vernon was still bellowing.
I can't stop the owl, Harry shot back, crushing Sirius's letter in his fist. I want the truth about what happened tonight, Uncle Vernon barked. If it was those Dementoids who hurt Dudley, then why have you been expelled? You admitted you did your... you-know-what.
Harry closed his eyes for a second and drew a slow, steady breath. His head was pounding again, his nerves stretched to breaking point. More than anything, he wanted to get out of that kitchen, away from the shouting, the accusations, the suffocating tension, and be alone to think. I did the Patronus charm to drive the Dementors away, Harry said, speaking slowly and carefully, forcing his voice to stay calm. It's the only spell that works against them.
Uncle Vernon stared at him in outrage. But what were these Dementoids doing in Little Whinging? Couldn't tell you, Harry said tiredly. No idea.
The harsh strip light above them seemed to drill into Harry's skull. His headache was pounding now, and the anger that had kept him upright was draining away, leaving only exhaustion. The Dursleys stood there staring at him as though he were some dangerous animal that had started talking.
It's you, Uncle Vernon said suddenly, jabbing a finger at Harry. It's got something to do with you, boy. I know it. Why else would they come here? Why else would they be in that alley? You've got to be the only, he choked, clearly unable to bring himself to say the word wizard. The only you-know-what for miles around. I don't know why they were here, Harry muttered.
But even as he said it, Uncle Vernon's words sparked something in Harry's exhausted brain. Why had the Dementors come to Little Whinging? It couldn't be chance that they had appeared in the exact alley where he and Dudley were walking. Had they been sent? Had the Ministry somehow lost control of them? Or worse, had they abandoned Azkaban and joined Voldemort, just as Dumbledore had warned they might?
"These Demembers," Uncle Vernon said, stumbling over the word again. "They guard some sort of freak prison." "Yes," Harry said automatically.
If only his head would stop throbbing, if only he could get upstairs, collapse into the darkness of his bedroom, and think.
Uncle Vernon's face suddenly lit with ugly triumph. "Ha! They were after you. They came to arrest you," he declared. "That's it, isn't it? Boy, you're on the run from the law." "Of course I'm not," Harry said sharply, shaking his head as though he could physically dislodge the pain and confusion. His thoughts were racing too fast now.
Then why?
"He must have sent them," Harry whispered, almost to himself.
What? Barked Uncle Vernon. Who must have sent them?
Harry looked up, his face grim. Lord Voldemort.
He noticed vaguely how strange it was that the Dursleys, who usually flinched at words like magic, wizard, or wand, didn't react at all to the name of the darkest wizard alive. "Lord, hang on," Uncle Vernon muttered, squinting as his tiny piggy eyes narrowed in thought. Recognition slowly dawned across his face. "I've heard that name before. That was the one who—"
"Murdered my parents. Yes," Harry said flatly. "But he's gone," Uncle Vernon said impatiently, as if discussing the weather. Not the slightest flicker of sympathy crossed his face. "That giant bloke said so. He's gone."
Harry felt the weight of the words settle over him like lead.
"He's back," he said quietly.
Standing there in Aunt Petunia's spotless kitchen, beside the gleaming top-of-the-range fridge and the enormous widescreen television, calmly discussing Lord Voldemort with Uncle Vernon, felt completely unreal to Harry. The arrival of the Dementors in Little Whinging seemed to have shattered the invisible barrier that had always separated Privet Drive from the magical world. His two lives, the ordinary, miserable life with the Dursleys, and the dangerous, extraordinary life of magic had somehow collided. Everything felt upside down. The Dursleys were asking questions about magic. Mrs. Figg knew Albus Dumbledore. Dementors had attacked him in an alleyway. And now he might never return to Hogwarts. The pounding in Harry's head worsened.
"Back," Aunt Petunia whispered.
Harry turned toward her. Startled by the expression on her face, she was looking at him in a way she never had before. And suddenly, for the first time in his life, Harry felt with absolute clarity that Aunt Petunia was Lily's sister, his mother's sister. He couldn't have explained why the realization struck him so hard at that moment. Perhaps it was because, for once, he wasn't the only one in the room who understood what Voldemort's return meant. Aunt Petunia's large, pale eyes, so unlike Lily's green ones, were not narrowed in disgust or anger. They were wide with fear, the fierce denial she had clung to for years, pretending there was no magic and no world beyond the narrow boundaries of Privet Drive, seemed to have fallen away. "Yes," Harry said quietly, speaking directly to her now. "He came back a month ago. I saw him." Aunt Petunia's bony hands tightened around Dudley's huge shoulders, as though trying to protect him.
"Hang on," Uncle Vernon said, looking back and forth between his wife and Harry, clearly bewildered by the strange understanding suddenly passing between them. "Hang on, this Lord Voldy thing is back."
"Yes." "The one who murdered your parents?" "Yes."
"And now he's sending dismembers after you?" "Looks like it," Harry said grimly. Uncle Vernon sucked in a breath, His face darkened and swelled until it seemed even larger and purpler than usual. He hitched up his trousers with a jerk, chest puffing out as though he were preparing for battle.
"Well," he said, voice trembling with fury. "That settles it." Harry stared at him.
"You can get out of this house, boy." "What?" Harry said blankly.
"You heard me out," Uncle Vernon roared so loudly that even Dudley and Aunt Petunia jumped. "Out! Out! I should have done it years ago. Owls treating this place like a blasted post office. Puddings exploding, half the sitting room destroyed. Dudley's tail, Marge, floating around the ceiling. That flying Ford Anglia. Out! Out! You've had it. You're finished. You're not staying here while some lunatic's after you. You're not endangering my wife and son. You're not bringing your freakish trouble down on us. If you're going the same way as your useless parents, then I've had enough. Out!"
Harry stood frozen where he was.
The letters from the ministry, from Mr. and from Sirius were crushed tightly in his fist. Their words blazed in his mind.
"Don't leave the house again, whatever you do."
"Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house."
"You heard me!" Uncle Vernon bellowed, leaning so close that Harry could feel hot flecks of spit hitting his face. His purple features were twisted with rage. "Get going! You were desperate to leave half an hour ago. Well, I'm helping you. Out! And don't you ever darken our doorstep again. Why we ever kept you in the first place, I'll never know." Marge was right. It should have been the orphanage. We were too soft. Thought we could beat it out of you. Thought we could make you normal. But you've been rotten from the start, and I've had enough owls.
The fifth owl of the night came hurtling down the chimney so fast it actually smacked into the floor before shooting back upward with a furious screech. Harry instinctively reached for the scarlet envelope tied to its leg, but it flew right over his head and straight toward Aunt Petunia. She screamed and ducked, throwing her arms over her face. The owl dropped the red envelope squarely onto her head, then wheeled around and vanished back up the chimney. Harry sprang forward, but Aunt Petunia grabbed the envelope first. "You can open it if you like," Harry said quickly, "but I'll hear it anyway. That's a howler."
"Let go of it, Petunia!" Uncle Vernon roared. "Don't touch it. It might be dangerous."
"It's addressed to me." Chapter 3. Advance Guard. Harry had barely made it to his room before panic and fury took over completely. The words were still ringing in his ears. Dementors, expulsion, ministry hearing, stay inside, don't use magic, and none of it made any sense. The moment he slammed the bedroom door behind him, he grabbed parchment and a quill with shaking hands. He scribbled the same desperate message 3 times.
"I've just been attacked by Dementors, and I might be expelled from Hogwarts. Want to know what's going on and when I'm going to get out of here?"
1 letter was for Sirius, 1 for Ron, 1 for Hermione. Hedwig wasn't there. Her cage sat empty on the desk. Harry began pacing. Back and forth across the dark room he stalked like a trapped animal, too angry and exhausted to sit still. His head throbbed violently where the window had hit him, and where Dudley's skull had crashed into his face. His back screamed from dragging Dudley all the way home. Every part of him hurt. But the pain only fed his rage. Each time he passed the window, he shot furious looks into the calm, starry night.
How had this happened?
Dementors had attacked him. Mrs. Fig Batty. Mrs. Fig was somehow part of the wizarding world. Mundungus Fletcher had been secretly watching him. The ministry had expelled him, then unexpelled him, then summoned him to a hearing.
And still nobody would tell him anything.
Worse than that, everyone kept ordering him around.
Stay in the house. Don't do magic. Don't leave. As though he was some stupid child.
As though he hadn't just fought off 2 Dementors alone.
His anger boiled over.
As he passed his school trunk, he lashed out and kicked it hard. Pain shot through his toe.
Ah!
Harry hopped, clutching his foot, swearing under his breath. The fresh pain only made everything worse. Then, just as he limped past the window again, there was a sudden whisper of wings. Hedwig glided silently through the open window like a pale ghost. She landed gracefully on top of her cage, carrying a dead frog in her beak and looking at Harry with wide amber eyes.
About time, Harry snapped.
Hedwig's stare became cold and offended. "You can put that down," Harry said sharply. "I've got work for you." He snatched up the 3 letters, rolled them tightly, and fastened them to her leg with a leather strap. "Take these straight to Sirius, Ron, and Hermione," he ordered. "And don't come back without proper replies. Long ones, if you have to. Peck them until they write." Hedwig gave an indignant, muffled hoot through the frog.
Yes, yes, muttered Harry. Go!
She launched herself back into the night immediately. The room felt emptier the second she was gone. Harry collapsed onto his bed without even changing clothes. He lay flat on his back, staring up at the dark ceiling. His anger was still there. So was the fear. So was the pounding in his head. But now another feeling crept in too. Guilt. He hadn't meant to snap at Hedwig. She was the only friend he had in this house.
The only one.
He closed his eyes. When she came back, he'd make it up to her. If she came back with answers, maybe then, finally, he'd know what was happening. Harry was sure Hedwig would be back by morning. There was no way Sirius, Ron, and Hermione would ignore news like that not after a Dementor attack. He imagined waking up to 3 thick letters stuffed with sympathy, explanations, and, most importantly, a plan to get him out of Privet Drive and straight to the Burrow. That thought comforted him enough to drift into sleep. But morning came, and Hedwig did not return. Harry spent the entire day shut inside his bedroom. He left only to use the bathroom. 3 times Aunt Petunia shoved food through the cat flap Uncle Vernon had installed years ago, treating him more like an animal than a person. Each time he heard her footsteps approaching. Harry rushed to the door and tried to ask about the howler. Who sent it? What did it mean? What was "remember my last" supposed to mean? But Aunt Petunia ignored him completely. Talking to her was like talking to a wall. Or worse, a doorknob. The rest of the Dursleys avoided him entirely. Harry didn't bother going after them. Another argument would solve nothing, except maybe push him into doing more underage magic in anger, which would only make things worse.
So the days crawled by. 1,
2, 3. Harry swung between 2 miserable extremes. Sometimes he was so full of restless fury that he couldn't sit still. He would stomp endlessly around the room, glaring at the walls, furious at everyone for abandoning him, Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, everyone. Other times, all the energy drained out of him. He would lie flat on his bed for hours, staring blankly at the ceiling, barely able to move, his stomach twisting with dread whenever he thought about the hearing. What if they expelled him? What if they snapped his wand? The thought alone made his chest tighten.
What would he do then?
Where would he go?
He couldn't stay with the Dursleys forever. Not now.
Not after Hogwarts. Not after discovering the world where he actually belonged.
Could he live with Sirius?
Sirius had offered before. But Sirius was still a fugitive. Would the Ministry allow it? Would Harry be forced somewhere else?
Or worse?
Would they send him to Azkaban? That thought always made him sit bolt upright. Cold would rush through him. Then he'd start pacing again. On the fourth night, after Hedwig had flown off, Harry was in one of his numb moods, lying motionless on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, when the bedroom door opened. Harry turned his head slowly.
Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway.
He was wearing his best suit, and he had the kind of smug, self-satisfied expression Harry hated most. "We're going out," Uncle Vernon announced. Harry blinked.
"Sorry."
Vernon said slowly, as though speaking to an idiot, meaning your aunt, Dudley, and I are going out.
"Fine," Harry muttered, turning back to the ceiling.
"You are not to leave this room while we are away.
Okay.
You are not to touch the television, the stereo, or any of our possessions. Right. You are not to steal food from the refrigerator. Okay. I am going to lock your door." Harry didn't even bother looking at him. "You do that?" There was a pause. Harry could practically feel Uncle Vernon glaring suspiciously at him, as though certain this obedience was some sort of trick. Then Vernon huffed and stomped away. The door slammed shut. Harry heard the key turn in the lock.
Heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs.
A few minutes later came the sounds of car doors slamming,
The engine starting.
and finally the familiar roar of the car pulling out of the drive.
Silence.
Harry remained still on the bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time in days,
He was completely alone in the house.
Harry felt absolutely nothing as the Dursleys drove away. Their absence left no noticeable change in the house. It was just as silent, just as cold, just as miserable as before. He remained stretched out on his bed in the darkness, too drained even to reach for the lamp beside him. Gradually the room darkened around him until the corners dissolved into shadow. Through the open window came the soft noises of Privet Drive at night, the rustle of leaves in the warm breeze, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional bark of a dog far away. Harry listened to it all without really hearing. He was waiting for only one sound, the whisper of wings at the window, the arrival of Hedwig with answers, explanations, hope. But Hedwig did not come. The empty house creaked and groaned around him. Pipes gurgled in the walls. Somewhere downstairs wood clicked as it cooled in the night air. Harry lay there in a kind of blank stupor, staring into the darkness, his mind exhausted beyond thought, suspended between fear and misery. Then suddenly, a tremendous crash sounded from the kitchen below.
Harry bolted upright so fast his head swam. Every nerve in his body sprang awake. He sat rigid, listening.
The Dursleys couldn't be back. It was far too soon, and he hadn't heard the car. For a few seconds there was silence.
Then voices.
Harry slid off the bed at once. "Burglars?" But even as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Burglars didn't make that much noise. Burglars whispered. Whoever was downstairs was talking normally, loudly, carelessly. as though they had every right to be there. His heart pounding, Harry snatched up his wand from the bedside table and moved toward the bedroom door. He had barely raised it when... Click. The lock turned loudly. The door swung open.
Harry froze.
The dark landing lay empty before him.
No one was there. No movement. No sound.
He stood motionless for a second, listening so hard it hurt. Then, slowly and silently, he stepped out onto the landing and crept toward the stairs, wand raised.
And stopped dead.
There were people in the hall below.
A whole group of them.
8, maybe 9 figures, standing in shadow, their shapes black against the faint yellow streetlight filtering through the frosted glass of the front door. Every one of them was staring up at him. Harry's heart shot into his throat. He tightened his grip on his wand.
Lower your wand, boy, before you take someone's eye out, growled a rough, familiar voice from below.
Harry's breath caught.
He knew that voice.
But he did not lower the wand. "Professor Moody?" he asked uncertainly. The dark figure snorted.
I don't know about professor, growled the voice. Never got around to much teaching, did I? Get down here. We want a proper look at you.
Harry hesitated.
His arm trembled slightly.
He had every reason to distrust that voice. He had spent nearly a whole school year with the man he thought was Mad-Eye Moody, only to find out it had been an impostor.
A Death Eater. A man who had tried to kill him.
His heart hammered painfully against his ribs. Then another voice drifted up from below.
Hoarse. Calm.
Familiar.
It's all right, Harry, we've come to take you away.
Harry's breath caught in his throat.
He knew that voice too.
A voice he had not heard in over a year.
His heart leapt. Professor Lupin, he said disbelievingly. Is that you?
Before anyone answered, a third voice rang out, a woman's voice, brisk and unfamiliar. "Why are we all standing in the dark?" she said impatiently. "Lumos." A one-tip flared.
Warm magical light flooded the hall.
Harry blinked against the sudden brightness. The figures below came into focus. They were all crowded around the foot of the stairs, craning their necks, peering up at him, watching him intently. And for the first time in 4 endless days, for the first time since the Dementors had attacked, Harry felt something stir inside him.
Relief. Hope. And the wild, desperate feeling that at last
someone had come. The first face Harry recognized in the sudden light was Remus Lupin's. He stood nearest the foot of the stairs, looking up at Harry with a warm, familiar smile. Lupin still looked young, but only just. He seemed thinner than Harry remembered, pale and tired, as though he hadn't slept properly in weeks. There were more grey hairs threading through his light brown hair now, and his robes were patched and worn almost to rags. Yet despite all that, his smile was real.
Steady.
Kind. Harry tried to smile back, though he still felt too shocked to think straight.
Ooh, he looks just like I thought he would, said the witch, holding her wand up high.
Harry looked at her. She seemed the youngest of the group. She had a pale, heart-shaped face, dark, sparkling eyes, and short, spiky hair dyed such a violent shade of purple it practically glowed in the wand light.
"Watch her, Harry," she said brightly.
Harry blinked. Before he could respond, a deep, slow voice came from farther back. "Yeah, I see what you mean. Remus," said a bald black wizard wearing a long robe and a single gold hoop earring. "He looks exactly like James." Harry's heart gave a strange little jump.
"His father."
Then another voice, thin and wheezy.
"Except the eyes," said an elderly silver-haired wizard standing at the back of the crowd. "Lily's eyes."
Harry felt suddenly awkward under all their stares. Then Moody's harsh growl cut through the moment.
Mad-Eye Moody was glaring up at him suspiciously.
He looked every bit as battered and dangerous as Harry remembered long, grizzled grey hair hanging around his scarred face, a large chunk missing from his nose, and those two wildly mismatched eyes.
One was normal, small, dark, and sharp.
The other was enormous, bright electric blue, spinning and whirling in its socket. Harry knew it could see through walls, through doors, through the back of Moody's own head. "Are you quite sure it's him, Lupin?" Moody growled. Harry stiffened. "It'd be a nice lookout if we bring back some Death Eater impersonating him, or to ask him something only the real Potter would know." Moody's magical eyes swiveled and fixed on Harry. "Unless anyone brought Veritaserum." Harry swallowed. Lupin didn't seem offended. Instead, he looked calmly at Harry and asked, "Harry, what form does your Patronus take?" Harry blinked.
"A stag," he answered quickly.
Lupin nodded.
"That's him, Mad-Eye." Moody grunted.
Harry, painfully aware that everyone was still staring at him, began descending the stairs. He shoved his wand into the back pocket of his jeans as he came down. "Don't put your wand there, boy!" roared Moody, so suddenly Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. "What if it ignites? Better wizards than you have lost buttocks." Harry yanked it out at once. The purple-haired witch looked fascinated.
"Who do you know who lost a buttock?" she asked eagerly. "Never you mind," snapped Moody. "Just keep your wand out of your back pocket. Elementary wand safety. Nobody cares anymore."
He clumped off toward the kitchen, wooden leg thumping loudly on the floorboards.
"And I saw that," he barked suddenly.
Harry turned and saw the purple-haired witch rolling her eyes. She looked startled.
Moody's magical eye, apparently, had been watching behind him.
Lupin stepped forward and held out his hand.
Harry shook it.
Lupin's grip was warm and firm.
"How are you?" Lupin asked quietly, studying Harry's face. "Fine," Harry lied.
He could barely believe any of this was happening.
4 weeks.
4 weeks of silence. 4 weeks of waiting. 4 weeks trapped in Privet Drive with no explanation, no rescue, no plan. And now suddenly, a whole crowd of witches and wizards stood in the Dursleys' hallway like this had all been arranged for ages. Harry glanced around at the others. They were still looking at him with intense curiosity. He suddenly became horribly aware that he hadn't combed his hair in 4 days.
Harry muttered awkwardly. "You're lucky the Dursleys are out." "Lucky," laughed the purple-haired witch. "That was me."
She grinned proudly. Sent him a letter by Muggle post saying they'd been shortlisted for the All-England Best-Kept Suburban Lawn competition. Harry stared. She looked delighted. "They're off to the prize-giving right now," she said cheerfully. Then she smirked. Or at least, they think they are. Harry could barely believe what he was seeing. After days of silence, worry, and endless waiting, his empty house was suddenly full of witches and wizards. Remus Lupin stood closest, looking older and wearier than Harry remembered, with more grey in his hair and robes patched nearly beyond repair. Yet his kind smile was unchanged. Beside him stood a young witch with bright violet spiky hair and sparkling dark eyes, grinning as though she had just met a celebrity. "Watcher! Harry!" she chirped cheerfully, while a tall, bald wizard with a deep voice remarked that Harry looked exactly like James Potter, apart from Lily's unmistakable eyes. Even in the crowd, Mad-Eye Moody's scarred face and magical spinning blue eye were impossible to miss as he studied Harry suspiciously, demanding proof that he was the real Harry Potter and not some Death Eater in disguise. Only after Harry answered that his Patronus was a stag did Moody grudgingly accept him, as Harry descended the stairs. Trying to process everything, Moody barked at him for stuffing his wand into his back pocket, warning him darkly about wizards who had lost buttocks through poor wand safety. The strange purple-haired witch rolled her eyes, clearly used to Moody's constant paranoia. Lupin shook Harry's hand warmly and asked how he was, though Harry could hardly answer. After 4 days of isolation, anger, and confusion, it was surreal to find his kitchen crowded with magical people staring at him as if he were some sort of exhibit, embarrassed by his messy hair and crumpled clothes. Harry muttered that they were lucky the Dursleys were out, only for the violet-haired witch Tonks to proudly admit she had tricked them into leaving by sending a fake letter about the All-England Best-Kept Suburban Lawn competition. Harry almost laughed, imagining Uncle Vernon's reaction when he discovered the truth. Desperate now, Harry asked if they were leaving immediately and whether they were going to the Burrow. But Lupin explained that it was too dangerous and that they had set up a secret headquarters somewhere impossible to detect. One by one, Lupin introduced the others: Nymphadora Tonks, who hated being called Nymphadora, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Elphias Doge, Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore, and Hestia Jones. Harry awkwardly nodded to each of them, overwhelmed by the sheer number of people gathered just to escort him. Lupin explained that many had volunteered to come, while Moody growled that they were Harry's guard and that more protection was better. As they waited for the signal that it was safe to leave, Tonks wandered around the spotless kitchen, fascinated by the Dursleys' muggle appliances, while Harry's thoughts churned faster and faster. He had heard nothing for days, nothing from Ron, Hermione, Sirius, or Dumbledore, and now he was surrounded by mysterious people, talking about secret headquarters and danger, turning urgently back to Lupin. Harry blurted out the question that had been burning inside him ever since the Dementors attacked. What exactly was going on, and what was Voldemort doing now? The moment Harry uttered Voldemort's name, the kitchen erupted in uneasy reactions. Several witches and wizards hissed sharply, as though the very sound burned their ears. Daedalus Diggle dropped his purple hat yet again in alarm, and Moody barked at everyone to be quiet. Harry looked around, bewildered, but Moody quickly shut him down, warning that discussing anything there was too dangerous. His normal eye glared at Harry, while his magical blue eye stayed fixed stubbornly on the ceiling. Irritated, Moody muttered about it malfunctioning ever since that scum had worn it. Then, before Harry could even react, he jammed a hand into the socket and yanked the magical eye out with a horrible squelching sound. Tonks, unfazed, casually remarked that it was disgusting, while Harry stood frozen in shock. Moody, as if nothing unusual had happened, asked Harry for a glass of water. Harry fetched one from the sink, feeling the stares of the gathered wizards on him every step of the way. Moody dropped the magical eyeball into the water and stirred it around, the blue iris spinning wildly and staring at each of them in turn. Satisfied. Moody explained that he needed full 360-degree visibility for the journey back. Harry, still trying to keep up, asked how they were supposed to travel. Lupin answered calmly. Broomsticks. Harry was too young to apparate. The flu network would certainly be monitored, and creating an illegal portkey would be far too risky. Kingsley said Lupin had told them Harry was a strong flyer, and Lupin confirmed it with a faint smile before checking his watch and telling Harry to pack quickly. They had to be ready the moment the signal came, before Harry could protest. Tonks brightly volunteered to help. She followed him upstairs, glancing around the Dursleys' spotless house with open curiosity, commenting that it was too clean and almost unnatural. But when Harry opened the door to his own room and switched on the light, Tonks looked much more at home. Harry's bedroom was a complete disaster. After 4 days trapped inside, angry and restless, he had made no attempt to tidy anything. Books were scattered across the floor where he had tried reading to distract himself and then thrown them aside in frustration. Hedwig's cage badly needed cleaning and smelled unpleasant, while his trunk sat open on the floor with a chaotic mixture of wizard robes and muggle clothes spilling out. Harry hurriedly began scooping up books and throwing them into the trunk, desperate to leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Tonks wandered over to the wardrobe and examined herself critically in the mirror fixed inside the door, tugging thoughtfully at a strand of her bright purple hair. She mused aloud whether violet really suited her, or if it made her look a bit pale, even in the middle of fear, secrecy, and urgency. Harry found himself momentarily distracted by how bizarrely casual she seemed, as if sneaking him out of Privet Drive under threat of attack was just another ordinary evening. Harry looked up from the pile of books in his arms just in time to see Tonks studying her reflection with intense concentration. Before he could answer her question, she made up her own mind. Her face scrunched up as though she was trying to remember something difficult, and suddenly, right before Harry's eyes, her spiky violet hair melted into a vivid bubblegum pink. Harry nearly dropped his book in shock. He stared at her, mouth open, unable to believe what he had just seen. Tonks seemed completely unconcerned, tilting her head this way and that in the mirror to admire the new shade. She explained casually that she was a metamorph magus, someone born with the rare ability to change their appearance at will. Seeing Harry's confusion, she clarified that she hadn't used magic with a wand at all. It was simply part of who she was. She even boasted that during aura training she had earned top marks in concealment and disguise without needing to study, thanks to her natural gift. Harry's attention sharpened immediately at the word aura. Catching dark wizards was the only future he had ever really imagined for himself. He asked in awe if she truly was one, and Tonks proudly confirmed it, adding that Kingsley was an aura too, though much more experienced and senior. She had only qualified a year ago and admitted, with a laugh, that she had nearly failed stealth and tracking because she was so clumsy. She even asked if Harry had heard her smash a plate downstairs when they arrived. Harry hardly noticed. He was too fascinated. He asked eagerly whether being a metamorph magus could be learned. Tonks laughed and guessed he wouldn't mind hiding his scar now and then. Her eyes drifted toward the lightning bolt on his forehead. Harry mumbled that he wouldn't mind at all and instinctively turned away, uncomfortable as always when people stared at it. Tonks quickly explained that metamorph magi were extremely rare and born, not made. Most witches and wizards needed spells, potions, or magical objects to alter their appearance. Harry felt a stab of disappointment, but Tonks reminded him they were supposed to be packing. Guiltily. Harry grabbed more books, but Tonks waved her wand with an energetic flourish and shouted a spell, Instantly, books, robes, clothes, his telescope, and scales all shot up into the air and flew chaotically into the trunk. Harry watched in amazement as everything crammed itself inside in a tangled heap. Tonks peered down at the mess and admitted it wasn't exactly tidy. She explained that her mother had a knack for making things fold and pack neatly, even socks, but she had never mastered the exact flick of the wand. She tried to imitate it, hopefully. One of Harry's socks twitched weakly, wriggled for a second, and then flopped limply back onto the pile for the first time in days. Despite the danger, the ministry hearing, and the uncertainty hanging over him, Harry almost laughed. Tonks gave the overflowing trunk one last doubtful look, then shrugged and slammed the lid shut with satisfaction. "Well," she said brightly, "at least everything's in." She turned her wand toward Hedwig's cage and cast a quick cleaning spell. A few feathers and droppings vanished instantly, though Tonks admitted she had never been very good at household spells. Her attention then landed on the broom Harry was carrying, and her eyes widened in admiration. It was a firebolt, sleek, polished, and world-class, the fastest broom in existence, and one of Harry's most treasured possessions, especially because Sirius had given it to him. Tonks looked openly jealous, confessing that she was still stuck riding a Comet 260. Then, with her usual cheerful energy, she asked if Harry still had his wand in his jeans and whether both buttocks were intact. Clearly amused by Moody's earlier lecture, with a flick of her wand and the spell locomotor trunk, Harry's heavy trunk floated into the air and drifted obediently out of the room ahead of them. Tonks carried Hedwig's cage while Harry followed, clutching his firebolt, and together they headed back downstairs. In the kitchen, the strange scene had somehow grown even stranger. Moody had reinserted his magical eye, and it was spinning so rapidly after its rinse that Harry felt queasy just looking at it. Kingsley and Sturgis were inspecting the microwave with deep fascination, while Hestia Jones was giggling over a potato peeler she had discovered in one of the drawers. Lupin, calm amid the chaos, was sealing a letter addressed to the Dursleys. He looked up and announced they had about a minute before they needed to leave. He explained to Harry that he had written to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, telling them not to worry, that Harry was safe, and that they would see him again next summer. Harry dryly pointed out that the Dursleys wouldn't worry, in fact. The news would probably disappoint them. When Lupin added that Harry would return next summer, Harry protested, asking if he really had to. Lupin only smiled and gave no answer. Then Moody summoned Harry over. His tone was gruff and urgent as he explained he needed to cast a disillusionment charm on him. Harry had no idea what that meant and barely had time to ask before Moody smacked him hard on the top of the head with his wand. Harry felt a strange, cold sensation spread over him, like raw egg trickling down from the point of impact. Looking down, he saw that he had not turned invisible. His body had simply changed color and texture to match the kitchen cupboards behind him. He looked like a human chameleon, blending into the background. Tonks admired the effect enthusiastically. Moody unlocked the back door with his wand, and the entire group stepped out into Uncle Vernon's perfectly manicured garden under the dark, open sky. Moody's magical eye spun upward, scanning the heavens, and he muttered that it was a clear night, too clear for his liking, and that more cloud cover would have been safer. Then he began barking orders. Harry was to fly in close formation. Tonks would lead directly in front of him, and he was to stick close to her. Lupin would cover him from below. Moody would stay behind, and the others would circle around them for protection. No one was to break formation for any reason. Moody's voice grew even darker as he started explaining what would happen if one of them was killed, making the whole mission suddenly feel far more real and dangerous than Harry had yet allowed himself to believe.
Is that likely? Harry asked nervously when Moody started calmly discussing what to do if members of the group were killed. But Moody ignored the question completely and continued outlining the grim plan as though it were routine. If anyone fell, the others were not to stop or even break formation. If all of them were taken out and Harry somehow survived, another rear guard would intercept and escort him the rest of the way. Harry was to keep flying east no matter what. Tonks, trying to lighten the mood, joked that Moody should stop sounding so cheerful or Harry might think they weren't taking the mission seriously. Moody growled that he was only telling the boy the facts. Their job was to deliver Harry safely to headquarters, even if it killed them, before the mood could grow darker. Kingsley's deep, steady voice cut through the tension, reassuring everyone that nobody was going to die tonight.
Then Lupin suddenly pointed skyward and shouted for everyone to mount their brooms. The first signal had come. High above them, bright red sparks flared among the stars. Harry recognized them immediately as wand sparks. His pulse leapt. He swung one leg over his firebolt and wrapped his fingers around the polished handle. Beneath him, the broom trembled eagerly, as though it too had been waiting for this moment. A second shower of sparks exploded overhead, green this time, and Lupin gave the order to go.
Harry kicked hard off the ground.
The world dropped away beneath him in an instant. Cool night air rushed through his hair, and Privet Drive shrank rapidly below, the neat, square gardens and tidy streets turning into a dark patchwork. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, Harry felt truly free. The weight of the ministry hearing and the fear of expulsion, the loneliness, the waiting, all of it was swept away by the speed of the wind and the thrill of flying. His heart pounded with joy so fierce it almost hurt. He was soaring again. He was leaving Privet Drive behind. He was going home. For a few glorious moments, all his worries seemed tiny and meaningless beneath the vast black sky and the cold glitter of the stars. Moody's voice roared through the air behind him, snapping him back to reality. A muggle below had spotted them, and Harry jerked his broom sharply left as Tonks swerved in front of him. He saw his trunk and Hedwig's cage swinging wildly beneath Tonks's broom. Moody shouted for more altitude, and they climbed higher. The cold intensified as they rose. Harry's eyes watered from the freezing wind. Soon he could see almost nothing below, except scattered lights, car headlights and street lamps far beneath them. Somewhere among those lights might be Uncle Vernon's car, carrying the Dursleys back from the fake best-kept lawn competition. The thought made Harry laugh aloud, though the sound was swallowed by the rush of wind, the flap of robes, and the creaking of straps and harnesses. He had not felt this alive in weeks. Moody called another change in direction as a town glittered below, like a spider's web of lights. They banked right to avoid flying directly overhead, then shifted southeast, climbing toward a layer of low clouds ahead. Moody shouted that they could lose themselves in the clouds, but Tonks protested furiously that she didn't fancy getting drenched. Harry silently agreed. His hands were already going numb on the firebolt's handle, and the cold was cutting through him. He hadn't thought to bring a coat, and now he was beginning to shiver hard as the night air bit deeper into his skin. Still, despite the cold and the danger, he clung tightly to the broom and flew on. Under Moody's constant shouted directions, the group kept changing course through the freezing night sky. Harry's face was numb now, his eyes squeezed almost shut against the icy wind that whipped tears from them and made his ears ache painfully. He could only remember being this cold once before during the stormy Quidditch match against Hufflepuff in his 3rd year. Around him, the members of the guard wheeled and circled like great birds of prey, never holding the same position for long. One moment Kingsley swooped beside him, his bald head and gold earring catching the moonlight. The next, Emmeline Vance appeared with her wand drawn, scanning the darkness below. Then Sturgis Podmore replaced her. The The constant movement made Harry lose all sense of time. It felt like they had been flying for hours. Moody yelled for another turn, southwest this time, to avoid the motorway below. Harry glanced down and saw the endless streams of headlights moving like glowing snakes through the darkness. He found himself longing for the warmth inside those cars, and even more strangely, for the spinning discomfort of flue powder travel, because at least fireplaces were warm. The cold was creeping through his robes, through his gloves, through everything. His fingers felt frozen stiff around the firebolt. Then Moody suggested doubling back to make sure they weren't being followed.
Tonks exploded.
She screamed over the wind that they were all frozen to their brooms already, and if Moody kept sending them off course, they wouldn't arrive until next week. Besides, she shouted, they were nearly there. Harry silently agreed with every word. Then Lupin's voice came from below, calling for descent. Harry followed Tonks as she angled sharply downward. Ahead lay the biggest spread of lights he had yet seen, a vast city stretching in every direction, crisscrossed with bright roads and glowing grids, broken up by patches of deep blackness. Lower and lower they dropped. Soon Harry could make out individual chimneys, rooftops, television aerials, and street lamps. He wanted desperately to land, though he wasn't sure his frozen muscles would let him get off the broom. Tonks touched down first. Harry landed seconds later on a patch of rough, unkempt grass in the middle of a small square. The moment his feet hit the ground, his legs wobbled beneath him. He dismounted stiffly, shivering violently. While Tonks began unfastening his trunk, Harry looked around. The place was grim. The surrounding houses were dark, shabby, and neglected. Several windows were cracked or broken, paint peeled from the doors. Piles of rubbish lay rotting near the front steps. The whole square looked forgotten and miserable under the weak street lamps. Harry asked where they were, but Lupin only said quietly, "In a minute." Nearby, Moody was fumbling inside his cloak with clumsy, half-frozen hands until he pulled out what looked like a silver cigarette lighter. He raised it and clicked. The nearest street lamp went out with a soft pop. He clicked again.
Another lamp vanished.
Again and again he clicked until the entire square was swallowed in darkness. Only faint moonlight and a few dim glows behind curtained windows remained. Moody grunted that he had borrowed it from Dumbledore and called it a put-outer, useful for keeping muggles from spotting them. Then, without wasting another second, he seized Harry by the arm and hurried him across the road. Lupin and Tonks followed, levitating Harry's trunk between them, while the rest of the Order surrounded them with wands drawn. The thumping bass of loud music came from an upstairs window nearby. The smell of rotting rubbish hung thick in the air as they passed overflowing bin bags near a broken gate.
Then Moody stopped abruptly.
He thrust a piece of parchment toward Harry's still disillusioned hand and illuminated it with his wand.
"Read it quickly," he muttered, "and memorize it."
Harry looked down. The handwriting seemed oddly familiar.
It read,
"The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place." Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry stepped further into the gloomy hallway, his eyes adjusting slowly to the dim gaslight. The air felt thick with dust and decay, and every creak of the ancient floorboards echoed through the house like a warning. The peeling wallpaper hung in strips from the walls, and the threadbare carpet muffled their footsteps as the group shuffled inside. Moody slammed the front door shut and muttered a spell to seal it. The metallic clicks of locks and chains echoed sharply in the silence. Harry flinched as the sound bounced off the narrow walls. "Don't touch anything," Moody growled again, his magical eye spinning wildly in its socket as it scanned every dark corner. This place has more curses than a goblin bank vault. Tonks, still balancing Hedwig's cage in one hand, wrinkled her nose. Blimey, cheerful place, isn't it? A loud bang made Harry jump. Mrs. Black's portrait, hidden behind heavy curtains on the wall, had begun to stir. A horrible, rasping voice started to shriek from behind the fabric.
"Filth! Half-breeds! Blood traitors! Staining the house of my fathers!" "Shut her up!" hissed Lupin urgently.
Tonks dropped Harry's trunk with a crash and rushed forward with Lupin and Moody. They wrestled with the curtains, trying to force them shut over the portrait while the screaming grew louder and more hysterical.
"How dare you befoul this noble house?" "Honestly," muttered Tonks, panting as she yanked the curtains closed with a final snap.
The screaming cut off abruptly.
Harry stared, wide-eyed. "What was that?"
"Sirius's dear old mother," said Tonks, rolling her eyes. Lovely woman. A door opened further down the hall and a familiar voice called, "Harry!"
Harry spun around.
Sirius was hurrying toward him, thinner than ever but grinning broadly. Before Harry could say a word, Sirius seized him in a fierce hug.
"Harry, mate," Sirius said, pulling back and looking him over. "You okay?"
For the first time in days, Harry felt some of the tightness in his chest ease. "Yeah," he said, "I think so." "Come on," said Sirius, clapping him on the shoulder. "Come upstairs. We've all been waiting for you." Harry followed Sirius up the creaking staircase, leaving the dark hallway and the muttering adults behind. For the first time since the Dementors had attacked him in the alley, he felt as though he might finally get some answers. "Harry! Ron, he's here. Harry's here." Hermione pulled away at last, her face glowing with relief and happiness. She looked almost as though she might cry.
"Oh, Harry, we were so worried. We really were. We thought, well, we didn't know what to think."
Harry barely had time to answer before Ron pushed Hermione aside and seized Harry's hand, shaking it vigorously, while grinning from ear to ear.
"Harry, blimey, it's brilliant to see you."
Ron looked thinner and taller than before. His long nose was more prominent. His freckles stood out against his pale skin, and his bright blue eyes shone with excitement.
Come in, he said, dragging Harry into the room and shutting the door behind him.
Harry looked around. The room was dim and shabby like the rest of the house, with faded wallpaper peeling from the walls and a heavy layer of dust in the corners. 2 narrow beds stood on either side of the room, one of them clearly Ron's from the heap of maroon Chudley Cannon's robes strewn across it. The other had obviously been prepared for Harry. Pigwidgeon continued to zoom around their heads like a feathery bullet.
"Shut up, pig," Ron muttered, grabbing wildly for the tiny owl and missing. He's been mental ever since he heard we were coming downstairs.
"Let Hedwig out," Hermione urged him. "She'll want to stretch her wings." Harry hurried over to Hedwig's cage and opened it. Hedwig glided out gracefully, gave him an offended look as though she had not yet forgiven him for snapping at her. Days ago, then soared out of the room.
"So," said Harry, turning back to Ron and Hermione, anger bubbling up again beneath his relief. "You two want to tell me what's been going on?"
Ron and Hermione exchanged uneasy looks. "Well," said Ron. "We weren't allowed to say much in letters," Hermione said quickly, Dumbledore made us swear not to."
"Yeah," said Harry, his voice rising.
"Well, you could have told me something. I've been stuck in Privet Drive for 4 days. I've been attacked by Dementors, expelled from Hogwarts. Nearly had my wand snapped in half."
"You're not expelled," said Ron hotly.
"Hermione and I only found out 5 minutes before you did that the Ministry'd suspended you instead," said Ron. "And we did write to you," Hermione said, her voice shaking slightly. "We just—"
"Oh, yeah," Harry interrupted. "Don't leave the house. Oh, don't do magic. Don't surrender your wand." Brilliant advice. Really helpful.
"We were trying to keep you safe," Hermione snapped. Harry glared at her.
"Safe. By keeping me in the dark. While everyone else knew what was happening."
"No one knew exactly what was going on," said Ron. "Dad's been tearing his hair out at work, and Dumbledore's been in and out of the Ministry all week." Harry stared at them, breathing hard.
"So what is this place?" he demanded. "What's the Order of the Phoenix?"
Ron opened his mouth, but Hermione beat him to it. "We think it's some kind of secret society," she whispered. "Dumbledore's in charge of it."
"And Dad says it's for fighting you-know-who," said Ron quietly.
Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "So Voldemort really is back," he muttered. Neither of them corrected him. For a moment, none of them spoke. Pigwidgeon fluttered down onto the wardrobe and hooted softly. Then Ron said awkwardly, Fred and George are downstairs too." Harry looked up.
"And Ginny?" Ron added.
"And everyone's been waiting for you," Hermione said, smiling a little, though Mrs. Weasley's furious because Fred and George keep trying to use extendable ears to listen to the meeting. Despite everything, his anger, his confusion, the knot of fear inside him, Harry laughed. It felt strange and unfamiliar after the past few days. But for the first time since he had stepped into the alleyway with Dudley, surrounded by darkness and cold, he felt something like hope. Didn't work that well. Then, "Did it?" said Harry, doing his best to keep his voice even. "I mean, where were they when the Dementors turned up?" Ron looked at Harry as though he'd expected this reaction. "Well, they were keeping an eye out from a distance," he said awkwardly. "Mundungus Fletcher was supposed to be watching you that night."
"Mundungus Fletcher," Harry repeated. "He's in the Order," Hermione explained quickly. "Sort of."
Harry snorted.
"Sort of." "He's useful," said Ron, "though he's a bit unreliable."
Harry laughed bitterly.
"Unreliable? He disappeared? Mrs. Figg nearly killed him with a bag of cat food." Ron's ears went red.
"Yeah, we heard." Harry began pacing the room, Hedwig flapping back to the top of the wardrobe. "So," Harry said, his voice rising despite himself, "let me get this straight. Voldemort's back. Everyone knows something's happening. Everyone's meeting in secret and following me around, and I'm stuck in Privet Drive, being told to stay put and be a good boy." "We were only trying to protect you," Hermione burst out. Harry rounded on her.
"Protect me by not telling me anything, by letting me think I'd been abandoned." "No one abandoned you," Hermione shouted back, tears springing to her eyes. "We were worried sick."
Harry stared at her. He had rarely heard Hermione shout. "We wrote every day," she said, her voice shaking. "We just couldn't say anything useful because all our letters were being checked at headquarters. We asked Dumbledore over and over if we could tell you more."
"He said no," Ron finished quietly.
Harry stopped pacing. The anger was still there, hot and sharp inside him. But it was harder to hold on to with Hermione looking close to tears and Ron staring at the floor.
He sank down on the edge of the bed.
For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Harry muttered, I've had a terrible summer. Ron sat down beside him.
Yeah, he said, it looks like it.
Hermione perched on the other side. We'll tell you everything we know, she said quietly. We promise. Harry looked from one to the other. Start with the Order of the Phoenix, he said. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Well, said Ron, it's a secret society. Dumbledore founded it the first time Voldemort was powerful. And it's made up of witches and wizards who are fighting against him, Hermione added, like Dad and Lupin and Moody and Tonks.
And Sirius, said Harry.
Yeah, said Ron, Sirius too.
Harry absorbed this.
So what are they doing tonight? No idea, said Ron. Mum wouldn't let us in. Fred's and George's voices drifted faintly through the floorboards, followed by a loud thump and Mrs. Weasley yelling at them.
Ron grinned.
They've probably been trying to listen at the door again. Harry almost smiled.
Almost.
But the heavy feeling in his chest had eased slightly. He was still angry, still confused, still scared about the hearing. Yet sitting here between Ron and Hermione, with Hedwig nearby and the muffled noise of a house full of wizards around him, he felt less alone than he had in weeks. Harry was shouting so loudly that Hedwig took fright and soared off his shoulder to the top of the wardrobe, hooting angrily and ruffling her feathers.
Don't shout at us, Ron yelled back, leaping to his feet, his face as red as his hair. We've been stuck here cleaning and denoming the garden and listening to Mum tell us to stay out of the way. Yeah, Harry bellowed. Well, at least you've known what's going on.
We've told you. We haven't, Hermione cried, tears spilling down her face now. We've hardly seen anyone. Half the time we've been shut in here while the Order has meetings downstairs and we can't hear a word. Harry glared at her, breathing hard. His scar was prickling again. He pressed a hand to his forehead.
And what about me? He shouted. What about all the stuff I've had to deal with? I had Voldemort in my head all last year. Don't say his name. Ron and Hermione yelled together. Oh, get over it, Harry roared. I've seen him. I've fought him. He killed Cedric, and you're acting like saying his name's the worst thing in the world.
The room fell silent. Harry stood there panting, his fists clenched so tightly his nails were digging into his palms. Ron was staring at him, chest heaving. Hermione was sobbing quietly into her hands. For a few horrible seconds nobody moved. Then Ron said, in a much quieter voice, "We know it was awful, Harry." Harry looked at him. "We know," Ron repeated. "You don't have to keep proving it." Harry's anger seemed to drain away as suddenly as it had come, leaving him feeling hollow. He looked at Hermione, crying into her hands.
He began, but the words stuck in his throat.
He sank onto the bed again, staring at the floorboards.
I'm sorry, he muttered.
Neither Ron nor Hermione spoke for a moment. Then Hermione lowered her hands and wiped her eyes. "We're all angry," she said shakily. I think we've all had a horrible summer."
Ron sat down again, too.
There was a knock at the door.
All three of them jumped.
Mrs. Weasley's voice came through the wood. "Dinner's ready, and Ginny says stop yelling." Ron let out a short, unwilling laugh. Hermione sniffed. Harry managed the ghost of a smile. The tension in the room loosened, though it had not vanished entirely. But at least the silence no longer felt like something sharp enough to cut. Some of them are working on recruiting more people to the Order. 2, said Hermione. And some are doing guard duty, like the night you were attacked. Harry stopped pacing and looked at them. Guard duty. Hermione nodded. They've been guarding something, she said carefully. Harry narrowed his eyes.
What thing?
Ron and Hermione exchanged a quick look. We don't know, said Ron at once. But it's something important, Hermione added quickly. Something Voldemort's after too. Harry stared at them.
How do you know that?
Well, said Ron, we heard Mum and Dad talking. They said Voldemort's trying really hard to get hold of something. And whatever it is, they're guarding it in the Department of Mysteries, Hermione whispered importantly. Harry frowned. The Department of Mysteries.
In the Ministry of Magic, said Ron. We don't know what it is, though.
Harry resumed pacing.
His mind was racing. Voldemort was searching for something. The Order was guarding it, and he, once again, was being left in the dark.
What else? He demanded. Well, Ron said, lowering his voice as though Mrs. Weasley might somehow hear through the floorboards. We heard that some of the Death Eaters are claiming they were under the Imperious Curse again. Harry snorted. Convenient.
Yeah, said Ron. Dad says the Ministry's falling for some of it, too.
Hermione bit her lip. And Cornelius Fudge is still refusing to believe you know who's back. Harry stopped dead.
What? He thinks Dumbledore's making it up, said Hermione miserably. Or exaggerating. Exaggerating, Harry repeated incredulously.
He thinks Dumbledore wants to take his job, said Ron darkly. Dad says Fudge is terrified. Harry felt fury rise in him again. So Voldemort's back. The Ministry won't admit it. And Dumbledore's being treated like a liar. Ron nodded.
And me too, Harry said quietly. Neither of them answered.
For a moment, Harry felt that old cold anger twist inside him again, but now it was mixed with something else.
Fear? Real fear.
If the Ministry refused to act, if Voldemort was free to move in secret, if the Order was all that stood against him, then things were worse than he had imagined. Pigwidgeon swooped low over Ron's head and crashed into the wardrobe. Nobody laughed. Harry turned back to them. So what exactly are they guarding? He asked again. We told you. We don't know, said Hermione. Could be a weapon, said Ron. Or information, Hermione suggested. Or something he needs to get his powers stronger, Ron added. Harry pressed his hand to his scar. It was prickling faintly again.
A weapon. Something hidden in the Department of Mysteries.
Something Voldemort wanted badly. Before he could ask another question, there was a loud knock on the door.
Dinner! Yelled Mrs. Weasley, and no more shouting. Ron sighed. Come on, he muttered.
Harry hesitated. He still had 1,000 questions. But his stomach gave an enormous growl. Hermione gave him a watery smile.
You need feeding up, she said.
Harry took one last look around the shabby room, then followed Ron and Hermione out into the dark corridor, his mind whirling faster than ever. Nobody likes him, said Harry flatly. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, listening hard despite himself, as though he might somehow hear the muffled meeting below through the floorboards.
He's still teaching at Hogwarts, then, he asked. course he is, said Fred, though why anyone lets him near children is beyond me. He's in the Order because Dumbledore trusts him, said Hermione firmly.
Yeah, well, Dumbledore trusts loads of weirdos, said George.
Like Mundungus, Ron muttered.
There was a brief silence. Harry's thoughts were spinning. Snape in the Order, Snape reporting to Dumbledore, Snape knowing what was happening while Harry knew nothing. So what's he reporting about? Harry asked. No idea, me, said Fred. Something juicy if Mum's trying this hard to stop us hearing. George held up the extendable ear sadly. Completely useless now. Ginny laughed. You should have seen Mum when she found the last lot. She went mental. She confiscated 6, said Fred mournfully. Burned 3, George added. And threatened to write to our examiner and tell him we cheated in our apparition test, said Fred.
Ron laughed.
She didn't mean it. She might have, said George darkly. Harry almost smiled. It felt good, somehow, being surrounded by them all again. The room was cramped and shabby and smelled faintly of dust and owl feathers, but it was alive, full of voices and jokes and familiar faces. So what exactly have you been cleaning? Harry asked, more to keep talking than because he cared. Hermione shuddered. Do you really want to know?
Not particularly, said Ron.
There were dead doxy nests under the beds, said Hermione. Something in the writing desk tried to bite us, said Ginny cheerfully. And we found a boggart in an upstairs wardrobe, said George.
Only Mum wouldn't let us see it, said Fred. Probably because it'd have turned into Percy, Ron said bitterly.
The twins laughed. Ginny looked away. Harry remembered suddenly. Where is Percy? The laughter stopped at once.
Ron's ears turned red. He's not here, he said shortly. He's fallen out with Mum and Dad, said Hermione quietly. Fallen out, Harry repeated.
Fred gave a harsh laugh. That's one way of putting it.
He's living in London, said George, working for Fudge. And thinks Dad's a complete idiot for siding with Dumbledore, said Ron angrily.
He sent Mum and Dad a letter, Ginny said in a small voice. Telling Ron to stop hanging around with Harry, said Fred, his grin gone. Harry felt as though someone had punched him in the stomach.
What? He reckons you're unstable and dangerous, said George, rolling his eyes.
Because the Daily Prophet's been saying you're mad, said Hermione quickly. Harry's temper flared. Brilliant. Percy's a prat, said Ron savagely. He's obsessed with the ministry, always has been.
He got promoted, said Fred, and now he thinks he's the Minister for Magic.
There was an awkward pause. Then
a bell clanged somewhere downstairs.
Dinner, Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed faintly.
Fred sprang up.
Saved by the soup. George jumped to his feet too. Last one downstairs gets stuck with cleaning the doxy droppings tomorrow. They both disapparated with loud cracks. Ginny rolled her eyes and stood. Show-offs. Ron groaned and got up.
Come on.
Harry followed them to the door, but paused for 1 second, glancing back at the shabby room. He had arrived angry and lonely.
Now he was still angry.
But not lonely anymore. Harry wasn't sure if his anger had completely faded, but his desperate need for answers was finally stronger than his urge to keep yelling. He let out a long breath and dropped onto the bed across from the others, his eyes still burning with frustration, but now fixed on them expectantly. "Is Bill here?" he asked after a moment. "I thought he was still working in Egypt." He switched to a desk job so he could come back and help the order, Fred explained. He says he misses the tombs. He grinned mischievously, but there are other perks. Harry frowned. What do you mean? George smirked. Remember Fleur Delacour, he said. She's working at Gringotts now to improve her English.
And Bill's been more than happy to tutor her privately, Fred added, snickering.
Charlie's in the order too, George went on, but he's still out in Romania. Dumbledore wants to bring in as many foreign wizards as possible, so Charlie's been using his free time to make connections. Harry thought for a second. Couldn't Percy do that? He asked. Percy, after all, worked in the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry. The second Percy's name left Harry's mouth. The room shifted. Every Weasley and Hermione exchanged uneasy, meaningful glances. Whatever you do, Ron said quietly, don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad. Harry blinked. Why not?
Because every time someone says his name, Fred said darkly, Dad smashes whatever he's holding, and Mum bursts into tears.
It's been horrible, Ginny murmured. And honestly, George said coldly, his usual humour gone, I think we're better off without him.
Harry stared. What happened?
Percy and Dad had a massive row, Fred said. I've never seen Dad fight with anyone like that before. Usually Mum's the one doing all the shouting. It was the first week after school ended, Ron explained. Right before we came here, Percy came home and announced he'd been promoted. Harry's eyebrows shot up. You're joking. He knew Percy was ambitious, painfully ambitious, but Harry had never thought Percy was exactly thriving at the Ministry. After all, Percy had failed to notice that his own boss had been acting strangely because he was under Voldemort's control, though the Ministry had just assumed Mr. Crouch had gone mad. Yeah, we were shocked too, George said, especially because Percy was in trouble over the whole Crouch business. There was even an inquiry. They said he should have realized Crouch had lost it and reported it. But Percy being Percy, Fred cut in, rolling his eyes. He wasn't about to complain. Crouch had trusted him enough to leave him in charge, and Percy loved that. Harry frowned. So why'd they promote him? That's exactly what we wanted to know, Ron said quickly, clearly relieved to keep the conversation steady now that Harry had stopped shouting. He came home looking ridiculously pleased with himself more than usual. If you can imagine that, and told Dad he'd been offered a job in Fudge's office.
A really high-up one, too, Ron continued. Junior assistant to the minister. Not bad for someone only a year out of Hogwarts.
He was expecting Dad to be impressed, Hermione added. But Dad wasn't, Fred said grimly. Harry looked from one face to another. Why not? Well, apparently Fudge has been stomping all over the Ministry lately, making sure no one's in contact with Dumbledore, George explained. Yeah, Fred added bitterly. These days, Dumbledore's name is practically poison at the Ministry. They all think he's stirring up panic by claiming you-know-who's back. Dad says Fudge has made it pretty clear that anyone who sides with Dumbledore might as well start clearing out their desk, George said. And the problem is, Fred continued, Fudge already suspects Dad. He knows Dad's close to Dumbledore, and he's always thought Dad was odd because of his obsession with Muggles. Harry frowned. Okay, but what's that got to do with Percy? George nodded. I'm getting there. Dad thinks Fudge only offered Percy the job because he wants him in the office to spy on our family and on Dumbledore. Harry let out a long, low whistle. Bet Percy loved hearing that.
Ron gave a hollow laugh. He absolutely exploded. He said loads of awful things, said he'd been battling against Dad's terrible reputation ever since he started at the ministry, and that Dad had no ambition, and that's why we've always been, well, not exactly rich. What? Harry said, staring at him in disbelief. Ginny hissed like an angry cat.
I know, Ron muttered. And then it got even worse. He said Dad was a fool for hanging around with Dumbledore. That Dumbledore was headed for disaster and Dad would be dragged down with him. Then he said he knew where his loyalty belonged with the ministry, and if Mum and Dad were going to turn into traitors, he'd make sure everyone knew he wasn't part of this family anymore. The room fell silent for a moment. He packed that same night and left, Ron said quietly. He's got a place in London now. Harry swore under his breath. Percy had always been his least favourite of Ron's brothers, but even he had never imagined Percy saying something that cruel to Mr. Weasley.
Mum's been a wreck, Ron went on dully, crying all the time. She came up to London to try and talk to Percy, but he slammed the door in her face. I don't even know what happens if he runs into Dad at work. Probably just ignores him.
Harry shook his head slowly. But Percy must know Voldemort's back, he said. He's not stupid. He has to know your mum and Dad wouldn't risk everything unless they had proof. Ron glanced at Harry uneasily.
Yeah, well, your name came up in the argument too. Percy said the only proof they had was your word, and he hesitated. I don't know. He said that wasn't enough.
Hermione crossed her arms, looking furious. Percy believes everything the Daily Prophet says, she said sharply. The others all nodded grimly. What are you talking about? Harry asked sharply, looking from face to face. Everyone in the room was watching him with the same uneasy expression, as though they had been dreading this moment. Haven't you been getting the Daily Prophet? Hermione asked carefully.
Yeah, of course I have, Harry replied.
Hermione twisted her hands together. Have you actually been reading it properly? She asked, even more nervously.
Not every single page, Harry said defensively. If there was anything about Voldemort, it'd be on the front page, wouldn't it?
The room reacted instantly. Several people winced at the name. Hermione hurried on before anyone could say anything. Well, you'd have to read all of it to notice, she said. They mention you a few times every week. Harry frowned. I would have seen that. Not if you're only looking at the headlines, Hermione said, shaking her head. They're not big articles. It's more little comments, like you're some kind of running joke.
Harry stared. What do you mean?
Hermione took a deep breath. It's horrible. Really? She said, trying to sound calm. They're using what Rita Skeeter wrote and making it worse. Harry's eyes narrowed. But she's not writing for them anymore, is she?
Oh no, Hermione said quickly. With a flash of satisfaction, she kept her promise, not that she had much choice. Her lips twitched slightly, but she gave them exactly what they needed to start this. To start what? Harry snapped.
Hermione spoke quickly now, as if rushing would make it hurt less. You remember how she wrote about you fainting all the time, and saying your scar hurt, and acting like you were unstable. Harry nodded grimly. He remembered Rita Skeeter's lies all too well. Well, Hermione continued, now they're writing as though you're this attention-seeking, delusional person who thinks he's some tragic hero. Harry's face flushed red. They keep slipping in nasty little remarks, Hermione said. If there's some ridiculous rumour, they'll say something like, a story worthy of Harry Potter. If someone has a bizarre accident, they write, let's hope he doesn't have a scar on his forehead or people might start worshipping him next.
I don't want anyone worshipping me, Harry burst out. I know, Hermione said quickly, looking alarmed. I know, Harry, but can't you see what they're doing?
Harry was breathing hard now, his fists clenched. They're trying to make sure nobody believes you, Hermione said quietly. I'm sure Fudge is behind it. He wants ordinary witches and wizards to think you're just a silly, attention-hungry boy, someone who tells wild stories because he likes being famous.
I didn't ask for fame, Harry shouted. I didn't want it. Voldemort murdered my parents. His voice cracked with anger. I'm famous because he killed my family and failed to kill me. Who'd want to be famous for that? Don't they think I'd rather none of it ever happened? We know, Harry, Ginny said softly but firmly.
Harry turned away, shaking with fury.
And they haven't printed a single word about the Dementors attacking you, Hermione added. Someone's clearly keeping it quiet. That should have been huge news, Dementors out of control.
Harry looked back at her. They haven't even reported that you broke the International Statute of Secrecy, Hermione went on. We thought they would, because it would fit perfectly with the image they're building of you as some stupid show-off. Ron nodded darkly. We reckon they're waiting. Waiting for what? Harry asked bitterly. Hermione hesitated. Until you're expelled, she said softly. Then they'll really go after you, she hurried on, if you are expelled. Which you shouldn't be. Not if they follow their own laws. There's no proper case against you. But Harry barely heard her. The room felt suddenly smaller, hotter. It wasn't enough that Voldemort was back. It wasn't enough that the Ministry wanted to silence him. Now the entire wizarding world was being taught to laugh at him too. The conversation had drifted back to the hearing again, and Harry immediately felt his stomach twist. He didn't want to think about the Ministry, the courtroom, or the possibility of being expelled. His mind scrambled for another topic, anything to steer them away from it, but before he could speak, the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs rescued him.
Oh, Ron muttered.
Fred gave the extendable ear a sharp yank with a loud crack. He and George disapparated from the room. A few seconds later, Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway. The meeting's over, she whispered. You can all come down for dinner now. Everyone's eager to see you. Harry. Her eyes narrowed suddenly. And who left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshanks, Ginny said at once, without the slightest hesitation. He likes batting them around.
Oh, said Mrs. Weasley, looking relieved. I thought it might have been Creature. He's always up to strange things. Then she noticed Ginny's hands. Honestly, Ginny, they're filthy. What have you been doing? Go wash them before dinner.
Ginny pulled a face at the others and trailed after her mother out of the room. The door closed, leaving Harry alone with Ron and Hermione. They were both staring at him nervously, as if expecting him to explode all over again. Their expressions made Harry feel a stab of guilt.
Look, he muttered awkwardly.
But Ron shook his head, and Hermione said softly, We knew you'd be angry. Harry, we really don't blame you, but you have to believe we tried to convince Dumbledore.
Yeah, Harry said quickly. I know.
He didn't want to hear Dumbledore's name again. Just thinking about him made Harry's insides flare with fresh anger. He searched desperately for another subject. Who's Creature? He asked. Ron snorted. A house elf who lives here. He's completely mental. Never seen one like him. Hermione frowned at him immediately.
He's not mental, Ron. Ron rolled his eyes. His greatest ambition is to have his head chopped off and mounted on the wall next to his ancestors. Is that normal?
Hermione crossed her arms. Well, if he's a bit odd, it's hardly his fault. Ron looked at Harry in exasperation.
She still hasn't given up on SPEWs. It's not spew, Hermione snapped. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. She glared at Ron. And Dumbledore says we should be kind to creature too. Right, Ron said quickly. Come on, I'm starving.
He led the way onto the landing, Harry and Hermione following. Then Ron suddenly threw out an arm to stop them.
Wait, he whispered. They're still in the hall. We might hear something.
The three of them crept to the banister and peered cautiously over. Below, the dark hallway was crowded with witches and wizards. Harry recognized many of the people who had come to fetch him. They were gathered in little groups, whispering urgently. In the middle of them all stood a tall figure with greasy black hair and a hooked nose.
Snape.
Harry leaned farther over the banister, straining to hear. He was desperate to know what Snape was doing for the Order of the Phoenix. Then something thin and flesh-coloured dropped into view right in front of Harry's face. He looked up. Fred and George were lying flat on the landing above, carefully lowering another extendable ear down toward the crowd below. But just as it neared the hall, the whole group started moving toward the front door. Within seconds, they disappeared from sight. Fred and George let out matching groans of frustration from above. "Damn!" Harry heard Fred mutter as he quickly reeled the extendable ear back up. A moment later, they heard the front door open, then slam shut again. "Snape never stays for dinner," Ron whispered to Harry. "Thank God, come on." "And keep your voice down in the hall," Hermione reminded him softly. As they crept past the line of mounted house elf heads, they spotted Lupin, Mrs. Weasley, and Tonks at the front door, using magic to fasten all its bolts and locks again after the others had left. "We're eating in the kitchen," Mrs. Weasley whispered when they reached the bottom of the stairs. "Harry, dear, just tiptoe across the hall through that door there."
Crash. "Tonks!" Mrs. Weasley cried, spinning around in frustration. "Sorry," Tonks yelped from the floor. She had tripped and was sprawled out, tangled up with the heavy troll leg umbrella stand. "That stupid thing, it's the second time I've fallen over it."
But the rest of her sentence was drowned out by a horrifying scream. It was so loud, so shrill, and so inhumanly furious that Harry flinched and clapped his hands over his ears. The ragged velvet curtains they had passed earlier had suddenly flown open. For one terrible second, Harry thought there was a real old woman trapped behind glass, shrieking in agony. Then he realized it was a portrait, life-sized, horribly realistic, and the most revolting portrait he had ever seen. The woman in the painting wore a black cap. Her yellowish skin was stretched tight over her skull. Her eyes bulged wildly, and spittle flew from her mouth as she screamed abuse into the hall. And worse, every other portrait in the hallway woke up too. Doors rattled, frames shook, voices joined the shrieking until the whole house seemed alive with noise. Harry squeezed his eyes shut against the chaos. Lupin and Mrs. Weasley rushed forward, trying to yank the curtains shut again, but they refused to budge. The old woman screamed louder and louder, clawing at the air as though trying to attack them.
"Filth, scum, half-breeds, mutants, freaks, get out! How dare you defile the house of my fathers?"
Tonks kept apologizing breathlessly while dragging the umbrella stand upright. Mrs. Weasley gave up on the curtains and hurried down the hall, stunning the other portraits one by one with her wand. Then a door across from Harry burst open. A tall man with long black hair came storming out.
"Shut up, you miserable old hag! Shut up!" he bellowed, grabbing the curtains.
The woman in the portrait froze, then her face twisted with rage.
"You!" she shrieked, her eyes nearly popping from her head. "Blood traitor! Monster! Shame of my flesh!" "I said shut up!" the man roared.
With Lupin's help, he finally managed to wrench the curtains shut. The screaming stopped at once. Silence crashed down over the hall, broken only by everyone's ragged breathing. The man pushed his dark hair back from his face and turned toward Harry. Harry's breath caught. It was Sirius.
"Hello, Harry," Sirius said grimly. "Looks like you've just met my mother."
Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. Did someone say my name? Mundungus muttered drowsily, jerking awake with a start. He lifted a filthy hand into the air as though he were casting a vote, his drooping, bloodshot eyes wandering blankly around the room. "I'm with Sirius." Ginny let out a small laugh. "The meeting's finished." "Done," Sirius told him as everyone settled around the table. "Harry's here."
Mundungus blinked through the tangled curtain of greasy ginger hair hanging over his face and squinted at Harry. "Blimey, so he is. You're right, Harry?" "Yeah," Harry answered shortly.
Still peering at him, Mundungus rummaged through his pockets and eventually produced a filthy black pipe. He jammed it between his teeth, lit it with the tip of his wand, and took a long drag. Within moments, thick greenish smoke poured out, swallowing him from sight.
"Oh, yea, an apology?" came Mundungus's muffled voice from inside the cloud.
"For heaven's sake, Mundungus," Mrs. Weasley called sharply from across the room. "Must you smoke that disgusting thing in the kitchen, especially when we're about to eat?"
"Oh, right," Mundungus muttered. "Sorry, Molly."
The smoke vanished as quickly as it had come when he shoved the pipe back into his pocket, though the foul smell of burnt socks lingered stubbornly in the air.
"And if everyone wants dinner before midnight, I could use some help," Mrs. Weasley announced to the room. Then, noticing Harry beginning to rise, she added firmly, "Not you. Harry, dear. Sit down, you've had a long journey."
"What can I do?" Molly, Tonks asked eagerly, springing up so fast she sent her chair crashing backwards. Mrs. Weasley looked alarmed.
No, honestly, Tonks, you've done quite enough for one day." "No, really. I want to help," Tonks said brightly, hurrying toward the dresser and nearly knocking Ginny over as she grabbed at the cutlery.
In no time, the kitchen burst into activity. Heavy knives floated through the air, chopping vegetables and slicing meat under Mr. Weasley's careful supervision. Mrs. Weasley stood over a steaming cauldron hanging above the fire, stirring its contents briskly. Others fetched plates, goblets, and armfuls of food from the pantry. Harry remained seated at the table with Sirius and Mundungus, who was still blinking at him mournfully through the smoky haze. "Seen old Figgy lately?" Mundungus asked. Harry shook his head. "No, I haven't seen anyone." "See, I wouldn't have left," Mundungus said quickly, leaning toward Harry with an almost desperate expression. "But I had a business opportunity." Before Harry could answer, something brushed suddenly against his knees and he jumped. Looking down, he saw Crookshanks, Hermione's bow-legged ginger cat, weaving around his legs and purring loudly. After circling Harry once, Crookshanks leapt gracefully onto Sirius's lap and curled up there. Sirius scratched the cat absent-mindedly behind the ears, though his face remained dark and tense as he turned back to Harry. "So," Sirius said grimly, "had a nice summer."
Harry snorted. "No, it's been awful."
For the first time, the ghost of a grin flickered across Sirius's face.
"Honestly, I don't know what you're moaning about." Harry stared at him. "What?"
"Personally," Sirius said dryly, "I'd have welcomed a Dementor attack. A nice life-or-death struggle for my soul would have livened things up a bit. You think you've had it rough? At least you've been out there doing something, walking around, stretching your legs, getting into trouble. I've been trapped in this house for a month." Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because the Ministry's still hunting for me," Sirius said bitterly. "And Voldemort knows all about my being an animagus by now. Wormtail must have told him. So that little trick's useless. There's not much I can do for the Order of the Phoenix these days. Or at least that's what Dumbledore thinks." The way Sirius said Dumbledore's name, flat and edged with resentment, made Harry realize that Sirius was frustrated with the headmaster too. Instantly, Harry felt a stronger bond with his godfather. "Well, at least you've known what's been happening," Harry said, trying to sound encouraging.
"Oh, sure," Sirius replied sarcastically. "I get to sit here listening to Snape's reports, hearing all his little digs about how he's out there risking his life while I'm stuck on my backside in comfort, asking me how the cleaning's coming along." "Cleaning?" Harry repeated.
Sirius waved a hand around the gloomy kitchen, trying to make this dump livable. "Nobody's been here for 10 years, not since my lovely mother died, unless you count her ancient house elf. And he's completely mad, hasn't cleaned a thing in years." "Sirius," muttered Mundungus suddenly. Neither Harry nor Sirius had noticed that Mundungus had stopped paying attention and was instead peering closely at an empty goblet. "This real silver." "Made?" he asked, holding it up greedily.
"Yes," Sirius said with obvious dislike. 15th century goblin-made silver, finest quality, engraved with the Black family crest. Think that'd polish off, though," Mundungus muttered thoughtfully, rubbing at it with his grubby sleeve. "Fred George nobody to just carry them." Mrs. Weasley suddenly shrieked, "Harry! Sirius!" And Mundungus all looked up and instantly threw themselves out of the way.
Fred and George had bewitched a giant cauldron of stew, a heavy tankard of butterbeer, and a wooden breadboard complete with knife to zoom through the air toward the table. The cauldron scraped across the table and stopped inches from the edge, leaving a long, scorched mark behind it. The butterbeer crashed down and splashed everywhere. The bread knife slid off the board and plunged point first into the wood exactly where Sirius's hand had been moments before, quivering violently. "For heaven's sake," Mrs. Weasley bellowed, "enough! Just because you're allowed to use magic now doesn't mean you have to wave your wands at every little thing." "We were only trying to save time," Fred protested, hurrying over and yanking the knife free. "Sorry, Sirius, we didn't mean to." "Sirius, we—" Harry and Sirius burst out laughing. Mundungus, who had tipped backward off his chair, was cursing loudly as he scrambled back up. Crookshanks hissed furiously and shot under the dresser, where his glowing yellow eyes shone in the shadows. "Boy," Mr. Weasley said calmly, levitating the stew back to the center of the table. "Your mother's right. Now that you're of age, you're supposed to act a little more responsibly."
"None of your brothers ever caused this much trouble," Mrs. Weasley snapped, slamming another tankard of butterbeer onto the table and spilling half of that one too. Bill didn't apparate every 5 seconds. Charlie didn't enchant every object he touched. "Percy," she stopped abruptly. The word seemed to hang in the air. Mrs. Weasley froze, breathing hard, and looked anxiously at her husband. Mr. Weasley's face had gone stiff and expressionless, as though carved from wood. "Let's eat," Bill said quickly, clearly eager to break the awkward silence. "It smells lovely." "Molly," Lupin added warmly as he spooned a generous helping of stew onto a plate for Mrs. Weasley and passed it to her across the table for a few minutes. Nobody said much. The only sounds in the gloomy kitchen were the clatter of forks and knives, the scrape of chairs against the stone floor, and the quiet clinking of goblets as everyone began eating. Then Mrs. Weasley turned towards Sirius. "I meant to mention something, Sirius," she said. "There's something trapped inside that writing desk in the drawing room. It keeps rattling and shaking. It may only be a boggart, of course. But I thought perhaps we should have a last door check it before anyone opens it." "Do whatever you want," Sirius replied flatly. "And those curtains in there are crawling with doxies as well," Mrs. Weasley continued. "I thought we might tackle them tomorrow." "Oh, I can hardly wait," Sirius said lazily.
Harry caught the sharp sarcasm in his tone, though no one else seemed to notice. Across the table, Tonks was busy entertaining Hermione and Ginny between bites of food by changing the shape of her nose. Every time she did it, she squeezed her eyes shut and wore the same strained look Harry had seen upstairs in his bedroom. Her nose stretched into a hooked beak that looked uncannily like Snape's, then shrank into a tiny mushroom-like button, and then suddenly sprouted thick tufts of hair from both nostrils. Hermione and Ginny burst into laughter. "Do the pig one, Tonks!" Ginny begged. Tonks instantly obeyed. Harry looked up and, for one horrifying second, thought he was staring at a female version of Dudley grinning back at him. At the far end of the table, Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Lupin were deep in conversation. "They're not revealing much yet," Bill was saying. "I still can't tell whether they believe he's really back or not. Though honestly, they may just be trying to stay neutral and avoid choosing sides. I can't imagine they'd ever join you-know-who," Mr. Weasley said firmly, shaking his head. "They suffered too during the last war. Remember that goblin family he killed near Nottingham?"
"Maybe," Lupin said thoughtfully. "But it depends what they're offered. And I don't mean gold. If someone promises them freedoms we've denied them for centuries, they may be tempted. Any luck with Ragnarok yet?" "Bill." Bill shook his head. "He's furious with wizards at the moment," he said. "Still ranting about the Bagman affair. He thinks the Ministry covered it up. Those goblins never got the gold Bagman owed them, you know."
Suddenly a roar of laughter erupted from the middle of the table, drowning out the rest of Bill's sentence. Fred, George, Ron, and Mundungus were doubled over in their chairs, shaking with laughter so hard they could barely breathe.
And then Mundungus gasped, wiping tears of laughter from his grimy face. Would you believe it? He says to me, "Oi, dung, where'd you get all them toads from? Some filthy little thieves pinched mine."
Ron was already wheezing with laughter, his face red. "So I says to him," Mundungus continued, pounding the table weakly, "pinched all your toads. Well, blimey, that's rough. Reckon you'll be needing replacements. Then?" Fred and George were practically collapsing into each other.
"And the daft lump," Mundungus croaked, nearly choking, "goes and buys every single one of his own toads back off me for more than he paid the first time."
Ron let out a howl and slumped forward onto the table, shaking helplessly with laughter. "I think we've heard quite enough about your business opportunities." "Thank you very much, Mundungus," Mrs. Weasley said sharply. "Beg pardon, Molly," Mundungus said immediately, dabbing his eyes and throwing Harry a sly wink. "But Will nicked 'em off Warty Harris first, so really I weren't doing nothing wrong." Mrs. Weasley's face tightened.
I don't know who taught you the difference between right and wrong, Mundungus, she said icily, but clearly they skipped some very important lessons.
Fred and George ducked behind their butterbeer goblets, trying to hide their laughter. George had started hiccuping. For some reason, Harry didn't understand. Mrs. Weasley shot Sirius a very disapproving look before standing up and heading toward the kitchen counter to fetch dessert. Harry leaned toward Sirius.
Molly really doesn't like Mundungus, does she? He whispered.
Sirius gave a faint smile. Not much. Then why's he in the Order? Harry asked quietly. Because he's useful, Sirius murmured back. He knows all the thieves, crooks, and shady characters in the wizarding world, mostly because he's one of them. But he's loyal to Dumbledore. Dumbledore once got him out of serious trouble, and Dung's never forgotten it. He hears things we'd never hear otherwise. Sirius glanced toward Mrs. Weasley. But Molly thinks inviting him to dinner is pushing it, and she hasn't forgiven him for abandoning guard duty when he was supposed to be watching you. A little while later, after Harry had eaten 3 enormous helpings of rhubarb crumble and custard, his jeans waistband was straining uncomfortably around his stomach, which was really saying something, since the jeans had originally belonged to Dudley. As he set down his spoon, a comfortable silence fell over the kitchen. Mr. Weasley leaned back in his chair, looking full and content. Tonks yawned hugely, her nose finally back to normal. Ginny sat cross-legged on the floor with Crookshanks, rolling butterbeer corks for him to pounce on.
Nearly bedtime, I think, Mrs. Weasley said sleepily, stifling a yawn. Not just yet, Molly, Sirius said suddenly.
He pushed his plate aside and turned to Harry. You know, he said, I'm surprised at you. I thought the first thing you'd do when you got here would be to ask questions about Voldemort. The atmosphere changed instantly. The warmth and drowsiness in the room vanished so fast it reminded Harry of Dementors sweeping in. Everyone stiffened. A shiver seemed to run around the table at the sound of Voldemort's name. Lupin, who had been lifting his goblet for a drink, slowly lowered it again, his eyes cautious.
I did ask, Harry said at once. Offended. I asked Ron and Hermione, but they said we're not allowed to know because we're not in the Order, so... And they were absolutely right. Mrs. Weasley cut in sharply. You're far too young.
She was no longer sleepy at all. She sat bolt upright, gripping the arms of her chair tightly, every trace of softness gone from her face. Since when does someone have to be an official member of the Order of the Phoenix just to ask a few questions? Sirius demanded. Harry's been stuck in that muggle house for a month. He has every right to know what's been going on.
Hang on a second, George burst out.
How come Harry gets answers? Fred added indignantly. For the last month we've been trying to squeeze information out of all of you, and nobody's told us a single rotten thing, George complained. You're too young. You're not in the Order. Fred mimicked in a shrill voice that sounded alarmingly like Mrs. Weasley's, and Harry's not even 17 yet. It's not my fault your parents decided not to tell you anything, Sirius said coolly. Harry, on the other hand.
It is not your decision to make what Harry should or shouldn't know, Mrs. Weasley snapped.
The warmth usually in her face had vanished completely. She looked fierce. You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, have you? She asked dangerously. Which part? Sirius asked politely, though his tone made it clear he was bracing for battle. The part where he said Harry should not be told more than he needs to know, Mrs. Weasley said, stressing each word.
Ron, Hermione, Fred. and George's heads turned back and forth between Sirius and Mrs. Weasley as though they were watching a tennis match. Ginny knelt on the floor among scattered butterbeer corks, staring wide-eyed. Lupin watched Sirius carefully without saying a word. "I have no intention of telling him more than necessary," Sirius replied. "But Harry was the one who saw Voldemort return." At the name, a visible shudder ran around the table.
"So he has more right than most people here to know what's happening." "He is not a member of the Order of the Phoenix," Mrs. Weasley shot back. "He is 15 years old." "And he's been through more than half the Order," Sirius interrupted. "More than some of them."
"No one is denying what Harry's done," Mrs. Weasley cried, her voice rising as her hands shook on the arms of her chair. "But he is still." "He's not a child," Sirius snapped impatiently.
"He's not an adult either," Mrs. Weasley retorted, her cheeks flushing red. Then she said the thing that made the room freeze.
"He's not James Sirius."
Sirius's face hardened instantly.
"I know exactly who he is. Thank you, Molly," he said in an icy voice.
"I'm not sure you do," Mrs. Weasley shot back. "Sometimes the way you talk to him, it's like you think you've got your best friend back again."
"What's wrong with that?" Harry blurted angrily.
Mrs. Weasley rounded on him, though her eyes quickly slid back to Sirius.
"What's wrong, Harry, is that you are not your father, no matter how much you look like him," she said fiercely. "You're still a schoolboy, and the adults responsible for you ought to remember that."
"So now I'm an irresponsible godfather, am I?" Sirius demanded, his own temper flaring.
"I'm saying you've always had a reckless streak, Sirius," Mrs. Weasley fired back. "And that's exactly why Dumbledore keeps telling you to stay in this house and—"
"We can leave Dumbledore's instructions out of this," Sirius shouted.
"Arthur," Mrs. Weasley said sharply, turning on her husband. "Arthur, say something, back me up."
Mr. Weasley hesitated. He removed his glasses and polished them slowly on his robes, carefully avoiding his wife's gaze. The whole room waited in silence.
Only after replacing them on his nose did he finally speak.
"Dumbledore understands things have changed, Molly," he said quietly. "He knows Harry can't be kept completely in the dark now that he's staying here, though only to a certain extent. Harry's temper had not completely disappeared, but his need for answers was beginning to outweigh his desire to keep yelling. With a heavy sigh, he dropped onto the bed across from the others. "Is Bill here too?" he asked. "I thought he was still working in Egypt." "He switched to a desk job so he could come back and help the Order," Fred explained. "He says he misses exploring tombs, but—" he gave a sly grin. "There are certain perks."
Harry frowned. "What kind of perks?"
"Do you remember Fleur Delacour?" George asked with a smirk. "She got herself a job at Gringotts to improve her English."
"And Bill's been more than happy to give her private tutoring," Fred added, snickering.
"Charlie's involved with the Order too," George went on, "but he's still in Romania. Dumbledore wants to bring more foreign witches and wizards into the fight, so Charlie's using his free time to make connections." "What about Percy?" Harry asked. "Couldn't he help with that? Doesn't he work in international magical cooperation?" The moment Percy's name left Harry's mouth, the room seemed to darken. The Weasleys and Hermione all exchanged grim looks. "Whatever you do," Ron said in a low, serious voice, "don't mention Percy in front of Mum or Dad." Harry blinked. "Why not?" "Because every time someone says his name, Fred said flatly. Dad ends up smashing whatever he's holding, and Mum bursts into tears.
It's been horrible, Ginny said quietly.
George scowled. Honestly, but I'm glad he's gone.
Harry stared. What happened?
Percy had a massive argument with Dad, Fred said. I've never seen Dad lose his temper like that before. Usually Mum's the one shouting. It happened during the first week of summer, Ron explained. Right before we came here, Percy came home and announced he'd been promoted.
Harry gaped. Seriously?
He knew Percy was ambitious, but Harry had never thought Percy's ministry career was exactly thriving, after all. Percy had somehow failed to notice that his boss, Mr. Crouch, had been acting strangely because he was being controlled by Lord Voldemort. Of course, the ministry had simply assumed Crouch had lost his mind.
Yeah. We were shocked too, George said. Percy was in trouble over the whole Crouch mess. There was even an inquiry. They said he should have noticed Crouch was off his rocker and told someone higher up. But Percy wasn't about to complain Crouch had left him in charge. And Percy loved that.
So why would they promote him? Harry asked. That's exactly what we wondered, Ron said quickly. Clearly relieved, the conversation had turned calmer. He came home acting ridiculously pleased with himself, more than usual, if that's possible, and told Dad he'd been offered a job in Fudge's personal office, a huge opportunity for someone only a year out of Hogwarts, junior assistant to the minister. He expected Dad to be impressed. But Dad wasn't, Fred said darkly. Harry looked confused. Why not? Well, George said, lowering his voice. Fudge has been marching around the ministry, making sure no one's still in contact with Dumbledore. Dumbledore's basically poisoned there now, Fred added. They all think he's causing trouble by claiming you-know-who's back. Dad says Fudge has made it clear that anyone siding with Dumbledore can pack up and leave, George continued.
And Fudge has always suspected Dad, said Fred. He knows Dad's friendly with Dumbledore and already thinks he's weird because of his obsession with muggles.
Harry frowned. But what's that got to do with Percy? Ron leaned forward. Dad thinks Fudge only gave Percy that job so he could spy on our family and on Dumbledore. Harry let out a low whistle. Bet Percy loved hearing that.
Ron gave a hollow laugh.
He completely lost it, said loads of awful things. He said he'd spent his whole career trying to overcome Dad's embarrassing reputation, that Dad had no ambition, and that's why we've always been poor.
What? Harry said, stunned. Ginny made a furious hissing noise.
Ron nodded grimly. I know. And it got worse. He said Dad was a fool for sticking with Dumbledore, that Dumbledore was headed for disaster and Dad would go down with him, and that Percy knew exactly where his loyalty belonged with the ministry. He said if Mum and Dad were going to turn traitor, he'd make sure everyone knew he wasn't part of this family anymore.
Ron swallowed.
He packed that same night and left. He's got a place in London now. Harry muttered a curse under his breath. Percy had always been his least favourite of Ron's brothers, but even he had never imagined Percy saying something so cruel to Mr. Weasley. Mum's been a mess, Ron said quietly, crying all the time. She even came to London to talk to him, but he slammed the door in her face. I don't know what happens if he sees Dad at work. Probably just ignores him. Harry was silent for a moment. But Percy must know Voldemort's back, he said slowly. He's not stupid. He has to know your parents wouldn't risk everything without proof. Ron glanced nervously at Harry. Well, your name came up in the argument too. Percy said the only proof was your word, and he didn't think that was enough. Percy believes everything the Daily Prophet says, Hermione said sharply. The others nodded in agreement. Doi jai la ban bian joy bang tieng an qua joan nai. Ginny did not leave without a fight. Her furious shouting and stomping echoed all the way up the staircase, and when she reached the hall, the deafening shrieks of Mrs. Black's portrait joined the uproar. Lupin quickly got up and hurried away to calm the disturbance. Only after he returned, shutting the kitchen door behind him and settling back into his chair, did Sirius finally speak.
"All right, Harry," he said, "what do you want to know?"
Harry inhaled deeply before asking the question that had consumed his thoughts for weeks. "Where is Voldemort?" he asked, ignoring the fresh shivers and grimaces that ran around the table at the sound of the name. "What's he doing?" "I've been watching the Muggle news, but there's been nothing that seems like him. No strange deaths or anything." "That's because there haven't been any strange deaths," Sirius replied. "Not that we know of, anyway. And we know a fair bit."
"Probably more than he realizes," Lupin added.
Harry frowned. "Why's he stopped killing people?" he asked. He knew Voldemort had murdered more than once in the previous year. "Because he doesn't want attention right now," said Sirius. "That would be too risky. His return didn't exactly go the way he planned. He made a mistake." "Or rather," Lupin said with a faint, satisfied smile, "you made a mistake for him." Harry looked confused.
"How?"
"You weren't meant to survive," Sirius said bluntly. "No one except his Death Eaters was supposed to know he was back, but you escaped and lived to tell everyone."
"And the last person Voldemort wanted to know immediately was Dumbledore," Lupin continued. "You made sure Dumbledore found out straight away."
Harry still looked uncertain.
"How did that help?"
"Are you serious?" Bill said incredulously. "Dumbledore's the only wizard you-know-who ever feared." "Because of you," Sirius said. "Dumbledore was able to bring the Order of the Phoenix back together within an hour of Voldemort's return." Harry glanced around the table. "So what exactly has the Order been doing?" "Everything we can to stop Voldemort carrying out his plans," Sirius answered. Harry leaned forward. "How do you know what his plans are?" "Dumbledore has a pretty good idea," said Lupin. "And when Dumbledore has a theory, it's usually right." "So what does he think Voldemort's planning?" "Well, first of all," Sirius said, "he wants to rebuild his army. Back in the old days, he had a huge following, witches and wizards he'd intimidated or enchanted into serving him, his loyal Death Eaters, and all sorts of dark creatures. You heard him talking about recruiting giants. That's only one example. He's not going to challenge the Ministry with just a handful of Death Eaters." "So you're trying to stop him from gathering more followers?" "We're trying," Lupin said.
"How?"
"The biggest thing," Bill explained, "is convincing people that you-know-who has really returned, so they'll be prepared." He sighed. "But it's not easy." "Why not?" Harry asked. "Because of the Ministry," Tonks said at once. "You saw how Cornelius Fudge reacted after you-know-who came back. Harry, he hasn't changed his mind one bit. He refuses to believe it happened."
"But why?" Harry burst out in frustration. "Why is he acting so stupid? If Dumbledore says—"
"Well," Mr. Weasley said with a crooked little smile, "you've just named the problem."
"Dumbledore?" "Fudge is scared of him," Tonks said gloomily.
Harry stared, scared of Dumbledore. "Scared of what he might do," Mr. Weasley corrected. "Fudge believes Dumbledore is trying to remove him from power. He thinks Dumbledore wants to become Minister for Magic." Harry looked stunned. "But Dumbledore doesn't want that."
"Of course he doesn't," Mr. Weasley interrupted. He never wanted the position, even when loads of people begged him to take it after Millicent Bagnold stepped down. Fudge got the job instead, but he's never forgotten how much support Dumbledore had, even though Dumbledore never even tried for it.
Deep down, Lupin said thoughtfully, Fudge knows Dumbledore is far more intelligent than he is, and a much stronger wizard. In the early days of his time as minister, he constantly relied on Dumbledore for guidance. Lupin shook his head. But power changes people. He's grown too comfortable when he enjoys being minister, and now he's convinced himself that he's the clever one, and Dumbledore is just causing trouble. Harry clenched his fists.
How can he believe that? He demanded. How can he think Dumbledore would make all this up? That I'd lie?
Because admitting Voldemort is back means admitting the Ministry is facing a disaster it hasn't dealt with in almost 14 years, Sirius said bitterly. Fudge can't face it. It's easier for him to believe Dumbledore is lying to undermine him. Lupin nodded. That's the real problem. As long as the Ministry insists there's nothing to fear, convincing anyone else is difficult, especially when most people don't want to believe it anyway. He continued grimly. And the Ministry is pressuring the Daily Prophet not to print anything about what they call Dumbledore's rumours, so most witches and wizards have no idea anything is wrong. That makes them easy prey if the Death Eaters are using the Imperius Curse. Harry looked around the table.
But you're telling people, aren't you? You're warning them he's back.
The adults all exchanged bleak smiles. Well, Sirius said dryly, shifting in his chair, seeing as the Ministry thinks I'm a dangerous escaped murderer and there's a 10,000 galleon reward on my head, I can't exactly walk through Diagon Alley handing out flyers. And I'm hardly welcome in most homes, Lupin said with a faint smile. Being a werewolf tends to make people nervous. Sirius is right, he added. Tonks and Arthur would lose their Ministry jobs if they started spreading the truth openly, Sirius continued. And we need people on the inside. You can be sure Voldemort has his own spies in the Ministry already. We have managed to win a few people over, Mr. Weasley said. Tonks. For example, she was too young to join the Order the first time around, and having Aurors with us is a major advantage. Kingsley Shacklebolt has been invaluable too. He's leading the search for Sirius and has been feeding the Ministry false reports that Sirius is hiding in Tibet. Harry frowned. But if none of you are spreading the word that Voldemort's back...
Who said none of us are? Sirius interrupted.
Harry turned to him. What do you mean? That's exactly why Dumbledore's in trouble, Sirius said grimly. They're trying to ruin his reputation, Lupin explained. Didn't you read the Daily Prophet last week? They claimed he was removed as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards because he's getting old and losing his mind. Lupin's expression darkened. But that's rubbish. Ministry officials pushed him out after he made a speech announcing Voldemort's return. They've also removed him as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, the Wizarding High Court, and they're even discussing taking away his Order of Merlin, First Class.
Bill gave a crooked grin.
Dumbledore says he doesn't mind, as long as they don't remove him from the chocolate frog cards. A few people chuckled, but Mr. Weasley looked stern. This isn't funny, he said sharply. If he keeps openly challenging the Ministry, he could end up in Azkaban, and the last thing we need is Dumbledore locked away. He leaned forward. As long as you-know-who knows Dumbledore is free and aware of his plans, he'll act carefully. But if Dumbledore's removed, Mr. Weasley trailed off grimly. Then Voldemort would have free rein. Harry swallowed. But if Voldemort's trying to gather more Death Eaters, Surely people will figure out he's back. Sirius shook his head. Voldemort doesn't just knock on doors and ask people to join him. Harry? He manipulates them. He curses them. He blackmails them. He's had years of practice working in the shadows. He paused. And gathering followers is only one of his goals. He has other plans too, plans he can carry out very quietly. Right now, those seem to be his main focus. Harry leaned forward eagerly.
What else does he want?
For the briefest second, Harry thought Sirius and Lupin exchanged a quick glance before Sirius answered. Things he can only get in secret. Harry still looked confused.
Like what?
Sirius hesitated, then said quietly, a weapon. Something he didn't have last time. When he was at his strongest. Sirius nodded.
Yes. Harry's eyes widened.
What kind of weapon? Something even worse than Avada Kedavra.
That's enough. Everyone jumped.
Mrs. Weasley was standing in the shadows by the kitchen door. Harry hadn't even noticed her come back after taking Ginny upstairs. Her arms were folded tightly, and she looked furious.
I want every one of you in bed, now.
Her eyes swept over Fred, George, Ron, and Hermione. You can't order us around Fred started. Just try me, Mrs. Weasley snapped. She was shaking slightly with anger as she glared at Sirius. Harry's heard more than enough tonight. If you tell him anything else, you may as well make him an official member of the Order. Why not? Harry blurted out at once. I'd join. I want to join. I want to fight. No, this time the answer did not come from Mrs. Weasley, but from Lupin. The Order is made up only of adult witches and wizards, Lupin said firmly. Then, noticing Fred and George about to protest, he added, and by adult, I mean those who have finished school. His expression was serious as he looked around at them. There are dangers involved that none of you can truly understand yet. I think Molly's right. Sirius, we've already said too much. Sirius gave a small, reluctant shrug, but he did not argue. Mrs. Weasley motioned sharply for her sons and Hermione to follow her. One by one they rose from their seats, and Harry, realizing there was no point protesting further, stood up as well. Chapter 6. Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. Mrs. Weasley marched upstairs behind them, her face still stern. I want all of you straight to bed, no more talking, she ordered when they reached the first landing. Tomorrow's going to be busy. She turned to Hermione. I expect Ginny's asleep by now, so try not to wake her.
Yeah, sleep. Sure, Fred muttered under his breath after Hermione said goodnight and headed off. As they climbed the next staircase, he smirked. If Ginny isn't lying there wide awake waiting for Hermione to tell her every word from downstairs, then I'm a flobberworm. When they reached the second landing, Mrs. Weasley pointed firmly toward the boys' room. All right, Ron, Harry, bed. Now, night, Harry and Ron said to the twins. Sleep well, Fred said with a wink.
Mrs. Weasley shut the bedroom door behind Harry with a decisive snap. The room somehow seemed even darker and damper than before. The empty portrait frame on the wall was now making slow, steady breathing sounds, as though the unseen person inside it had fallen asleep. Harry changed into his pajamas, took off his glasses, and slipped into the cold bed. Meanwhile, Ron tossed a handful of owl treats onto the top of the wardrobe to calm Hedwig and Pigwidgeon, who were fluttering and rustling their wings impatiently. We can't let them out hunting every night, Ron explained as he changed into his maroon pajamas. Dumbledore says too many owls flying around the square would look suspicious. Then he paused. Oh, right. Nearly forgot. He walked over and slid the bolt across the bedroom door. Harry frowned. What are you locking it for? Creature, Ron said darkly as he turned off the lamp. The first night I stayed here. He wandered into my room at 3 a.m. Believe me, you do not want to wake up and see him creeping around in the dark. Ron climbed into bed and pulled the blankets over himself. Then he turned toward Harry, by the pale moonlight creeping through the filthy window. Harry could just make out his shape. So, what do you think? Harry knew exactly what he meant. They didn't really tell us much we hadn't already guessed, Harry said after a moment, thinking over everything from downstairs. Basically, the Order's trying to stop people from joining. Volron sucked in his breath sharply.
De Mort, Harry finished firmly. When are you going to start saying his name? Sirius and Lupin do. Ron ignored that. Yeah, he admitted. We already knew most of it from the extendable ears. The only new thing was crack. Ow! Keep it down. Ron, or Mum will come storming back up. You two just apparated onto my knees? Yeah. Well, it's harder to aim in the dark.
Harry saw the faint outlines of Fred and George as they jumped off Ron's bed. The springs groaned as George sat near Harry's feet, making his mattress dip under the extra weight. Chapter 36. The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. Harry wasn't sure his anger had completely faded, but his hunger for answers was beginning to overpower his desire to keep shouting. With a heavy sigh, he dropped onto the bed opposite the others. "Is Bill here?" he asked. "I thought he was working in Egypt." "He took a desk job so he could come back and help the Order," Fred explained. "He says he misses the tombs, but," he smirked mischievously, "there are certain advantages." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "Remember Fleur Delacour?" George said with a grin. "She got a job at Gringotts to improve her English. And Bill's been giving her plenty of private lessons," Fred added, snickering. "Charlie's in the Order too," George continued, "but he's still in Romania. Dumbledore wants as many foreign wizards involved as possible, so Charlie's making contacts whenever he can." "Couldn't Percy help with that?" Harry asked. The last he'd heard, Percy was working in the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry. At Percy's name, the Weasleys and Hermione exchanged dark, uneasy glances. "Whatever you do, don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad," Ron said tensely.
"Why not?" Harry asked.
"'Cause every time someone says his name, Dad breaks whatever he's holding and Mum starts crying," Fred replied. "It's been awful," Ginny said sadly. "To be honest, I think we're better off without him," George muttered, an unusually bitter expression crossing his face. "What happened?" Harry asked. "Percy had a massive row with Dad," Fred said. "I've never seen Dad argue like that before. Usually it's Mum who does the shouting." "It was the first week after school ended," Ron explained. "We were all getting ready to come here and help the Order. Percy came home and announced he'd been promoted."
"You're joking," Harry said.
Though Percy was ambitious, Harry hadn't thought he'd done especially well at the Ministry. After all, Percy had completely failed to notice that his boss, Mr. Crouch, had been under Voldemort's control, though the Ministry believed Crouch had simply gone mad.
"Yeah, we were shocked too," George said. "Percy got into loads of trouble over Crouch. There was an inquiry and everything. They said he should have realized Crouch was losing it and told someone higher up. But you know Percy Crouch left him in charge, so Percy wasn't about to complain."
"So why promote him?" Harry asked. That's exactly what we wondered, Ron said, clearly relieved to keep the conversation calm now that Harry had stopped yelling. He came home looking ridiculously pleased with himself, even more than usual, if you can imagine, and said he'd been offered a job in Fudge's own office, a huge step up for someone only a year out of Hogwarts. Junior assistant to the minister? I think he expected Dad to be impressed. But Dad wasn't, Fred said grimly. Why not? Harry asked. Mum says get up. Breakfast in the kitchen. And after that she needs you in the drawing room. There are far more doxies than she expected, and she's found a nest of dead puffskins under the sofa. About 30 minutes later, Harry and Ron, having hurried through breakfast and getting dressed, stepped into the drawing room. It was a long room with a high ceiling on the first floor, its olive-green walls hidden behind grimy tapestries. Every footstep on the carpet sent little clouds of dust floating into the air, and the long moss-green velvet curtains buzzed as though invisible insects were trapped inside them. Gathered around the curtains were Mrs. Weasley, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George. They all looked rather ridiculous with cloths tied over their noses and mouths. Each of them held a large bottle filled with black liquid, fitted with a spray nozzle. "Cover your face and grab a bottle," Mrs. Weasley instructed the moment Harry and Ron entered, pointing toward 2 more bottles on a delicate table nearby. "It's Doxyside. I've never seen an infestation this bad, honestly. What that house elf has been doing for the last 10 years. Hermione's face was half hidden behind a tea towel, but Harry still caught the disapproving look she shot at Mrs. Weasley. "Creature's very old," Hermione said. "He probably couldn't manage it." "You'd be surprised what Creature can manage when he wants to," said Sirius, entering the room carrying a blood-stained sack that seemed to contain dead rats. At Harry's questioning look, Sirius added, "I've just been feeding Buckbeak. He's staying upstairs in my mother's bedroom. Anyway, this writing desk..." He dropped the bag of rats into an armchair and bent down to inspect a locked cabinet that Harry only now noticed was trembling slightly.
"Well, Molly, I'm fairly sure it's a boggart," Sirius said, peering through the keyhole. "But maybe we should let Mad Eye have a look before we open it. Knowing my mother, it could be something far worse." "I think you're right, Sirius," said Mrs. Weasley. They were both speaking in carefully calm, overly polite voices, making it obvious to Harry that neither had forgotten their argument the night before. Suddenly, a loud clanging bell rang from downstairs, immediately followed by the familiar chorus of shrieks and wails that had erupted the night before when Tonks knocked over the umbrella stand. "I keep telling them not to ring the doorbell," Sirius snapped, hurrying from the room. They heard him pounding down the stairs as Mrs. E. Black's furious screams once again echoed through the house. "Filth! Shame of my blood! Half-breeds! Blood traitors! Children of dirt!"
"Close the door, Harry. Please," said Mrs. Weasley. Harry took as long as he dared shutting the drawing-room door, hoping to catch what was happening below. Sirius had apparently managed to draw the curtains over his mother's portrait because the screaming abruptly stopped. Harry heard Sirius striding through the hall, then the rattle of chains on the front door, followed by a deep, familiar voice. Kingsley Shacklebolt's. "Hestia's just taken over for me, so she's got Moody's cloak now. Thought I'd leave a report for Dumbledore," feeling Mrs. Weasley's eyes fixed on the back of his head. Harry reluctantly shut the drawing-room door and returned to the doxy clearing operation. Mrs. Weasley was bent over the sofa, studying the page on doxies in Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, which lay open in front of her. "All right, listen carefully," she said, straightening up. "You need to be cautious. Doxies bite, and their teeth are poisonous. I've got some antidote here, but I'd rather nobody had to use it." She stepped in front of the curtains, squared her shoulders, and motioned for everyone to come closer. "When I give the word, start spraying immediately," she instructed. "I expect they'll come swarming out at us. But according to the label, one good squirt should paralyze them. Once they stop moving, just toss them into this bucket." She moved carefully out of the line of fire and raised her own bottle.
"Ready, spray."
Harry had only been spraying for a few seconds when a fully grown doxy shot out from a fold in the curtain. Its shiny, beetle-like wings buzzed furiously, its tiny, needle-sharp teeth snapped in anger, and its fairy-like body was covered in thick black hair. Its 4 little fists were clenched as it darted toward him. Harry blasted it squarely in the face with doxycide. The creature froze instantly in mid-air and dropped to the carpet below with a surprisingly heavy thud. Harry scooped it up and tossed it into the bucket.
"Fred, what are you doing?" Mrs. Weasley snapped suddenly. "Spray that this instant and throw it away."
Harry turned to see Fred holding a struggling doxy between his thumb and forefinger. "Right you are," Fred said cheerfully. He sprayed the doxy in the face, and it went limp at once, but the second Mrs. Weasley turned her back. He slipped it into his pocket and winked. "We want to test doxy venom in our skiving snack boxy," George whispered to Harry. As Harry expertly sprayed 2 doxies that zoomed straight at his nose, he edged closer to George and muttered, "What a skiving snack boxes." "A line of sweets designed to make you ill," George whispered back, watching Mrs. Weasley carefully. "Not seriously ill, just enough to get you out of class whenever you fancy it. Fred and I have been inventing them all summer." He grinned. "They're double-ended and color-coded. Take the orange half of a puking pastille, and you start vomiting. Once the teacher sends you off to the hospital wing, you swallow the purple half, and you're perfectly fine again. Which brings you right back to perfect health, leaving you free to enjoy whatever fun you'd rather be doing during an hour that would otherwise be wasted in unbearable boredom," Fred whispered. He had crept out of Mrs. Weasley's sight and was now quietly gathering up stray doxies from the floor and slipping them into his pocket. That's the slogan for the adverts. Anyway, though they still need a bit of work. At the moment, our testers are having trouble stopping the vomiting long enough to swallow the purple end. "Testers?" Harry asked.
"Us," Fred said proudly. "We take turns. George tested the fainting fancies. We both tried the nosebleed nougat."
"Mum thought we'd been dueling," George added with a grin. "So the joke shop's still happening," Harry muttered, pretending to adjust the nozzle of his spray bottle. "Well, we haven't found a place yet," Fred said, lowering his voice even further as Mrs. Weasley wiped sweat from her forehead with her scarf before charging back into battle. "So for now, we're running it as a mail-order business. We put ads in the Daily Prophet last week."
"All thanks to you, mate," George said.
"But don't worry," Fred added quickly. "Mum hasn't got the faintest idea. She refuses to read the Daily Prophet these days because of all the rubbish they've been printing about you and Albus Dumbledore." Harry smiled. He had made the twins accept the 1,000 galleon prize he'd won in the Tri-Wizard tournament to help them achieve their dream of opening a joke shop. Still, he was relieved Mrs. Weasley didn't know about his involvement. She definitely didn't consider joke shop owners to be respectable career material for 2 of her sons. Cleaning the curtains of doxies took up most of the morning. By the time they finished, it was well past noon. Mrs. Weasley finally untied the scarf from her face and collapsed into a sagging armchair, only to leap up with a shriek of disgust when she realized she had sat on Sirius's bag of dead rats. The curtains no longer buzzed. They hung limp and dripping from all the spraying. At their feet, dozens of unconscious doxies were piled in a bucket beside a bowl filled with their black eggs, Crookshanks was sniffing curiously at them, while Fred and George cast greedy glances in their direction. "We'll deal with those after lunch," Mrs. Weasley said, pointing at the dusty glass-fronted cabinets on either side of the fireplace. Inside was a bizarre and unpleasant collection of objects: rusty daggers, claws, a coiled snakeskin, several tarnished silver boxes engraved with strange writing Harry couldn't read, and worst of all, an ornate crystal bottle with a large opal in the stopper, filled with what Harry was certain was blood. Just then, the front doorbell clanged again. Everyone looked toward Mrs. Weasley.
"Stay here," she ordered firmly, grabbing the bag of dead rats as Mrs. Black's furious screams began echoing from downstairs once more. "I'll bring sandwiches up."
She left the room and carefully shut the door behind her. The second she was gone, everyone rushed to the window to peer down at the front step. They could see the top of a messy ginger head and a wobbling stack of cauldrons balanced in his arms.
"Mundungus Fletcher!" Hermione exclaimed. "What on earth has he brought all those cauldrons for?" "He's probably looking for somewhere safe to stash them," Harry said. "Wasn't that what he was doing the night he was supposed to be following me? Collecting shady cauldrons?" "Yeah, you're right," Fred said as the front door opened below. Mundungus Fletcher lugged his stack of cauldrons inside and vanished from sight. Blimey. Mum's not going to like that.
Fred and George hurried to the door and stood beside it, listening carefully. The shrieking from Mrs. Black's portrait had stopped. "Mundungus is talking to Sirius and Kingsley Shacklebolt," Fred whispered, concentrating hard. "Can't make it out properly. Think we can risk the extendable ears." "Might be worth it," George muttered. "I could sneak upstairs and grab a pair." But at that exact moment, a thunderous shout erupted from downstairs, making the extendable ears unnecessary. Every one of them heard Mrs. Weasley roaring at the top of her lungs. "We're not turning this house into a hideout for stolen goods." Fred grinned.
"I love hearing Mum yell at someone else," he said happily, cracking the door open just enough to let her voice carry more clearly into the room. "It's such a refreshing change."
"Completely irresponsible. As if we don't have enough to worry about without you dragging stolen cauldrons into this house." "They're letting her build momentum," George said knowingly, shaking his head. "That's the mistake. You've got to cut her off early or she works herself up and keeps going for hours. She's been waiting to tear into Mundungus ever since he abandoned Harry. Oh, and there goes Sirius's mum again." Mrs. Weasley's shouting was drowned out by a fresh eruption of shrieks and screams from the portraits in the hall. George moved to shut the door and block out the noise, but before he could, a house elf slipped into the room. Apart from a filthy rag tied around its waist like a loincloth, it was completely naked. The creature looked ancient, its skin hung in loose folds, as though it were several sizes too large for its body. Though bald like most house elves, wisps of white hair sprouted from its huge, bat-like ears. Its eyes were bloodshot and watery grey, and its large, fleshy nose resembled a pig's snout. The elf paid absolutely no attention to Harry or the others. It shuffled forward slowly, hunched over and stubborn-looking, as though they were invisible, muttering to itself in a hoarse, croaking voice like a bullfrog.
"Smells like a sewer and a thief to boot. But she's no better. Nasty old blood traitor with her brats wrecking my mistress's house. Oh, my poor mistress, if she knew. If she knew what scum they've let inside, what would she say to old creature? Oh, the shame of it. Mudbloods and werewolves and traitors and thieves. Poor old creature. What can he do?"
"Hello, creature," Fred said loudly, slamming the door shut behind him. The house elf froze mid-step. Its muttering stopped abruptly, and it gave an exaggerated, entirely unconvincing jump of surprise. "Creature did not see young master," it said, turning and bowing deeply to Fred, still staring at the carpet. It added, clearly under its breath, "Nasty little blood-traitor brat."
"Sorry," George said. "Didn't quite catch that."
Creature said nothing. The elf replied, bowing again this time to George, then muttering audibly, "And there's its twin, unnatural little creatures. Both of them." Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or not. Creature straightened, casting them all a hateful look, as though convinced they couldn't hear him at all, and continued muttering. "And there's the mudblood, standing there bold as brass. Oh, if my mistress knew, oh, how she would weep. And there's a new boy. Creature does not know his name. What is he doing here? Creature does not know." "This is Harry Potter," Hermione said gently. Creature's pale eyes widened, and his muttering grew faster and more furious. "The mudblood speaks to Creature as if she were his friend. If Creature's mistress could see him now, oh, what would she say?" "Don't call her that," Ron and Ginny snapped at once.
"It's all right," Hermione said quickly. "He's not quite right in the head. He doesn't know what he's—"
"Don't fool yourself, Hermione," Fred cut in, watching Creature with clear disgust. He knows exactly what he's saying. Creature's eyes shifted to Harry as he went on muttering,
"Is it true? Is it Harry Potter? Creature sees the scar. It must be true. It was the boy who stopped the Dark Lord. Creature wonders how."
"So do the rest of us," Fred said dryly.
"What do you actually want?" George asked.
Creature's eyes flicked toward him. "Creature is cleaning," he said evasively.
"Yeah, right," came a voice from behind Harry.
Sirius Black had returned and was standing in the doorway, glaring at the elf. The noise from the hall had died down. Mrs. Weasley and Mundungus Fletcher had probably taken their argument elsewhere.
At the sight of Sirius, Creature dropped into an absurdly deep bow, pressing his snout-like nose flat against the floor. "Stand up," Sirius said impatiently. "Now what are you doing?"
"Creature is cleaning," the elf repeated. "Creature lives to serve the noble house of Black."
"And it's getting filthier by the day," Sirius interrupted. "This place is a mess." "Master always did like his little jokes," Creature said, bowing again, then muttering, "Master was a nasty, ungrateful swine who broke his mother's heart." "My mother didn't have a heart," Sirius snapped. "She kept herself alive out of sheer spite."
Creature bowed again, trembling with fury.
"As Master says," he muttered, "Master is not fit to wipe the slime from his mother's boots. Oh, my poor mistress. What would she say? Seeing Creature forced to serve him, how she despised him. What a disappointment he was." "I asked what you were doing," Sirius said coldly. "Every time you pretend to clean, you sneak something off to your room so we can't throw it out."
Sirius gave a short, humorless laugh and shoved his hands deep into his pockets. "Why did I leave?" he repeated. "Because I'd had enough of them." He swept one hand at the tapestry. "Look at them. My whole family believed in blood purity. They thought they were practically royal because they were pure blood. They were obsessed with keeping it that way. My parents worshipped the dark arts. Thought Voldemort had the right idea, though they never had the guts to join him outright." He jabbed a finger at a name burned into the tapestry. "My dear old mother adored my brother Regulus because he played along. He was younger than me and much better behaved. Did everything they wanted. He believed all that rubbish too, at least for a while. Harry followed Sirius's finger to the name Regulus Black. There was a date of death there, but no explanation. Regulus was a Death Eater, Harry asked. Sirius nodded. Joined up when he was about 16. He was so pleased to be part of the inner circle, proud to serve Voldemort. He gave another bitter laugh. Idiot. But he got killed, Harry said.
No, said Sirius. At least, not exactly. I don't know the full story. He got cold feet. He realized what he'd got himself into and tried to back out. Well, you don't just hand in your resignation to Voldemort. He was killed for trying to leave.
For a moment nobody spoke. Harry looked back at the web of names and burned holes. There seemed to be a lot of holes, he said. Yeah, said Sirius. Whenever someone disappointed the family, they were blasted off. Anyone who married a Muggle-born, anyone who supported Muggles, anyone who didn't think the way they did. He pointed at another scorch mark. That's Andromeda, my cousin. She married a Muggle-born. She's Tonks's mother.
Tonks is your cousin, Harry said, startled.
Yep, said Sirius. And Bellatrix Lestrange is another cousin. His voice hardened. Narcissa Malfoy, too. Lovely family. Harry stared. Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Narcissa Malfoy Draco's mother. He suddenly understood more clearly than ever why Sirius hated this house. Sirius's eyes moved over the tapestry with open loathing.
I hated living here, he said quietly. Hated every second of it. James's house was different, warm, normal. They treated me like family.
Harry felt a pang in his chest. He wished he could remember his grandparents. Sirius looked at him and seemed to guess what he was thinking. Your dad was the best friend I ever had, he said. He'd have loved to have you here. Harry swallowed hard. For a moment the gloomy room seemed even quieter, the old tapestry glittering faintly in the dusty light, the names of the dead and the disowned watching them in silence. Sirius made a dramatic motion as though blasting the tapestry apart with an invisible wand, then gave a harsh, humourless laugh. Harry barely noticed. His eyes were fixed on the glittering gold names beside the scorched hole where Andromeda had once been. A pair of golden threads joined Narcissa Black to Lucius Malfoy, and from them a single line ran down to another familiar name. Draco. You're connected to the Malfoys, Harry blurted. Sirius snorted.
Most old pure blood families are connected somehow, he said. Once you decide your children can only marry pure bloods, the pool gets pretty shallow. There aren't many left. Molly's related to me, through marriage somewhere, and Arthur's some kind of distant cousin too, though you won't find the Weasleys proudly displayed on this thing. His mouth twisted. My family always considered them blood traitors.
But Harry's attention had shifted to the other side of the scorch mark. Bellatrix Black. The name was stitched to Rodolphus Lestrange. Lestrange, Harry murmured. Something cold stirred in his memory. He had heard that name before something dark and unpleasant attached to it. They're in Azkaban, Sirius said shortly. Harry looked up. Bellatrix and her husband were caught with Barty Crouch Jr. Sirius went on in the same clipped tone. Rodolphus's brother Rabastan too. Then Harry remembered. He had seen Bellatrix in Dumbledore's Pensive, a tall, dark-haired woman with heavy-lidded eyes blazing with fanatic devotion. He remembered her at her trial, proudly declaring her loyalty to Voldemort. boasting that she had searched for him after his fall and would one day be rewarded. "You never told me she was your—"
"Does it matter?" Sirius snapped. Harry jumped.
"She may be my cousin by blood," Sirius said bitterly, "but she's not family. None of them are. I haven't seen her since I was about your age, unless you count catching sight of her in Azkaban. Do you think I'm proud of being related to Bellatrix Lestrange?"
"Sorry," Harry said quickly. "I didn't mean I was only surprised."
Sirius exhaled and shook his head.
"No, forget it," he muttered.
He turned away from the tapestry and shoved his hands deep into his pockets.
"I hate being back here," he said quietly, staring across the dim drawing room. "Never thought I'd have to live in this place again."
Harry understood at once. He imagined growing up, escaping Privet Drive forever, only to be dragged back to number 4 and forced to live there again. "It's useful as headquarters, though," Sirius continued. "My father loaded it with every protection spell he knew. It's unplottable, so muggles could never find it, though they'd never want to. And Dumbledore's added his own magic too. You won't find a safer house anywhere." He gave a short laugh. "Dumbledore's secret keeper for the Order. Nobody can find headquarters unless he personally tells them where it is. That note Moody showed you, from Dumbledore." Sirius smirked faintly. "If my parents could see what their precious house is being used for now." He jerked his head toward the hall. "My mother's portrait says enough." For a moment he stood scowling at the wall, then sighed. "I just wish I could leave once in a while and do something useful," he said. "I asked Dumbledore if I could escort you to your hearing as Snuffles, obviously. Thought I could give you a bit of support. What do you think?" Harry's stomach dropped. The hearing. He had almost forgotten about it in the relief of being here, hearing news, being with Ron and Hermione and Sirius again. Now the fear came crashing back. He glanced toward the others, all eating sandwiches and laughing around the room, and imagined them returning to Hogwarts without him. Sirius noticed at once.
"Don't panic," he said.
Harry looked up. "They'll clear you," Sirius said firmly. "There's bound to be something in the International Statute of Secrecy about using magic to save your own life. But if they expel me," Harry said in a low voice, "could I come and live here with you?" Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled a sad, tired smile. "We'll see," he said softly. Harry lingered beside Sirius, lowering his voice. "I'd feel a lot better about the hearing if I knew I didn't have to go back to the Dursleys," he admitted. Sirius gave a hollow laugh. "They must be truly awful if this place seems better."
"Harry, Sirius," Mrs. Weasley shouted from across the room. "Move yourselves or there'll be nothing left to eat."
Sirius sighed deeply, shot one last resentful glare at the Black family tapestry, and followed Harry to the table. For the rest of the afternoon, Harry tried not to think about the hearing. Luckily, the job Mrs. Weasley gave them demanded all his attention. They spent hours emptying the dusty cabinets in the drawing room, and many of the things inside were far from harmless. Sirius was the first casualty. He picked up a silver snuff box, and it snapped shut on his hand like a set of teeth. Within seconds, the skin around the bite hardened into a rough brown crust that spread over his fingers like a glove. "It's all right," Sirius said calmly. Examining it with interest, he tapped it with his wand, and the crust vanished, probably walk-cat powder. He tossed the box into the rubbish sack. A moment later, Harry noticed George quietly wrapping his hand in a cloth and slipping the snuff box into his already bulging pocket, where several stolen doxies were no doubt wriggling. There was a silver instrument shaped like a pair of spidery tweezers that sprang up Harry's arm and tried to stab him. Sirius snatched it away and smashed it flat beneath a heavy book called Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy. Then there was a music box. The tune it played was soft and eerie, and within moments everyone in the room felt heavy and drowsy, their limbs weakening. Ginny, quicker than the rest, slammed the lid shut. They also uncovered a heavy golden locket that no one could open, several ancient seals, and an order of Merlin. First class, tucked in a dusty case. "It belonged to my grandfather," Sirius said with a sneer. "Probably bought it by giving the ministry loads of gold." He threw the medal into the sack. Creature kept appearing at odd moments, creeping into the room and trying to hide objects beneath his filthy loincloth.
Every time he was caught, he muttered vicious curses under his breath.
When Sirius pried a heavy gold ring with the black crest out of Creature's hands, the old elf actually burst into tears.
"It was my father's," Sirius said coldly, tossing it away. Creature wasn't quite as obsessed with him as he was with my mother, though I did catch him kissing one of my father's old pairs of trousers last week.
Harry laughed. Creature stormed off, sobbing and hissing insults so foul Harry had never heard words like them before. Mrs. Weasley drove them mercilessly over the next few days. It took 3 full days to make the drawing room livable.
Even then, 2 things remained.
The Black family tapestry refused to come down, no matter what spells they used. And the writing desk still rattled ominously whenever anyone passed. Moody had not yet visited headquarters, so no one knew what was trapped inside.
After that, they moved on to the dining room.
There they discovered spiders the size of saucers lurking in the dresser. Ron took one look, muttered something about making tea, and vanished for nearly 90 minutes. Sirius hurled the Black family china into rubbish sacks without hesitation. Plates, cups, and bowls bearing the family crest shattered in pieces. The same fate met a stack of old silver-framed photographs. As the glass cracked, the tiny people inside shrieked and squealed in outrage before vanishing into the dust. Though Snape sneeringly called it cleaning, Harry thought it felt much more like a battle.
And the house was fighting back.
Every room seemed to contain something dangerous, cursed, or deeply unpleasant, and Creature was doing his best to aid the enemy. The house elf popped up wherever they were working, muttering more venomously each day as he tried to rescue items from the rubbish sacks. Sirius finally lost patience. He threatened Creature with clothes. Creature merely fixed him with his watery, bloodshot eyes and croaked, "Master may do as master pleases." Then he shuffled away, muttering loudly enough for everyone to hear. But Master will not send Creature away. Oh no, Creature knows what they are doing, plotting against the Dark Lord with mudbloods and traitors and filth.
That was too much.
Ignoring Hermione's horrified protests, Sirius grabbed Creature by the back of his filthy loincloth and bodily threw him out of the room. The doorbell rang many times each day. Every time it did, Mrs. Black's portrait burst into shrieking abuse. Each time, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny would race to listen at doors or peer over banisters in hopes of catching scraps of conversation. They learned very little. Mrs. Weasley was always quick to drag them back to work. Snape came and went several more times, gliding in and out like an oversized bat. Harry was relieved they never met face to face. He also caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall once, looking extremely strange in a muggle coat and dress, hurrying through the hall without stopping. Some visitors stayed to help. Tonks joined them one afternoon and helped corner a savage old ghoul hiding in an upstairs toilet. Lupin, who was living there with Sirius but often disappeared on mysterious order business, helped them fix a grandfather clock that had developed a nasty habit of firing heavy bolts at anyone who walked by. Even Mundungus managed to improve his standing with Mrs. Weasley slightly after saving Ron from a set of ancient purple robes that had tried to strangle him the moment he lifted them from a wardrobe. For the first time all summer, Harry was actually having fun.
Even though he was still sleeping badly.
Even though he kept dreaming of long corridors and locked doors.
Even though his scar prickled more often now. As long as he was busy, he could forget.
Forget the hearing. Forget the ministry. Forget the possibility of being expelled. But the moment things went quiet, when he paused for breath, or lay in bed, staring up at the shifting shadows on the ceiling, the fear came back. It jabbed at him like sharp needles. What if they expelled him? What if they snapped his wand? What if they sent him back to the Dursleys?
He couldn't bear the thought.
He never said it aloud, not even to Ron and Hermione. They seemed to understand. He often caught them whispering together and glancing at him anxiously, but they followed his lead and never mentioned the hearing. Still, sometimes Harry couldn't stop the images forming in his mind. A cold-faced ministry official breaking his wand cleanly in two. A voice ordering him back to Privet Drive. No. He clenched his fists beneath the blankets. He wouldn't go. If they expelled him, he would come back here. To Grimmauld Place. To Sirius. And somehow, he would stay. Here's a rewritten version of your passage in natural English while keeping the same meaning and atmosphere. Mrs. Weasley's quiet words at dinner on Wednesday evening made Harry feel as though a heavy stone had dropped into his stomach. "I've pressed your smartest clothes for tomorrow morning, Harry," she said softly. "And I'd like you to wash your hair tonight as well. A good first impression can make all the difference."
At once, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny fell silent and turned to look at him. Harry simply nodded and forced himself to keep eating his chop, though his mouth had suddenly gone so dry that chewing felt almost impossible.
"How am I getting there?" he asked, trying to sound calm and casual. "Arthur's taking you to work with him?" Mrs. Weasley replied kindly. Mr. Weasley gave Harry an encouraging smile from across the table. "You can wait in my office until it's time for the hearing," he said reassuringly. Harry glanced toward Sirius, but before he could speak, Mrs. Weasley answered the question he had not yet asked. "Professor Dumbledore doesn't think it would be wise for Sirius to go with you, and I have to say, I—"
"Agree completely," Sirius said stiffly through gritted teeth.
Mrs. Weasley pressed her lips together. "When did Dumbledore tell you that?" Harry asked, looking directly at Sirius. "He came by last night, after you'd gone to bed," said Mr. Weasley. Sirius jabbed irritably at a potato on his plate with his fork. Harry dropped his gaze back to his own dinner. The thought that Dumbledore had been in the house the night before his hearing and had not even asked to see him made him feel even more miserable than before. Chapter 7. The Ministry of Magic. Harry woke at 5:30 the next morning with a start, as suddenly and completely as if someone had shouted directly into his ear. For a few moments he lay perfectly still, the thought of the disciplinary hearing flooding every corner of his mind. Then, unable to stand it any longer, he threw off the covers, grabbed his glasses, and put them on. Mrs. Weasley had neatly placed his freshly washed jeans and t-shirt at the foot of the bed. Harry pulled them on quickly. From the wall, the blank picture gave a soft, mocking snicker. Ron was sprawled across his bed, fast asleep on his back with his mouth hanging open. He didn't even stir as Harry crossed the room, stepped onto the landing, and gently closed the door behind him, trying not to think about the possibility that the next time he saw Ron, they might no longer be classmates at Hogwarts. Harry crept downstairs in silence. He passed the mounted heads of Creature's ancestors and made his way into the kitchen. He had expected the room to be empty, but as he reached the door, he heard the low murmur of voices inside. Pushing it open, he found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Lupin, and Tonks already there, seated as though they had been waiting for him. Everyone was fully dressed except Mrs. Weasley, who still wore a quilted purple dressing gown. The moment Harry entered, she sprang to her feet. "Breakfast," she announced, hurrying to the fireplace and pulling out her wand. "Morning, Harry." Tonks yawned. Her hair was blonde and curly today. "Sleep okay?" "Yeah," Harry replied. "I've been awake all night," Tonks said, shuddering through another enormous yawn. "Come sit down." She pulled out a chair for him, accidentally knocking the one beside it over. "What would you like, Harry?" Mrs. Weasley called over her shoulder. "Porridge, muffins, kippers, bacon and eggs, toast, just toast." "Thanks," Harry said. Lupin glanced at Harry and then turned back to Tonks. "What were you saying about Scrimgeour?" "Oh, right, well, we've got to be more careful. He's been asking Kingsley and me some odd questions." Harry felt faintly relieved that no one expected him to join the conversation. His stomach was twisting painfully. Mrs. Weasley set a plate of toast and marmalade in front of him. He tried to eat, but chewing felt like grinding up carpet. She sat beside him and immediately began fussing over his clothes, straightening the label on his t-shirt and smoothing the wrinkles from his shoulders. Harry wished she'd stop.
"And I'll have to tell Dumbledore I can't do night duty tomorrow," Tonks finished, letting out another huge yawn. "I'm completely exhausted. I'll cover for you," said Mr. Weasley. "I'm all right. I've got a report to finish anyway." Mr. Weasley wasn't wearing wizard robes today, but pinstripe trousers and an old bomber jacket. He turned to Harry. "How are you feeling?" Harry shrugged. "It'll all be over soon," Mr. Weasley said encouragingly. "In a few hours, you'll be cleared."
Harry didn't answer. "The hearing will be on my floor, in Amelia Bones's office," Mr. Weasley explained. "She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she'll be the one questioning you." "Amelia Bones is all right, Harry," Tonks said sincerely. "She's fair. She'll listen to your side." Harry nodded, still unable to find any words. "Don't lose your temper," Sirius said suddenly. "Be respectful and stick to the facts." Harry nodded once more. "The law is on your side," Lupin added quietly. "Even underage wizards are allowed to use magic in life-threatening situations." A sudden cold trickle ran down the back of Harry's neck. For one startled second, he thought someone had cast a disillusionment charm on him. Then he realized Mrs. Weasley was fiercely attacking his hair with a wet comb.
"Will this hair ever stay down?" she asked in frustration, pressing hard on the top of his head.
Harry shook his head. Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch, then looked up.
"I think we should leave now," he said. We're early, but I think you'll feel better at the ministry than waiting around here. Okay, Harry said automatically, dropping his toast and standing up.
You'll be fine, Harry, Tonks said, giving his arm a reassuring pat. Good luck, Lupin said warmly. I'm sure everything will turn out all right. And if it doesn't, Sirius said darkly, I'll deal with Amelia Bones myself. Harry gave a weak smile. Mrs. Weasley wrapped him in a quick hug. We'll all be keeping our fingers crossed, she said. Right, Harry replied. Well, see you later. He followed Mr. Weasley upstairs and down the hall. Behind the curtains, Sirius's mother's portrait was making deep snorting noises in her sleep. Mr. Weasley quietly unbolted the front door, and together they stepped out into the cold, grey dawn. You don't usually walk to work, do you? Harry asked as they hurried around the square.
No, I normally apparate, said Mr. Weasley. But obviously you can't and I think it's better if we arrive in a completely non-magical way. Makes a better impression, considering what you're being disciplined for. As they walked, Mr. Weasley kept one hand tucked inside his jacket. Harry knew he was gripping his wand.
The shabby streets were nearly empty, but by the time they reached the gloomy little underground station, it was already crowded with early commuters. As always, when surrounded by muggles going about their everyday routines, Mr. Weasley could barely contain his excitement.
Absolutely marvellous, he whispered, pointing at the automatic ticket machines, so cleverly designed.
They're broken, Harry said, nodding toward the sign. Yes, but even so, said Mr. Weasley, smiling at them with clear admiration. They ended up buying their tickets from a drowsy-looking attendant. Harry handled the money. Since Mr. Weasley still struggled with muggle currency, and within minutes they were boarding an underground train that rattled its way toward central London. Throughout the journey, Mr. Weasley kept glancing nervously at the map above the carriage doors.
4 more stops. Harry, now 3, just 2 left. When they finally stepped off, they were swept along with a flood of sharply dressed men and women clutching briefcases. They rode the escalator up, passed through the ticket barrier, Mr. Weasley watching in delight as the machine swallowed his ticket, and emerged onto a wide, busy street lined with tall, impressive buildings. Where are we? Mr. Weasley asked blankly.
For a brief, alarming moment, Harry thought they had gotten off at the wrong station despite all the careful checking. Then Mr. Weasley brightened. Ah, yes, this way. Harry, he said, leading him down a side street. Sorry about that, he added. I don't usually come by train, and everything looks rather different from a muggle point of view. In fact, I've never used the visitor's entrance before. As they walked, the buildings gradually became smaller and more worn-looking, until they reached a narrow street lined with shabby offices, a pub, and an overflowing dumpster. It was far from the grand setting Harry had imagined for the Ministry of Magic. Here we are, said Mr. Weasley cheerfully, pointing at an old red telephone box standing in front of a graffiti-covered wall. Several panes of glass were missing. After you, Harry. He opened the door, and Harry stepped inside. Puzzled, Mr. Weasley squeezed in after him and shut the door. The space was cramped. Harry found himself pressed against a crooked telephone fixed loosely to the wall, as though someone had once tried to tear it off. Reaching past Harry, Mr. Weasley picked up the receiver. Mr. Weasley, I think this might be broken too, Harry said.
No, I'm sure it works, Mr. Weasley replied, lifting the receiver above his head and squinting at the dial. Let's see. 6, he dialed carefully. 2, 4, another 4, and another 2. As the dial spun back into place, a calm female voice filled the telephone box, not from the receiver, but all around them. as if an unseen woman were standing beside them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." Said Mr. Weasley, unsure whether to speak into the receiver. He settled for holding it awkwardly near his ear. "Arthur Weasley. Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. Escorting Harry Potter, who has been summoned to attend a disciplinary hearing."
"Thank you," said the calm female voice. "Visitor, please take the badge and fasten it to the front of your robes." There was a click, followed by a metallic rattle, and something slid out of the slot where coins would normally be returned. Harry picked it up. It was a square silver badge engraved with the words, "Harry Potter, Disciplinary Hearing." He pinned it to the front of his T-shirt just as the voice spoke again. "Visitors to the ministry are required to submit to a search and present their wands for registration at the security desk, located at the far end of the atrium." Suddenly, the floor of the telephone box trembled beneath them. Harry felt his stomach lurch as they began to sink slowly into the ground. He watched nervously as the pavement outside the glass windows appeared to rise higher and higher until darkness swallowed them completely. For a moment, he could see nothing at all. The only sound was the deep grinding of machinery as the telephone box descended through the earth. After what felt like much longer than a minute, a narrow beam of golden light appeared at Harry's feet. It slowly widened and climbed upward, creeping over his legs, chest, and finally into his face, making him blink against the brightness. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day," said the woman's voice. The telephone box door sprang open. Mr. Weasley stepped out first, and Harry followed his mouth falling open in amazement. They stood at one end of a vast and magnificent hall. The dark wooden floor gleamed as though it had been freshly polished. Above them stretched a deep peacock blue ceiling, inlaid with shimmering golden symbols that moved and shifted like a giant magical notice board in the sky. The walls on either side were lined with glossy dark wood paneling, broken at intervals by gilded fireplaces. Every few seconds, a witch or wizard would burst out of one of the fireplaces on the left with a soft whoosh on the right. Small queues of witches and wizards waited in front of the fireplaces to leave. In the middle of the hall stood a grand fountain. At the center of the circular pool rose a group of golden statues, larger than life. The tallest was a handsome wizard, holding his wand high above his head. Clustered around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three gazed up adoringly at the wizard and witch. Sparkling streams of water shot from the tips of the wizard's and witch's wands, from the centaur's arrow, from the goblin's hat, and from each of the house elf's ears. The soft, splashing and hissing of the fountain mixed with the cracks of apparition, the popping sounds from the fireplaces, and the echo of hurried footsteps as hundreds of witches and wizards, most looking tired and grim in the early morning, strode toward the golden gates at the far end of the atrium. "This way," said Mr. Weasley. They merged into the crowd, weaving their way through the busy ministry workers. Some were carrying towering stacks of parchment. Others clutched battered briefcases, while a few were reading the Daily Prophet as they walked, as they passed the fountain. Harry noticed silver sickles and bronze nuts sparkling at the bottom of the pool. Beside it stood a small, smudged sign. "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. If I'm not expelled from Hogwarts, I'll donate 10 galleons," Harry thought desperately. "Over here, Harry," said Mr. Weasley. They stepped out of the stream of ministry employees heading toward the golden gates, and approached a desk on the left beneath a sign reading Security. A poorly shaven wizard in peacock blue robes looked up from his copy of the Daily Prophet and set it aside. "I'm escorting a visitor," said Mr. Weasley, nodding toward Harry. "Step over here," the wizard said in a bored tone. Harry moved closer. The wizard picked up a long golden rod, thin and flexible like a car antenna, and ran it up and down Harry's front and back. "One," he grunted, setting the rod aside and holding out his hand. Harry handed it over. The wizard placed the wand on a curious brass device that looked a bit like a set of scales with only one pan. It began to vibrate, and a thin strip of parchment shot out from a slit at the base. The wizard tore it off and read aloud.
11 inches Phoenix Feather Core. In use for 4 years. Correct? Yes, Harry said nervously. "I keep this," the wizard said, spearing the parchment onto a small brass spike. "You take this back," he added, shoving the wand into Harry's hand. "Thank you. Hang on," the wizard said slowly. His eyes had shifted from the silver visitor's badge on Harry's chest to the scar on his forehead. "Thank you, Eric," said Mr. Weasley quickly.
Gripping Harry by the shoulder, he steered him away from the desk and back into the flow of witches and wizards moving through the golden gates. Slightly jostled by the crowd, Harry followed Mr. Weasley into a smaller hall beyond, where at least 20 lifts stood behind ornate golden grills. They joined the crowd around one of them. Nearby stood a large bearded wizard carrying a cardboard box that was making strange rasping sounds. "All right, Arthur," the wizard asked, nodding at Mr. Weasley. "What have you got there?" "Bob," Mr. Weasley asked, eyeing the box. "We're not sure," Bob said seriously. "Thought it was an ordinary chicken until it started breathing fire. Looks like a serious breach of the ban on experimental breeding, with a loud clanging and rattling." A lift descended in front of them. The golden grill slid open, and Harry and Mr. Weasley squeezed inside with the rest of the crowd. Harry found himself pressed against the back wall. Several witches and wizards were glancing at him curiously. He stared down at his shoes, flattening his fringe over his scar as he did so. The grill slammed shut with a crash. The lift began to rise slowly, chains clanking overhead, and the same cool female voice Harry had heard in the telephone box echoed out once more. 7th floor, the Department of Magical Games and Sports, home to the British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters, the official Gobstones Club, and the ludicrous Patents Office. The lift doors slid apart, revealing a cluttered corridor beyond. Posters of Quidditch teams hung crookedly along the walls, as though they had been pinned up in a hurry. A wizard inside the lift, struggling under a bundle of broomsticks, squeezed his way out and hurried off down the hall. The doors shut again, and the lift rattled upward. The same calm female voice rang out. 6th floor. The Department of Magical Transportation, including the Flu Network Authority, Broom Regulatory Control, Portkey Office, and Apparition Test Center. This time, several witches and wizards stepped out as the doors opened. At the same moment, a flock of paper aeroplanes swooped inside. Harry watched them drift lazily above him. They were a soft violet shade, each stamped with the words Ministry of Magic along the edges of their wings. "Just interdepartmental memos," Mr. Weasley explained quietly. "We used to rely on owls, but it got far too messy. Feathers and droppings everywhere." As the lift clanked upward once more, the memos circled the hanging lamp, which swayed slightly with the motion. 5th floor. The Department of International Magical Cooperation, including the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Office of Law, and the British seats of the International Confederation of Wizards. When the doors opened again, a couple of the memos shot out alongside departing passengers. Almost immediately, more flew in, filling the lift so that the lamp's light flickered as they darted around it. 4th floor. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, including the Beast, Being, and Spirit Divisions, the Goblin Liaison Office, and the Pest Advisory Bureau.
"Excuse me," muttered a wizard, clutching a fire-breathing chicken as he stepped out, followed by a small swarm of memos. The doors slammed shut behind him.
3rd floor. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and the Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee. By now, nearly everyone had left except Harry, Mr. Weasley, and a witch absorbed in reading an unusually long scroll that trailed along the floor. The remaining memos continued to circle overhead as the lift shuddered upward again. The doors opened once more. 2nd floor. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Improper Use of Magic Office, Aura Headquarters, and Wizengamot Administration Services. "This is our stop, Harry," said Mr. Weasley. They stepped out into a corridor lined with identical doors, the witch with the scroll moving ahead of them. "My office is across the floor," Mr. Weasley added as they walked.
"Mr. Weasley?" Harry asked, glancing at a window where bright sunlight streamed through. "Aren't we still underground?" "We are," Mr. Weasley replied. "As windows are enchanted. The magical maintenance team decides what weather we see each day. Last time they wanted a pay raise. We had hurricanes for 2 months straight." He gave a small shrug. "This way. Harry?"
They rounded the corner, passed through a set of tall oak doors, and stepped into a noisy, crowded office space divided into narrow cubicles. The air hummed with conversation and bursts of laughter. Pale memos shot back and forth overhead like tiny rockets weaving through the maze. On the nearest cubicle, a crooked sign read Aura Headquarters. As they walked by, Harry stole quick glances through the open cubicle entrances. The Auras had decorated their walls with a jumble of personal and professional clutter, wanted posters of dark wizards, family photographs, Quidditch banners, and clippings from the Daily Prophet. One wizard in bright scarlet robes, his ponytail hanging even longer than Bill's, leaned back with his boots on the desk while speaking aloud to a quill scribbling furiously across parchment. Farther on, a witch with an eye patch was chatting over the partition wall to Kingsley Shacklebolt.
"Morning, Weasley," said Kingsley casually as they approached. "Could I borrow you for a moment?" "Yes, if it truly is only a moment," Mr. Weasley replied briskly. "I'm rather pressed for time."
They spoke as if they were mere colleagues, barely acquainted. Harry instinctively opened his mouth to greet Kingsley, but Mr. Weasley firmly trod on his foot, wincing. Harry kept silent and followed as Kingsley led them down the row into the last cubicle. Harry stopped short in surprise. Sirius's face stared at him from every wall. Old photographs and newspaper clippings had been pinned up everywhere. There was even the picture of Sirius standing proudly as best man at James and Lily Potter's wedding. The only patch of wall not covered in Sirius's image held a large world map, scattered with glowing red pins that sparkled like tiny rubies. "Here," Kingsley said sharply, thrusting a stack of parchment into Mr. Weasley's hands. "I need every bit of information you've got on flying Muggle vehicles reported over the last year. There's reason to believe Black may still be using that old motorbike of his." Then Kingsley shot Harry a huge wink and murmured under his breath, "Pass him the magazine, he might enjoy it."
"Straightening at once," he added loudly. "And don't keep me waiting." Weasley? That delay over the Firelegs report stalled our investigation for nearly a month.
If you'd actually read my report, Mr. Weasley answered coolly, you'd know the correct term is firearms, and as for motorcycles, you'll have to be patient. We're rather overwhelmed at present. Then, lowering his voice, he added, if you can leave before 7, Molly's making meatballs. He motioned for Harry to follow. They left Kingsley's cubicle and passed through another pair of oak doors into a quieter corridor. Mr. Weasley turned left, then strode down a long hall before turning right into a dimmer, more neglected-looking passageway. The walls here were shabby, the lighting poor, and the carpet worn thin. At the very end of the corridor, they stopped. A half-open door on the left revealed a cramped broom cupboard. On the right, another door bore a tarnished brass plaque that read, Misuse of Muggle artifacts. Mr. Weasley's office looked even more cramped and miserable than the broom cupboard outside. 2 desks had been wedged into the tiny room, leaving hardly enough space to squeeze between them. Filing cabinets bulged along every wall, their drawers overstuffed, with teetering stacks of paperwork balanced precariously on top. What little wall space remained was plastered with evidence of Mr. Weasley's fascination with Muggle things, posters of automobiles, including one displaying the parts of an engine, a pair of pictures of postboxes, clearly clipped from a children's book, and a carefully pinned diagram explaining how to wire a plug. Perched atop Mr. Weasley's overflowing in-tray sat an ancient toaster making gloomy little hiccoughing noises, while a pair of empty leather gloves nearby absent-mindedly twiddled their thumbs. Beside the tray stood a photograph of the Weasley family. Harry noticed at once that Percy was missing. He seemed to have stepped right out of the picture.
No window, I'm afraid, Mr. Weasley said apologetically as he shrugged off his old bomber jacket and draped it over his chair. We've requested one more than once, but apparently no one thinks we need it. Sit down. Harry? Looks like Perkins hasn't arrived yet.
Harry carefully squeezed himself into the chair behind Perkins's desk, while Mr. Weasley sorted through the bundle of parchments Kingsley had handed him.
Ah, Mr. Weasley said with a grin as he pulled out a magazine called The Quibbler. Right. He flipped through the pages. Yes. Sirius will definitely get a laugh out of this.
He broke off as a memo shot through the open doorway and fluttered down onto the wheezing toaster. Mr. Weasley picked it up, unfolded it, and read aloud. Third regurgitating public toilet reported in Bethnal Green. Kindly investigate at once. Honestly, this is becoming absurd. A regurgitating toilet, Harry repeated.
Anti-Muggle pranksters, Mr. Weasley muttered darkly. We had 2 cases just last week, one in Wimbledon and another in Elephant and Castle. Muggles pulled the chain, expecting everything to vanish. And instead, he grimaced. Well, I'm sure you can imagine. Poor people keep calling those pumbles. Plumbers, Harry suggested.
Yes, exactly. But of course they've no idea what's causing it. I just hope we catch the culprit soon. Will the Auras handle it?
Oh no, said Mr. Weasley, shaking his head. Far too minor for Auras. The regular magical law enforcement patrol will deal with it, Harry, here's Perkins.
An elderly wizard with fluffy white hair and a stooped back had hurried into the room, breathing hard.
Oh, Arthur, he gasped anxiously, barely glancing at Harry. Thank goodness you're here. I didn't know whether to stay or come looking for you. I've just sent an owl to your house, though I suppose you missed it. An urgent message arrived 10 minutes ago. I know, Mr. Weasley interrupted. The regurgitating toilet. No, no, Perkins said, looking horrified. Not the toilet. It's about the Potter boys hearing they've changed the time and place. It starts at 8 o'clock now, and it's been moved to Old Courtroom 10. Old what? But they told me Merlin's beard.
Mr. Weasley glanced at his watch, let out a shout, and sprang to his feet.
Harry, quick, we're already 5 minutes late.
Perkins flattened himself against the filing cabinets as Mr. Weasley tore from the office, Harry racing after him. Why would they change the time? Harry gasped as they tore past the aura cubicles. Heads popped up over the partitions, eyes following them as they raced by. Harry felt as though his stomach had been left somewhere back in Perkins's office.
I haven't the faintest idea, Mr. Weasley replied breathlessly, but thank goodness we arrived early. If you'd missed it, the consequences would have been dreadful.
They screeched to a halt beside the lifts. Mr. Weasley jabbed furiously at the button marked down.
Come on, come on. At last the lift rattled up to them and they threw themselves inside. Each time it paused on another level. Mr. Weasley muttered angrily under his breath and repeatedly stabbed at the button for level 9.
Those old courtrooms haven't been used for years, he said, his voice tight with anger. I can't imagine why they'd move it down there. Unless... He broke off suddenly. No. Surely not. A plump witch, clutching a smoking goblet, stepped into the lift just then, and Mr. Weasley said no more. The atrium, announced the calm female voice as the golden grills slid open. Harry caught a fleeting glimpse of the shimmering golden statues in the fountain before the doors closed again. The witch stepped out, and a thin, pale wizard with a sorrowful face entered.
Morning, Arthur, he said hollowly as the lift began descending once more. Don't often see you headed this way. Urgent business, Mr. Weasley replied shortly, shifting nervously from foot to foot and darting worried glances at Harry. Ah, said Bode, staring at Harry without blinking. Yes, of course.
Harry was too anxious to care much who Bode was, but the man's steady, mournful gaze only made him feel worse. Department of Mysteries, said the female voice flatly.
Quick, Harry, Mr. Weasley urged as the doors clanged open.
They dashed into a corridor unlike any Harry had seen above. The walls were bare and windowless, with no doors except a single plain black one standing at the far end. Harry thought they were heading for it, but Mr. Weasley grabbed his arm and pulled him sharply left toward an opening with stone stairs.
This way down here, Mr. Weasley panted, taking the steps 2 at a time. The lift doesn't even go this far. Why they're holding it down there?
They reached the bottom and raced into another dim corridor. It reminded Harry instantly of the passage leading to Snape's dungeon at Hogwarts. Rough stone walls, flaming torches set in iron brackets, and a cold, underground silence. The doors lining this corridor were heavy wood reinforced with iron bolts and large keyholes.
Courtroom 10, Mr. Weasley wheezed. I think nearly there, yes.
He stumbled to a stop in front of a dark, grimy door, fitted with a massive iron lock. Leaning against the wall, he clutched his side and fought for breath. Go on, he panted, jerking his thumb toward the door. Get in there.
Aren't you coming? Harry asked, his own voice shaking. No, said Mr. Weasley, still gasping. I'm not allowed in. Good luck, Harry.
Harry's heart was pounding so hard it seemed lodged in his throat. Swallowing with difficulty, he reached for the heavy iron handle, turned it, and stepped into the courtroom. Chapter 8. The Hearing. Harry stopped dead, a sharp breath escaping him before he could stop it. The chamber he had entered was chillingly familiar. He knew this place. He had seen it once before, through Dumbledore's pensive. This was the very courtroom where he had watched the Lestranges condemned to spend their lives in Azkaban. The walls were built of rough black stone, their surfaces flickering in the weak torchlight. Rows of empty benches towered on either side of him, while far ahead, high in the steepest seats, shadowy figures crowded together. They had been murmuring among themselves, but the instant the iron door slammed shut behind Harry, silence spread through the room like ice. Then a cold male voice echoed through the darkness.
"You are late." "Sorry," Harry stammered, his throat dry. "I didn't realize the time had been changed."
"That is hardly the Wizengamot's responsibility," the voice replied sharply. "An owl was dispatched to you this morning. Sit down." Harry's eyes dropped to the chair in the centre of the chamber. Chains hung from its arms. He remembered those chains well, had seen them snap alive and wrap themselves around the prisoner seated there. His footsteps rang against the stone as he crossed the floor. He lowered himself cautiously onto the edge of the seat. The chains gave a metallic rattle, as though considering whether to strike, but remained still.
His stomach twisting. Harry lifted his eyes to the rows above.
There were around 50 witches and wizards seated there, all dressed in deep plum robes marked with a finely embroidered silver W over the chest. Every one of them was staring down at him. Some wore severe, unreadable expressions. Others looked openly curious. At the centre of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Fudge was a stout man who usually wore a bright lime-green bowler hat, but today it was absent. So too was the warm, almost fatherly smile he had once given Harry. His face was stern and official. To Fudge's left sat a square-faced witch with cropped grey hair and a monocle gleaming in one eye. She looked strict and formidable. On his right sat another witch, though she was leaning so far back in the shadows that Harry could barely make out her features. "Very well," said Fudge briskly. "The accused is present at last. Let us proceed. Ready?" He called down the bench.
"Yes, sir," came a brisk, eager voice Harry recognized immediately.
"Percy Weasley." Ron's brother sat at the far end of the front row. Harry glanced at him, expecting at least a flicker of acknowledgement, but Percy did not look up. His eyes, magnified behind his horn-rimmed spectacles, remained fixed on the parchment before him, quill poised and ready. "Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August," Fudge announced in a loud, formal voice. Percy began scribbling at once, regarding violations of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, residing at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He paused, then continued. Interrogators and Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, Court Scribe, Percy Ignatius Weasley, Witness for the Defence, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a calm voice from behind Harry. Harry whipped around so quickly he nearly wrenched his neck. Dumbledore was walking calmly across the courtroom in long, midnight blue robes, looking utterly composed. His silver hair and beard shimmered in the torchlight as he came to stand beside Harry's chair and lifted his gaze toward Fudge through the half-moon spectacles perched halfway down his crooked nose. A ripple of whispers swept through the Wizengamot. Every eye in the chamber had turned toward Dumbledore. Some faces showed irritation, others looked distinctly uneasy. Two elderly witches, seated in the back row, even lifted their hands and waved warmly at him.
At the sight of Dumbledore, something powerful surged inside Harry's chest, a sudden rush of strength and hope, almost like the feeling Phoenix Song had once given him. He longed for Dumbledore to look at him, to offer some sign of reassurance. But Dumbledore did not glance his way. His attention remained fixed on Fudge, who looked visibly rattled. "Ah," said Fudge, clearing his throat. He looked thoroughly unsettled. "Dumbledore, yes. You received our notice that the time and location of the hearing had changed?" "I seem to have overlooked it," Dumbledore said brightly. "Fortunately, through a happy accident, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early, so everything worked out nicely." "Yes, well, quite," Fudge stammered. "I suppose we'll need another chair. Weasley, perhaps you could—" No need," said Dumbledore pleasantly.
He drew out his wand, gave it the slightest flick, and at once a soft, flowered armchair appeared beside Harry's seat. Dumbledore settled into it gracefully, steepled his long fingers together, and looked at Fudge over them with mild, courteous interest. The muttering among the Wizengamot continued. Robes rustled, and people shifted in their seats. Only when Fudge spoke again did the courtroom begin to quiet. "Yes," said Fudge once more, shuffling his papers with unnecessary force. "Well then, the charge is right." He pulled a parchment from the stack before him, took a steadying breath, and began to read. "The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and with full understanding of the illegality of his actions, having previously received a written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar matter, produce a Patronus charm in an area inhabited by Muggles, and in the presence of a Muggle, on the 2nd of August at 23 minutes past 9. This constitutes an offence under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy." Fudge lowered the parchment slightly and glared at Harry over the top of it. "You are Harry James Potter of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." "Yes," Harry answered. "You received an official warning from the Ministry for illegal use of magic 3 years ago. Did you not?" Fudge demanded.
"Yes, but—"
"And despite that warning, you produced a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August," Fudge pressed.
"Yes, but—"
"Fully aware that underage wizards are forbidden to perform magic outside school."
"Yes, but—"
"And knowing you were in a Muggle-populated area."
"Yes, but—"
"And aware that a Muggle was standing nearby at the time."
"Yes," Harry snapped, his temper rising. "But I only did it because we were—"
The square-jawed witch with the monocle interrupted in a voice that boomed through the chamber. "You produced a fully formed Patronus."
"Yes, because—"
"A corporeal Patronus."
Harry blinked. "A what?"
"One with a clear physical shape," Madame Bones clarified. "Not mist or vapour." "Yes," Harry said, trying not to shout. "It's a stag. It's always a stag."
"Always," said Madame Bones, her eyebrows shooting upward so high her monocle nearly slipped. "You've performed this spell before."
"Yes," said Harry impatiently, "for over a year now."
"And you are only 15. "Yes, and—"
"You learned it at school."
"Yes, yeah, Professor Lupin taught me in my 3rd year because of the—"
"Remarkable," Madame Bones said, staring down at him with open astonishment. A proper Patronus at your age. Truly remarkable. Murmurs rippled around the benches again. Some members of the Wizengamot nodded thoughtfully. Others frowned and whispered among themselves.
"This is hardly about whether the magic was remarkable," Fudge said sharply. "If anything, the more advanced the spell, the more serious the offence, especially since the boy cast it in front of a muggle."
The frowning members murmured their agreement. Then Harry caught sight of Percy, solemnly nodding along.
"That did it." "I did it because of the Dementors," Harry shouted before anyone could cut him off again.
The courtroom fell silent. Not the same uneasy murmuring silence as before, but something heavier, thicker. "Dementors?" said Madame Bones after a pause. Her eyebrows rose even farther. "What exactly do you mean, boy?"
"I mean there were 2 Dementors in the alley," Harry said loudly. "They attacked me and my cousin." "Ah," said Fudge, with an unpleasant little smile as he glanced around the courtroom, as though sharing a private joke. "Yes. I thought we might hear something along those lines."
"Dementors in Little Whinging," Madame Bones said, sounding genuinely startled. "I don't understand." "Don't you—" "Amelia?" said Fudge, still smirking. "Allow me to explain. He's had time to think of a story. And Dementors make a very convenient one. Muggles can't see Dementors, can they? Boy, very convenient indeed. No witnesses, just your word."
"I'm telling the truth," Harry shouted over the renewed muttering in the courtroom. "There were 2 of them. They came from both ends of the alley. The air went freezing cold and dark. My cousin felt them too and ran. Enough! Enough!" Fudge interrupted, wearing an expression of smug disbelief. "I'm sorry to cut short what I'm sure was a beautifully practiced little tale."
Dumbledore cleared his throat softly.
At once, the courtroom fell silent. "As it happens," Dumbledore said calmly, "we do have a witness to confirm the presence of Dementors in that alleyway, someone besides Dudley Dursley."
Fudge's round face seemed to sag in shock, as though all the air had leaked out of it. He stared at Dumbledore for a long moment, then visibly gathered himself. "We haven't time for more nonsense, Dumbledore," he said sharply. "I'd like this matter settled quickly." "Perhaps I am mistaken," said Dumbledore pleasantly, "but I believe that under the Wizengamot Charter of Rights, the accused is entitled to call witnesses in his defence. Is that not correct, Madame Bones?" He turned politely toward the monocled witch. "Quite correct," said Madame Bones at once. "Perfectly correct."
"Oh, very well," snapped Fudge. "Where is this witness?" "I brought her with me," said Dumbledore. "She is waiting just outside. Shall I—" "No, Weasley. You go," Fudge barked.
Percy jumped up instantly, hurried down the stone steps from the judge's bench, and strode past Harry and Dumbledore without so much as a glance. A moment later, he returned. Behind him came Mrs. Figg. She looked frightened, and somehow even more eccentric than usual. Harry immediately wished she had changed out of her carpet slippers. Dumbledore rose courteously and offered Mrs. Figg his chair, conjuring another for himself with a casual flick of his wand. "Full name?" Fudge asked loudly once Mrs. Figg had perched nervously on the edge of the seat.
"Arabella Doreen Figg," she said in her thin, shaky voice. "And who exactly are you?" Fudge asked in a bored, superior tone. "I live in Little Whinging, near Harry Potter," said Mrs. Figg.
"We have no record of any witch or wizard residing in Little Whinging apart from Harry Potter," said Madame Bones immediately. "That area has always been carefully monitored, given given previous events.
"I'm a squib," said Mrs. Fig.
"So naturally you wouldn't have me registered."
"A squib," said Fudge, peering down at her suspiciously. "We shall verify that. Leave your family details with my assistant, Weasley." He paused, then added, glancing sideways at the others on the bench, "Can squibs even see Dementors?"
"Yes, we can," Mrs. Fig said indignantly. Fudge raised his eyebrows and looked back at her. "Very well," he said coolly. "Tell us your story." Mrs. Fig launched into it at once, speaking quickly, as though she had memorized every word. "I had gone to the corner shop at the end of Wisteria Walk to buy cat food at around 9 o'clock on the evening of the 2nd of August, when I heard a commotion in the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. When I reached the entrance to the alley, I saw Dementors running."
"Running!" Madam Bones interrupted sharply. "Dementors do not run, they glide. That's what I meant," Mrs. Fig said hastily, colour rising in her wrinkled cheeks, gliding down the alley toward what looked like two boys. "What did they look like?" asked Madame Bones, narrowing her eyes until the rim of her monocle nearly vanished into her skin.
"Well, one was quite large and the other rather thin."
No, no," Madam Bones said impatiently. "The Dementors. Describe the Dementors." "Oh," said Mrs. Fig, now blushing all the way up her neck. "They were large, very large, and wearing cloaks." Harry's heart sank.
To him, Mrs. Fig sounded like someone who had only ever seen a picture of a Dementor. A drawing could never capture the reality of them, the unnatural way they floated inches above the ground, the foul, decaying smell that came with them, or the horrible rattling breath they made as they sucked warmth and hope out of the air. In the second row, a stout wizard with a thick black moustache bent to whisper in the ear of a frizzy-haired witch beside him. She smirked and nodded.
"Large and wearing cloaks," repeated Madam Bones coolly, while Fudge gave a scornful snort. "Anything more?" "Yes," said Mrs. Fig.
Her voice steadied.
"I felt them. Everything turned cold, and it was a hot summer night, mind you, and I felt—" She swallowed, as if all happiness had vanished from the world. And I remembered terrible things.
Her voice trembled and faded. Madame Bones's eyes widened a little. Harry noticed angry red marks beneath her eyebrow, where the monocle pressed into her skin.
"What did the Dementors do?" she asked.
Hope flared inside Harry. "They attacked the boys," Mrs. Fig said, sounding firmer now as the colour drained from her face. One of them had fallen down. The other was backing away while trying to fight the Dementor off. That was Harry. He tried twice and only managed Silver Mist. The third time he produced a Patronus, it drove the first Dementor away and then, when Harry urged it on, chased the second one from his cousin. She hesitated. That's what happened." Madame Bones looked down at her in silence. Fudge, however, was not looking at Mrs. Fig at all. He was shuffling his papers irritably. At last he looked up and said in a hard voice, "That is what you claim to have seen." "That is what happened," Mrs. Fig said firmly. "Very well," said Fudge, "you may leave." Mrs. Fig looked nervously from Fudge to Dumbledore, then rose and shuffled toward the door. Harry heard it close behind her with a heavy thud.
"Not exactly a convincing witness," Fudge said loftily. "Oh, I wouldn't say that," boomed Madam Bones. "She described the effects of a Dementor attack very precisely, and I see no reason why she would invent such a story."
"But Dementors straying into a Muggle suburb and happening upon a wizard," Fudge scoffed. The odds of that are absurdly small. Even Bagman wouldn't have wagered on it.
"Oh, I don't believe any of us think the Dementors were there by accident," said Dumbledore mildly.
The witch seated in shadow to Fudge's right shifted slightly, but no one else moved. The courtroom seemed to freeze. "And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" Fudge asked coldly.
"It means," said Dumbledore calmly, "that I believe they were sent there on purpose. I dare say we'd have heard about it if someone had sent a pair of Dementors wandering through Little Whinging," Fudge shouted. "Not if the Dementors are now obeying someone other than the Ministry," Dumbledore said serenely. "I have already shared my thoughts on that possibility with you, Cornelius."
"Yes, you have," Fudge snapped, "and I have no reason to believe your thoughts are anything but nonsense." Dumbledore. "The Dementors remain stationed in Azkaban and continue to do exactly as instructed." "Then," said Dumbledore, his voice quiet but carrying clearly through the chamber, "we are left to wonder why someone inside the Ministry sent 2 Dementors into that alleyway on the 2nd of August. Silence crashed down over the courtroom. In that stillness, the witch, seated to Fudge's right, leaned forward enough for Harry to see her properly for the first time. She looked horribly like a giant, pale toad. She was squat and broad, with a sagging face and almost no neck, rather like Uncle Vernon. Her mouth was wide and drooping, her eyes huge, round, and bulging. Even the little black velvet bow perched in her short curls reminded Harry of a fat insect she might catch with a flick of her tongue. "The chair recognizes Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister," Fudge announced. When she spoke, her voice was high and fluttery, absurdly girlish. Harry had expected something more like a croak.
"I'm sure I must have misunderstood you, Professor Dumbledore," she said sweetly, smiling in a way that left her large eyes as cold and hard as ever. "How silly of me. But for the tiniest moment, it sounded as though you were suggesting the Ministry of Magic arranged for this poor boy to be attacked."
She let out a tinkling little laugh that made the back of Harry's neck prickle. A few members of the Wizengamot joined in, though it was obvious none of them found it funny. "If it is true that the Dementors take orders only from the Ministry," Dumbledore said courteously, "and if it is also true that 2 Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin last week, then the logical conclusion is that someone within the Ministry may have ordered it, unless, of course, these Dementors were acting outside Ministry control." "There are no Dementors outside Ministry control," Fudge barked, his face now glowing a furious red. Dumbledore gave a small, polite inclination of his head. "In that case," he said calmly, "I am certain the Ministry will conduct a thorough investigation into why 2 Dementors were so far from Azkaban and why they attacked without authorization. It is not your place to tell the Ministry of Magic what it should or should not do." "Dumbledore!" Fudge shouted, now turning an impressive shade of purple that would have rivaled Uncle Vernon's finest moments. "Certainly not," said Dumbledore mildly. "I was only expressing confidence that such a serious matter will not be ignored." He turned his eyes briefly toward Madame Bones. She adjusted her monocle and stared back thoughtfully, a faint frown creasing her forehead. "I would remind everyone," Fudge said loudly, glaring around the courtroom, "that the actions of these Dementors, if they even existed outside this boy's imagination, are not what this hearing is about. We are here to examine Harry Potter's violations of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery."
"Indeed," said Dumbledore calmly. "However, the presence of Dementors in that alleyway is highly relevant. Clause 7 of the decree clearly states that magic may be used in the presence of muggles under exceptional circumstances. Such circumstances include situations in which the life of the wizard or witch himself or herself or any nearby witch, wizard, or muggle is in immediate danger.
We know perfectly well what Clause 7 says, Fudge snarled.
Of course you do, Dumbledore replied smoothly. Then I assume we are agreed that Harry's use of the Patronus charm falls exactly within the sort of exceptional circumstances described in that clause. If there were Dementors, Fudge snapped, which I very much doubt. You have heard testimony from an eyewitness, Dumbledore said, cutting across him. If you still question her honesty, summon her back and question her again. I'm sure she would not mind. Fudge spluttered. Well, that's not. He shuffled his papers furiously. I want this concluded today. Dumbledore.
But surely, said Dumbledore, still perfectly polite, you would not prefer speed over justice. Justice, Fudge shouted. Rubbish! Have you ever counted the absurd stories this boy has told while trying to excuse his blatant misuse of magic outside school? Have you forgotten the hover charm incident 3 years ago?
That wasn't me, it was a house elf, Harry burst out. There, roared Fudge, throwing out an arm toward Harry as if he had proved his point. A house elf. In a muggle home? Honestly?
The house elf in question currently works at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said calmly. I can produce him here at once if you would like his testimony.
I have no time to question house elves, Fudge barked. And that's not the only thing. He inflated his aunt. For heaven's sake.
And the Ministry very generously declined to prosecute him for that, said Dumbledore smoothly, while Fudge mopped at spilled ink on his papers, which suggests you accepted that even highly talented wizards can occasionally lose control of their emotions.
And I haven't even begun on what he gets up to at school.
But the Ministry has no jurisdiction over discipline within Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, still polite, though there was now a faint edge of coldness beneath his words. Therefore, Harry's conduct there is irrelevant to these proceedings.
Oh, said Fudge, glaring. Not our concern what he does at school. Is that what you think?
The Ministry has no authority to expel students from Hogwarts. Cornelius, as I reminded you on the night of the 2nd of August, said Dumbledore calmly. Nor does it have the right to confiscate wands before charges are proven. Again, as I reminded you that same night, in your admirable eagerness to uphold the law, you seem to have quite unintentionally, I'm sure, overlooked a few laws yourself.
Laws can be changed, Fudge spat.
Indeed they can, said Dumbledore with a small nod. And you do seem to be changing quite a few of them. Cornelius? Why, in the mere weeks since I was removed from the Wizengamot, it has apparently become standard practice to hold a full criminal trial over a straightforward case of underage magic. Several witches and wizards seated above shifted uneasily. Fudge's face deepened to an alarming shade of purple. The toad-like witch beside him, however, simply stared at Dumbledore without expression.
As far as I know, Dumbledore continued, there is not yet any law stating that this court exists to punish Harry Potter for every instance of magic he has ever performed. He has been accused of one specific offence, and he has now presented his defence. At this point, all that remains is for us to await your verdict.
Dumbledore steepled his fingers once more and fell silent. Fudge glared at him furiously. Harry stole a glance sideways at Dumbledore, desperate for reassurance. He wasn't at all certain it had been wise for Dumbledore to tell the Wizengamot so directly that it was time to make a decision. But once again, Dumbledore seemed entirely unaware of Harry's attempt to catch his eye. He continued to gaze steadily at the benches above, where the members of the Wizengamot had broken into urgent whispers. Harry lowered his eyes to the floor. His heart felt enormous inside his chest, hammering painfully against his ribs. He had thought the hearing would last much longer than this. He wasn't at all sure he had helped himself. He had barely said anything. He should have explained more about the Dementors, about falling over, about how close he and Dudley had come to being kissed. Twice he looked up at Fudge and parted his lips to speak. Twice his swollen heart seemed to squeeze the breath from him, and instead of words, he only drew in a shaky breath and looked back down at his trainers. Then the whispering stopped. Harry wanted to raise his head. But somehow it felt far easier, much safer to keep staring at his shoelaces. Those in favour of clearing the accused of all charges, boomed Madam Bones.
Harry's head snapped up. Hands were rising all over the courtroom.
There were so many more than half. His breath came fast and shallow as he tried to count them, but before he could, Madam Bones called out again.
And those in favour of conviction.
Fudge's hand shot up. So did a handful of others. The toad-like witch beside him, the thick-moustached wizard, and the frizzy-haired witch in the second row among them. Fudge looked around at the raised hands as though he had swallowed something too large to choke down. Slowly, stiffly, he lowered his own. He drew 2 long breaths. Then he said, his voice strained with barely controlled fury, "Very well, very well. The accused is cleared of all charges."
"Excellent," said Dumbledore at once.
He rose swiftly to his feet, pulled out his wand, and with a flick made the 2 soft armchairs vanish. "Well then," he said briskly, "I really must be off. Good day to you all." And without so much as a glance in Harry's direction, he swept out of the dark courtroom. Chapter 9. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley. Dumbledore's sudden exit caught Harry completely off guard. He stayed where he was for a moment, still perched in the chained chair, trying to sort through the dizzy mix of shock and overwhelming relief crashing through him. All around him, the members of the Wizengamot were rising from their seats. They talked among themselves as they gathered parchments, closed briefcases, and tucked away quills. Harry got to his feet. No one seemed to notice him anymore. No one except the toad-like witch seated beside Fudge, who was now watching Harry instead of Dumbledore. Pretending not to see her, Harry looked toward Fudge and Madam Bones, hoping to catch one of their eyes and ask if he was allowed to leave, but Fudge was clearly avoiding him, and Madam Bones was busy fastening her case. So Harry took a cautious step toward the door. Then another.
No one stopped him. He quickened his pace.
By the last few steps, he was almost running. He yanked the heavy door open and nearly slammed straight into Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley had been waiting outside, looking pale and tense. Did Dumbledore say? "Cleared," Harry said breathlessly, pulling the door shut behind him, "cleared of everything." Mr. Weasley's face lit up.
"Harry, that's brilliant."
He grabbed Harry by the shoulders, beaming. "Well, of course they couldn't have convicted you. Not with the evidence they had, but I won't pretend I wasn't worried." He broke off abruptly. The courtroom door had opened again. The Wizengamot began filing out.
"Merlin's beard," Mr. Weasley breathed, pulling Harry aside to make room. "You were tried by the full court." "I think so," Harry muttered.
A few witches and wizards nodded to Harry as they passed. Some greeted Mr. Weasley with cheerful "Morning, Arthur S.," including Madam Bones. But most avoided looking at either of them. Cornelius Fudge and the toad-like witch came out near the end. Fudge walked past as though Harry and Mr. Weasley were invisible, just part of the stone wall. The witch, however, gave Harry another long, measuring look as she passed. Last of all came Percy. Like Fudge, he acted as though neither Harry nor his father existed. He marched past stiffly, clutching a huge roll of parchment and several spare quills, his back ramrod straight and his nose lifted high. Mr. Weasley's mouth tightened very slightly, but otherwise he gave no sign he had seen his son.
"I'll take you straight back," he said, motioning Harry forward once Percy's footsteps had faded up the stairs to level 9. "You can tell everyone the good news yourself. I'll drop you off on my way to deal with that toilet in Bethnal Green. Come on."
"So what exactly are you going to do about the toilet?" Harry asked, grinning. Everything suddenly seemed absurdly funny. It was finally sinking in. He was free. He was going back to Hogwarts. "Oh, undoing the jinx is easy enough," said Mr. Weasley as they climbed the stairs. "It's not really the repair work that bothers me, it's the thinking behind it. Harry, some wizards laugh at muggle baiting, but it comes from something uglier, something meaner, and for one—" He stopped abruptly. They had just reached the corridor on level 9. A few yards ahead stood Cornelius Fudge, speaking in low tones to a tall man with sleek blonde hair and a pale, pointed face. At the sound of footsteps, the second man turned. He stopped speaking too. His cold grey eyes locked onto Harry. Well, he said softly, "Patronus Potter." Harry felt as though he had run straight into a wall.
He knew those eyes.
The last time he had seen them had been through the slits of a Death Eater mask. The last time he had heard that voice had been in the graveyard, mocking him while Lord Voldemort tortured him. Harry could hardly believe Lucius Malfoy had the nerve to look him in the eye. Harder still to believe he was standing here in the Ministry of Magic, and that Fudge was talking to him. Harry had told Fudge only weeks ago that Malfoy was a Death Eater. "The Minister was just telling me about your fortunate escape, Potter," drawled Malfoy. "Remarkable how often you manage to slip out of impossible situations, almost snake-like." Mr. Weasley's hand tightened warningly on Harry's shoulder.
"Yeah," said Harry. "Yeah, I'm pretty good at getting away."
Lucius's gaze shifted to Mr. Weasley. "And Arthur Weasley too? Fancy meeting you here, Arthur?"
"I work here," said Mr. Weasley shortly.
"Not down here." "Surely," said Malfoy, lifting his brows and glancing toward the door behind them. "I thought you were up on the second floor. Don't you spend your days smuggling enchanted muggle rubbish home?"
"No, Mr. Weasley said sharply, his fingers digging harder into Harry's shoulder.
"What are you doing here?" Anyway, Harry shot at Malfoy. Malfoy smoothed the front of his robes. The faint clink of what sounded like a pocketful of gold came from inside. "I hardly think my private affairs with the Minister concern you, Potter," he said coolly. "Just because you are Dumbledore's pet does not mean the rest of us owe you special treatment. Shall we continue to your office, Minister?" "Certainly," said Fudge at once. He turned his back on Harry and Mr. Weasley.
"This way, Lucius."
The two of them walked toward the lift, speaking in low voices. Mr. Weasley did not remove his hand from Harry's shoulder until the lift doors had shut behind them. Why wasn't he waiting outside Fudge's office if they had business together? Harry burst out angrily. What was he doing down here? "If you ask me," said Mr. Weasley, looking deeply troubled and glancing around to make sure no one was listening, "he was trying to sneak into the courtroom, trying to find out whether you'd been expelled." He lowered his voice further. "I'll leave a message for Dumbledore when I drop you off. He should know Malfoy's been speaking to Fudge again. What sort of private business could they possibly have together?" Harry asked.
"Money, most likely," said Mr. Weasley bitterly. "Malfoy has been making generous donations for years, funding all sorts of causes. It gets him close to influential people. And once he's in, he can ask for favors. Slow down laws he dislikes. Stop certain things from happening. Lucius Malfoy has connections everywhere."
The lift arrived. It was empty, apart from a flock of memos fluttering wildly around Mr. Weasley's head as he jabbed the button for the atrium. The doors clanged shut, and he waved the memos away irritably. "Mr. Weasley," Harry said slowly, "if Fudge is meeting with Death Eaters like Malfoy, and if he's seeing them in private, how do we know he isn't under the Imperious Curse?" Mr. Weasley lowered his voice. "Believe me, Harry, the thought has crossed our minds," he said quietly. "But Dumbledore believes Fudge is acting on his own for now, which, as Dumbledore says, isn't exactly reassuring." He sighed. "Best not discuss it any further right now." The lift doors opened onto the atrium. It was nearly deserted now. Eric Munchig, the watch wizard, was once again hidden behind his copy of the Daily Prophet. They had nearly passed the golden fountain when Harry suddenly stopped. "Wait." He pulled out his money bag and turned back. Looking closely now at the statues, Harry thought the handsome wizard looked weak and rather silly. The witch wore a vacant, pageant-like smile. From what Harry knew of goblins and centaurs, neither species would ever gaze admiringly at humans like that, only the house elves cringing. Servile pose seemed believable. Grinning as he imagined what Hermione Granger would say if she saw the elf, Harry tipped his money bag upside down. Not just 10 galleons.
"Every coin."
They splashed into the fountain.
"I knew it," yelled Ron Weasley, punching the air. "You always get away with everything."
"They had to clear you," said Hermione, who had looked close to fainting when Harry entered the kitchen and was now pressing a trembling hand to her forehead. "There was no case against you. None." "Funny how relieved everyone looks, considering you all seemed so sure I'd be fine," Harry said, smiling. Molly Weasley was wiping tears from her face with her apron. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Ginny Weasley were dancing in circles, chanting,
"He got off, he got off, he got off." "That's enough! Settle down!" shouted Mr. Weasley, though he was grinning too. Sirius Lucius Malfoy was at the ministry.
"What?" said Sirius Black sharply.
"He got off, he got off, he got off." "Quiet, you three," Mr. Weasley barked. "Yes, we saw him talking to Fudge on level 9. Then they went up to Fudge's office together. Dumbledore needs to hear about it." "Definitely," Sirius said grimly. "We'll tell him."
"Well, I'd better go. There's a vomiting toilet waiting for me in Bethnal Green. Molly, I'll be late. I'm covering for Tonks, but Kingsley may stop by for dinner."
"He got off, he got off, he got off." "That's enough, Fred, George, Ginny," Mrs. Weasley cried as Mr. Weasley hurried out. "Harry, dear, sit down and have some lunch. You barely touched breakfast."
Ron and Hermione sat across from him, looking happier than they had since he had first arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry's dizzy relief, slightly shaken by his encounter with Lucius Malfoy, rose again. The dark old house suddenly seemed brighter,
warmer.
Even Creature looked a little less hideous when he poked his snout-like nose into the kitchen to investigate the noise. Once Dumbledore showed up to defend you, there was no chance they'd convict, said Ron Weasley cheerfully, piling enormous heaps of mashed potatoes onto everyone's plates.
Yeah, said Harry. He saved me.
He kept to himself the thought that rose immediately afterward.
I just wish he'd spoken to me. Or even looked at me.
The instant the thought crossed his mind, the scar on his forehead flared with sudden pain. Harry clapped a hand over it. "What's wrong?" asked Hermione Granger, startled.
My scar, Harry muttered. It's nothing, happens all the time now.
No one else had noticed. Everyone was too busy helping themselves to food and celebrating Harry's escape. Fred, George, and Ginny were still chanting loudly. Hermione still looked worried, but before she could say more, Ron grinned and said, "Bet Dumbledore comes by tonight to celebrate."
I doubt he'll manage that. Ron, said Molly Weasley, setting a huge platter of roast chicken in front of Harry. He's terribly busy these days. He got off.
"Quiet!" roared Mrs. Weasley. Over the following days, Harry couldn't help noticing there was one person in 12 Grimmauld Place who didn't seem entirely pleased about Harry returning to Hogwarts. Sirius Black had acted delighted at first. He'd shaken Harry's hand and smiled as broadly as everyone else. But soon afterward he became gloomy and short-tempered again. He spoke less.
Even to Harry. And he spent longer and longer shut up in his mother's old room with Buckbeak.
"Don't start feeling guilty," Hermione said firmly a few days later, after Harry admitted his worries to her and Ron while they scrubbed mold out of a cupboard on the 3rd floor.
You belong at Hogwarts, and Sirius knows that. Honestly, I think he's being selfish.
"That's a bit harsh," Ron said, frowning as he tried to peel a stubborn piece of mold off his finger. "You wouldn't want to be trapped in this house with nobody around." "He won't be alone," Hermione argued. "It's the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, isn't it? He just got his hopes up that Harry would come live here."
I don't think so, Harry said, wringing out his cloth. When I asked if I could stay, he didn't exactly say yes.
"He didn't want to get his hopes up," Hermione said knowingly. "And maybe he felt guilty too. I think part of him was secretly hoping you'd be expelled. Then the two of you would be outsiders together."
Oh, come on, said Harry and Ron at the same time.
Hermione only shrugged. "Believe what you like, but sometimes I think Ron's mum is right. Sirius gets mixed up between you and your father." Harry straightened angrily. "So you think he's mad?"
No, said Hermione simply. I think he's been lonely for too long. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley stuck her head into the room.
"Still not done yet?" she asked, peering into the cupboard. "I thought you'd come up here to tell us to take a break," said Ron Weasley sourly. "Do you know how much mold we've scraped off since we got here?" "You were all so eager to help the Order of the Phoenix," said Molly Weasley firmly. "Well, this is how you can help by making headquarters livable. I feel like a house elf," Ron muttered. Hermione's eyes lit up at once. "Well, maybe now you understand how awful their lives are," said Hermione Granger eagerly. "Perhaps you'll support SPEW a bit more. Actually," she added thoughtfully, after Mrs. Weasley had gone, "maybe we should let people experience it. We could organize a sponsored cleaning of the Gryffindor common room, raise money and awareness. I'd pay you to stop talking about SPEW." Ron muttered under his breath so only Harry could hear. As the holidays drew to an end, Harry found his thoughts drifting more and more toward Hogwarts. He couldn't wait to see Rubeus Hagrid again, to play Quidditch, even to wander past the vegetable patches to the herbology greenhouses. Anything would be better than staying in this dusty, stale-smelling house, where half the cupboards remained locked and Creature muttered insults from the darkness whenever anyone passed. Harry was careful not to say any of this where Sirius might hear. The truth was, living at the headquarters of the anti-Lord Voldemort resistance wasn't nearly as thrilling as Harry had once imagined. Members of the Order came and went constantly. Some stayed for meals. Some appeared only long enough for a few whispered words. But Mrs. Weasley made sure Harry and the others stayed well out of earshot, whether with extendable ears or without, and no one, not even Sirius Black, seemed to think Harry needed to know more than he had learned on his first night there, on the very last day of the holidays. Harry was standing on a chair, sweeping Hedwig's droppings off the top of the wardrobe, when Ron came into the bedroom carrying 2 envelopes. "Book lists are here," Ron said, tossing one up to him. "About time, too. I thought they'd forgotten. Usually they come earlier." Harry swept the last of the droppings into a rubbish bag and threw it over Ron's head into the wastepaper basket in the corner. The basket swallowed it and belched loudly. Harry opened his letter. Inside were 2 pieces of parchment. One was the usual reminder that term began on the 1st of September. The other listed the books he would need.
"Only 2 new ones," Harry said, scanning the list. "The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 by Miranda Goshawk, and Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. Crack. Fred Weasley and George Weasley apparated right beside him. Harry was so used to it by now he didn't even wobble on the chair. "We were wondering who picked the Slinkhard book," Fred said casually. "Because if that's on the list," George added, "it means Dumbledore's found a new defense against the dark arts teacher." "And not a moment too soon," said Fred Weasley.
"What do you mean?" Harry asked, hopping down from the chair. Fred grinned. "A few weeks ago, George and I were listening in with the extendable ears while Mum and Dad were talking. He said, from what we heard, Dumbledore was having a nightmare finding someone for the job this year."
"Can you blame him?" said George Weasley. "Look what happened to the last 4.
Harry began counting on his fingers.
One got sacked, one died, one lost his memory, and one spent 9 months trapped in a trunk." He nodded. "Yeah, fair point."
Fred turned. "What's wrong with you, Ron?" Ron Weasley didn't answer. Harry looked over. Ron was frozen in place, staring at his Hogwarts letter with his mouth hanging open.
"What is it?" Fred asked impatiently, stepping around to read over Ron's shoulder. Fred stopped dead. His jaw dropped. "Prefect," he said blankly. "Prefect."
George lunged forward, grabbed the second envelope from Ron's hand, and flipped it upside down. Something scarlet and gold dropped into his palm.
"No way," George whispered.
"There's got to be some mistake," Fred said, snatching the letter and holding it up as if checking for hidden writing. Nobody sane would make Ron a prefect. The twins turned together and stared at Harry. "We were sure it'd be you," Fred said accusingly, as though Harry had somehow cheated them. "Dumbledore had to pick you," George said, "after the Triwizard Tournament and everything." "Maybe all the crazy stuff worked against him," George muttered to Fred. "Yeah," Fred said thoughtfully. "Makes sense. Too much troublemaking. Mate," he clapped Harry on the back, "at least one of you has his priorities straight." He shot Ron a look of theatrical disgust.
"Prefect, little Ronnie the prefect." Mum's going to be unbearable, groaned George, shoving the badge back at Ron as though it were contagious.
Ron finally moved. He took the badge and stared at it. Then he silently handed it to Harry, as though asking him to verify it. Harry examined it. A large golden P lay over the Gryffindor lion, just like the one he had seen pinned to Percy Weasley's chest on his first day at Hogwarts. The bedroom door slammed open. Hermione Granger came rushing in, cheeks pink, hair flying everywhere, waving an envelope.
Did you get...
She saw the badge in Harry's hand and shrieked.
I knew it, she cried. Me too, Harry, me too. No, Harry said quickly, pushing the badge back toward Ron. It's Ron.
Hermione blinked.
What? Ron's the prefect, but not me. Ron, she repeated, staring. But, are you sure? I mean...
She went scarlet as Ron turned to her with a defensive glare.
It's my name on the letter, he said stiffly.
Hermione looked completely thrown.
Wow. Congratulations, Ron. That's really...
Unexpected, George supplied helpfully. Hermione reddened even more.
No. I mean, not unexpected. Ron's done loads of things. He's really...
Before she could finish, the door opened wider. Molly Weasley backed into the room carrying a stack of freshly washed school robes. Ginny told me the book lists finally arrived, said Molly Weasley, glancing around at the scattered envelopes as she crossed to the bed and began sorting robes into neat piles. Hand them over, and I'll go to Diagon Alley this afternoon for your books while you pack. Ron, honestly, these pajamas are at least 6 inches too short. I can't believe how fast you're growing. What colour do you want? Get him red and gold, said George Weasley with a grin, to match his badge.
Match his what? Mrs. Weasley asked distractedly, rolling up a pair of maroon socks and setting them on Ron's pile. His badge, said Fred Weasley, sounding as though he was ripping off a bandage, his lovely, shiny new prefect badge. The words took a second to sink in. His what? Ron, you're not.
Ron Weasley slowly held up the badge. Mrs. Weasley let out a shriek every bit as loud as Hermione's.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, Ron, that's wonderful. A prefect. That means every child in the family has been one.
What are Fred and I, the neighbours? George demanded indignantly, just before his mother shoved him aside and threw her arms around Ron. Wait till your father hears. Ron, I'm so proud of you. This is marvellous you could become head boy, just like Bill and Percy. It's the first step. Oh, in the middle of all this worry, what wonderful news. Ronnie... Behind her back, Fred and George were making dramatic, gagging noises, but Mrs. Weasley didn't notice. She was too busy kissing Ron's bright red face.
Mum, stop, Mum, please, Ron mumbled, trying to squirm free. She finally let go, breathless.
Well, then what shall it be? We gave Percy an owl, but of course you've already got one.
What? Ron asked, looking stunned.
You need a reward, said Mrs. Weasley warmly. How about some smart new dress robes?
We already got him some, Fred muttered darkly, clearly regretting it.
Or a new cauldron. Charlie's old one is practically rusted through, or perhaps a new rat. You were always fond of scabbers.
Ron swallowed.
Mum, could I get a new broom? Mrs. Weasley hesitated. Brooms were expensive.
Not a top-of-the-line one, Ron added quickly. Just a new one, for a change.
Mrs. Weasley paused, then smiled. Of course you can. Ron looked as though Christmas had arrived early. Well, I better hurry if I'm buying a broom too, she said, bustling toward the door. See you later, and don't forget to pack your trunks. A prefect. Little Ronnie. A prefect. Honestly, I'm in such a state. She kissed him again on the cheek, dabbed her eyes, and hurried from the room. Fred and George exchanged identical looks. You don't mind if we skip the kissing, do you? Fred asked in mock concern. We could always curtsy, George offered.
Oh, shut it, Ron snapped, glaring at both of them. Or what? Said Fred Weasley, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You going to give us detention? I'd like to see him try, snorted George Weasley. He could, if you're not careful, said Hermione Granger angrily.
Fred and George howled with laughter.
Leave it, Hermione, muttered Ron Weasley.
Fred clutched at George dramatically. We'd better behave ourselves now, George, he said in a shaky voice, with these two after us. Yeah, George sighed, shaking his head sadly. Looks like our days of glorious law-breaking are over. With another loud crack, the twins disapparated.
Those two... Hermione burst out furiously, glaring at the ceiling as Fred and George's laughter echoed from the room above. Don't listen to them. Ron, they're jealous. I'm not sure they are, Ron said uncertainly, still staring upward. They've always said only idiots become prefects. Then his face brightened. Still, they've never had brand new brooms. I wish I could go with Mum and pick my bitty kit. She probably can't afford a Nimbus broomstick, see, but the new Clean Sweep broomstick is out. That'd be brilliant. Yeah, I'm going to tell her I want the Clean Sweep.
He bolted from the room. Harry and Hermione were left alone. For some reason, Harry suddenly didn't want to meet Hermione's eyes. He turned quickly to his bed, picked up the freshly folded robes Mrs. Weasley had left there, and carried them over to his trunk. Harry, Hermione said carefully.
Well done, Hermione, Harry said, brightly, far too brightly. The voice sounded strange, false, like it belonged to someone else. Brilliant. Prefect. Great.
Thanks, Hermione said. She hesitated. Can I borrow Hedwig? I want to tell Mum and Dad. They'll be so pleased. I mean, being prefect is something they'll understand. Yeah, sure, take her, Harry said in that same horrible, cheerful voice. He bent over his trunk and laid the robes inside, then pretended to search for something. Hermione crossed to the wardrobe and called Hedwig down. A few moments later, Harry heard the door close, but he stayed bent over, listening. The room was quiet. Only the empty portrait on the wall was sniggering again, and the wastepaper basket in the corner coughed up the owl droppings. Harry straightened and turned. Hermione had gone. So had Hedwig. He crossed the room quickly and shut the door. Then he returned to his bed and sat down heavily, staring blankly at the foot of the wardrobe. He had completely forgotten about prefects being chosen in 5th year. He'd been too worried about being expelled to think about badges being sent out. But if he had remembered, if he had thought about it,
what would he have expected? Not this.
The small, honest voice in his head answered immediately. Harry buried his face in his hands.
He couldn't lie to himself.
If he had known the badge was coming, he would have assumed it was for him. Not Ron. Did that make him arrogant? Like Draco Malfoy? Did he think he was better than everyone else? Better than Ron?
No.
The small voice in his head answered again more fiercely this time. Was it true? Harry searched himself anxiously.
I'm better at Quidditch, the voice inside him said.
But I'm not better at anything else. That much, Harry admitted, was true. In lesson, he wasn't better than Ron Weasley. But what about outside lessons? What about everything the three of them had been through since arriving at Hogwarts? The danger. The risks. The things they'd done that could have ended in far worse than expulsion.
Ron and Hermione Granger were with me most of the time, the voice argued. Not always, Harry answered it.
They hadn't faced Quirinus Quirrell with him. They hadn't fought Tom Riddle and the Basilisk with him. They hadn't driven off all those Dementors the night Sirius escaped. They hadn't stood in that graveyard the night Lord Voldemort returned. The same bitter feeling that had hit him when he first arrived at Grimmauld Place surged up again.
I've done more, Harry thought angrily. I've done more than either of them.
But maybe, the small voice returned, maybe Dumbledore doesn't choose prefects because they've survived dangerous adventures. Maybe he chooses them for something else. Maybe Ron has something you don't. Harry lowered his hands and stared through his fingers at the clawed feet of the wardrobe. He remembered what Fred had said. No one in their right mind would make Ron a prefect. Harry let out a short laugh. The moment it escaped him, he felt ashamed.
Ron hadn't asked for the badge.
This wasn't Ron's fault. Was Harry Ron's best friend really going to sulk because he hadn't gotten one? Was he going to laugh with Fred Weasley and George Weasley behind Ron's back? Was he going to ruin this moment for Ron? The first time Ron had beaten him at something.
At that moment, Harry heard Ron's footsteps pounding up the stairs. He stood quickly, straightened his glasses, forced a grin onto his face. Ron burst back into the room. Just caught her, he said excitedly. She says she'll get the clean sweep if she can. Brilliant, Harry said, relieved to hear his own voice sounding normal again. Listen, Ron, well done, mate. Ron's smile faded. I never thought it'd be me, he admitted, shaking his head. I thought it'd be you. Nah, Harry said, shrugging. I caused too much trouble. He was echoing Fred. Yeah, said Ron slowly. Yeah, I suppose. He brightened. We'd better pack our trunks, then. It was amazing how much of their stuff had spread itself around the house. They spent most of the afternoon hunting down books, robes, and random belongings from every room and stuffing them back into their school trunks. Harry noticed Ron kept moving the prefect badge around. First onto his bedside table, then into his jeans pocket, then out again, resting it carefully on his folded black robes, as if testing how the red and gold looked. Only when Fred and George came in offering to stick it permanently to his forehead with a permanent sticking charm did Ron finally wrap it carefully in his maroon socks and lock it away in his trunk. Mrs. Weasley returned from Diagon Alley around 6 o'clock, loaded down with books and carrying a long parcel wrapped in thick brown paper. Ron snatched it from her with a desperate groan. "Don't open it now," said Molly Weasley. "People are arriving for dinner and I want everyone downstairs." But the moment she disappeared from sight, Ron tore the paper off in a frenzy. He lifted out the new clean sweep broomstick
and examined every inch of it with an expression of complete, shining happiness. As everyone gathered in the basement for the celebration, the room felt warmer and brighter than it had in weeks. A scarlet banner hung above the crowded table, proudly announcing Ron and Hermione as Gryffindor's newest prefects. Mrs. Weasley moved busily around the room with a glowing smile, happier than Harry had seen her all summer. Ron looked both thrilled and embarrassed as people congratulated him, while Hermione stood nearby, blushing but clearly pleased. Harry forced a smile and joined in the applause, though a small ache still lingered inside him. He was happy for his friends, he truly was, but part of him could not help wondering what it would have felt like to wear that badge himself. The members of the Order were already there. Sirius lounged by the table with a half-smile. Lupin stood beside him looking calm and kind as ever, and Tonks was making everyone laugh with her bright red hair flowing down her back. Kingsley stood tall and dignified nearby, while Moody stomped into the room, his magical eye spinning wildly. Mrs. Weasley quickly asked Moody to inspect the writing desk upstairs, worried it might contain something dangerous. Moody's magical eye fixed on the ceiling for a moment before he grunted that it was only a boggart. Relieved, Mrs. Weasley turned back to the party. When Arthur and Bill arrived, Arthur raised his goblet high and called for a toast. Everyone cheered and lifted their drinks. To Ron and Hermione, the new Gryffindor prefects. Ron's ears turned red as everyone applauded, and Hermione nearly choked on her butterbeer trying not to laugh. Tonks admitted cheerfully that she had never been made a prefect because she lacked the ability to behave herself. Ginny laughed loudly, while Hermione looked torn between amusement and disapproval. When Ginny asked Sirius if he had ever been a prefect, he barked out a laugh and shook his head.
"No one would have made me a prefect," he said. "James and I spent too much time in detention. Lupin was the good one. He got the badge."
Harry glanced at Lupin and smiled faintly. Somehow, hearing that made perfect sense. Sirius and James had always been the reckless ones. Lupin had been the responsible one. It reminded Harry uncomfortably of himself, Ron, and Hermione. The laughter and chatter swirled around him, and for a moment Harry let himself relax. The house, usually so dark and miserable, felt alive with warmth and celebration. For tonight, at least, there was no trial, no ministry, no Voldemort-only friends, family, and the rare comfort of happiness. Lupin smiled faintly and admitted that Dumbledore had probably made him prefect in the hope that he might keep James and Sirius under control. He confessed, however, that he had failed miserably. The remark cheered Harry at once. His father had not been a prefect either, and somehow that made him feel much lighter. Suddenly the celebration seemed brighter, warmer, and far more enjoyable. Harry filled his plate high with food and looked around the crowded kitchen with renewed affection. Ron was enthusiastically showing off his new broom, boasting to anyone willing to listen about its speed and how it compared to older models. His face shone with pride every time someone admired it. Nearby, Hermione was deep in conversation with Lupin, passionately explaining her beliefs about house elf rights. She compared their treatment to the unfair discrimination werewolves faced, insisting that Wizarding Society's belief in superiority was at the root of both problems. At the far side of the room, Mrs. Weasley was once again fussing over Bill's long hair, insisting he would look much more handsome if he cut it. When she suddenly asked Harry for his opinion, he mumbled uncertainly and quickly slipped away before he could be dragged into the argument. He wandered over to Fred and George, who were whispering with Mundungus Fletcher in a dark corner. The moment Mundungus noticed Harry, he fell silent. But Fred grinned and waved Harry closer.
"It's fine," Fred said. "Harry's our investor."
George opened his palm to reveal several shriveled black pods that rattled faintly.
"Venomous tentacular seeds," he explained. "We need them for the skiving snack boxes, but they're hard to get."
Mundungus named an outrageous price, though it was obvious he was bargaining for sport. After a brief argument, and Harry's timely warning that Moody might be watching, Mundungus quickly agreed to lower the price. The twins eagerly bought the seeds and hurried upstairs with their prize, thanking Harry as they left. Watching them disappear, Harry suddenly felt uneasy. He realized that sooner or later Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would discover how Fred and George were funding their joke shop dream. At the time, giving them his Triwizard winnings had seemed easy and right. Now he wondered whether it might cause another painful split in the family, like Percy's. Would Mrs. Weasley still look at him so warmly if she knew he had helped the twins chase a future she strongly disapproved of? Left standing alone, Harry felt a knot of guilt twist in his stomach. Then, through the noise of laughter and conversation, he heard his own name. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice carried clearly above the crowd. Harry overheard Kingsley asking Lupin why Dumbledore had not chosen him as prefect. Kingsley argued that appointing Harry would have shown trust in him, especially while the Daily Prophet kept attacking him in the press. Lupin calmly replied that Dumbledore must have had his reasons. Harry kept his back turned, pretending not to hear. The words hit him harder than he expected. The brief comfort he had found during the party vanished at once, leaving him hollow and miserable again, though he had no appetite. He drifted back toward the table, wishing only that he could escape upstairs unnoticed. Around him, the party carried on as if nothing had changed. Ron was still proudly describing every feature of his new broom to Tonks, listing its polished handle and built-in charms. Mrs. Weasley yawned and announced she was going upstairs to deal with the boggart before bed, reminding Arthur not to let the children stay up too late. Harry wondered if he could quietly follow her and disappear. Before he could move, Moody's gruff voice stopped him. "You all right, Potter?" Harry lied and said he was fine. Moody studied him with his magical eye, then motioned him closer and pulled a battered old wizarding photograph from inside his robes.
"Original Order of the Phoenix," he growled. "Thought people might like to see it."
Harry took the photograph and looked down. The moving figures waved and smiled from the image, frozen in a happier time. Moody pointed out the faces one by one. There was a younger Moody himself, with less grey hair and his nose still intact. Beside him stood Dumbledore, tall and calm as ever. Daedalus Diggle waved cheerfully nearby. Marlene McKinnon smiled from the picture, though Moody grimly explained she and her entire family had been murdered only weeks later. Then Harry saw Frank and Alice Longbottom. His stomach tightened painfully. Alice's face was so like Neville's that it made Harry's chest ache. He thought of Neville visiting his parents in St. Mungo's, seeing them broken beyond recognition.
Moody continued, his voice rough and matter-of-fact.
Emmeline Vance, Lupin, Benji Fenwick, only bits of him had ever been found. Edgar Bones, another great wizard, murdered along with his family. Sturgis Podmore, young and untroubled in the picture. Caradoc Dearborn, who had vanished without a trace. There was Hagrid, looking exactly the same as always, enormous and wild, Elphias Doge in his ridiculous hat, and then Gideon and Fabian Pruett, Mrs. Weasley's brothers, who had died fighting 5 Death Eaters. As Moody nudged the photograph and the tiny figures shifted around, Harry felt a cold heaviness settle inside him. So many of them were dead. The laughing, talking kitchen around him suddenly seemed distant and unreal. The photograph was a reminder that behind the celebration, behind the jokes and the butterbeer and the prefect badges, there was still a war, one that had already taken countless lives and was beginning all over again. The figures in the old photograph shuffled again, and more faces came into view. Moody pointed them out one by one. Aberforth Dumbledore, Dorcas Meadows, Sirius in his younger days with short dark hair. Then Harry saw them. His mother and father smiled up at him from the picture. Seated on either side of a small, watery-eyed man Harry recognized instantly as Peter Pettigrew Wormtail, the traitor who had betrayed them to Voldemort. Harry's heart seemed to twist painfully inside his chest. Moody, mistaking Harry's shock for interest, looked pleased with himself. Harry forced a weak smile and mumbled something about forgetting to pack, desperate to get away before anyone noticed the sudden sting behind his eyes. As Sirius distracted Moody by asking about the photograph, Harry slipped quietly from the kitchen and hurried upstairs. He did not fully understand why the picture had upset him so much. He had seen photographs of his parents before. He had met Wormtail, yet seeing them all together, his parents alive and smiling among friends who were already marked for death, had shaken him deeply. Benji Fenwick, who had been found in pieces. Gideon Prewett, who had died fighting.
Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into madness.
All of them frozen forever in that single moment of happiness, waving and smiling, unaware of the horrors waiting for them. Harry found it unbearable. He climbed the dark staircase past the mounted house elf heads, glad to escape the laughter and noise below. But as he neared the first landing, he heard something that made him stop.
Someone was crying.
Soft, broken sobs came from the drawing room. "Hello," Harry called quietly.
No answer.
The sobbing continued.
Heart pounding. Harry crossed the landing and pushed open the door. A woman was huddled against the wall, shaking violently, her wand trembling in her hand. Mrs. Weasley. On the floor, in a shaft of moonlight, lay Ron.
Dead. For one horrible second, Harry's lungs stopped working. Cold terror flooded him. His mind went blank. Then reality struck. Ron was downstairs.
Mrs. Weasley, Harry croaked.
She pointed her wand at the body and sobbed, Ridiculous." With a crack, Ron's body changed. Now it was Bill lying there, lifeless and staring. Mrs. Weasley screamed and sobbed harder.
"Oh, ridiculous."
Crack. Mr. Weasley replaced Bill, blood trickling down his face.
"No," she wailed. "No. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." Crack. Fred and George. Crack.
Percy.
Crack. Harry himself.
Harry stared down in horror at his own dead face. The boggart was showing Mrs. Weasley her worst fear, the deaths of everyone she loved. "Mrs. Weasley, get out of here!" Harry shouted desperately. "Let someone else." The scene was horrifying, not because of the boggart itself, but because it revealed the crushing fear Mrs. Weasley carried every day. Beneath all her fussing, nagging, and worrying was the terror that this new war would take her family away from her, one by one. Lupin burst into the drawing room. Sirius and Moody closed behind him. One look at Mrs. Weasley and the body on the floor was enough for Lupin to understand exactly what had happened. He raised his wand at once.
Ridiculous?
Harry's lifeless body vanished instantly, replaced by a floating silver orb. With another flick of Lupin's wand, the orb disappeared in a puff of smoke. Mrs. Weasley gave a choking sob and collapsed into tears, covering her face with her hands. Lupin hurried to her side and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
Molly, it was only a boggart, he said softly. Just a stupid boggart.
But Mrs. Weasley could barely speak through her sobs.
I see them dead all the time, she cried into Lupin's shoulder. All the time. I dream about it.
Sirius stood frozen, staring at the patch of carpet where Harry's body had been. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry, and Harry had the uneasy feeling Moody had been watching him long before entering the room. Mrs. Weasley begged them not to tell Arthur. She wiped at her eyes and tried to laugh weakly at herself, apologizing to Harry for failing to defeat a mere boggart. Harry forced a smile and told her not to be silly. But she wasn't being silly. Her fears spilled out in broken pieces. Half her family was in the Order. Percy was estranged. Chapter 10. Luna Lovegood. Harry's sleep was restless and uneasy. His parents drifted silently through his dreams, appearing and disappearing without a word. Mrs. Weasley wept over Creature's lifeless body while Ron and Hermione stood nearby wearing crowns. And once again, Harry found himself wandering down a long corridor that ended at a locked door. He woke with a start, his scar tingling sharply, and realized Ron was already dressed and speaking to him. "You'd better hurry up. Mum's losing it. She says we're going to miss the train." Chaos had broken out all over the house. As Harry dressed as fast as he could, he pieced together what had happened. Fred and George had enchanted their trunks to zoom downstairs instead of carrying them. Unfortunately, the trunks had slammed straight into Ginny and sent her tumbling 2 flights down into the hall. Mrs. Black and Mrs. Weasley were now screaming louder than ever. "You could have seriously hurt her. You idiots, filthy half-breeds. Desecrating the house of my fathers." Hermione rushed into the room, looking flustered, just as Harry was pulling on his trainers. Hedwig swayed on her shoulder, and Crookshanks wriggled in her arms. Mum and Dad just sent Hedwig back. Hedwig fluttered neatly over to her cage. "Are you ready?" "Almost." "Is Ginny okay?" Harry asked, shoving on his glasses. "Mrs. Weasley fixed her up," Hermione said quickly. "But now Mad Eye's saying we can't leave until Sturgis Podmore gets here. Otherwise the guard will be short 1 person. "Guard," Harry repeated. "We need a guard just to get to King's Cross." "You do?" Hermione corrected. "Why?" Harry snapped. "I thought Voldemort was keeping quiet. Or are you saying he's going to leap out from behind a rubbish bin and attack me?"
"I don't know, it's just what Mad Eye says," Hermione replied distractedly, glancing at her watch. "But if we don't go now, we'll definitely miss the train. Will you all get down here right now?" Mrs. Weasley roared. Hermione jumped and hurried back out. Harry grabbed Hedwig, stuffed her rather unceremoniously into her cage, and followed, dragging his trunk behind him.
Mrs. Black's portrait was shrieking in fury, but no one bothered drawing the curtains around her. With all the racket in the hall, she'd only wake up again anyway. "Harry, you're coming with me and Tonks!" Mrs. Weasley shouted over cries of mudbloods, "Filth, scum of the earth, leave your trunk and Owl Alaster will handle the luggage, honestly." "Sirius?" Dumbledore said no. At that moment, a huge black dog appeared beside Harry as he climbed over the mountain of trunks to reach her.
"Oh, honestly?" Mrs. Weasley muttered in despair. "Well, If you must, it's your own fault. She yanked open the front door and stepped out into the pale September sunlight. Harry and the dog followed. The door slammed shut behind them, cutting off Mrs. Black's shrieks instantly. "Where's Tonks?" Harry asked, glancing around as they walked down the stone steps of number 12, which vanished as soon as they reached the pavement.
"She's waiting just up ahead," Mrs. Weasley said stiffly, carefully avoiding looking at the cheerful black dog trotting beside Harry. An elderly woman was waiting for them at the street corner. Her grey hair was tightly curled, and she wore a purple hat that looked like an upside-down pie. "Watch her, Harry," she said with a wink. Then she glanced at her watch. "We'd better get moving. Shouldn't we? Molly."
I know. Mrs. Weasley groaned, quickening her pace, but Mad Eye insisted on waiting for Sturgis. If only Arthur had managed to borrow ministry cars again. Fudge won't even let him take an empty ink bottle these days. Honestly, how muggles survive without magic? I'll never know.
The huge black dog barked happily and bounded around them, snapping playfully at pigeons and spinning in circles to chase his tail. Harry laughed despite himself. Sirius had been cooped up indoors far too long. Mrs. Weasley pressed her lips together in a way that reminded Harry strongly of Aunt Petunia. The walk to King's Cross took 20 minutes, and the most exciting thing that happened was Sirius frightening a pair of cats, much to Harry's amusement. Once they arrived at the station, they lingered casually near the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 until nobody was watching. Then, one by one, they leaned into it and slipped straight through onto platform 9 3/4. There stood the Hogwarts Express, puffing clouds of dark steam over a platform crowded with students and families saying their goodbyes. Harry breathed in the familiar scent of smoke and metal, and his heart lifted. He was really going back. "I hope the others make it in time," Mrs. Weasley said nervously, peering toward the iron archway where more passengers would appear. "Nice dog," Harry called a tall boy with dreadlocks. "Thanks, Lee," Harry called back with a grin as Sirius wagged his tail wildly. "Oh, thank goodness," said Mrs. Weasley in relief. "Here comes Alastair with the luggage." Moody limped through the archway, his porter's cap pulled low over his mismatched eyes, pushing a trolley piled high with trunks. "All clear," he muttered to Mrs. Weasley and Tonks. "Don't think anyone followed us." A few moments later, Mr. Weasley arrived with Ron and Hermione. They had only just begun unloading the trunks when Fred, George, and Ginny appeared with Lupin. "No problems," Moody growled. "None," Lupin replied. "I'll be reporting Sturgis to Dumbledore," Moody grumbled. "That's the second time this week he's failed to show up, becoming as unreliable as Mundungus." "Well, take care of yourselves," said Lupin, shaking hands with everyone. When he reached Harry, he squeezed his shoulder. "You too. Harry, stay safe." "Yeah," Moody added, gripping Harry's hand. "Keep your head down and your eyes open. And remember, all of you, be careful what you write. If you're not sure, don't put it in a letter. It's been brilliant seeing you all," said Tonks, hugging Hermione and Ginny. "I expect we'll meet again soon." A loud whistle pierced the air. The students still on the platform hurried toward the train. "Quickly, quickly," said Mrs. Weasley, flustered as she hugged everyone in sight and accidentally hugged Harry twice. "Write to us. Behave yourselves. If you've forgotten anything, we'll send it. Now get on the train. Hurry." For a fleeting moment, the huge black dog rose onto its hind legs and placed its front paws on Harry's shoulders. But Mrs. Weasley quickly pushed Harry toward the train door, whispering sharply, "For goodness sake, Sirius, behave more like a dog."
"See you!" Harry shouted from the open window as the train began to pull away. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny waved beside him. Tonks, Lupin, Moody, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley quickly became smaller in the distance, but the black dog kept racing alongside the train, tail wagging furiously. People on the platform laughed as they watched him chasing it. Then the train rounded a curve, and Sirius disappeared from sight. He really shouldn't have come, Hermione said anxiously. Oh, come on, Ron replied. He hasn't been outside in months. Poor guy. Well then, said Fred, rubbing his hands together. Can't stand here chatting forever. We've got important business with Lee. Catch you later. He and George vanished down the corridor to the right. The train picked up speed, the houses outside blurring past so quickly that the carriage rocked gently. Shall we go find a compartment? Harry asked. Ron and Hermione exchanged awkward glances. Said Ron.
Well, Hermione began hesitantly. Ron and I are supposed to go to the prefect carriage. Ron still wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. He seemed deeply fascinated by the nails on his left hand. Oh, said Harry. Right. Okay, I don't think we'll have to stay there the whole journey, Hermione said quickly. Our letters said we just need to get instructions from the head boy and girl and patrol the corridors every now and then. Okay, Harry repeated. Well, I'll probably see you later.
Yeah, definitely, said Ron, finally glancing at Harry with an uneasy expression. Honestly, it's a pain going down there. I'd rather stay here, but we have to. I mean, I'm not enjoying it. I'm not Percy, he finished stubbornly. I know you're not, Harry said with a grin, but as Ron and Hermione hauled their trunks, Crookshanks and Pigwidgeon in his cage, toward the front of the train, Harry felt a strange emptiness. He had never ridden the Hogwarts Express without Ron. Come on, Ginny said. If we hurry, we might still save them seats. Right, Harry said, lifting Hedwig's cage in one hand and dragging his trunk with the other. They struggled along the corridor, peering through the glass doors into compartment after compartment, all already packed. Harry couldn't help noticing the stares. People looked at him with obvious curiosity. Some whispered to their friends and pointed him out.
After the fifth compartment in a row, Harry remembered why. All summer, the Daily Prophet had been calling him a liar and an attention seeker. He wondered gloomily how many of the people whispering now believed every word of it. At the very last carriage, they came across Neville Longbottom, another fifth-year Gryffindor. His round face was red and sweaty as he wrestled his trunk along the corridor while trying to keep hold of his struggling toad, Trevor, with one hand.
Hi, Harry? Neville panted. Hi. Ginny, everywhere's packed. I can't find a seat.
What are you talking about? Ginny said, squeezing past Neville to glance into the compartment behind him. There's space in here. It's only Loony Lovegood. Neville muttered something about not wanting to bother anyone.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Ginny laughed. She's harmless.
She slid the door open and hauled her trunk inside. Harry and Neville followed. Hi, Luna, said Ginny. Mind if we sit here? The girl by the window looked up. She had long, straggly, dirty blonde hair that reached her waist, pale eyebrows that were almost invisible, and wide, bulging eyes that made her seem permanently startled. Harry immediately understood why Neville had skipped past this compartment. She gave off a strong impression of being rather odd. Maybe it was because she had tucked her wand behind her ear for safekeeping, or because she wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks, or because she was reading a magazine upside down. Her eyes drifted over Neville and then fixed on Harry. She nodded. Thanks, Ginny said cheerfully. Harry and Neville shoved their trunks and Hedwig's cage onto the luggage rack and sat down. Luna continued to watch them over the top of her upside-down magazine, which Harry noticed was called The Quibbler. She hardly seemed to blink at all. She just stared at Harry and stared until he began wishing he'd sat somewhere else.
Have a nice summer, Luna, Ginny asked.
Yes, Luna said dreamily, without taking her eyes off Harry. Quite nice, actually. She paused. You're Harry Potter.
I know, said Harry.
Neville let out a snort of laughter. Luna turned her pale eyes to him.
And I don't know who you are. I'm nobody, Neville said quickly. No, you're not, Ginny said sharply. Neville Longbottom, this is Luna Lovegood. She's in my year, but in Ravenclaw.
Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure, Luna sang softly. Then she lifted the quibbler high enough to hide her face and fell silent. Harry and Neville exchanged raised eyebrow looks. Ginny stifled a giggle. The train rattled onward, carrying them into the countryside. The weather outside was strange and restless. One moment, sunlight flooded the compartment. The next, dark clouds rolled overhead and cast everything into shadow.
Guess what I got for my birthday? Neville said suddenly.
Another remembrall? Harry asked, remembering the marble-like device Neville's grandmother had once sent him to help with his terrible memory.
No, Neville said. Though I could use one, I lost the old one ages ago. No, look.
Still keeping a tight hold on Trevor. He rummaged through his school bag and pulled out what looked like a small grey cactus in a flower pot, instead of spines, though it was covered in lumpy boils. Mimbolus Mimbletonia, Neville announced proudly. Harry stared at it. The plant seemed to pulse faintly, making it look disturbingly like some diseased organ. It's really rare, Neville said, beaming. I don't even know if Hogwarts has one in the greenhouses. I can't wait to show Professor Sprout. Great Uncle Algy got it for me in Assyria. I'm going to see if I can breed more of them. Harry knew Neville's favourite subject was herbology, but he honestly couldn't understand why anyone would want such a strange, shriveled little plant. Does it actually do anything? He asked.
Loads, Neville said proudly. It's got an incredible defense mechanism. Here, hold Trevor for me.
He dropped the toad into Harry's lap and pulled a quill from his bag. Luna Lovegood's wide eyes popped back over the top of her upside-down copy of the Quibbler to watch. Neville lifted the Mimbolus Mimbletonia to eye level, stuck out his tongue in concentration, picked a spot carefully, and jabbed one of its boils with the quill.
Instantly, every boil on the plant exploded.
Thick, dark green liquid shot everywhere in powerful jets. It splattered across the ceiling and windows and soaked Luna's magazine. Ginny, who had just managed to throw her arms over her face, ended up looking like she was wearing a disgusting green slime hat. Harry wasn't so lucky. Since both his hands were busy stopping Trevor from escaping, he got a full blast right in the face. It smelled like rotten manure.
Neville, whose own face and chest were drenched, blinked furiously and shook his head. Sorry, he gasped. I've never tried that before. Didn't realize it would do quite that much. But don't worry, it just stinks up. It's not poisonous. Harry spat a mouthful onto the floor. At that exact moment, the compartment door slid open. Oh, hi. Harry? Said a nervous voice. Bad time?
Harry wiped his glasses with the hand that wasn't holding Trevor. Standing in the doorway was a very pretty girl with long, glossy black hair, smiling uncertainly at him. Cho Chang, the seeker for Ravenclaw Quidditch team.
Oh, aye, Harry said stupidly. Cho hesitated. Well, I just wanted to say hello. Oh, bye, then.
Her cheeks turning pink. She quickly shut the door and disappeared. Harry slumped back in his seat with a groan. If Cho had to find him anywhere, he would have preferred to be surrounded by cool people, laughing at some brilliant joke he'd just made, not sitting with Neville and Loony Lovegood, covered in slime, clutching a toad.
"Never mind," Ginny said firmly. "We can fix this easily."
She pulled out her wand.
"Scourgify."
The stink sap vanished instantly. "Sorry," Neville muttered again in a tiny voice. Ron and Hermione didn't appear for almost an hour. By then, the food trolley had already passed. Harry, Ginny, and Neville had finished their pumpkin pasties and were swapping chocolate frog cards when the compartment door opened, and in came Ron and Hermione, followed by Crookshanks and a shrieking Pigwidgeon in his cage.
"I'm starving," Ron announced.
He shoved Pigwidgeon next to Hedwig, snatched a chocolate frog from Harry, and collapsed into the seat beside him. He tore open the wrapper, bit the frog's head off, and leaned back with his eyes shut, as though he'd spent the whole morning doing hard labour. "Well, there are 2 fifth-year prefects from each house," Hermione said irritably as she sat down. "A boy and a girl."
"And guess who's a Slytherin prefect?" Ron asked without opening his eyes.
"Draco Malfoy," Harry said immediately. Sure, his worst fear had come true.
"Obviously," Ron said, bitterly, stuffing the rest of the frog into his mouth and grabbing another. "And that awful cow, Pansy Parkinson," Hermione said venomously. "How she became a prefect when she's thicker than a concussed troll."
"Who got it for Hufflepuff?" Harry asked. "Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott," Ron said through a mouthful of chocolate. "And Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil for Ravenclaw." Hermione added, "You went to the Yule Ball with Padma Patil," said a dreamy voice. Everyone turned. Luna Lovegood was staring at Ron over the top of the quibbler, her eyes wide and unblinking. Ron swallowed his mouthful. "Yeah, I know I did," he said, sounding slightly confused. "She didn't enjoy it much," Luna said, matter-of-factly. "She thinks you didn't treat her very well because you wouldn't dance with her." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "I don't think I'd have minded, though I don't like dancing much." Then she disappeared behind the magazine again. Ron stared blankly at it for several seconds, mouth open, before turning helplessly to Ginny for an explanation. Ginny had jammed her knuckles into her mouth to stop herself laughing. Ron shook his head in bewilderment and checked his watch. "We're supposed to patrol the corridors now and then," he told Harry and Neville, "and we can give punishments if anyone's misbehaving. I can't wait to catch Crabbe and Goyle doing something. You're not supposed to abuse your authority." "Ron," Hermione snapped. "Yeah, because Draco Malfoy definitely won't abuse his—" Ron shot back sarcastically. "So you're just going to sink to his level?" "No, I'm just making sure I get his friends before he gets mine." "Oh, honestly." "Ron, I'll make Goyle write lines," Ron said happily. "That'll finish him off, he hates writing." He lowered his voice into a thick grunt and screwed up his face in fake concentration, pretending to scribble in the air. "I must not look like baboons." Backside, everyone burst out laughing, but no one laughed harder than Luna. She let out a shriek of hysterical laughter so loud that Hedwig woke up and flapped indignantly in her cage, while Crookshanks sprang onto the luggage rack, hissing. Luna laughed so hard that the quibbler slipped from her fingers, slid down her knees, and landed on the floor. That was funny. Her bulging eyes filled with tears as she gasped for breath, staring at Ron. Ron looked completely baffled. He glanced around at the others, who were now laughing not only at his expression, but also at Luna herself, who was rocking back and forth, clutching her stomach. "Are you taking the piss?" Ron asked, frowning. "Baboons." Backside, Luna wheezed, holding her ribs, while everyone else watched Luna, laughing uncontrollably. Harry noticed the magazine lying on the floor and bent to pick it up. When it had been upside down, he hadn't made much of the cover, but now he saw it clearly. It showed a badly drawn cartoon of Cornelius Fudge. Harry recognized him mainly because of the lime green bowler hat. One of Fudge's hands clutched a sack of gold, the other was throttling a goblin. Across the top ran the headline, "How far will Fudge go to gain Gringotts?" Below that were several more article titles listed on the front cover. Scandal in the Quidditch World. How the Falcons are rigging the rankings. Mysteries of the Moonstones uncovered. Sirius Black, criminal or celebrity. "Mind if I borrow this for a second?" Harry asked Luna eagerly. Luna nodded, though she was still wiping tears of laughter from her eyes as she stared at Ron. Harry quickly flipped through the pages. Until now, he had entirely forgotten about the copy of the Quibbler Kingsley had secretly passed to Mr. Weasley for Sirius. It had to be this very issue. He found the right page and immediately bent over the article. Like the others, it featured another dreadful cartoon. Harry might never have guessed it was meant to be Sirius if not for the label underneath. Sirius was drawn standing dramatically atop a mound of skulls, brandishing his wand. The bold headline screamed, "Sirius Dark, as they say. Dangerous outlaw or forgotten pop idol." Harry blinked and reread the line beneath the title 3 times, "A pop idol." Since when had Sirius ever sung a note in his life? For over a decade, Sirius Black has been accused of slaughtering 13 innocent people in one terrible attack. After his dramatic escape from Azkaban 2 years ago, the Ministry launched the largest manhunt in magical history. Most witches and wizards have never doubted that Black belongs back among the Dementors. But does he? Shocking new claims suggest Sirius Black may not have committed the crimes that sent him to Azkaban, according to Gladys Pimpleton of 22 Rose Lane, Upper Barton. Black may not even have been near the scene at all. "What people fail to understand," said Mrs. Pimpleton, "is that Sirius Black is obviously just an alias. The man in those photographs is actually Rocky Baines, former lead singer of the Moon Frogs, who disappeared from public life after being hit in the face by a cabbage during a performance in Upper Barton Village Hall 16 years ago. I recognized him instantly." She continued proudly, "Rocky couldn't possibly have committed murder that night because he was having a lovely candlelit supper with me. I've already written to the Minister for Magic and expect a full pardon for Rocky, also known as Sirius, very soon." Harry finished the article and stared at it in disbelief. Surely this had to be satire. Maybe the Quibbler was just one long joke. Curious now, he flipped back to the earlier article about Fudge. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, strongly denied rumours that he intended to seize control of Gringotts when he first came into office 6 years ago. He has repeatedly claimed he seeks only peaceful cooperation with the goblins who guard wizarding wealth.
But does he?
Sources close to the Ministry now claim that Fudge's greatest dream is to take over goblin-controlled gold reserves and that he may resort to force if necessary. "It wouldn't surprise me," claimed one anonymous Ministry worker. "We call him Cornelius Goblin Basher Fudge. You should hear him when he thinks nobody's around. He's always going on about the goblins he's crushed. He says he's had them flattened, blasted, boiled, buried alive, and even baked into pastries." Harry decided he had seen enough. Fudge certainly had his weaknesses, but the idea of him ordering goblins to be baked into pies was too absurd, even for Harry to consider. He flipped through the rest of the Quibbler, skimming the bizarre headlines. One article insisted the Tutshill Tornadoes were only winning the Quidditch League through blackmail, cursed broom modifications, and outright torture. Another featured an interview with a wizard who swore he had flown to the moon on a clean sweep 7 and returned with a sack of moon toads as proof. There was even a piece about ancient runes that finally explained why Luna had been reading the
magazine upside down. Apparently, when inverted, the symbols revealed a charm to turn your enemy's ears into tangerines, compared to all that nonsense. The theory that Sirius was secretly the lead singer of the Hobgoblins almost sounded reasonable.
"Anything worth reading?" Ron asked as Harry snapped the magazine shut.
Obviously not, said Hermione before Harry could answer, her voice dripping with contempt. The Quibbler is complete rubbish. Everyone knows that. Excuse me, said Luna sharply. Her dreamy tone vanished at once. My father's the editor.
Oh, Hermione froze, looking mortified. Well, some of it is interesting. I mean, it's quite original. I'll take that back, thanks, said Luna coldly. She leaned across, plucked the magazine from Harry's hands, flipped rapidly to page 57, turned it upside down once more, and hid behind it just as the compartment door slid open for the third time. Harry turned and felt his stomach tighten. There, wearing a smug grin, stood Draco Malfoy with Crabbe and Goyle looming behind him. "What do you want?" Harry snapped before Malfoy could speak. "Careful, Potter," Malfoy drawled lazily. "Watch your tone, or I might have to give you a detention." He ran a hand through his pale blonde hair and smirked. "You see? Unlike you, I've been made a prefect, which means, unlike you, I have authority now."
Yeah, Harry shot back. And unlike me, you're still a complete idiot. So clear off. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Neville burst out laughing. Malfoy's face tightened.
"So," he sneered, "how's it feel being second to Weasley for once, Potter?"
Shut it, Malfoy, Hermione said, standing abruptly. Oh, I seem to have hit a sore spot, Malfoy said, his smirk widening. Better watch yourself, Potter. I'll be keeping a close eye on you in case you put a foot wrong. Get out, Hermione barked.
Still sniggering, Malfoy shot Harry one last poisonous glance before turning away. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him. Hermione slammed the compartment door so hard the glass rattled. She turned to Harry immediately. Harry knew from her face that she had caught the same thing he had, and it had unsettled her just as much. "Pass me another chocolate frog," Ron said, oblivious. Harry couldn't say what he was thinking with Neville and Luna there. He exchanged a tense look with Hermione, then turned to stare out of the window. Earlier, Sirius bounding along to the station had seemed funny. Now it felt horribly reckless. Hermione had been right. Sirius never should have come. What if Lucius Malfoy had spotted the black dog and told Draco? What if he'd guessed the Weasleys, Lupin, Tonks and Moody all knew where Sirius was hiding? Or, Harry wondered uneasily, had Draco's choice of words keeping a close eye? Dogging your footsteps meant more than it seemed. The weather couldn't seem to make up its mind as the train carried them farther north. Rain tapped weakly against the windows for a while. Then a pale strip of sunlight would break through before being swallowed by clouds again. By the time darkness settled over the countryside and the lamps inside the train flickered on, Luna carefully rolled up the Quibbler, tucked it into her bag, and began gazing dreamily at everyone in the compartment instead. Harry sat with his forehead against the cold glass, trying to catch the first faraway glimpse of Hogwarts, but the night was moonless, and the rain-streaked window was too dirty to see much of anything. "We should get changed," Hermione said eventually. With some effort, they all dragged open their trunks and pulled on their school robes. Hermione and Ron carefully pinned their prefect badges onto their chests. Harry noticed Ron sneaking a glance at his reflection in the darkened window.
At last, the train began to slow.
The usual chaos erupted instantly, students up and down the corridors wrestling trunks from racks, calling for lost pets, and trying to gather their things before the train stopped. Since Ron and Hermione were meant to help supervise, they hurried off again, leaving Harry, Ginny, Neville, and Luna to deal with Crookshanks and Pigwidgeon.
"I can carry that, Al, if you want," Luna said suddenly, reaching for Pigwidgeon's cage as Neville carefully tucked Trevor into an inside pocket. "Oh, thanks," Harry said awkwardly, passing it to her while tightening his grip on Hedwig's cage.
They squeezed out into the corridor, the first bite of cold night air brushing their faces as the doors slid open, slowly. The crowd shuffled toward the exit. Harry caught the familiar scent of pine trees from the path leading to the lake. He stepped down onto the platform and listened for the booming, familiar cry.
"Fur's years over here, Fur's years."
But it never came. Instead, a brisk female voice rang out clearly through the night.
"First years over here. Please, first years line up here."
A lantern bobbed toward them through the darkness. In its glow, Harry saw the sharp chin and stiff grey hair of Professor Grubbly Plank, the substitute who had taught care of magical creatures when Hagrid had been away the year before.
"Where's Hagrid?" Harry said aloud. "No idea," Ginny replied. "Come on, move, we're blocking the doorway." "Oh, right."
The crowd swept them apart almost immediately. Harry found himself separated from Ginny as students pushed and jostled along the platform toward the station exit. He craned his neck, searching desperately through the dark for a huge, shaggy figure.
Nothing. Surely Hagrid hadn't gone.
Harry had been counting on seeing him. It had been one of the things he'd most looked forward to. Maybe he's ill, Harry told himself as he was carried through the narrow station doorway and out onto the road with the others. Maybe he's just got a cold. He searched for Ron and Hermione, wanting to know if they were as worried as he was about Grubbly Plank being back, but neither of them was anywhere in sight. So Harry let himself be swept onward into the rainy darkness outside Hogsmeade Station. There, lined up neatly along the roadside, stood the familiar row of about 100 horseless carriages that carried the older students up to Hogwarts every year. Harry glanced at them automatically, then froze. He looked back again.
This time, his heart skipped.
They were not horseless anymore. The carriages were no longer empty. Standing between the shafts were creatures Harry had never seen before. They might have been horses if horses had ever been skinned alive and left as blackened skeletons. Their dark hides stretched tightly over every visible bone. Their faces were long and narrow, almost reptilian, with dragon-like heads and wide, blank white eyes with no pupils. From their shoulders rose enormous black wings, leathery and folded like those of giant bats. In the fading evening light, standing silent and motionless, they looked ghostly, unnatural. Harry stared. Why were these horrifying creatures pulling the carriages now when the carriages had always seemed to move perfectly well on their own? "Where's Pig?" came Ron's voice suddenly from behind him.
"That girl Luna had him," Harry said quickly. Turning around, he was relieved to see Ron and eager to ask about Hagrid. "Where do you think?" "Hagrid," Ron cut in at once, sounding uneasy. No clue. Hope he's all right.
A little way off, Draco Malfoy was shoving a group of nervous-looking second years aside so he and his usual gang crab, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson among them, could claim a carriage for themselves. A moment later, Hermione burst through the crowd, breathless and furious.
Malfoy was absolutely disgusting to one of the first years back there, she snapped. Honestly, I'm reporting him. He's had that badge for 5 minutes, and he's already worse than ever. Where's Crookshanks? Ginny's got him, said Harry, pointing.
Ginny was just making her way toward them through the crowd, clutching the wriggling cat. Thanks, Hermione said, taking Crookshanks into her arms. Come on, let's grab a carriage before they're all full.
I still haven't got Pig, Ron protested.
But Hermione had already marched toward the nearest empty carriage. Harry stayed where he was with Ron. What do you reckon those things are? Harry asked, nodding toward the skeletal creatures as students streamed around them. What things? Those horse things. At that moment, Luna appeared carrying Pigwidgeon's cage. The tiny owl was chirping madly as usual.
Here, she said dreamily. He's adorable, isn't he? Yeah, Ron muttered. Taking the cage. He's okay. Right. Come on. What were you saying? Harry! I said, what are those horse things? Harry repeated as they headed toward the carriage where Hermione and Ginny were waiting. What horse things?
The things pulling the carriages, Harry said. Exasperated, they were only a few feet away now. One of the creatures had turned its blank white eyes toward them.
Ron frowned.
What are you on about?
I'm talking about there.
Harry grabbed Ron by the sleeve and spun him around so he was staring straight at the nearest winged beast.
Ron looked directly ahead for a second.
Then turned back to Harry, bewildered. There's nothing there. What exactly am I supposed to be seeing? Ron asked. They're right there, Harry said, pointing furiously. Between the shafts, harnessed to the carriage. It's standing right in front of you. Ron kept staring blankly. And suddenly a cold thought hit Harry.
You can't see them. See what?
The things pulling the carriages. Ron's face changed from confusion to genuine concern.
Harry, are you okay? Yeah.
But Harry didn't feel okay. He stared at the creature. It was unmistakably real solid and sharp against the dim station lights behind it. Thin wisps of steam curled from its nostrils into the cold air. Its pale, empty eyes stared right through him. And yet Ron couldn't see it. Unless Ron was pretending. But if this was a joke, it was a weak one.
Should we just get in? Ron asked cautiously, eyeing Harry like he might suddenly collapse.
Yeah, Harry muttered. Go ahead. Ron climbed into the dark carriage. Then, beside Harry, a soft, dreamy voice said,
It's all right, you're not mad. Harry spun around. Luna was standing there, her strange silver eyes fixed on the creature as calmly as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. I can see them too, she said. You can? Harry asked, almost desperately.
He could see the reflection of the winged horse in her wide eyes.
Oh, yes, Luna said serenely. I've seen them ever since my first journey to Hogwarts. They've always pulled the carriages.
Harry stared at her.
Don't worry, she added in her airy voice. You're just as sane as I am.
She smiled faintly and stepped up into the carriage after Ron. Harry wasn't sure that was especially comforting.
Still deeply unsettled, he climbed in after her.
Chapter 11. Sorting Hat's New Song. Harry had no intention of mentioning to the others that Luna could see the same creatures he could if seeing them wasn't some kind of shared madness. So he kept quiet as he climbed into the carriage and slammed the door shut behind him. Even so, he found his eyes drifting again and again to the dark outlines of the winged horses moving outside the window. "Did everyone notice Professor Grubbly Plank?" Ginny asked. "Why's she back? Hagrid can't have gone. Can he—"
"I wouldn't mind if he had," said Luna calmly. "He's not exactly a brilliant teacher. Yes, he is Harry, Ron," and Ginny snapped together. Harry shot Hermione a look. She coughed awkwardly and said quickly, yes, he is. Very good." Luna blinked. "Well, most of Ravenclaw thinks he's rather ridiculous." "Then Ravenclaw's got a rubbish sense of humour," Ron said sharply, just as the carriage jolted into motion.
Luna didn't seem offended in the slightest. She simply stared at Ron thoughtfully, as though he were a slightly amusing program on television. The line of carriages rattled and swayed up the winding road. As they passed through the tall iron gates flanked by stone pillars topped with winged boars, Harry leaned toward the window, straining to see if there was any sign of light in Hagrid's hut on the edge of the forbidden forest. Nothing. The grounds lay dark and empty. Ahead, Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a giant shadow, its towers and turrets black against the night sky, with only a few blazing windows glowing high above. The carriages clattered to a stop at the foot of the stone staircase leading up to the great oak doors. Harry climbed out first. He looked once more toward Hagrid's cabin, still dark, no firelight, no movement, no Hagrid. Reluctantly, because part of him had hoped they'd disappeared, Harry turned back to the skeletal creatures. They stood in silence in the freezing night, their pale, blank eyes gleaming eerily. Harry had once before seen something no one else could, but that had been in a mirror, a reflection, something faint and unreal. These creatures were different. There were dozens of them, solid enough to pull heavy carriages. If Luna was right, they had always been there, just invisible. So why could Harry see them now? And why couldn't Ron? "You coming or not?" Ron called from beside him. "Oh, yeah." Harry tore his eyes away and hurried after the others up the steps and into the castle. The entrance hall blazed with torchlight and rang with the sound of hundreds of footsteps as students crossed the stone floor toward the double doors leading into the great hall. Inside, the 4 long house tables were quickly filling beneath the enchanted ceiling, which tonight was as dark and starless as the sky outside. Hundreds of candles floated in mid-air, casting warm light over the silver ghosts drifting among the benches and over the excited faces of students, swapping summer stories, waving to friends in other houses, admiring new robes and haircuts. As Harry walked toward the Gryffindor table, he noticed once again the whispers, heads bent together, eyes following him, people murmuring behind raised hands. He clenched his jaw and kept walking, pretending not to notice, pretending not to care. As Luna Lovegood quietly drifted toward the Ravenclaw table, the rest of them headed for Gryffindor. Before they'd even sat down, Ginny Weasley was called over by a group of excited 4th years and peeled away with a grin. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom slid into empty seats halfway down the table, squeezed between nearly headless Nick and Parvati Patil, with Lavender Brown beside her. Parvati and Lavender greeted Harry with such exaggerated warmth that he was certain they'd been whispering about him moments earlier. But Harry barely noticed. His eyes were already fixed on the staff table stretching across the front of the hall. He's not there. Ron and Hermione immediately followed his gaze. There was hardly any need to search Rubeus. Hagrid was impossible to miss anywhere. "He can't have left," Ron said, though he sounded less certain than he wanted to.
Of course he hasn't, Harry replied quickly.
Hermione frowned. You don't think he's hurt, do you?
No, Harry said at once, more sharply than he meant to. Then where is he?
For a second none of them answered. Then Harry leaned closer and whispered, so that Neville, Parvati, and Lavender wouldn't hear. Maybe he's still away, on that mission Dumbledore sent him on this summer.
Ron nodded fast. Yeah, that must be it.
But Hermione didn't look convinced. Her eyes kept darting over the staff table as if an answer might suddenly appear. Then she stiffened.
Who's that? She whispered, pointing toward the middle.
Harry followed her finger. At the centre sat Albus Dumbledore in his towering golden chair, dressed in deep purple robes sprinkled with silver stars, with a matching pointed hat perched on his head. Leaning close to murmur in his ear was a short, squat woman dressed entirely in pink. She had short, curly mouse-brown hair held back by a fluffy pink Alice band and wore a fuzzy pink cardigan over her robes. When she turned to sip from her goblet, Harry caught sight of her pale, toad-like face and bulging eyes. His stomach dropped.
It's that Umbridge woman.
Hermione blinked. Who? She was at my hearing. She works for Cornelius Fudge.
Ron smirked. Nice cardigan. She works for Fudge, Hermione repeated, frowning deeply. So what's she doing here? Harry shook his head. No idea.
Hermione kept staring, narrowing her eyes.
No, she muttered. No, surely not.
Harry didn't ask what she meant. His attention had shifted again. Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank had just appeared behind the staff table and was making her way toward the far end. She sat down in the very seat that should have belonged to Hagrid. Harry's heart sank.
That could only mean one thing. The first years had arrived. And right on cue, the great doors at the back of the hall swung open.
A line of nervous-looking first years shuffled in behind Minerva McGonagall. In her hands she carried a stool, and resting on it was the battered old wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and ripped near the brim the ancient sorting hat, waiting to decide their futures. The chatter filling the great hall slowly died away until silence spread across the room. Every eye was fixed on the line of nervous first years standing before the staff table. Minerva McGonagall carefully set the stool in front of them and stepped aside. Their pale faces flickered in the candlelight. One tiny boy near the centre looked as though he might faint from fear. For a brief second, Harry Potter remembered his own first night in that very spot, heart pounding, palms sweating, waiting for the mysterious test that would decide his future. The whole school held its breath. Then the tier near the brim of the ancient sorting hat stretched open like a mouth, and it began to sing. When Hogwarts first was built with pride, and magic's roots were growing, the founders stood as one at first, with dreams and wisdom flowing. They sought to make a school so grand, the finest in creation, a place where witches, wizards young, would learn through dedication. Together we shall teach them all. The four great friends agreed, and never once imagined then their bond would break with speed. For who could think such friends as these, bold Gryffindor and Slytherin, or wise old Ravenclaw and kind Hufflepuff, would cease to win? Yet somehow peace was torn apart, and friendship came undone. I saw it all. I know the tale. The dark days had begun. Said Slytherin, "I'll teach the best, the purest blood alone," said Ravenclaw. the sharpest minds shall flourish and be known. Said Gryffindor. The brave at heart are worthy of my hand, said Hufflepuff. I'll teach them all and help them understand. At first, these views brought little strife, for each could choose their own. Each founder claimed a house of worth, a place to call their throne. So cunning souls found Slytherin, the wise in Ravenclaw, the bold and brave in Gryffindor, whom courage guided most. And Hufflepuff took all the rest and taught them faithfully. Thus friendship held the school upright in peace and unity. For many years the castle thrived, its future bright and clear, until suspicion slowly crept and whispered into ears. The houses, once 4 pillars strong, began to break apart. They fought for power, turned on friends, and warred with bitter hearts. With duels and hatred in the halls, the school neared ruin fast, until one day old Slytherin departed at long last. The fighting ceased, but not the wound. The loss was deeply felt, and ever since, the unity beneath these walls has knelt. Now I remain to sort you still, as duty bids me do, and place you in the houses here that seem the best for you. But now I fear the task I serve may bring a darker day, for splitting you apart each year may tear this school away. So hear me now and heed me well. The warning in my song, our school is threatened from without, and weakness grows within. Stand strong together, side by side, or Hogwarts soon may fall. I've warned you now, I've told the truth. Let sorting start for all. For a moment after the song ended, the hall remained silent. This was no cheerful sorting song, it was a warning. Even the ghosts seemed uneasy in the flickering candlelight, and Harry could feel a strange tension hanging in the air. The Hat had never spoken so openly before about division, about danger, about the school itself being under threat. A ripple of laughter spread through the great hall as Albus Dumbledore settled back into his chair, casually tossing his long silver beard over one shoulder to keep it away from his dinner. In an instant, the empty golden plates and serving dishes filled themselves as if by magic. The 5 long tables bowed under the weight of steaming roast meats, bubbling pies, mountains of vegetables, baskets of bread, gleaming sauces, and huge jugs of pumpkin juice.
"Brilliant!" groaned Ron Weasley in pure delight.
He lunged for the nearest platter of chops and began stacking them onto his plate at alarming speed, while nearly headless Nick watched him with mournful longing. "What were you saying before the sorting?" asked Hermione Granger, turning back to the ghost, "about the Hat giving warnings."
"Oh, yes," said Nick, looking relieved to focus on something other than Ron's enthusiastic eating. "I have heard the Sorting Hat warn the school before, usually when it senses great danger ahead, and every time the message is much the same. Stand united. Stay strong within." "How can it know the school's in danger if it's just a hat?" Ron mumbled through a mouthful so enormous it was impressive he could make any sound at all.
"I beg your pardon," asked Nick politely. Hermione looked disgusted.
Ron swallowed with difficulty. "How can it know if the school's in danger if it's a hat?"
Nick shrugged slightly. "No idea. It spends most of its time in Dumbledore's office, though, so perhaps it overhears things."
"And it wants all the houses to get along," said Harry Potter, glancing over toward the Slytherin table where Draco Malfoy was clearly enjoying being the center of attention. "Yeah, right."
"You shouldn't think like that," said Nick reproachfully. "Cooperation is essential. We ghosts, though tied to different houses, maintain cordial friendships. Despite the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, I would never dream of quarrelling with the bloody Baron.
Only because you're scared stiff of him, Ron muttered.
Nick drew himself up indignantly.
Scared? I trust that Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington have never shown cowardice in all my existence. The noble blood in my veins. What blood? Ron interrupted. You haven't still got any, have you? Nick looked outraged. It is a figure of speech, he snapped, his head wobbling dangerously on his half-severed neck. Surely I may still use whatever expressions I choose, even if I can no longer enjoy the pleasures of food and drink. But I am quite accustomed to students making sport of my death. Nick, he didn't mean it like that, Hermione said, quickly, glaring at Ron. Unfortunately, Ron's mouth was stuffed full again. All he managed was a muffled nod. I didn't mean to.
Nick clearly did not accept this as a proper apology. With a huffy toss of his feathered hat, he rose into the air and floated off down the table, finally settling beside Colin Creevey and Dennis Creevey. Hermione rounded on Ron. "Well done." "What?" said Ron Weasley indignantly after finally swallowing. "I can't even ask a simple question now." "Oh, just forget it," snapped Hermione Granger, and with that, the two of them lapsed into offended silence for the rest of the meal. Harry Potter, long accustomed to their endless arguments, didn't bother stepping in. He considered his time much better spent working steadily through his steak and kidney pie, and then demolishing a generous helping of treacle tart. By the time the last plates had been emptied and the chatter in the great hall began rising again, Harry felt pleasantly heavy and sleepy. Somewhere high above in the tower, his four-poster bed was waiting warm, soft, and inviting. Then Albus Dumbledore stood once more, at once. The hall fell silent. "Well," said Dumbledore cheerfully, "now that we've all enjoyed another magnificent feast, I must ask for a few moments of your attention for the usual start-of-term notices." The students groaned inwardly but listened. To our first years, the forest on the school grounds remains strictly forbidden. He twinkled as he added, "And a few of our older students ought to know that by now as well." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged guilty smirks. "Mr. Argus Filch, our caretaker, has asked me for what he assures me is the 462nd time to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes, nor are a number of other activities, all listed on the notice outside his office." A few students snickered. "We have 2 staffing changes this year. We are pleased to welcome back Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank, who will be teaching care of magical creatures." Harry, Ron, and Hermione all stiffened. "And we are delighted to introduce Professor Dolores Umbridge as our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher." A polite but lukewarm round of applause followed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged alarmed looks. Dumbledore hadn't said how long Grubbly Plank would be teaching. Was Hagrid really gone? Dumbledore continued smoothly. "Tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will take place on the..." He stopped. His eyes had shifted toward Professor Umbridge. Because she was so short, it took a second for everyone to realize what had happened. Then there came a sugary little cough. Professor Umbridge had stood up. The hall froze. For a moment, even Dumbledore looked mildly surprised. Then he recovered instantly, sat down gracefully, and turned toward her with an expression of polite interest, as though nothing in the world could please him more than hearing her speak. The rest of the staff weren't nearly as good at hiding their reactions. Pomona Sprout's eyebrows had shot into her wild hair. Minerva McGonagall's lips had thinned into the narrowest line Harry had ever seen. No teacher had ever interrupted Dumbledore before. Around the hall, Students were exchanging amused looks and smirk. Clearly, this pink-clad woman had no idea how things worked at Hogwarts.
"Thank you, Headmaster," simpered Umbridge in a sickly, sweet voice, smiling broadly, "for those kind words of welcome."
Professor Umbridge's voice was shrill, airy, and oddly childish, and Harry felt an immediate wave of dislike so strong it startled him. He couldn't explain it exactly. He simply detested everything about her, from that sugary little girl voice to the ridiculous fluffy pink cardigan wrapped around her. She gave another tiny cough.
Hem.
"Well, I must say, it is absolutely delightful to be back at Hogwarts," she trilled brightly, flashing a smile full of small, pointed teeth. "And what a joy it is to see all your cheerful little faces turned toward me." Harry glanced around the hall. From what he could see, no one looked cheerful. Most of the students appeared confused or insulted, as though they were being spoken to like toddlers. "I am quite looking forward to getting to know each and every one of you," she continued sweetly, "and I'm certain we shall all become the very best of friends." A ripple of exchanged looks passed among the students. Several were trying hard not to laugh.
"I'd be her friend," Parvati whispered to Lavender, "as long as she never asks me to wear that cardigan."
Both girls collapsed into silent giggles. Professor Umbridge cleared her throat yet again.
Hem.
This time, when she resumed, much of the sugary tone had vanished. Her voice turned flatter and more formal, like someone reciting a memorized speech. "The Ministry of Magic has always regarded the education of young witches and wizards as a matter of the highest importance. The extraordinary talents with which you are born may fade into nothing without proper discipline and guidance. The ancient magical arts that define our community must be carefully handed down through generations, lest they disappear forever. The vast wealth of magical knowledge gathered by our ancestors must be preserved, expanded, and refined by those devoted to the honorable profession of teaching." She paused and gave a small, self-important bow toward the staff table. None of the professors returned it. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows had drawn together sharply, giving her the fierce appearance of a hunting hawk, and Harry clearly saw her exchange a meaningful look with Professor Sprout before Umbridge continued with another dainty cough.
Hem.
"Every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts has contributed something new to the great responsibility of leading this historic institution, and rightly so, for without progress there can only be stagnation and decline. Yet progress for its own sake must also be resisted, as traditions that have stood the test of time often require no adjustment. Therefore, there must be balance between old and new, between stability and change, between tradition and innovation." Harry's attention began to drift. It felt as though his mind was tuning in and out like a faulty radio. The respectful silence that usually filled the great hall when Dumbledore spoke was slowly crumbling as students leaned together to whisper and snicker. At the Ravenclaw table, Cho Chang was deep in conversation with her friends. A little farther down, Luna Lovegood had already reopened the Quibbler. At the Hufflepuff table, Ernie Macmillan was one of the few still staring straight at Professor Umbridge. Though his glazed expression made Harry suspect he was only pretending to listen so he'd look worthy of the shiny new prefect badge pinned to his robes. Professor Umbridge seemed entirely unaware that she was losing her audience. Harry had the feeling that a full-scale rebellion could have erupted in the middle of the hall, and she would have continued droning on without pause. The teachers, however, remained sharply attentive. Hermione, too, was hanging on every word, but judging by the tight look on her face, she was not enjoying a single one of them. Because while certain changes may lead to improvement, others may in time be seen as grave mistakes. Likewise, some traditions deserve to remain untouched, while others, having become outdated and ineffective, should be cast aside. Let us step confidently into a new age of transparency, efficiency, and responsibility determined to protect what is valuable, improve what is lacking, and cut away any practices that no longer serve us. She finally sat down. Dumbledore began to applaud. The rest of the staff followed, though Harry noticed some of them barely clapped more than once or twice before stopping. A handful of students joined in as well, but most had not been paying enough attention to realize the speech was over. Before proper applause could build, Dumbledore was already back on his feet. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. That was most enlightening," he said, politely, inclining his head toward her. "Now then, as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will take place." "Yes, enlightening is certainly one word for it," Hermione muttered under her breath. "You're not seriously saying you liked it?" Ron whispered, turning to her with a dazed expression. "That was the most boring speech I've ever heard, and I grew up listening to Percy."
"I said enlightening, not enjoyable," Hermione replied sharply. "It explained quite a lot." "It did?" Harry asked, puzzled. "It just sounded like a bunch of meaningless nonsense to me. There were important messages buried under all that nonsense," Hermione said darkly. "Like what?" Ron asked blankly. "How about progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, or cutting away practices that ought to be prohibited?" "So?" Ron said impatiently. "What's that supposed to mean?"
Hermione clenched her teeth. "It means," she hissed, "that the Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts." At that moment, the great hall erupted into scraping benches and clattering dishes. Dumbledore had clearly dismissed everyone, because students all around them were standing and preparing to leave. Hermione jumped up suddenly, looking alarmed. "Ron, we're supposed to guide the first years."
"Oh, right," said Ron, clearly having forgotten. He cupped his hands around his mouth. "You lot, tiny people. Ron. Well, they are, I know, but you can't call them that. First years," Hermione called firmly down the table. "This way, please."
A cluster of nervous new students edged toward the gap between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, each seeming desperate not to be the one leading. They looked unbelievably small. Harry was certain he had never seemed that tiny on his first night at Hogwarts. He smiled at them. A blond boy standing beside Ewan Abercrombie froze at the sight of him. He leaned toward Ewan and whispered urgently in his ear. Ewan looked just as terrified and darted a frightened glance at Harry. Harry felt his smile disappear as quickly as spilled stink sap. "See you later," he said flatly to Ron and Hermione. He left the great hall by himself, trying his hardest to ignore the whispers, the stares, and the fingers pointing in his direction as he passed. Keeping his gaze fixed straight ahead, he pushed through the crowd in the entrance hall, then hurried up the marble staircase, taking a couple of secret shortcuts. He soon left most of the noise and bustle far behind.
"But why?" Harry asked, stunned. He knew Seamus's mother was a witch, so he couldn't understand why she was acting almost as badly as the Dursleys. Seamus didn't answer right away. He carefully buttoned up his pajamas first, as though buying himself time. "Well," he said at last, choosing his words slowly, "I suppose it's because of you." "What do you mean?" Harry shot back. His heart began pounding. He felt a strange pressure in his chest, as though the walls were closing in around him.
"Well," Seamus said again, still refusing to meet Harry's eyes, "it's not only you, it's Dumbledore as well. She believes the Daily Prophet," Harry demanded. "She thinks I'm making it all up and Dumbledore's lost his mind." Seamus finally looked at him. "Yeah, Something like that. Harry didn't reply. He snatched his wand off the bed and slammed it onto his bedside table. Then he yanked off his robes, shoved them furiously into his trunk, and dragged on his pajamas. He was sick of it. Sick of being stared at, sick of being whispered about. If any of them knew, if any of them had even the slightest idea what it felt like to live through all of it. Mrs. Finnegan had no clue, Harry thought bitterly. Stupid woman. He climbed into bed and reached for the curtains, intending to shut the world out. But before he could, Seamus spoke again. Look, what really happened that night? You know, with Cedric Diggory and all that. His voice was a mix of nervousness and curiosity.
Dean, who had been rummaging in his trunk for a slipper, suddenly froze. Harry knew he was listening. Why ask me? Harry snapped. Why don't you just read the Daily Prophet with your mother? I'm sure it'll tell you everything you want to hear. Don't talk about my mother like that. Seamus barked. I'll say what I like to anyone who calls me a liar. Harry shot back. Don't you talk to me like that? I'll talk to you however I want, Harry shouted, his temper flaring so quickly that he grabbed his wand again and pointed it. If sharing a dormitory with me is such a problem, go ask McGonagall to move you. Save your mummy the worry. Leave my mother out of it. Potter, what's going on here? Ron had appeared in the doorway. His eyes widened as they flicked from Harry kneeling on his bed. Wand aimed at Seamus to Seamus, standing rigid with clenched fists. He's insulting my mother, Seamus yelled. What? Said Ron. Harry wouldn't do that. We've met your mum. We liked her. That was before she started believing every bit of rubbish the filthy Daily Prophet prints about me, Harry shouted. Oh, said Ron as understanding dawned across his freckled face. Oh, right. You know what? Seamus spat, glaring at Harry. He's right. I don't want to share a dormitory with him anymore. He's mad. That's bang out of order. Seamus, Ron said sharply.
His ears were turning red now, a clear warning sign. Out of order. Am I? Seamus shouted back, his own face going pale. So you believe all the garbage he's been saying about you-know-who? You actually think he's telling the truth? Yeah, Ron said fiercely. I do. Then you're just as crazy as he is, Seamus said coldly.
Oh yeah, Ron fired back, jabbing a finger against his own chest. Well, bad luck for you. I'm a prefect now too. So if you don't want detention, keep your mouth shut. For a moment, Seamus looked ready to say exactly what he was thinking, punishment or not. But then he made a furious sound, spun on his heel, and threw himself onto his bed. He yanked the curtains closed with such force that the whole set ripped loose and came crashing down in a dusty heap.
Ron glowered at the mess for a second, then swung around to Dean and Neville. Anybody else got family members who think Harry's a liar? He demanded angrily. My parents are muggles, Dean said with a shrug. They don't know anything about people dying at Hogwarts, because I'm not stupid enough to tell them.
You don't know my mum, Seamus snapped from behind the ruined curtains. She can worm the truth out of anyone. And your parents don't read the Daily Prophet, do they? They haven't heard our headmaster's been thrown off the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards because he's losing his mind. My gran says that's rubbish, Neville said suddenly. Everyone turned toward him.
She says it's the Daily Prophet that's going downhill, not Dumbledore. She cancelled our subscription. He swallowed hard, then said firmly, We believe Harry. Neville climbed into bed and pulled the blankets up to his chin, staring over them at Seamus with round, determined eyes. My gran always said you-know-who would come back one day, and if Dumbledore says he's back, then he's back. Harry felt a warm rush of gratitude. Nobody said another word. Seamus repaired the torn curtains with a muttered spell and disappeared behind them. Dean got into bed, turned his back on the room, and stayed silent. Neville, seemingly satisfied, lay gazing fondly at his strange little cactus glowing in the moonlight. Harry lay back on his pillow as Ron clattered around beside him, unpacking his things and muttering under his breath. The argument had shaken Harry badly. He'd always liked Seamus. How many more people would call him a liar? Or think he was losing his mind? Had Dumbledore spent the whole summer facing the same thing, first being pushed out of the Wizengamot, then cast aside by the International Confederation of Wizards? Was that why Dumbledore hadn't contacted him? Was he angry? They were linked in all this. Dumbledore had believed him. He had stood before the entire school and publicly supported Harry's story, then tried to warn the rest of the wizarding world. Anyone who thought Harry was lying had to think Dumbledore was either lying too, or had been tricked. In the end, they'll know we were telling the truth, Harry thought bitterly. Ron finally climbed into bed and put out the last candle. The room was swallowed by darkness, and as Harry lay awake in the silence, staring into the blackness, he wondered how many more attacks like Seamus's he would have to survive before that day arrived. Chapter 12. Professor Umbridge. Seamus hurried through dressing the next morning, pulling on his clothes so fast he was out of the dormitory before Harry had even managed to get his socks on. "Does he think he'll lose his mind if he spends too long in the same room as me?" Harry said loudly, watching the edge of Seamus's robes disappear through the doorway. "Don't worry about it, Harry," Dean muttered, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "He's just—" But whatever he meant to say trailed off, and after an awkward pause he followed Seamus out.
Ron and Neville both gave Harry looks that clearly said it's his problem, not yours. But that didn't do much to lift his mood. How much more of this was he supposed to put up with?
"What's wrong?" Hermione asked a few minutes later, catching up with Harry and Ron as they crossed the common room on their way to breakfast. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes fixing on the notice board. "Oh, honestly."
A large new sign had been pinned up.
"Gallons of galleons need extra spending money. Want to earn some gold? Contact Fred and George Weasley in the Gryffindor Common Room for easy, part-time, mostly painless work. Applicants participate at their own risk." Hermione pulled it down with a sharp tug. "They've gone too far this time," she said, frowning. "We'll have to speak to them. Ron."
Ron looked instantly uneasy. "Why?"
"Because we're prefects," Hermione replied firmly as they climbed out through the portrait hole. "It's our responsibility to stop this sort of thing." Ron didn't argue, but his expression suggested he wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of trying to control Fred and George. "So," Hermione went on as they descended a staircase lined with chatting portraits, "what's bothering you, Harry? You look furious." "Seamus thinks Harry's lying about you-know-who," Ron answered when Harry stayed silent.
Instead of reacting angrily, Hermione sighed. "Lavender thinks so too," she admitted. Harry's head snapped toward her. "Oh, great, so you've been having a nice discussion about whether I'm a lying attention seeker."
"No," Hermione said calmly. "I told her to keep quiet, actually, and it would help if you stopped snapping at us. Harry, in case you haven't noticed, Ron and I are on your side." There was a brief pause. "Sorry," Harry muttered.
"That's fine," Hermione said, a little stiffly. Then she shook her head. "Honestly, don't you remember what Dumbledore said at the end of term feast?"
Harry and Ron both looked blank. Hermione sighed again. "He said, you know who has a talent for creating division and hatred, and that the only way to fight it is through strong friendship and trust.
Ron stared at her. How do you even remember that? I actually listen, Hermione replied. I listen too, Ron said defensively. Just not like that.
The point, Hermione continued firmly, is that this is exactly what Dumbledore meant. Voldemort's only just come back, and already people are turning on each other. Even the Sorting Hat warned us, stand together. Stay united. And Harry was right last night. Ron shot back. If that means we're all supposed to start being best mates with the Slytherins, yeah, right. Hermione frowned. I still think it's a shame no one's even trying for a little inter-house unity. They had reached the bottom of the marble staircase. A group of fourth-year Ravenclaws was crossing the entrance hall. But the moment they spotted Harry, they bunched together nervously as if afraid he might lunge at one of them. Harry snorted. Oh yeah, we should definitely go make friends with people like that. The three of them entered the great hall behind the Ravenclaws, all instinctively glancing toward the staff table. Professor Grubbly Plank was deep in conversation with Professor Sinistra, but Hagrid's enormous figure was still nowhere to be seen. Above them, the enchanted ceiling reflected Harry's mood perfectly heavy. Dark rain clouds stretched across it in a gloomy grey sheet. Dumbledore didn't even say how long Grubbly Plank's staying, Harry muttered as they headed for the Gryffindor table. Hermione hesitated. Maybe.
What? Harry and Ron asked together.
Well, maybe he didn't want to make Hagrid's absence more obvious. Ron gave a short laugh. More obvious. How could anyone not notice Hagrid missing? Before Hermione could answer, a tall black girl with long braided hair strode up to Harry.
Hi, Angelina.
Hi, she said quickly. Good summer. She barely paused before continuing. Listen, I've been made Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Brilliant, Harry said, grinning. He had a feeling Angelina's team talks would be shorter than Oliver Wood's endless speeches, which was definitely a bonus.
Yeah. Well, we need a new keeper now Oliver's gone, Angelina said. Trials are Friday at 5. I want the whole team there so we can see how everyone works together. Got it, Harry replied. Angelina gave him a quick smile and moved off.
I forgot Wood had left, Hermione said absent-mindedly as she sat beside Ron and reached for some toast. That'll change the team a bit, won't it? Probably, Harry said, sitting opposite them. He was a really good keeper.
Could be good to get someone new in, Ron said.
At that moment, there was a rush of wings overhead. Hundreds of owls swooped through the high windows, scattering rainwater over the tables as they delivered letters and parcels. It was clearly pouring outside. Hedwig wasn't among them, but Harry hadn't expected her to be. Sirius was the only person who wrote to him, and after less than a day apart, Harry doubted there'd be any news. Hermione, however, had to yank her glass of orange juice aside as a large, dripping barn owl dropped a soggy copy of the Daily Prophet in front of her.
Harry scowled.
Why do you still get that thing? He said irritably, thinking of Seamus. I'm done with it. It's all rubbish. It's important to know what the enemy's saying, Hermione replied grimly. She spread the newspaper open and vanished behind it, only lowering it once Harry and Ron had nearly finished breakfast.
Nothing, she said, rolling it up and setting it beside her plate. Nothing about you, Dumbledore? Nothing important?
Professor McGonagall was making her way along the Gryffindor table now, handing out class schedules. Ron glanced at his and groaned.
Look at this. History of magic, double potions, divination, and double defense against the dark arts. He dropped his head dramatically onto the table. Binns, Snape, Trelawney, and Umbridge all in one day. Worst Monday ever, I wish Fred and George would hurry up with those skiving snack boxes.
Did I hear that right? Said Fred, appearing with George and squeezing onto the bench beside Harry, a Hogwarts prefect wishing to skip class. Just look at this timetable, Ron muttered, shoving it at Fred. It's torture. Fair enough, little brother, Fred said after scanning it. We'll let you have some nosebleed nougat at a discount. Ron narrowed his eyes. Why is it discounted? Because you'll probably bleed to death before we invent the antidote, George said cheerfully, spearing a kipper from a nearby platter.
Ron shoved the timetable back into his pocket. Thanks, but I think I'll survive the lessons.
Hermione crossed her arms and glared at the twins. And another thing, you can't put up notices asking for test subjects on the Gryffindor board.
George looked scandalized. Says who? Says me, Hermione said firmly, and Ron. Leave me out of this, Ron said quickly.
Hermione shot him a murderous look. Fred and George burst out laughing. You'll change your tune soon enough, Fred said, buttering a crumpet. 5th year'll break you. Hermione frowned. Why would 5th year make me want one of your ridiculous snack boxes?
Because it's owl year, George said.
So your exams are coming, Fred explained. They'll have you working till your nose is worn down to nothing. Half our year practically had nervous breakdowns before Owl's, George added happily, crying, screaming. Patricia Stimpson kept fainting. Kenneth Towler broke out in boils, Fred said thoughtfully.
George snorted. That was because you put Bulbadox powder in his pajamas.
Fred grinned. Oh, right, forgot about that.
Honestly, 5th year's horrible, George said, if you care about grades. Anyway, Fred and I managed to stay cheerful. Yeah, Ron said. You got, what, 3 OWLs each?
Yep, Fred said casually. But our future doesn't exactly depend on academic brilliance. We nearly didn't bother coming back for 7th year, George said brightly. Now that we've got... He stopped abruptly at Harry's warning look. Harry knew exactly what George had nearly mentioned. The Triwizard Gold Harry had secretly given them.
Now that we've got our OWLs, George corrected quickly. I mean, who really needs NEWTs?
But Mum would have had a heart attack if we'd left early, Fred said, especially after Percy turned into the biggest git alive. Fred leaned back and looked around the great hall with satisfaction. We're not wasting our last year at Hogwarts, he declared. This year is for proper research, finding out what students really want from a joke shop, studying the demand, and designing products to match. Hermione raised an eyebrow. And where exactly are you planning to get the money for all that? You'll need ingredients, equipment, maybe even a shop.
Harry's ears went hot.
He quickly looked down at his plate, then accidentally dropped his fork and ducked beneath the table to fetch it. Above him, he heard Fred reply airily, Ask no questions and hear no lies. Hermione, come on. George, if we get there early, we can flog a few extendable ears before herbology. When Harry sat back up, the twins were already striding away, both carrying towering piles of toast. Hermione watched them suspiciously. Ask no questions and hear no lies. What's that supposed to mean? Have they already got the money? Ron frowned. Actually, I've been wondering that too. They bought me brand new dress robes this summer, and I've no idea where they got the galleons. Harry moved quickly to change the subject.
So, do you reckon this year's really going to be awful? Because of the exams? Oh, definitely, said Ron at once. Owls are a big deal. They decide what jobs you can go for and everything. Bill said we get career advice later this year too, so we can choose our newts.
Do either of you know what you want to do after Hogwarts? Harry asked, as they left the Great Hall and headed for History of Magic. Ron hesitated. Not really, except... He looked embarrassed. What? Harry pressed. Ron shrugged. Well, being an aura would be pretty cool. Yeah, Harry said at once, it would. But auras are the elite, Ron said. You've got to be amazing. What about you? Hermione. Hermione thought for a moment. I'm not sure. I'd like to do something worthwhile. Being an aura is worthwhile, Harry argued. Yes, Hermione said. But it's not the only worthwhile thing. I mean, if I could keep working on spew... Harry and Ron carefully stared straight ahead. Then came History of Magic. Without question, it was the dullest subject Hogwarts had to offer. Professor Binns, the ghost who taught it, spoke in a thin, droning monotone that could put people to sleep in 10 minutes or 5 on a warm day. He never changed his routine. He lectured without pause while students either copied notes mechanically or slowly drifted into unconsciousness. Harry and Ron had only ever managed to scrape through by borrowing Hermione's notes before exams. She alone seemed completely immune to Binns's voice. Today's lesson was about giant wars. For the first 10 minutes, Harry vaguely thought the topic might actually have been interesting if literally anyone else had been teaching it. Then his brain switched off. For the remaining hour and 20 minutes, he and Ron played hangman in the corner of their parchment while Hermione glared at them in disgust from the edge of her eye. How would you like it? Hermione asked icily as they left the classroom for break. Professor Binns, drifting absent-mindedly through the blackboard behind them, if I refused to lend you my notes this year. We'd fail our OWLs, said Ron promptly. If you can live with that on your conscience. Hermione shot him a glare. You deserve it. You don't even try to listen.
We do try, Ron protested. We're just not you. We haven't got your brain, your memory, or your concentration. Honestly, Hermione, is it fun rubbing it in? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Hermione snapped, though she looked slightly less annoyed as she led them outside.
A thin, misty rain was falling over the courtyard, blurring the groups of students huddled beneath the walls and archways. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found a quiet corner beneath a dripping balcony and turned up their collars against the cold September damp. They started discussing what Snape might set them in their first potions lesson of the year. They had just agreed it would probably be something impossibly difficult just to catch them off guard after summer when someone came around the corner.
Hello, Harry.
It was Cho Chang.
And for once, she was alone.
That alone made Harry's stomach lurch. Cho was usually surrounded by giggling friends. Harry remembered all too clearly how hard it had been to get her alone, long enough to ask her to the Yule Ball. Hi, Harry said, immediately feeling his face heat up.
At least I'm not covered in stinksap this time, he thought desperately.
Cho seemed to remember that too. You got all that stuff off, then? Yeah, Harry said, forcing a grin as if the memory were funny rather than humiliating. So, did you, have a good summer? The second the words left his mouth, Harry wanted to kick himself. Cedric had been Cho's boyfriend. Of course, her summer couldn't have been good. Her expression tightened for a moment, but she answered. Oh, it was okay, I suppose.
Ron suddenly leaned forward.
Is that a Tornadoes badge? He was pointing at the front of Cho's robes, where a sky-blue badge with a double gold T gleamed. You support the Tornadoes? Yeah, said Cho. Have you always supported them? Ron asked suspiciously. or only since they started winning? Harry winced. Cho's face cooled instantly.
I've supported them since I was 6, she said crisply. Anyway, see ya, Harry.
And she walked away. Hermione waited until Cho was halfway across the courtyard before rounding furiously on Ron.
You are unbelievably tactless.
Ron blinked. What? I only asked her if... Couldn't you tell she wanted to talk to Harry alone? So, she still could have. I wasn't stopping her. Then why were you interrogating her about Quidditch?
I wasn't interrogating her.
Who cares what team she supports?
Oh, come on, Ron protested. Half the people wearing Tornadoes badges only started last season.
But why does that matter? Hermione demanded. Because they're fake fans, Ron said indignantly. They only support them because they're winning. That's the bell, Harry muttered flatly, because Ron and Hermione were arguing so loudly they hadn't even noticed it. They kept bickering all the way down to Snape's dungeon classroom, giving Harry far too much time to think that, between Neville and Ron, he'd probably never manage a conversation with Cho that he wouldn't later cringe over and want to forget forever. Still, as they joined the line of students outside Snape's door, Harry found himself thinking about what had just happened. Cho had come over to speak to him. She'd chosen to. She had been Cedric's girlfriend. She had every reason to hate Harry. He had walked out of the Triwizard Maze alive while Cedric hadn't. She could have blamed him. She could have avoided him. Yet she hadn't. She had spoken to him kindly. She hadn't looked at him like he was mad, or a liar, or somehow guilty of Cedric's death. No. She had chosen to talk to him, and it was the second time in only 2 days.
At that thought, Harry felt his spirits lift.
Even the long, ominous creak of Snape's dungeon door opening failed to burst the small bubble of hope swelling inside his chest. He followed Ron and Hermione into the classroom and slid into their usual seats at the back, settling between them while doing his best to ignore the irritated huffing still coming from both sides.
Settle down, Snape said coldly as he shut the door behind him.
The command was unnecessary. The instant the door had closed, silence had already fallen over the room. Snape's mere presence was enough to still every whisper and every restless movement. Before we begin today's lesson, Snape said, gliding to the front of the room and sweeping his dark gaze across the class, I think it is appropriate to remind you that next June you will sit an important examination one in which you will demonstrate how much you have learned about the making and uses of magical potions. He paused. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, he continued silkily, I expect each of you to scrape at least an acceptable in your owl, or suffer my displeasure. His eyes settled on Neville. Neville swallowed hard. After this year, of course, many of you will no longer continue your studies with me, Snape went on. I accept only the very best students into my Newt Potions class, meaning that some of us will be saying goodbye. His gaze landed on Harry, and his lip curled slightly. Harry glared back. The thought of dropping potions forever after 5th year filled him with grim satisfaction. But before that joyful farewell arrives, Snape said softly, we still have 1 more year together. His voice lowered dangerously. So whether or not you intend to pursue NEWT-level potions, I strongly advise all of you to focus your efforts on maintaining the high pass standard I have come to expect from my OWL students. Today, said Snape, his voice cool and deliberate, You will be preparing a potion frequently featured at ordinary wizarding level, the Draught of Peace. It is designed to ease anxiety and calm agitation. However, his eyes swept the room. If you are careless with the ingredients, you may induce a deep, sometimes irreversible sleep. Precision is essential. To Harry's left, Hermione straightened immediately, her entire posture radiating focus. The ingredients and instructions. Snape flicked his wand on the board. They appeared instantly. Everything you need another flick is in the supply cupboard. The door swung open. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes. Begin.
As expected, the potion was extremely complicated.
Every ingredient had to be added in exact quantities and in the correct sequence. The mixture required careful stirring, first clockwise, then counterclockwise at precisely measured intervals. Even the flame beneath the cauldron had to be adjusted to the correct level for a specific duration before the final ingredient could be added. A faint silver vapor should now be rising from your potion, Snape announced when only 10 minutes remained.
Harry, drenched in sweat, glanced around the dungeon in growing panic.
His own cauldron was releasing thick clouds of dark grey steam. Ron's was crackling and spitting bright green sparks. Seamus was desperately poking at the flames beneath his cauldron with his wand, trying to keep them from going out entirely.
Hermione's, however, was perfect.
A delicate, shimmering silver mist hovered above her potion. Snape passed by her without comment, clear proof that he had found nothing to criticize. Then he stopped beside Harry. A slow, unpleasant smile spread across his face. "Potter," he said softly, "what exactly is this supposed to be?"
At once, the Slytherins looked up eagerly. Moments like this were their favourite.
"The Draught of Peace," Harry replied tensely.
"Tell me, Potter," Snape continued, his tone dangerously quiet, "can you read?"
Draco Malfoy let out a sharp laugh.
"Yes," Harry said, gripping his wand tightly.
"Then kindly read the third line of the instructions." Harry squinted at the blackboard through the haze of swirling steam. Add powdered moonstone, stir 3 times counterclockwise, allow to simmer for 7 minutes, then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore. His stomach dropped. He had skipped the hellebore. He had gone straight to the next step. "Did you follow all the instructions on that line, Potter?" Snape asked.
"No," Harry said quietly. "I beg your pardon." "No," Harry repeated, louder this time. "I forgot the hellebore."
"I am well aware of that," Snape said coldly, "which renders this concoction completely useless. Evanesco." With a flick of his wand, Harry's potion vanished. The cauldron stood empty. Harry remained beside it, feeling foolish and exposed. "For those of you who are capable of reading instructions," Snape said smoothly, "fill a vial with your potion, label it clearly, and bring it to my desk for testing." He paused, then added,
"Homework? 12 inches of parchment on the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making, due Thursday." While everyone around him filled their flagons, Harry cleared away his things, seething. His potion had been no worse than Ron's, which was now giving off a foul odour of bad egg, or Neville's, which had achieved the consistency of just mixed cement, and which Neville was now having to gouge out of his cauldron. Yet it was he, Harry, who would be receiving 0 marks for
the day's work. He stuffed his wand back into his bag and slumped down onto his seat, watching everyone else march up to Snape's desk with filled and corked flagons. When at long last the bell rang, Harry was first out of the dungeon and had already started his lunch by the time Ron and Hermione joined him in the Great Hall. The ceiling had turned an even murkier grey during the morning. Rain was lashing the high windows. "That was really unfair," said Hermione consolingly, sitting down next to Harry and helping herself to shepherd's pie. "Your potion wasn't nearly as bad as Goyle's. When he put it in his flagon, the whole thing shattered and set his robes on fire."
"Yeah, well," said Harry, glowering at his plate. "Since when has Snape ever been fair to me?" Neither of the others answered. All three of them knew that Snape and Harry's mutual enmity had been absolute from the moment Harry had set foot in Hogwarts. "I did think he might be a bit better this year," said Hermione in a disappointed voice. "I mean, you know—" She looked around carefully. There were half a dozen empty seats on either side of them, and nobody was passing the table. Now he's in the order and everything.
"Poisonous toadstools don't change their spots," said Ron sagely. "Anyway, I've always thought Dumbledore was cracked trusting Snape. Where's the evidence he ever really stopped working for you-know-who?" "I think Dumbledore's probably got plenty of evidence, even if he doesn't share it with you." "Ron," snapped Hermione.
"Oh, shut up, the pair of you," said Harry heavily. As Ron opened his mouth to argue back, Hermione and Ron both froze, looking angry and offended. "Can't you give it a rest?" said Harry. "You're always having a go at each other. It's driving me mad." And abandoning his shepherd's pie, he swung his school bag back over his shoulder and left them sitting there.
He walked up the marble staircase 2 steps at a time, past the many students hurrying towards lunch. The anger that had just flared so unexpectedly still blazed inside him, and the vision of Ron and Hermione's shocked faces afforded him a sense of deep satisfaction. Serve them right, he thought. Why can't they give it a rest, bickering all the time? It's enough to drive anyone up the wall. He passed the large picture of Sir Cadogan the Knight on a landing. Sir Cadogan drew his sword and brandished it fiercely at Harry, who ignored him. "Come back, you scurvy dog! Stand fast and fight!" yelled Sir Cadogan in a muffled voice from behind his visor. But Harry merely walked on, and when Sir Cadogan attempted to follow him by running into a neighbouring picture, he was rebuffed by its inhabitant, a large and angry-looking wolfhound. Harry spent the rest of lunchtime sitting alone beneath the trapdoor at the top of North Tower. As a result, when the bell rang, he was the first to climb the silver ladder leading to Professor Trelawney's classroom.
After potions, divination was Harry's least favourite subject.
That was mostly because Professor Trelawney had an irritating habit of predicting his early death every few lessons. She was a thin, frail-looking woman draped in layers of shawls and glittering strings of beads, with her enormous spectacles magnifying her eyes. She always reminded Harry of a large, nervous insect. When Harry entered, she was busy placing copies of old, battered leather-bound books on the spindly little tables scattered around the room. In the dim light of scarf-covered lamps and the low burning fire that filled the room with a sickly sweet scent, she did not seem to notice him, slipping quietly into a seat in the shadows. The rest of the class trickled in over the next 5 minutes. Ron climbed through the trapdoor, scanned the room, spotted Harry, and made straight for him, or as straight as he could, while weaving through cluttered tables, chairs, and oversized poufs.
"Hermione and I've stopped arguing," he announced, dropping into the seat beside Harry.
"Good," Harry muttered. "But Hermione says it'd be nice if you stopped taking your temper out on us," Ron added.
I'm just passing on the message," Ron interrupted. "But honestly, I think she's right. It's not our fault Seamus and Snape are treating you like this." I never said it was...
Good day, said Professor Trelawney in her usual dreamy, misty voice. Harry broke off, feeling annoyed and a little guilty. And welcome back to divination. I have, of course, been carefully following your fortunes over the holidays, and I am delighted to see you have all returned safely to Hogwarts, as I knew you would. She smiled mysteriously. On the tables before you, you will find copies of the Dream Oracle by Inigo Imago. Dream interpretation is one of the most important methods of divining the future and may very well appear in your OWL examination. She paused dramatically. Not, of course, that I believe examinations have the slightest relevance to the sacred art of divination if one possesses the inner eye. Grades and certificates are of little importance. However, the headmaster insists you sit them. So... Her voice faded delicately away. The message was clear. Professor Trelawney considered her subject far above such ordinary concerns as exams. Turn to the introduction, she instructed, and read what Imago says on dream interpretation. Then pair up and use the Dream Oracle to analyze each other's most recent dreams. Begin. The only good thing about the lesson was that it wasn't a double period. By the time everyone had finished reading the introduction, there were barely 10 minutes left for the actual exercise. At the next table, Dean had paired with Neville. Neville immediately launched into a long and detailed description of a nightmare involving a pair of giant scissors wearing his grandmother's best hat. Harry and Ron exchanged miserable looks.
I never remember my dreams, Ron said. You go first.
You must remember one, Harry said impatiently. He had no intention of talking about his own dreams. He knew exactly what his recurring nightmare about the graveyard meant.
He didn't need Ron.
He didn't need Professor Trelawney.
And he definitely didn't need the stupid Dream Oracle to explain it to him.
This keeps the original feeling but reads more smoothly and dramatically. You'll be pleased to hear, said Professor Umbridge in her sugary voice, that all of these problems are now going to be corrected. This year, we shall be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course in defensive magic. She smiled brightly. Please copy down the following. She tapped the blackboard sharply once more. The previous words vanished and were replaced by course aims. 1. Understanding the principles behind defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic may legally be used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic into a practical context. For the next few minutes, the classroom was filled only with the scratching of quills against parchment. Once everyone had copied down the 3 aims, Professor Umbridge asked brightly, Has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard? A dull murmur of agreement ran through the room. Professor Umbridge's smile tightened.
I think we shall try that again, she said. When I ask a question, I would like the answer to be either yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. Now then, has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard?
Yes, Professor Umbridge, the class chorused reluctantly. Very good, she said. Please turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need for talking. She left the blackboard and settled herself behind her desk, watching them all closely through her large, pouchy eyes. Harry opened his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and began to read. It was excruciatingly boring.
Almost as bad as listening to Professor Binns.
His concentration slipped away almost immediately. Within minutes, he had read the same line 6 times without absorbing more than the first few words. The room remained silent. Beside him, Ron sat twirling his quill absent-mindedly between his fingers, staring blankly at the same spot on the page. Harry glanced to his right
and jolted out of his daze.
Hermione hadn't even opened her book. She was sitting bolt upright, staring directly at Professor Umbridge with her hand raised high in the air. Harry blinked. He could not remember Hermione ever refusing to read when told to. In fact, he could hardly remember her resisting the urge to open any book placed in front of her. He shot her a questioning look. Hermione gave the slightest shake of her head, clearly signalling that she was not about to explain, and kept her hand raised. Professor Umbridge, meanwhile, was looking determinedly in the opposite direction. Several more minutes passed. By now, Harry wasn't the only one watching Hermione. The chapter was so painfully dull that more and more students gave up pretending to read and began following Hermione's silent attempt to catch Umbridge's attention. Eventually, with over half the class now staring at Hermione instead of their books, Professor Umbridge appeared to decide she could ignore it no longer. "Did you wish to ask something about the chapter, dear?" she asked sweetly, as though she had only just noticed her. "Not about the chapter," said Hermione calmly. "Well, we are reading at the moment," said Professor Umbridge, flashing her small pointed teeth. "If you have other questions, we can discuss them at the end of the lesson."
"I have a question about your course aims," said Hermione.
Professor Umbridge lifted her eyebrows.
"And your name is—"
"Hermione Granger," Hermione replied. Professor Umbridge's smile widened as she looked around the room, her bulging eyes resting on Parvati.
"And your name is—" she asked sweetly. "Parvati Patil," said Parvati firmly, her hand still raised high.
"Well then, Miss Patil," said Umbridge. Parvati lowered her hand and frowned. "Well, if we're only going to study theory, how are we supposed to know which spell to use in real life?" A ripple of agreement moved through the room. Professor Umbridge gave a soft little laugh. "That is exactly why you are here to learn the theory first. A solid foundation of knowledge is essential before attempting practical application." "But we've already done practical spells," said Harry loudly.
"Hand! Mr. Potter!" sang Umbridge at once.
Harry raised his hand angrily. Umbridge ignored him. "In this class," she continued smoothly, "we will focus on building understanding in a calm and structured environment." "But understanding isn't enough," Ron burst out. "You've got to actually do it."
"Hand! Mr. Weasley," said Umbridge in the same sugary tone.
Ron threw his hand in the air with an exasperated groan. Hermione's hand shot up again. Professor Umbridge sighed as though deeply burdened. "Yes, Miss Granger." Hermione stood slightly in her seat. Surely practicing magic is the only way to become confident enough to use it properly. Professor Umbridge's smile tightened. "Confidence is all very well, Miss Granger, but overconfidence can lead to recklessness." "Professor Lupin let us practice," said Dean, "and we learned loads."
A few students nodded.
Umbridge's eyes flashed. "Yes, and as I have already explained, some previous teachers exercised extremely poor judgment." She folded her hands neatly on her desk. "You are here to pass your examinations and nothing more." The room fell silent. Harry could feel anger boiling in his chest.
"Exams?"
Was that really all she thought mattered? He thought of the graveyard,
of Cedric, of Voldemort rising again, of the Death Eaters.
and here sat Dolores Umbridge in her pink cardigan, pretending none of it was real. His hand was still in the air. She still refused to call on him. And somehow, Harry knew this was only the beginning. Parvati Patil, she said, clearly. And isn't there a practical section in our defense against the dark arts, owl? Aren't we expected to actually perform counter-curses and defensive spells? Professor Umbridge smiled in a patronizing way. If you have studied the theory thoroughly enough, there is no reason you should not be able to perform the required spells under carefully supervised examination conditions. Parvati stared at her. Without practicing them first, she asked incredulously, are you saying the first time we'll ever cast those spells will be in the exam itself? Professor Umbridge's smile remained fixed. As I have already said, if your theoretical understanding is sufficient.
And what good is theory in the real world? Harry interrupted loudly, his hand still raised in the air.
Professor Umbridge slowly turned her head toward him.
This is school, Mr. Potter, she said in a soft, sugary voice. Not the real world.
Harry's temper snapped. So we're not meant to prepare for what's out there. There is nothing out there waiting for you, Mr. Potter.
Oh, really? Harry said, his voice thick with anger.
Professor Umbridge clasped her hands together. And who exactly do you imagine is waiting to attack children such as yourselves? Harry gave a hollow laugh.
Let me think. Maybe Lord Voldemort.
The reaction was instant. Ron gave a loud gasp.
Lavender Brown let out a frightened squeak.
Neville slipped sideways off his stool in shock. But Professor Umbridge didn't flinch.
Instead, she looked at Harry with cold satisfaction.
10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. The room froze. Every eye shifted between Harry and Umbridge. Professor Umbridge stood. Now let me make one thing perfectly clear. She leaned forward, both stubby hands spread across the desk. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has risen again.
He didn't rise again. He was never dead, Harry shouted, but yes, he's back.
Mr. Potter, you have already lost your house 10 points. I strongly advise you not to worsen your situation, she said rapidly, without even glancing at him. Then she continued smoothly.
As I was saying, you have been led to believe that a certain dark wizard is once more at large.
She paused.
This is a lie. It is not a lie, Harry roared. I saw him. I fought him.
Professor Umbridge's lips curled in triumph. Detention, Mr. Potter, tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock, my office. She sat straighter and addressed the class. The Ministry of Magic assures you that no dark wizard is threatening you. If any of you feel anxious, you may come to me privately. If anyone is filling your heads with ridiculous tales of Dark Lords returning, I would be very interested to know. Her smile returned. I am here to help you. I am your friend.
Then, in a brisk voice.
Now, Betty, continue reading. Page 5. Basics for Beginners. Professor Umbridge sat back down. But Harry remained standing. The room was utterly silent. Seamus stared at him with a mixture of fear and fascination.
Harry, don't, Hermione whispered urgently, tugging at his sleeve.
Harry yanked his arm away. His whole body was trembling. So, according to you, Harry said, his voice shaking with fury, Cedric Diggory just dropped dead on his own. Did he? A sharp collective gasp swept through the classroom. Apart from Ron and Hermione, none of them had ever heard Harry speak openly about what had happened the night Cedric died. Now every face was turned toward him. They looked from Harry to Professor Umbridge with wide, eager eyes. Professor Umbridge had lifted her gaze to him. The fake sweetness had vanished from her face. Cedric Diggory's death, she said icily, was a tragic accident. Harry's whole body trembled.
"It was murder," he said.
His voice shook, but he forced the words out. "Voldemort killed him, and you know it." Professor Umbridge's expression went blank. For one terrible second, Harry thought she might scream. Instead, in the softest, sickliest, sweet voice imaginable, she said, "Come here, Mr. Potter, dear." Harry kicked his chair aside and marched past Ron and Hermione toward the teacher's desk. He could feel the class holding its breath. He was so furious he no longer cared what happened next. Professor Umbridge reached into her handbag and pulled out a small roll of pink parchment. She spread it neatly on the desk, dipped her quill into ink, and began writing quickly. She bent low over the parchment so Harry couldn't read a word. The room was silent.
After a minute, she rolled the parchment up and tapped it with her wand.
It sealed itself shut instantly.
"Take this to Professor McGonagall's, dear," she said, holding it out.
Harry snatched it from her without a word. He turned sharply and strode from the room, slamming the classroom door behind him so hard the walls shook. He marched quickly down the corridor, gripping the note tightly in his hand. As he rounded a corner, he collided headfirst with Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves was floating upside down in midair, juggling several inkwells.
"Well, if it isn't Poddywee Potter," Peeves shrieked with laughter.
2 inkwells slipped from his hands and smashed on the floor, spraying black ink everywhere. Harry leapt backward with an angry snarl. "Get lost, Peeves."
"Ooh, Potty's in a temper," cackled Peeves, swooping after him through the corridor. What's the matter this time? Hearing voices, seeing things, talking in
Peeves blew an enormous raspberry.
tongues. "I said, leave me alone," Harry shouted.
He bolted down the nearest staircase, but Peeves simply slid down the banister beside him, still cackling. "Oh, everyone says poor Potty's cracked in the head. Some think he's just gloomy and ought to stay in bed, but Peevesy knows best he's completely off his head."
"Shut up."
A nearby door flew open.
Professor McGonagall stormed out, looking grim and overworked.
"What are you shouting about, Potter?" she snapped. Peeves gave a delighted shriek and vanished around the corner. "Why aren't you in class?"
"I was sent to see you," Harry said stiffly. "Sent?" she repeated sharply. "What do you mean, sent?"
Harry held out Umbridge's note. Professor McGonagall snatched it from him, frowning. With a tap of her wand, the note sprang open. Her eyes darted across the page behind her square spectacles.
As she read, her lips pressed thinner and thinner.
Finally, she looked up. "Come inside, Potter." Harry followed her into her office. The door shut automatically behind him. McGonagall turned on him at once. "What?" she demanded. "Is this true?" Harry blinked.
"Is what true?" he asked, more sharply than he meant to.
Then he added awkwardly, "Professor?" Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes.
"Is it true that you shouted at Professor Umbridge?" "Yes." "Is it true you called her a liar?"
Yes. Is it true you told her he who must not be named has returned? Yes. Professor McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then, to Harry's complete astonishment, she sat down behind her desk and said calmly,
"Have a biscuit, Potter."
Harry stared. Have what? Take a biscuit, Professor McGonagall repeated impatiently, nodding toward a tartan tin. Chapter 13. Detention with Dolores. Dinner in the Great Hall that evening was miserable for Harry. News of his argument with Professor Umbridge had spread through Hogwarts at lightning speed. Whispers followed him everywhere as he sat between Ron and Hermione, trying to eat. The worst part was that nobody even bothered to hide it. If anything, they seemed to want him to hear, as though they were hoping he'd lose his temper again and give them a live performance. He says he saw Cedric Diggory get murdered. He claims he dueled you-know-who. Oh, please. As if... Who does he think he's fooling? Harry's jaw clenched. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his knife and fork. Finally, he slammed them down. What I don't understand, he muttered through gritted teeth, is why they all believed it 2 months ago when Dumbledore told them. Hermione's face was grim. The truth is, Harry, I'm not sure they did. She pushed her own plate away. Come on, let's get out of here. Ron cast a longing look at his half-eaten apple pie, but reluctantly stood up and followed. People stared openly as the three of them left the hall. What do you mean they did? But reluctantly stood up and followed. People stared openly as the three of them left the hall. What do you mean they didn't believe Dumbledore? Harry demanded when they reached the first-floor landing. Hermione lowered her voice. You don't understand what it looked like, she said quietly. You came out of the maze carrying Cedric's body, but none of us saw what happened inside. All we had was Dumbledore's word that you-know-who had returned, killed Cedric, and fought you, because that's exactly what happened, Harry snapped. Hermione sighed tiredly. I know that. Harry, so stop snapping at me. Harry looked away. It's just, Hermione continued, before everyone had time to really process it. They all went home for the summer. She folded her arms tightly. And spent 2 whole months reading in the Daily Prophet that you're unhinged and Dumbledore's losing his mind. Rain hammered against the castle windows as they walked through the nearly deserted corridors toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry felt exhausted, as if this one day had stretched into an entire week. And he still had piles of homework waiting for him. A dull ache had started throbbing above his right eye. As they turned into the corridor with the fat lady's portrait, Harry glanced out at the dark, rain-soaked grounds. Hagrid's cabin was still dark, no sign of him. Mimbleless Mimbletonia, Hermione said, before the fat lady could even ask. The portrait swung open. They climbed through into the common room. It was nearly empty. Most students were still at dinner. Crookshanks uncurled himself from an armchair and padded over, purring loudly. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione, it was nearly empty. Most students were still at dinner. Crookshanks uncurled himself from an armchair and padded over, purring loudly. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione dropped into their usual seats by the fire, Crookshanks sprang neatly into Hermione's lap and curled up like a fluffy ginger cushion. Harry stared into the flames. He felt hollow, drained, worn out. Then suddenly Hermione exploded. How can Dumbledore let this happen? Harry and Ron both jumped. Crookshanks sprang off her lap with an offended yowl. Hermione slammed her fists against the arms of her chair so hard stuffing puffed out of the holes. How can he let that awful woman teach here? She burst out. And in our owl year, too. Well, it's not like we've ever had amazing defense against the dark arts teachers. Harry said tiredly. Hagrid told us ages ago nobody wants the job. People think it's cursed. Hermione rounded on him. Yes, but this is different. She's actually refusing to let us use magic. What is Dumbledore thinking?
And she's trying to turn everyone into informers, Ron added darkly. Didn't you hear her? Telling us to report anyone who says you know who's back. Obviously she's here to spy on us, Hermione snapped. Why else would Fudge send her? Ron opened his mouth to argue. Harry groaned. Please don't start again, he said wearily. Can we just do the homework and get it over with? They fetched their school bags from the corner and returned to the fireside.
Students were beginning to drift back in from dinner. Harry kept his face turned away from the portrait hole, though he could still feel eyes on him. Should we start with dinner? Harry kept his face turned away from the portrait hole, though he could still feel eyes on him. Should we start with Snape's essay? Ron asked, dipping his quill in ink. He scribbled across the top of his parchment as he muttered aloud the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion-making. He underlined the title dramatically and looked up at Hermione. So then, what are the properties of moonstone? Hermione didn't answer. She was staring across the room, squinting suspiciously toward the far corner. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were gathered there, surrounded by a cluster of innocent-looking first years. Each child was chewing something from a large paper bag Fred was holding. Hermione shot to her feet. "Oh, no!" she said furiously. "They've gone too far. Come on." Ron froze. What? He was clearly stalling. "Come on, Hermione. They're only handing out sweets." Hermione whirled on him. "You know perfectly well those are nosebleed nougats, or puking pastilles, or fainting fancies," Harry suggested quietly, as if on cue. The first years began dropping, one by one. They slumped sideways in their chairs as though struck by invisible clubs. Some slid right onto the floor, others hung limply over the armrests with their tongues lolling out. Most of the students nearby burst into laughter. Hermione did not. She squared her shoulders and stormed across the room. Fred and George were standing over the unconscious children now, clipboards in hand, making notes. Ron half stood from his chair, hesitated, then slowly sat back down. "She's got it handled," he muttered to Harry, sinking low in his seat. "That's making notes." Ron half stood from his chair, hesitated, then slowly sat back down. "She's got it handled," he muttered to Harry, sinking low in his seat. "That's enough," Hermione said sharply. Fred and George looked up in mild surprise. "Yeah, I think you're right," George said thoughtfully. "That dosage seems about right. I told you this morning you are not allowed to test your rubbish on students." "We're paying them," Fred protested. "I don't care," Hermione snapped. "It could be dangerous." "Rubbish," said Fred. "Relax." "Hermione, they're fine," Lee said, soothingly. He moved from student to student, slipping purple sweets into their mouths. "See," George said brightly, "they're waking up." A few of the first years were indeed stirring. Several looked alarmed to find themselves sprawled on the floor or dangling off chairs. Harry was fairly sure Fred and George hadn't explained exactly what the sweets would do. "Feeling okay?" George asked kindly, looking down at a tiny dark-haired girl at his feet. I think so," she said shakily. Hermione glared fiercely at Ron, her cheeks burning pink. "Of course they want to be free," she snapped. "And don't you dare touch those hats." Ron threw up his hands. "I'm not touching them," he said quickly. "I'm just saying it's a bit sneaky, isn't it? Hiding them under rubbish so they'll pick them up by accident." "It's not sneaky," Hermione said stubbornly, pulling her bag higher onto her shoulder. "It's helping." Ron snorted. "Helping? By tricking them." Hermione opened her mouth, clearly ready to launch into a full speech about elf rights, unpaid labor, onto her shoulder. "It's helping," Ron snorted, "helping, by tricking them." Hermione opened her mouth, clearly ready to launch into a full speech about elf rights, unpaid labor, and centuries of wizarding injustice, but Harry cut across them before another row could begin. "Can we not start again?" he said tiredly. His head was pounding harder now. The fire felt too hot on his face. The whispers around the common room still seemed to echo in his ears, and the mountain of homework waiting for him felt impossible. Hermione pressed her lips together. For a second, Harry thought she might argue anyway. Then she gave a sharp little huff. "Fine," she said coldly. She turned on her heel and marched toward the girls' staircase without another word. Ron watched her go, then muttered, "Mental?" Harry didn't answer. He bent over his parchment again and stared blankly at the title Ron had written. The Properties of Moonstone and its Uses in Potion Making. The words swam before his eyes, around the common room. Laughter rose from the corner where Fred and George were still surrounded by students, proudly demonstrating their latest inventions. Someone near the portrait hole whispered Harry's name. He ignored it. Ron dipped his quill back into the ink. "So?" he said reluctantly. "Moonstones." Harry sighed deeply, picked up his quill, and forced himself to start writing. Outside, rain battered the castle windows. Inside, the fire crackled, and as the evening wore on, Harry felt the weight of the new school year settling on his shoulders like something heavy and cold. Neville's faint groan made several people laugh, but Professor McGonagall... The fire crackled, and as the evening wore on, Harry felt the weight of the new school year settling on his shoulders like something heavy and cold. Neville's faint groan made several people laugh, but Professor McGonagall fixed him with such a sharp look that the room immediately fell silent.
"Yes, even you, Longbottom," she said crisply. "There is nothing wrong with your ability except a lack of confidence. So today we shall continue practicing vanishing spells. The vanishing spell is likely to appear in your Albelel examination."
She flicked her wand, and the blackboard filled with neat instructions. Start with the snails on your desks. Smaller objects are easier to vanish. If, and only if, you succeed, you may move on to the mice. A collective murmur spread through the classroom. The lesson was difficult. Vanishing spells required intense concentration and precise wand work. Harry managed to make his snail shrink alarmingly before it reappeared larger than before. Ron's snail oozed determinedly across his desk no matter how much he jabbed at it. Hermione, of course, vanished hers almost immediately and was soon working on a mouse. Neville's snail merely looked slightly dizzy.
"Concentrate, Longbottom," snapped Professor McGonagall. "Sweeping past. You are not trying to tickle it to death."
By lunchtime, Harry's head was pounding again. His temple throbbed in time with every clatter of plates and scrape of chairs as they entered the great hall. Rain still lashed against the enchanted windows, and the sky above the ceiling was the same miserable shade of grey. He dropped, and the sky above the ceiling was the same miserable shade of grey. He dropped onto the bench beside Ron and opposite Hermione.
"Think they're trying to kill us?" Ron asked darkly, reaching for the shepherd's pie. "Honestly, I've got enough homework now to last till Christmas."
Hermione, still not speaking to Ron, helped herself to carrots without looking at him. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry. "She's still upset about the hats." Harry gave a weak shrug. He wasn't really listening. The ache in his head had sharpened into something hot and stabbing behind his eye. He pressed his fingers against his temple.
"You okay?" Ron asked, noticing.
"Yeah," Harry muttered, "just a headache." But even as he said it, a sudden, blinding stab of pain shot through his scar.
He gasped.
His fork clattered onto his plate. For a second, the great hall vanished, and he was somewhere else. A dark corridor. A closed door. He was staring at it.
No, not staring.
He was moving toward it.
Closer.
Closer. Harry blinked. The great hall snapped back into focus. Hermione was half rising from her seat.
Harry. Ron was staring.
You went white. Harry pressed a hand to his forehead. His scar was burning.
He could still see the door in his mind. I'm fine, he lied. And others scurrying over the sleeves of the nearest students. Pansy let out another squeal and jumped backward into Malfoy, who shoved her away impatiently. Quiet, barked Professor Grubbly Plank. She reached out and caught one of the creatures neatly by the leg before it could escape. Fairy wood sprites, Dean guessed. No, said Professor Grubbly Plank shortly. Hermione's hand was still waving furiously. Yes, Miss Granger. Bowtruckles, said Hermione. Correct, said Professor Grubbly Plank. 10 points to Gryffindor. Malfoy rolled his eyes dramatically.
Bowtruckles, Professor Grubbly Plank continued, holding the tiny creature up for the class to see. Tree guardians. They live in one-quality trees and feed mostly on woodlice and fairy eggs, generally peaceful creatures unless someone tries to harm their tree. She shot a meaningful look around the class, as if daring anyone to be stupid enough to test that. The bowtruckle in her hand twitched and glared at her with tiny brown eyes. Anyone know why a wizard might need to handle one carefully? Hermione's hand was in the air before she'd finished speaking. Malfoy made another exaggerated imitation behind her, causing Crabbe and Goyle to snort with laughter. Professor Grubbly Plank ignored them. Yes, Miss Granger. Because if you need leaves or wood from the tree for potion making or wand making, you have to distract the bowtruckle first. Hermione answered promptly. Offering it woodlice usually works. Exactly. 5 more points. She set the bowtruckle back down and began distributing a few live woodlice from a jar onto the table. Take 1 each, she instructed. Your task is to approach a bowtruckle and offer it food. They began distributing a few live woodlice from a jar onto the table. Take 1 each, she instructed. Your task is to approach a bowtruckle and offer it food. There was some nervous muttering. Harry picked up a woodlouse and stepped forward. His head was pounding unpleasantly now. The sunlight glinted off the table, making his eyes hurt. A tiny bowtruckle crept toward him cautiously, tilting its flat little face sideways. Harry held out the woodlouse. The creature snatched it with twiggy fingers and began nibbling. Good, said Professor Grubbly Plank as she passed, gentle and steady, beside Harry. Ron was trying not to flinch as one climbed onto his hand. Blimey, Ron muttered. Feels like a spider made of sticks. Harry gave a faint laugh. From the other side of the table came Malfoy's sneering voice.
Careful. Potter, don't lose your temper. I might start screaming about you-know-who in front of the bowtruckles. Crabbe and Goyle roared with laughter. Harry's hand clenched. His headache throbbed sharply. He turned, glaring. Malfoy smirked. Or maybe you'll tell us they've come back from the dead too. Harry took a step toward him. Enough, barked Professor Grubbly Plank. She had rounded on Malfoy so fast he actually took half a step back. That'll do, Malfoy. Another word and you'll be answering to Professor McGonagall. Malfoy's smirk faded. He shrugged and turned away, muttering to Crabbe. Harry looked down at the bowtruckle in his hand, trying to calm himself. The little creature was still chewing peacefully. He wished it were that easy for him. The wind whipped at their robes as they crossed the lawn. carrying the scent of wet grass and rain from. He wished it were that easy for him. The wind whipped at their robes as they crossed the lawn, carrying the scent of wet grass and rain from the forbidden forest.
Harry kept glancing back. Hagrid's cabin stood alone at the forest's edge, dark and silent against the grey afternoon.
No movement. No sign of life. "Stop looking," Hermione said quietly beside him.
Harry tore his eyes away.
"I can't help it."
"You're letting Malfoy get to you," she said firmly. "That's exactly what he wants."
"Maybe," Harry muttered.
But the knot in his stomach only tightened. Ron shoved his hands deep into his pockets as they climbed the steps into the entrance hall. Well, if Hagrid was in real trouble, Dumbledore'd know, he said. Harry didn't answer. He wasn't sure that was true. Dumbledore had known plenty this summer and hadn't done anything not written, not explained, not even looked at him properly since school had started. The thought made Harry's headache stab harder. They entered the castle's warmth, but it did little to ease him. Students were flooding through the corridors on their way to the next lesson, laughing and shouting, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Harry felt strangely separate from all of it,
as though he were walking underwater.
His scar prickled faintly. He raised a hand instinctively to his forehead.
Not pain this time.
Just a warning sensation. A memory of the night before.
The dark corridor.
Locked door. He blinked hard.
Harry.
He realized Ron had stopped.
What?
"You're miles away," Ron said. "Just tired," Harry muttered. Hermione looked unconvinced but didn't press. They continued upward through the moving staircases and crowded corridors until they reached Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady swung open at Hermione's password.
Inside, the common room was warm and noisy. Homework. Chess. Exploding snap. Laughter. Normal things.
Harry should have felt relieved. Instead, the pressure behind his eyes grew worse. He dropped into an armchair by the fire and pressed his fingers hard against his temple. Ron collapsed into the chair opposite. "Well," he said heavily, "still got Snape's essay, Binns's essay, Flitwick's essay, McGonagall's practice spell, and Trelawney's dream diary." Harry groaned. Hermione sat down with a determined thump and pulled out her books. "We'd better start."
Ron stared at her as though she were insane.
Harry looked into the flames. The fire crackled softly. For a moment, his eyes unfocused. And once again he saw it.
A long, dark corridor. A black door at the end.
Waiting.
He jerked upright. "Harry?" Hermione said sharply.
He blinked. The common room swam back into focus.
The fire.
That door was becoming more real every time he saw it. Luna seemed quite unaware that anyone was laughing at her. She stood there calmly, her large pale eyes fixed unblinkingly on Harry. "Well," she said, nodding as though confirming something to herself. "That's all right, then." And she drifted dreamily away after the 4th years. Harry stared after her. For a moment, he had quite forgotten about Malfoy. "She's nice," he said uncertainly.
Ron snorted. "Nice," he repeated. "She's completely mental."
But Hermione frowned at him. "Don't be horrible," she said sharply, At least she had the guts to say she believes Harry to his face. Harry glanced back toward Luna, who was now standing alone by the edge of the lawn, apparently talking to thin air. He felt a surprising rush of gratitude.
After a whole day of whispers, sneers, and suspicious looks, hearing someone simply say they believed him felt important.
Even if it had come from the oddest girl he'd ever met. The greenhouse door creaked open. All right, in you come," barked Professor Sprout. The Gryffindors and Slytherins filed inside. The warm, damp air hit Harry's face at once, thick with the smell of earth, fertilizer, and strange plants. Inside Greenhouse 3, long wooden benches were covered with pots of violently twitching plants.
Harry recognized them instantly. "Venomous tentacula," he muttered.
The dark red vines writhed lazily in their pots, covered in tiny spikes and reaching tendrils. "Today we'll be taking cuttings," said Professor Sprout briskly. "Wear your dragon hide gloves and goggles. Everyone unless you'd like to spend the evening in the hospital wing." There was a rustle as everyone hurried to obey. Harry pulled on his gloves awkwardly with one hand because of the cuts from the bowtruckle. They stung badly. Professor Sprout demonstrated how to snip a moving tendril and avoid the venomous suckers. Neville, as usual in herbology, looked suddenly much more confident. He leaned over his plant with real concentration. Beside Harry, Ron flinched as a vine whipped past his ear. "Blimey." Harry almost laughed. Then Malfoy's voice floated across the bench. "Careful, Weasley. Don't want the plant attacking you, though maybe Potter could warn us if it's planning to." Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. Harry's temper flared again. He gripped his shears so tightly his injured hand throbbed. But before he could speak, Neville said loudly, without looking up,
"Shut up, Malfoy."
There was a stunned silence.
Even Malfoy looked taken aback. Neville's face went pink, but he kept trimming the tentacula.
Ron let out a bark of laughter.
Malfoy sneered.
Longbottom's grown a spine. But he said it more quietly. Harry felt a grin tug at his mouth for the first time that day. Maybe things weren't entirely hopeless.
Still,
as he bent over his plant and the warm greenhouse air pressed around him, the dull ache behind his scar began to pulse again. Faintly.
Steadily.
Like something knocking from far away. "Laugh if you want," Luna said sharply, her voice rising as she misunderstood Parvati and Lavender's giggles. She seemed to think they were mocking her words rather than the strange radish earrings swinging from her ears. People once said there was no such thing as the blibbering humdinger or the crumple-horned snorkack. Well, they were right, weren't they? Hermione said impatiently. "There's no such thing as a blibbering humdinger or a crumple-horned snorkack." Luna shot Hermione a cold, offended look, then turned and stalked away. The orange radishes bouncing wildly. Now even more students were laughing. Harry frowned. "Do you mind not insulting the only people who actually believe me?"
"Oh, honestly? Harry," Hermione snapped, "you can do better than her. Ginny told me all about Luna. She only believes things when there's absolutely no proof. What do you expect from someone whose father publishes the Quibbler?" Harry remembered the eerie winged horses he had seen on his first night. Back horses Luna had claimed to see too. His stomach sank a little. Had she lied? Before he could think more about it, Ernie Macmillan stepped forward. "I want you to know—" Potter stepped forward. "I want you to know—" Potter, he announced loudly enough for half the corridor to hear, "that it's not just oddballs who support you. I believe you 100%. My family has always trusted Dumbledore, and so do I." Harry blinked in surprise. Thanks, Ernie," he said. "Genuinely grateful."
Ernie could be pompous, but right now Harry appreciated hearing support from someone who wasn't wearing vegetables as jewelry. Ernie's declaration wiped the smirks from Parvati and Lavender's faces. As Harry turned back toward Ron and Hermione, he noticed Seamus watching him with a strange expression, half doubtful, half stubborn. No one was shocked when Professor Sprout began herbology with yet another lecture about the importance of albiels. Harry almost groaned aloud. Every teacher seemed determined to remind them how much their future depended on exams. Each warning made the knot in his stomach tighten, especially when he thought of the mountain of homework piling up. By the end of class, after being assigned yet another essay and spending 90 minutes surrounded by dragon dung, Professor Sprout's favorite fertilizer, the Gryffindors trudged back toward the castle in exhausted silence. Harry was starving. Since his first detention with Umbridge was at 5 o'clock, he decided to head straight to dinner before facing whatever punishment she had planned. He still had his school bag slung over one shoulder when he reached the entrance to the Great Hall.
"Oi, Potter!" Harry turned with a weary sigh. Angelina Johnson was storming toward him, looking furious. "What now?" Harry muttered. "What now?" Angelina repeated, jabbing a finger hard into his chest. "I'll tell you what now. How come—" Looking furious. "What now?" Harry muttered. "What now?" Angelina repeated, jabbing a finger hard into his chest. "I'll tell you what now. How come you've got detention at 5 o'clock on Friday?" Harry stared blankly for a second. Then it hit him. "What? Why? Oh, keeper tryouts." "Oh, now he remembers," Angelina snapped. "Didn't I tell you I wanted the whole team there? Didn't I say I booked the pitch specially? And now you've decided not to show up." "I didn't decide," Harry protested. "Umbridge gave me detention because I told her the truth about you-know-who." "Well, then you can march right back to her and get out of it," Angelina said fiercely. "I don't care how. Tell her you-know-who is imaginary if you have to just make sure you're there."
Angelina spun on her heel and marched off, leaving Harry staring after her.
"You know what?" Harry said, as he, Ron, and Hermione entered the Great Hall. "We should probably check whether Puddlemere United has lost Oliver Wood in a tragic training accident, because Angelina's definitely possessed by him."
Ron gave a snort of laughter as they sat down at the Gryffindor table. "What do you think the chances are that Umbridge lets you off Friday?" he asked. "Less than 0, Harry muttered gloomily, piling food onto his plate. "Still, I suppose I've got to try. Maybe I'll offer to do extra detentions or something." He swallowed a mouthful and continued, "I just hope she doesn't keep me too long tonight. We've got 3 essays, vanishing spells for McGonagall, that counter-charm for Flitwick, the Beau Truckle drawing, and that ridiculous dream diary for Trelawney." Ron groaned dramatically and, for some reason, glanced up at the enchanted ceiling.
"And it looks like rain."
Hermione frowned. "What does that have to do with homework?"
"Nothing," Ron said quickly, his ears turning pink.
At 5 to 5, Harry left them and made his way up to the 3rd floor. When he knocked, a sickly, sweet voice called, "Come in." He stepped inside cautiously. The office had changed completely. It had once belonged to Gilderoy Lockhart, where every wall had been covered with his own smiling portraits. Later, Remus Lupin had filled it with cages containing fascinating, dark creatures. Then Mad-Eye Moody, or the man pretending to be him, had cluttered it with magical detectors and strange devices. Now, however, it was something else entirely. Every surface was smothered in lace, doilies covered tables, chairs, even the mantelpiece. Vases of dried flowers sat neatly arranged around the room. On the walls hung decorative plates, each one featuring a brightly coloured kitten wearing a different bow. They were so garish and unsettling that Harry found himself staring at them in disbelief. "Good evening, Mr. Potter."
Harry started. He hadn't even noticed Dolores Umbridge. Her flowery robes blended almost perfectly with the decor. "Evening, Professor Umbridge," he said stiffly.
"Sit down," she instructed, pointing to a small table draped in lace. A blank piece of parchment lay waiting. Harry hesitated.
Professor.
Harry hesitated.
Professor, before we start, I wanted to ask you something."
Her eyes narrowed slightly.
"Oh."
"Well, I'm on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and I was supposed to attend keeper tryouts on Friday at 5, so I was wondering if I could maybe do the detention another time instead." He knew it was hopeless before he finished speaking.
"Oh, no," Umbridge said sweetly, smiling so broadly it made Harry uneasy. No. This detention is your punishment for spreading nasty, attention-seeking lies. Mr. Potter, punishments are not rearranged for the convenience of the guilty." Her smile widened.
"You will attend every evening this week tomorrow, the next day, and Friday as well. In fact, I think it is very appropriate that you should miss something you care about. It will help reinforce the lesson." Harry felt heat rush to his face. A dull pounding filled his ears.
"Evil, nasty, attention-seeking lies." Umbridge tilted her head, still smiling at him with that sickly sweetness, as if she knew exactly what he was thinking and was simply waiting for him to explode again.
With enormous effort, Harry forced himself to look away. He dropped his bag beside the chair and sat down.
"There now," Umbridge said in her sugary voice. "We're already learning to control our temper, aren't we?"
Harry said nothing. "Tonight, Mr. Potter, you will be writing lines for me." "No, not with your own quill," she added. "You'll be using a very special one of mine." She handed him a long, thin black quill with a needle-sharp point.
"I want you to write, 'I must not tell lies.'"
Harry swallowed.
"How many times?" he asked, managing to sound polite. "Oh, until the message truly sinks in," Umbridge replied sweetly. "Begin."
She returned to her desk and began marking essays as if this were the most ordinary punishment in the world. Harry lowered the quill to the parchment. Then he paused. "You didn't give me any ink." A little laugh escaped her. "You won't need any." Harry frowned and wrote the words.
"I must not tell lies."
A white-hot pain tore across the back of his hand.
He gasped.
The sentence appeared on the parchment in shining red letters. At the same time, those same words carved themselves into the skin on the back of his right hand, as though an invisible blade had sliced them there. Harry stared in horror. The cut healed almost immediately, leaving the skin smooth but red and tender. He looked up. Umbridge was watching him, smiling.
"Yes?" she asked.
Harry forced his face blank. "Nothing." He set the quill down again. "I must not tell lies." Pain burned through his hand again. The words cut into his skin.
healed.
Then came again.
Again. And again.
Shadows lengthened. The only sounds were the scratching of quill on parchment and Harry's ragged breathing. Still he did not ask to stop. He knew Umbridge was waiting for him to beg, waiting for him to cry out, waiting for weakness. He refused to give her any, even if he had to sit there until morning, even if he had to carve his own hand to pieces. At last, after what felt like hours, Umbridge spoke. "Come here." Harry stood. His hand throbbed violently. Looking down, he saw the skin was no longer healing cleanly. It was raw, bright red, and swollen. "Hand," Umbridge said. He held it out. She took it in her soft, stubby fingers, covered in ugly old rings. Harry fought the urge to recoil. She examined it as though judging homework. "Tsk, tsk," she said lightly. "I don't seem to have made much of an impression yet." Her smile widened. "Well, we'll just have to continue tomorrow evening, won't we?" She released him. "You may go." Harry left without a word. The corridors were silent and empty. It had to be well past midnight. He walked slowly down the dark hall, exhausted, his hand burning with every heartbeat, anger and humiliation twisting together inside him. And tomorrow? He would have to do it all again. Once Harry had turned the corner and was sure Dolores Umbridge could no longer hear him, he broke into a run, written a single entry in his dream diary. He hadn't finished the Bowtruckle sketch or any of his essays. The next morning he skipped breakfast and sat in the common room scribbling fake dreams into his divination diary. He was surprised to find a rumpled-looking Ron Weasley doing the same. "How come you didn't do yours last night?" Harry asked. Ron muttered something about doing other stuff, then bent low over his parchment. "That'll do," he said at last, slamming the book shut. "I wrote that I dreamed I was buying new shoes. She can't twist that into something weird, can she?" They hurried up to North Tower together. "How was detention with Umbridge, anyway?" Ron asked. "What did she make you do?" Harry hesitated. "Lines." Ron looked relieved. "That's not too bad, then." "No," Harry said shortly. "Oh, did she let you off Friday?" "No." Ron groaned. It was another miserable day. Harry performed terribly in Minerva McGonagall's Transfiguration class because he hadn't practiced vanishing spells at all. He had to spend lunch finishing his Bowtruckle drawing, and Professors McGonagall, Grubbly Plank, and Sinistra all assigned even more homework. That evening, Angelina Johnson cornered him at dinner again. When she found out he still couldn't attend Friday's keeper tryouts, she looked furious. "I'm not impressed by your attitude," she snapped. "I expect players who want to stay on the team to put training before other commitments." "I'm in detention," Harry shouted. "I'm in detention," Harry shouted after her as she stormed away. "Do you think I'd rather be stuck with that old toad than playing Quidditch?" "At least it's only lines," said Hermione Granger comfortingly as Harry slumped onto the bench. "It's not exactly a terrible punishment." Harry opened his mouth, then shut it again. He didn't know why he wasn't telling Ron and Hermione the truth. Maybe because he didn't want to see their horrified faces. Maybe because saying it aloud would make it more real. Or maybe because this had become something private, a silent war between him and Umbridge. And he would not give her the satisfaction of knowing he'd complained. "I can't believe how much homework we've got,"
Ron moaned.
Well, why didn't you do any last night? Hermione asked sharply. Where were you?
Ron shifted awkwardly. I fancied a walk.
Harry got the distinct impression Ron was hiding something too. The second detention was just as bad. This time, the skin on the back of Harry's hand became raw much faster. It reddened and inflamed within minutes. Harry doubted it would keep healing forever. Soon the words would stay carved there. Perhaps then Umbridge would finally be satisfied. But Harry did not cry out. From the moment he entered until the moment he left again past midnight, he said nothing except good evening and good night. By then his homework situation was desperate.
Exhausted though he was, Harry didn't go to bed when he got back to Gryffindor Tower. He sat down and began Snape's Moonstone essay.
2 in the morning, he had finished it.
It was awful.
But at least it was something. Then he scribbled answers for McGonagall, threw together a rough piece on Beau Truckle handling for Grubbly Plank, and finally staggered upstairs. He collapsed fully dressed on top of the blankets and fell asleep instantly. Thursday passed in a blur of exhaustion. Ron looked half asleep too, though Harry couldn't imagine why. That evening, Harry endured his third detention. Everything went as before.
Until, after 2 hours, the words "I must not tell lies" failed to fade.
They remained scratched into the back of his hand. Fresh blood welled from the cuts. The scratching of the quill stopped. Professor Umbridge looked up. "Ah," said Dolores Umbridge softly, rising from her desk to inspect his hand. She took it in both of hers and smiled. "Good. That should serve as a useful reminder, shouldn't it?" Harry gritted his teeth. "You may leave for tonight." He grabbed his school bag with his left hand. "Do I still have to come back tomorrow?"
"Oh, yes," Umbridge said brightly. "I think we can carve the message a little deeper with another evening's work." Harry left, fury boiling inside him.
He had never imagined there could be a teacher he hated more than Severus Snape. But now he knew. "She's evil," he thought savagely as he climbed the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower. "She's twisted. She's mad."
Ron.
Harry had borne her when he nearly collided with Ron Weasley, who was crouched behind a statue, clutching a broomstick. Ron jumped violently and tried to hide his brand-new Clean Sweep 11 behind his back.
"What are you doing?" Nothing. What are you doing?"
Harry frowned.
"Come on, you can tell me. Why are you hiding?" Ron answered too quickly. "I'm hiding from Fred and George. They just went past with a bunch of first years. They're probably testing sweets on them again. They can't do it in the common room with Hermione around."
He was talking fast. Too fast. Harry narrowed his eyes.
"Then why have you got your broom?"
Ron turned red.
Well, okay, but don't laugh." "I won't." Ron swallowed.
"I thought I'd try out for Gryffindor keeper. Now I've got a proper broom." He looked braced for mockery. Harry stared, then grinned. "I'm not laughing. That's brilliant."
Ron blinked. "Really?"
"Yeah. It'd be amazing if you got on the team. I've never seen you play keeper. Are you any good?"
Ron's shoulders relaxed.
"I'm not bad," he admitted. "Charlie, Fred, and George always made me keep when they practiced during holidays." "So that's what you've been doing?"
Ron nodded.
"Every evening since Tuesday. I've been practicing on my own, trying to charm Quaffles to fly at me. It's not easy." He hesitated. Fred and George are going to laugh themselves stupid when I show up. They haven't stopped taking the mickey out of me since I became, meet Harry.
Ron stopped.
He was staring at Harry's right hand. Harry had absent-mindedly scratched his nose with it. The angry red words on the back of his hand were impossible to miss. Ron grabbed his wrist.
Harry, what's that?
Harry jerked back, trying to hide it.
It's just a cut. It's nothing.
But he knew, from Ron's face, that this time he wasn't going to get away with lying. Here's a transformed version of your passage in similar style and tone, written in English. Harry sat stiffly at the lace-covered table, the cruel black quill poised in his hand. He shifted his chair ever so slightly, enough to give himself a narrow view through Umbridge's window. Far below, the Quidditch pitch stretched across the darkening grounds, tiny figures darting back and forth against the grey evening sky. His stomach twisted. The tryouts had started. He gritted his teeth and lowered the quill.
I must not tell lies.
The sharp, burning pain flared across the back of his hand. He clenched his jaw so hard it ached. Bright red letters gleamed on the parchment, while the same words sliced themselves into his skin as though carved by an invisible knife. He did not make a sound. Another line.
I must not tell lies.
The sting deepened. Warm blood welled from the reopened cut and slid slowly toward his wrist. Harry risked another glance out the window. One of the black-clad figures had mounted a broom and was hovering before the goal hoops. A quaffle shot toward the left hoop.
Missed. Harry's heart sank.
Katie Bell swooped past in a scarlet blur and scored again. He swallowed hard and bent back over the parchment. I must not tell lies. The words burned. I must not tell lies. The cut opened wider. His hand was trembling now, though whether from pain, exhaustion, or nerves for Ron, he did not know. Outside, the wind battered the windows, rain streaked the glass in crooked silver lines, blurring the players below. Harry could just make out Angelina Johnson circling the pitch sharply, barking orders. Another keeper candidate rose to defend the hoops. This one blocked Alicia Spinnett's shot.
Then another.
Harry leaned sideways, straining for a better look.
Eyes on your work, Mr. Potter, said Professor Umbridge softly. He jerked upright.
Professor Umbridge had not looked up from her desk, but the smile tugging at the corners of her wide mouth made it clear she knew exactly what he was doing.
Yes, Professor Umbridge, Harry muttered through clenched teeth.
He pressed quill to parchment again.
I must not tell lies.
Pain lanced through him. He could feel blood drying sticky on his fingers now. His wrist ached. His whole arm felt heavy.
Another glance.
A figure with flaming red hair mounted the broom. Harry's breath caught.
Ron.
Even from this distance, Harry recognized the awkward set of Ron's shoulders and the long limbs folded uncertainly over the clean sweep.
Come on, Harry whispered under his breath. Ron hovered before the hoops. Alicia shot first. Ron blocked it. Harry's heart leapt. Angelina took the next shot.
Chapter 14. Percy and Padfoot. Earliest to stir in the dormitory the following morning. For a few quiet seconds he remained beneath the covers, watching pale motes drift lazily through a narrow shaft of sunlight that slipped between the curtains of his four-poster bed. The sight filled him with sudden relief as he remembered it was Saturday at last. The opening week of term had stretched endlessly, each day crawling by with all the excitement of an endless lecture in history of magic. The castle was still wrapped in that fragile silence that comes just after dawn, from the angle of the light and the stillness around him. Harry guessed the sun had only recently risen. He pushed back the curtains, climbed out of bed, and dressed quickly. Aside from the faint chirping of birds somewhere beyond the windows and the steady breathing of the other sleeping Gryffindors, the room was completely still. Moving quietly, he reached for his school bag, drew out a roll of parchment and a quill, and slipped out of the dormitory into the common room. Without hesitation, he crossed to his favorite sagging armchair near the cold, dead fireplace and dropped out of the dormitory into the common room. Without hesitation, he crossed to his favorite sagging armchair near the cold, dead fireplace and dropped into it. As he spread the parchment across his knees, his eyes wandered over the unusually tidy room. The usual evening mess, scraps of parchment, abandoned gobstones, empty jars, and sweet wrappers had vanished. Hermione's knitted elf hats were gone too. Harry briefly wondered how many house elves had unwillingly stumbled upon freedom by now. He uncapped the ink, dipped in his quill, and hovered the tip above the blank page. Nothing came. After a long minute, he found himself staring blankly into the empty hearth instead of writing. For the first time, Harry understood exactly why Ron and Hermione had struggled so much with their letters during the summer. How could he explain everything that had happened in the last week and ask the questions crowding his mind without risking too much if the letter fell into the wrong hands? He sat very still, eyes fixed on the dark grate, turning possibilities over in his mind, at last, with a sharp breath as though making up his mind for battle. He dipped the quill again and began to write. Dear Snuffles, I hope you're safe. Things have been awful since we got back, and I can't tell you how glad I am that it's finally the weekend. There's a new defense against the dark arts teacher here, Professor Umbridge. She's almost as lovely as your dear mother. I'm writing because what I told you about this summer happened again last night during detention with her. We're all missing our large friend. We hope he returns soon. Please answer as soon as you can. I'm writing because what I told you about this summer happened again last night during detention with her. We're all missing our large friend. We hope he returns soon. Please answer as soon as you can. Best wishes. Harry. He read over the letter once, then again, and yet again, searching for anything suspicious. To anyone else, it looked harmless enough: vague complaints, strange references, nothing concrete, no names, no secrets laid bare. Still, he trusted Sirius would understand. More importantly, Harry hoped he would catch the meaning about Hagrid and send word of when he might return. Asking openly felt too dangerous. It might invite questions Harry couldn't afford anyone else asking. By the time Harry had finally finished the letter, far more time had passed than he had realized. Though the message itself was brief, every word had required care. While he had been writing, the sunlight had slowly advanced across the common room floor, and now he could hear muffled footsteps and sleepy voices stirring in the dormitories above. He folded the parchment neatly, sealed it with care, and climbed through the portrait hole, setting off toward the owlery. "You may want to avoid that corridor," said a familiar ghostly voice. Harry stopped abruptly as nearly headless Nick drifted through the wall ahead of him, looking faintly amused. "Why?" Harry asked. "Peeves is waiting to ambush the next unfortunate soul passing the bust of Paracelsus halfway down the hall. Peeves is waiting to ambush the next unfortunate soul passing the bust of Paracelsus halfway down the hall." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess. Paracelsus falls on their head?" Nick gave a weary nod. "As a matter of fact, yes. Peeves has never had much talent for originality." He sighed dramatically, his head wobbling precariously on his neck. "I'm going to look for the bloody Baron. He may be able to stop him. See you later." "Harry?" "Right, bye." Instead of turning right, Harry took the opposite passage, choosing the longer but safer path to the owlery. As he walked, his mood lifted. Bright blue sky shone through each passing window, sunlight pouring into the corridors in warm patches. He had Quidditch practice later finally. He would be back on the pitch. Something soft brushed against his ankles. Harry glanced down and spotted Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's bony grey cat, weaving silently past him. She paused long enough to fix him with her eerie yellow eyes before slipping behind a statue of Wilfred the Wistful.
"I'm not doing anything wrong," Harry called after her.
She ignored him, gliding away with the unmistakable look of a creature about to report suspicious behavior to her master. Harry frowned. He couldn't imagine what rule he was breaking. Walking to the owlery on a Saturday morning was hardly a crime. By the time he reached the tower, the sun had climbed high. As Harry stepped into the owlery, By the time he reached the tower, the sun had climbed high. As Harry stepped into the owlery, the fierce brightness streaming through its glassless windows made him squint. Silver shafts of sunlight crossed the round chamber, illuminating hundreds of owls perched along the rafters. Many shifted restlessly in the growing daylight. Some looked as though they had only just returned from the night's hunt. The straw-covered floor crackled beneath Harry's shoes as he crossed over scattered feathers and tiny animal bones, craning his neck upward. At last he spotted Hedwig high near the arched ceiling. "There you are," Harry called. "Come down here, I need you to deliver a letter," with a soft, familiar hoot. Hedwig spread her broad white wings and glided down gracefully onto Harry's shoulder. "Okay. I know it says Snuffles on the outside," Harry murmured, slipping the letter carefully into her beak. Then, lowering his voice for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he added, "But it's really for Sirius Black. All right." Hedwig blinked her bright amber eyes once. Harry chose to believe that meant she understood.
"Fly safe," he whispered.
He carried her to the nearest open window with one last firm press of her talons against his arm. Hedwig launched herself into the dazzling morning sky. Harry followed her flight as long as he could, watching the white shape shrink smaller and smaller until it became nothing more than a distant speck and disappeared completely. His eyes drifted downward toward Hagrid's hut. Shrink smaller and smaller until it became nothing more than a distant speck and disappeared completely. His eyes drifted downward toward Hagrid's hut.
Even from the owlery window it looked deserted. No smoke curled from the chimney. The curtains were tightly shut. No sign of life at all.
Beyond it, the dark canopy of the forbidden forest rippled gently beneath the breeze. Harry stood there for a while, enjoying the cool air against his skin and letting his thoughts wander toward Quidditch practice later that day. Then
something moved.
a huge creature burst upward through the trees.
Harry froze.
It looked like one of the strange skeletal horses that pulled the Hogwarts carriages, only this one was airborne. Its enormous black, leathery wings stretched wide like some monstrous prehistoric bird. It wheeled once in the air, dark and unnatural against the bright sky, then plunged sharply back into the forest and vanished. The moment passed in seconds.
Harry stared, stunned. Had he really seen it?
His pounding heart told him he had. The owlery door creaked open behind him. Harry jumped violently and spun around. Standing there was Cho Chang, clutching a parcel in one hand and a letter in the other.
"Hi," Harry said automatically. "Oh, hi," Cho replied, slightly out of breath. "I didn't expect anyone to be here this early. I only just remembered it's my mum's birthday."
She lifted the parcel awkwardly.
"Right," said Harry.
Completely blank. He wanted to say something clever, something amusing, something that didn't make him sound like an idiot. But the image of the winged creature still filled his thoughts.
"Nice weather," he blurted, gesturing helplessly toward the windows.
The instant the words left his mouth, he wanted to disappear. The weather. He was talking to Cho Chang about the weather. "Yeah," Cho said, scanning the rafters for an owl. "Perfect for Quidditch. Actually, I haven't practiced all week. Have you?" Harry swallowed.
"No," he said. Cho had managed to lure down one of the school's barn owls. It landed neatly on her arm and lifted one leg obediently while she fastened the parcel to it.
"So," she said, concentrating on the string, "has Gryffindor Quidditch team found a new keeper yet?"
"Yeah," Harry answered. "My friend Ron Weasley got it. Do you know him?"
Cho glanced up. "The one who hates the Tutchill tornadoes." Her tone cooled slightly.
"Is he actually any good?"
Harry shrugged. "I think so. I didn't get to watch the tryouts. I had detention." Cho stopped what she was doing and looked at him properly. "That woman, Dolores Umbridge, is awful," she said quietly. "Giving you detention just because you told the truth about how he died." She hesitated over the last words. "Everyone's heard about it," she continued in a lower voice. "The whole school's talking of you to stand up to her." Harry felt as though someone had suddenly pumped air back into him. His chest swelled so quickly he thought he might actually lift off the filthy owlery floor. Forget the strange winged creature. Forget everything. Cho thought he was brave. For one reckless second, Harry considered accidentally showing her the cut on his hand while helping tie the parcel. But before he could move, the owlery door slammed open.
Argus Filch burst into the room, wheezing heavily.
His face was blotched purple with effort, his sagging cheeks trembled, and his thin grey hair stuck out wildly as though he had run all the way there. At his heels padded Mrs. Norris, her hungry, yellow eyes fixed greedily on the owls above. The rafters erupted in uneasy rustling. A large brown owl snapped its beak in warning.
"Aha!" Filch barked, stomping toward Harry, his voice shaking with triumph. "I've been informed you're trying to order a huge supply of dung bombs."
Harry crossed his arms and stared at him.
"Oh, really? And who told you that?"
Cho frowned, looking between them. The owl on her arm gave an impatient hoot, tired of balancing, but she ignored it. Filch's lips curled smugly.
"I have my sources," he hissed. "Now hand over whatever you were sending."
Harry felt a rush of relief that Hedwig had already gone.
"Can't," he said calmly. "It's already been sent." "Sent," Filch repeated, his face twisting with fury. "Sent."
For a few furious seconds Filch seemed unable to speak. Then his eyes narrowed and swept over Harry's robes.
"How do I know you haven't still got it hidden in your pocket?" "Because I saw him send it."
Cho's voice cut sharply through the room.
Filch whipped around.
"You saw him?"
"Yes," Cho snapped, glaring at him. "I saw the whole thing. For a brief, tense moment, Argus Filch and Cho Chang stood locked in a silent glare.
Then Filch gave a sharp sniff, spun around, and shuffled back toward the stairs. At the door, he paused, one hand gripping the handle, and shot Harry one last warning look. "If I so much as smell a dung bomb—" He left the threat hanging in the air before stomping away down the spiral staircase. Mrs. Norris lingered for a second, staring hungrily at the owls overhead, then slunk after him. The room fell quiet again. Harry looked at Cho.
"Thanks," he said.
Cho shrugged, though a faint flush coloured her cheeks as she finished fastening the parcel to the owl's second leg. "It's fine," she said. Then, with the hint of a smile, "You weren't actually ordering dung bombs, were you?" Harry laughed softly.
"No."
Cho frowned thoughtfully as she carried the owl toward the window.
"Then why did he think you were—"
Harry lifted his shoulders. "No idea."
And strangely enough, at that moment, he didn't much care.
They walked out of the owlery together. Cho slowed. "I'm going this way," she said. She hesitated. "Well, I'll see you around. Harry?" "Yeah," Harry replied, trying not to sound too eager. "See ya." She smiled. Then she was gone. Harry continued down the corridor, feeling absurdly light. He'd done it. He'd had a full conversation with Cho Chang and, as far as he could tell, hadn't made a complete fool of himself. And she had called him brave. The words replayed in his head. You were really brave standing up to her like that. Cho thought he was brave. She didn't hate him.
At least, not for surviving.
Of course. Harry knew she had cared for Cedric Diggory. Maybe she always would. But a tiny, hopeful part of him wondered whether things might have been different if he had asked her to the Yule Ball before Cedric had. She had seemed genuinely sorry when she turned him down.
That had to mean something.
"Morning," Harry said cheerfully as he dropped onto the bench beside Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger at the Great Hall. Ron blinked at him. "Why are you so happy?"
Harry said, grabbing a platter piled with bacon and eggs. "Quidditch later." "Oh, right."
Ron lowered his toast and gulped some pumpkin juice before glancing sideways at Harry. Do you want to come out a bit early with me?" he asked, "before practice." Harry looked up.
Ron rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly.
"Just so I can get a bit of practice in first. You know, help me get my eye in." Harry.
"I don't think that's a good idea," Hermione Granger said firmly. "You're both already behind on homework as it is."
She stopped abruptly. The Morning Post had arrived. A screech owl swooped down toward the great hall table, carrying the Daily Prophet in its beak, and landed so close to the sugar bowl that it nearly tipped it over. Hermione slipped a knut into the owl's pouch, took the paper, and glanced over the front page as the bird launched itself back into the air. "Anything worth reading?" asked Ron Weasley quickly. Harry smirked. He knew Ron was trying to distract Hermione from mentioning homework again. Hermione sighed. Not really. Something pointless about the bass player from the Weird Sisters getting married. She unfolded the paper and vanished behind it. Harry returned happily to his breakfast while Ron gazed absent-mindedly toward the tall windows, looking nervous about Quidditch. Then Hermione gasped.
Wait, oh no, Sirius.
Harry reacted instantly, grabbing the paper so hard it tore cleanly down the middle, leaving him and Hermione each holding one half.
What happened? He demanded.
Hermione scanned her section, reading in a strained whisper. The Ministry of Magic has received information from a reliable source that Sirius Black, notorious mass murderer, blah and blah, is believed to be hiding in London.
Lucius Malfoy, Harry hissed angrily. I bet anything it was him. He recognized Sirius at the station.
Ron looked horrified.
What? You never said... Shh. Harry and Hermione snapped. Shh. Harry and Hermione snapped together.
Hermione kept reading.
He warns the wizarding community that Black is extremely dangerous, responsible for the deaths of 13 people escaped from Azkaban. Same old rubbish.
She dropped her half of the paper onto the table and looked anxiously at them. Well, he won't be able to leave the house now, she whispered. Albus Dumbledore warned him not to anyway. Harry stared miserably at the piece of newspaper in his own hands. Most of it was taken up by an advertisement for Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions announcing a sale. Then his eyes caught a tiny article tucked into the bottom corner.
Hey!
He flattened it against the table. Look at this. Ron barely glanced at it.
I've already got robes.
Harry rolled his eyes. No, look at the article. Ron and Hermione leaned in. The piece was tiny, barely more than a paragraph. Its headline read, Trespass at Ministry. It reported that Sturgis Podmore, 38, of number 2, Laburnum Gardens, Clapham, had been brought before the Wizengamot on charges of trespassing and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on August 31st. He had apparently been caught by Ministry watch wizard Eric Munt trying to force his way through a high-security door at 1 a.m. The article said Sturgis had refused to speak in his own defense and had been sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. Sturgis Podmore? Said Ron Weasley slowly. He's the bloke with hair that looks like a bird, built a nest in it. Right. He's one of the Audi.
Ron? Hermione Granger hissed, shooting a panicked glance around the table. Keep your voice down.
Harry leaned closer, lowering his own voice. 6 months in Azkaban, he whispered, for trying to open a door. Hermione frowned. Don't be ridiculous. Nobody gets 6 months in Azkaban just for opening a door. What was he even doing inside the Ministry of Magic at 1 a.m? Ron looked thoughtful. Do you think he was there doing something for the Order? Harry's brow furrowed.
Hang on.
Ron and Hermione turned toward him.
Wasn't Sturgis supposed to come with us to King's Cross Station?
They blinked. Harry pressed on. He was meant to be part of the Guard, remember? The group taking us to the station. Alastair Moody was furious because he never showed up. So if he was supposed to be with us, he couldn't have been on some mission for them. Could he? Hermione bit her lip. Maybe they didn't think he'd get caught.
Ron suddenly leaned in, eyes shining.
Maybe he was framed. Hermione glared at him. Ron lowered his voice dramatically. No, Seriously, what if the Ministry suspects he's one of Albus Dumbledore's people? Maybe they tricked him into going there. Maybe he wasn't trying to break through a door at all. Maybe they made the whole thing up to arrest him. Silence followed. Harry considered it. It sounded a bit wild.
You know, she said quietly, I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
She folded her half of the Daily Prophet and stared into space for a moment, thinking hard. Harry finished the last of his breakfast and set down his knife and fork. Hermione blinked and seemed to snap back to reality. Right, she said briskly. We should start on that essay for Pomona Sprout about self-fertilizing shrubs, and if we work quickly, we might get started on Minerva McGonagall's essay on the Inanimatus Conjurus spell before lunch.
Ron groaned.
Harry sighed. The brief excitement of mystery and conspiracy vanished beneath the crushing return of homework. Harry felt a faint stab of guilt as he imagined the mountain of homework waiting for him in the dormitory. But outside the sky was a brilliant, endless blue. And he hadn't flown his firebolt in a week. That settled it. We can do the homework tonight, said Ron Weasley as he and Harry crossed the sloping lawns toward the Quidditch pitch, broomsticks resting on their shoulders. Hermione Granger's warnings still echoed in their ears about failing every single OWL. And tomorrow too, Ron went on. She gets way too obsessed with work, that's her problem. He hesitated.
Then, more nervously,
do you think she meant it when she said she wasn't letting us copy from her? Harry laughed. Yeah, I think she did.
Ron groaned.
Harry shrugged. But this matters too. If we want to stay on the team, we need practice.
Ron straightened slightly. Exactly, he said, sounding encouraged. And there's loads of time to do both.
As they neared the pitch, Harry's eyes flicked toward the dark edge of the forbidden forest. The treetops moved gently in the wind.
Nothing emerged.
The sky above was empty except for a few distant owls circling the owlery. Harry forced the image of the strange winged horse from his thoughts. He had enough to worry about already. Inside the changing room cupboard, they collected the balls and began practicing alone. Ron took position in front of the 3 tall goalposts as keeper, while Harry played chaser, hurling the quaffle at every angle he could manage. To Harry's surprise, Ron was good.
Really good.
He blocked nearly 3/4 of Harry's shots, and the longer they practiced, the more confident he became. After several exhausting hours, they returned to the castle for lunch, where Hermione made it abundantly clear she considered them wildly irresponsible. Then they headed back to the pitch for official practice. When they entered the changing room, everyone except Angelina Johnson was already there. "All right, Ron," said George Weasley with a wink.
Yeah, Ron muttered.
He had grown steadily quieter on the walk down. "Ready to amaze us all." "Ickle, Prefect," said Fred Weasley, pulling his Quidditch robes over his head with a mischievous grin.
Shut up, Ron snapped.
He kept his face carefully blank as he pulled on his oats for the first time. They fit him surprisingly well, considering they had once belonged to Oliver Wood, whose shoulders had been much broader. "All right, everyone," said Angelina Johnson as she stepped out of the captain's office already dressed in her Quidditch robes. "Let's get started. Alicia Spinnet." Fred Weasley grabbed the ball crate. "Please. Oh, and," she added, with forced casualness, "there are a few people in the stands watching. Just ignore them, okay?" The tone of her voice told Harry exactly who those few people were. And he was right. The moment the team stepped out into the blazing sunlight of the Quidditch pitch, a chorus of mocking whistles and jeers crashed over them. Halfway up the empty stands sat the Slytherin Quidditch team, surrounded by smug supporters. Their laughter echoed around the stadium. "What's Weasley riding?" drawled Draco Malfoy loudly. "Did someone stick a flying charm on a rotten branch?"
Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson burst into shrieking laughter.
Ron's ears turned scarlet. Without a word, Ron Weasley kicked off from the ground on his broom.
Harry mounted his own and flew after him. "Ignore them," Harry said, speeding up to fly beside him. "We'll see who's laughing when we beat them."
"That's exactly what I like to hear. Harry!" Angelina called approvingly as she swept around them, the quaffle tucked under one arm. She hovered before the team. "Okay, warm-up passes first. Everyone in the air."
"Oi, Johnson!"
"Warm-up passes first. Everyone in the air."
"Oi, Johnson!" screeched Pansy from the stands. "What happened to your hair? Looks like worms are crawling out of your head." Angelina calmly flicked her long braids away from her face as if she hadn't heard. "Spread out," she said coolly. "Let's move."
Harry backed away toward one end of the pitch. Ron drifted toward the opposite goalposts.
Angelina raised the quaffle and hurled it to Fred.
Fred passed to George. George to Harry. Harry to Ron.
And Ron dropped it.
The quaffle plummeted. The Slytherins exploded with laughter.
Led by Malfoy's cruel cackling, the noise rang around the stadium.
Ron dived after it in panic. He managed to catch it before it hit the ground, but his pull-up was clumsy. His broom skidded sideways beneath him before he regained control and rose shakily back into position, face burning red. Harry caught Fred Weasley and George Weasley exchanging glances. For once, neither of them made a joke. Harry was grateful.
"Pass it on, Ron!" Angelina called in a steady voice, as though nothing had happened. Ron threw to Alicia.
Alicia passed to Harry. Harry passed to George. And practice continued under the jeers from the stands. "Oi, Potter!" Draco Malfoy shouted from the stands. "How's the scar? Not acting up again? Is it? Thought you'd be back in the hospital wing week." The George Weasley passed the quaffle to Angelina Johnson, who suddenly whipped it backward toward Harry. Caught off guard, Harry barely managed to snatch it with his fingertips before quickly tossing it toward Ron Weasley.
Ron lunged. Missed.
The quaffle slipped past him by inches.
"Oh, honestly, Ron!" Angelina snapped as he plunged after it. "Concentrate." Ron dived toward the ground again.
When he rose back up, clutching the quaffle, it was hard to tell which was redder, his face or the ball. Below, the Slytherin Quidditch team were doubled over with laughter. On the next pass, Ron finally caught it. Maybe from sheer relief, he hurled it onward far too hard. The quaffle shot straight through Katie Bell's outstretched hands and smacked her square in the face.
"Sorry," Ron groaned, racing after her. "Stay in position." "She's fine," Angelina barked. "And when you pass to a teammate, try not to knock her off her broom. Will you? That's what bludgers are for."
Katie's nose was bleeding. From the stands came stomping feet and fresh howls of laughter. Fred and George flew over to her immediately. "Here," Fred said, pulling something small and purple from his pocket. This'll fix it. All right, Angelina called sharply. Fred, George bats and a bludger, Ron back to the goalposts, Harry release the snitch. When I say, we'll be aiming for Ron's hoops, obviously. Harry flew down with the twins toward the ball crate. And opened it, George muttered darkly. Ron's making a complete mess of this, isn't he?
He's nervous, Harry said quickly. He was brilliant this morning when I practiced with him.
Fred shut the crate with a thud. Let's hope he hasn't used up all his luck too early, he said grimly. They rose back into the air.
Angelina's whistle shrilled. Harry released the golden snitch. Fred and George launched the bludger. Instantly, the world narrowed.
Harry forgot the shouting.
Forgot Ron.
Forgot the Slytherins.
His eyes locked onto a flash of gold.
The snitch darted through the air like a spark in sunlight.
Harry shot after it.
He twisted, rolled, and swerved between the chasers, the autumn wind tearing at his robes and stinging his face. The jeers from the stands blurred into meaningless noise behind him.
Faster. There. Almost.
A whistle split the air.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Harry jerked upright on his broom.
Angelina was screaming. Ron! She yelled furiously. You're leaving your middle hoop wide open! Harry turned to look at Ron Weasley and immediately saw the problem. Ron was hovering in front of the left hoop, leaving the other two completely exposed. Oh, right. Sorry.
You keep drifting while you watch the chasers, snapped Angelina Johnson. Hold the center until you need to move, or circle all three. Don't just wander off like that. That's exactly how you let in those last goals. Sorry. And Katie, can someone deal with that nosebleed?
It's not stopping, said Katie Bell thickly, pressing her sleeve to her face.
Harry glanced toward Fred Weasley, who was rummaging anxiously through his pockets. He pulled out something small and purple, stared at it, and then looked up at Katie with sudden alarm. All right, Angelina said briskly, though her posture had stiffened slightly. Let's try that again. Below them, the Slytherin Quidditch team had started chanting in unison, Gryffindor are losers, over and over, their voices echoing around the pitch. Angelina ignored them, but only just. They had barely been back in motion for a few minutes when the whistle shrieked again. Harry, who had just spotted the golden snitch looping near the far goalpost, pulled up sharply, annoyed. What now? He called to Alicia Spinnet. Katie, she said shortly. Harry turned.
Angelina, Fred, and George Weasley were already racing toward Katie at top speed.
Harry and Alicia followed. It was obvious Angelina had stopped things just in time. Katie was now deathly pale, her face streaked with blood. She needs the hospital wing, Angelina said immediately. We'll take her, said Fred quickly. She might have swallowed a blood blister pod by accident. Well, that's practice over then, Angelina said gloomily, as Fred and George flew off toward the castle, supporting Katie between them. No beat Katie between them. No beaters and one chaser down. Come on, let's get changed. The chanting from the Slytherins followed them all the way back to the changing rooms. How did practice go? Asked Hermione Granger coolly about half an hour later, as Harry and Ron climbed through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room. It was Harry began. Terrible, Ron cut in flatly, dropping heavily into a chair beside her. Hermione looked at him, her expression softening at once. Well, it was your first session, she said gently. It's only natural it'll take time to...
Who said I was the problem? Ron snapped.
Hermione blinked.
I didn't, I just thought...
You thought I'd be rubbish.
No, of course not. You said it went badly, so I'm going to do some homework, Ron said angrily, pushing himself up and heading straight for the boys' staircase.
A moment later, he was gone. Hermione turned slowly to Harry.
Was he really that bad?
Harry hesitated, then shook his head.
No.
Hermione raised an eyebrow. Well, he could have done better, Harry admitted quietly. But it was only the first practice, like you said, that night. Neither Harry nor Ron Weasley made much progress with their homework. Ron was far too distracted by the disaster of Quidditch practice, and Harry couldn't get the mocking chant of Gryffindor are losers out of his head. The words kept circling endlessly in his mind. They spent all of Sunday buried beneath piles of parchment and books while the room around them filled with noisy students, then gradually emptied again.
Outside, it was another bright autumn day.
Most of their fellow Gryffindors had gone outside to enjoy what might be the last warm sunshine of the year. By evening, Harry felt as if his brain had been repeatedly smashed against the inside of his skull. We really need to start doing more homework during the week, Harry muttered at last. He and Ron had finally finished Minerva McGonagall's endless essay on the Inanimatus Conjuris spell and were now staring miserably at Aurora Sinistra's equally horrible astronomy assignment about the many moons of Jupiter.
Yeah, Ron said, rubbing his red, tired eyes.
He crumpled up his fifth ruined sheet of parchment and threw it into the fire. Then he lowered his voice. Think we should just ask Hermione if we can copy hers. Harry glanced over. Hermione Granger was sitting happily with Crookshanks curled in her lap, chatting cheerfully with Ginny Weasley while a pair of knitting needles clicked rapidly in the air in front of her, busily producing a lumpy pair of elf socks. Harry sighed. No?
Ron groaned.
You know she won't. So they kept working. Outside the tall windows, the sky slowly darkened from gold to grey to black. Little by little, the common room emptied once more. At around 11:30, Hermione wandered over, yawning.
Almost finished. No, Ron said. Almost finished. No, Ron said shortly.
Hermione leaned over his shoulder. Jupiter's largest moon is Ganymede, not Callisto, she said, tapping his parchment. And Io is the one with the volcanoes. Thanks, Ron snapped, scribbling out the mistake. Hermione flinched.
Sorry, I just... Yet, well, if you only came over here to criticize. Ron, I haven't got time for a lecture. Hermione, I'm drowning in this stuff. No look.
Hermione was pointing toward the nearest window. Harry and Ron turned. Perched neatly on the windowsill was a handsome screech owl. And it was staring directly at Ron. Isn't that Hermes? Hermione Granger said, sounding startled.
Ron blinked toward the window.
Blimey, it is. Ron Weasley dropped his quill and stood up quickly. What's Percy Weasley writing to me for? He crossed the room and pulled open the window. Hermes swooped neatly inside, landed right on top of Ron's astronomy essay, and lifted one leg. A scroll was tied there. Ron untied it, while Hermes immediately took off again, leaving a trail of inky footprints across Ron's carefully drawn picture of Io. That's Percy's handwriting, Ron muttered, dropping back into his chair. He stared suspiciously at the outside of the scroll. Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts. Ron looked up. What do you think? And began reading. As his eyes moved farther down the page, his expression darkened.
His mouth twisted.
His ears slowly began turning red. By the time he reached the end, he looked furious. Without a word, he shoved the letter toward Harry and Hermione. They bent over it together. Dear Ron,
I have only just learned directly from none other than the Ministry of Magic himself, who heard it from your new teacher, Dolores Umbridge, that you have been made a prefect at Hogwarts.
First of all, let me congratulate you. I confess I was rather surprised. I had feared you might choose the, shall we say, Fred Weasley and George Weasley path, instead of following in my footsteps. So I was pleased to hear you have finally stopped rebelling against authority and begun accepting real responsibility. However, I am writing not only to congratulate you, but to offer advice. That is why I am sending this by night, instead of with the Morning Post. I trust you can read it privately. The minister let slip that you are still spending a great deal of time with Harry Potter. Ron, I must warn you, nothing could endanger your new position faster than continued association with him. Yes, I know this may shock you. You may say Harry has always been Albus Dumbledore's favourite, but Dumbledore may not remain headmaster much longer. Those whose opinions matter hold a very different and likely more accurate view of Potter's behaviour.
I will not elaborate here.
Read tomorrow's Daily Prophet and you may understand which way the wind is blowing. Prophet, and you may understand which way the wind is blowing. And perhaps you'll spot me there. Seriously, why? Ron, you do not want your future stained by association with Potter. And I mean your future after Hogwarts as well.
As you know, our father escorted him to a disciplinary hearing before the entire Wizengamot this summer.
In my opinion, Potter escaped punishment only by a technicality. Many people I've spoken to remain convinced he was guilty. Harry felt heat rise in his face as he read. Beside him, Hermione made an outraged sound. Ron was still staring into the fire, looking utterly disgusted. Harry and Hermione kept reading. It may be that you are afraid to break away from Potter. I know he can be unstable and possibly violent. If you have concerns, or if you have noticed anything troubling in his behaviour, I strongly advise you to speak to Dolores Umbridge, a truly charming woman who would no doubt be delighted to guide you. This brings me to my second piece of advice. As I have already suggested, Albus Dumbledore's rule at Hogwarts may soon be at an end. Your loyalty should not be to him. It should be to the school and to the Ministry of Magic. I am disappointed to hear Professor Umbridge has met with little support from the staff as she attempts to implement the changes the Ministry so strongly desires. Though I suspect that will change next week. Again, read tomorrow's Daily Prophet. And remember this, any student willing to assist Professor Umbridge now may find himself in an excellent position to become head boy in a few years.
I regret I did not see more of you over the summer.
It pains me to criticize our parents, but I can no longer remain under their roof while they continue associating with the dangerous people around Dumbledore. If you happen to write to Mother, perhaps mention that Sturgis Podmore, a close friend of Dumbledore's, has recently been sent to Azkaban for trespassing at the Ministry. Perhaps that will open their eyes to the sort of petty criminals they are now mixing with. I consider myself fortunate to have escaped the stain of such associations. The minister has been exceedingly generous to me, and I sincerely hope, Ron, that you will not allow family loyalty to blind you to the foolishness of our parents' beliefs. In time, I trust they will realize how wrong they have been. And when they do, I shall naturally be prepared to accept their apology. Please think very carefully about everything I have said, especially the part concerning Harry Potter. And once again, congratulations on becoming prefect. Your brother, Percy Weasley. Harry looked up from the letter and turned toward Ron Weasley.
Well, he said, forcing a laugh, if you want to. What was it?
He glanced down again.
Ah, yes, sever ties with me. I promise I won't become violent.
Give it here, Ron said shortly, holding out his hand. Harry passed over the letter. Ron's face was blotchy with anger.
He ripped the letter cleanly in half.
The words he tore the halves again, biggest into smaller pieces. Git. He flung the scraps into the fire. The parchment curled instantly in the flames. Hermione looked appalled. Harry stared at the burning remains, unsure whether to laugh or feel sick.
Ron was breathing hard. His ears were bright red.
But Harry felt a fierce rush of gratitude all the same. Come on, Ron said briskly, dragging Aurora Sinistra's astronomy essay back toward him. We've got to finish this before sunrise. Hermione Granger was staring at him with a strange expression.
Then, all at once? She held out her hands. Oh, honestly, give them here. Ron blinked. What?
Your essays, both of them. I'll check them and fix the mistakes.
Ron gaped. Are you serious, Hermione? You're brilliant. He looked ready to hug her. What can I...
You can promise, Hermione said firmly, though there was a hint of amusement in her eyes, that you'll never leave your homework this late again. Ron shoved his parchment toward her instantly. Deal. Thank you, Harry said weakly, handing over his own essay. He collapsed back into the armchair and rubbed his aching eyes. It was well past midnight now. The Gryffindor common room was empty except for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Crookshanks. The room was quiet. Only Hermione's quill scratching across parchment broke the silence, along with the rustle of pages as she checked facts in the open reference book scattered across the table. Harry was exhausted. But the hollow, sick feeling in his stomach had nothing to do with tiredness. His eyes drifted toward the fire. There, in the glowing embers, the last blackened remains of Percy Weasley's letter.